Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got a lot of college football to talk. Mike Elko's joining us today, right? What, 8:15?
Yeah, 8:15. Aggies head coach Mike Elko for the first time in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and he's got some explaining to do, breaking a chair in the locker room after the game. You know, that is university property. And
good point.
And he's going to have to I would hope that there's some reimbursement or some kind of, there's got to be some kind of sanctions.
See how he responds. I don't know how to read Mike Elko. Like, I want to make jokes with him.
Well, I think he's jokeable. Absolutely.
I think he can make jokes. I don't think he'll linger on them like we will.
Right. Well, no, but he's actually had a little fun with us.
Yeah,
here.
I think he's got a little bit of a sense of humor.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I think he does.
Not like Nick Saban. You wouldn't joke with him.
No, we didn't much.
We never joked with Nick Saban.
No,
and if we
really
did, he didn't laugh.
No, he didn't. He's not a laugher. We had Nick Saban on. For those of you who don't know, we were at 610, and when Saban was the head coach at LSU, he would come on every week with us, and every week he would say, "Bye, John," and Lance would go, "Oh," after he hung up.
No. Was that him or
Saban?
We did it with who was that at
Les Miles too.
Les Miles for sure. How we doing, John? Okay, bye, John. Tell Houston I said hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
He would always say, "Tell Houston I said hello."
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, but you just did that.
Okay, thanks, Coach.
Yeah.
Hello, Houston from Les Miles.
Les Miles says, "Hey."
Les Miles said hello, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we got Mike Elko at 8:15, the number 3 team in the country. And I guess CJ not playing and Jalen Petrie not playing is the biggest story in Houston. But we had the college football the playoff rankings come out.
Wow.
And Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, A&M 3, Georgia 4. They move up to 4. Alabama's still in the picture at number 10.
As they should be.
If it started today, if this was the final rankings, Oklahoma plays Notre Dame, the winner gets Ohio State. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Tech plays Tulane, the winner gets Georgia. Now I don't know that that's fair. That Georgia is the 4 seed easily gets the easiest, and that happened last year too. And that's why they had to change. Instead of the conference champions, they decided let's just get the highest 4 ranked teams to get the bye. Mm-hmm. But if it turns out this way, Georgia is the 4 seed gets the easiest quarterfinal game. I don't even know it's arguable. Oregon and Alabama would play, and the winner gets Indiana. Ole Miss and Miami.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure. Like, for example, if we just looked at the teams, I wonder what the perception of Oregon versus Tech would be, because I'm not sure Tech's not a better team than Oregon. I know that Oregon's got the name and all that.
Tech
I know they're
higher.
Yeah, no, I know they're higher. I'm just saying the perception by people, because why wouldn't you say? And I get what you're saying. I'm just saying to push back. So is Tech? If Tech beats Tulane, is that an easy matchup?
I know Tech looks better.
Yeah, I see. I
Tech
think
certainly hasn't been challenged the way that any of these other teams have.
Right. I just think watching them play, they're pretty good. I mean, they'll get out on you, and they put it on Houston pretty good. They're hard to. They put it on BYU pretty good.
I watched a lot of that Arizona State game though, and while it was up and down, it was back and forth. That was Arizona State's backup. Texas Tech's backup.
Yeah, Texas Tech's backup.
Texas Tech's backup, and he played a good game.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a bulldog.
It was back and forth, and that was one that I thought was a really dangerous spot going into ASU for Tech. But the college football playoffs. One of the things I noticed, I don't know if you saw this on your timeline or heard this, and I got some thoughts from Josh Pate too. We're going to play in just a little bit. Because he's really just upset with the whole committee and just in general. But a lot of people, I noticed that, and see, I was never really anti-computer per se. I thought the way that you do it was important. But, it's hard when you do a 4, like a Final Four. Once you get to 12, I think the computers make a lot more sense because I think they become more dialed in, and that's one of the things is I get the transcript. I don't know if you heard it. I didn't listen to it, but I read the transcript of what Hunter Yurachek, the new head of the College Football Playoff Committee, because Mack Rhodes stepped down, so Hunter Yurachek took over. And he was answering questions. And they asked questions, well, what were your thoughts here? Why is Miami here? Why is it, blah, blah, blah. And, man, people really didn't they really started to feel like, ooh, these people just talking, their rationale, the human rationale for some of the ways they have this seated is starting to break down. Like people, for the first time I saw someone said, you know what, I would rather have the BCS right now than people deciding this, because at least the computer is not going to have these ridiculous, arguments.
I've always said the computer is still people, because you input what you think is most important, and you weight it that way.
Well,
you have to weight it. What's more important? Strength of schedule. What is more important? Wins. What is more important? Margin of victory. You have to put all those things into the computer and then spit it out.
Well, yes, but it's not saying, well, they had 200 more yards rushing. You can actually put. Everyone can know what you can say, okay, this is what it is.
But people
strength of
decide
schedule,
what's important and what's not important.
Well, I know, but everyone knows what the deal is going in. You can say, these are guys, this is equally weighted, this, and this. And you know going in, and everyone knows the deal. Right now, it's just kind of random. Some of the stuff is just kind of random. Look, Alabama should absolutely be in the top 12. This shouldn't be a consideration. I mean, 5 SEC teams should be in, and they are. 3 Big Ten teams should be in, and you could argue a 4th for Michigan, but they're not. And I personally didn't think there would be the 4th. I didn't think Michigan would probably be in there. 1 ACC, 1 Big 12, 1 group of 5. I mean, it's kind of, and I'm missing. Oh, and of course Notre Dame, who's their own thing. It wasn't that those weren't really surprises. Not really, not to me. Kind of how they're seated, maybe a little bit. It will be curious to see what happens if Alabama gets to an SEC championship game and loses an SEC championship game, and see how that's treated, because you're setting precedent that if you lose a championship game, if you get there and you lose and you're eliminated, because it is a 3rd loss.
Well, and the other thing is going to be, let's say Ohio State beats Michigan, Indiana goes in undefeated.
Right.
If the loser of the Ohio State-Indiana championship game, are they out as a first-round bye?
Yeah, that's a good.
I don't think they should be.
I don't think so either, because I don't know. Should you? Okay, let's say
it depends on if it's a blowout.
Let's say Ohio State, who has not played a very tough schedule. Let's say Ohio State gets beat 35-10.
Yeah.
Would you then knock them out?
That's tough.
Because it is a number 2 team. Like we always say, it shouldn't happen. But tell me how the game goes. If the game goes 24-17, I'm kind of with you, because you tell me the first 13 games didn't matter. The first 12, 13 games weren't important. I mean, I think they should be more important than one neutral site game against.
Yeah, and then the other thing is Georgia doesn't make the SEC championship game.
And
they get by. A&M loses to Alabama, and are they out?
Georgia benefits. This is not the first time we've seen this. You benefit from not playing in an SEC championship game.
Exactly.
At least if you've lost early and then you continue to win after an early loss, and you build yourself up in stature, which everyone does. I mean, look at Texas. Texas was 12 last week, and they had a couple of bad. The first loss wasn't a bad one, but then the second one. Who was their second loss to? Oh, Florida was. It's getting worse by the week. That loss is getting worse for them by the week. Their win over Oklahoma helps them. Texas 17, by the way, so they obviously need a lot of help. By the way, Texas needs a lot of help to get in.
Texas ain't. I mean, I was watching post game, and
what's hard because Oklahoma's pushed further than people thought they were going to.
Yeah, I mean, Oklahoma's in.
That's the one that's hard, because you're going to take 5 SEC teams. And you thought Oklahoma might be on the way out. Well, can Texas pass Oklahoma? Now, why shouldn't they be able to if they've got a heads-up win over them? But you need Oklahoma
But then
to
Oklahoma
lose.
went to Alabama and won.
Yeah, Oklahoma? Yeah, exactly. And who's Oklahoma? They lost at home against a good Ole Miss team. Who's Oklahoma play moving forward? Bedlam. Has Bedlam already been played?
No.
No. This year.
Because what's that? No Bedlam?
No, they don't know Bedlam. They play home games against LSU and Missouri, but Missouri first.
Missouri, then LSU.
I mean, those are losable games.
Yeah.
potentially.
For the
Well-
Oklahoma offense, definitely.
Yeah.
They don't score. They don't play well overall.
And what does the committee do if USC beats Oregon?
Yeah.
Because are you going to be with two Big Ten teams, or does USC jump everybody?
I don't
get
see it.
into the playoffs.
USC has to jump because, or Oregon is not. I don't know, or Oregon stays in at the back end. Maybe you can't have only two Big Ten teams.
Well, they would fall further than three.
Big Ten would take their football and go home. We already see the SEC and the Big Ten have 8 of the 12. I mean, and they've already talked about seceding from all of college football.
Right. No,
So-
they'd have to put a USC up there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have 3 Big Ten just for the politics,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
If Oklahoma loses, I don't know that Texas becomes a 5th team.
It may not.
I think oddly,
Vanderbilt.
I mean, if
well,
Texas Texas
I don't
has a
know if
chance to
they'd
get
beat
a big
Vanderbilt
win against A&M. That is
Yeah.
the only saving grace.
but they
have.
dropped them to a point where
17's far.
they're going to need more than just Oklahoma losing
Yeah.
for them to
But-
even with the win on against
yeah,
A&M.
probably.
Yeah, but
not.
how weird would it be if a 2-loss Miami or a 2-loss USC, BYU with a BYU look bad in their loss.
not great
They're ahead of
wins.
Texas,
and not great wins.
and
either.
right now BYU would,
especially if
they-
Texas
they
had a win against Oklahoma and
Yeah.
a close loss to Ohio State, a win over
And
Oklahoma, a win over A&M. That would be. I think.
You got a bad loss to Florida, and then you got destroyed by Georgia. Now
Yeah.
BYU goes to
Well, but Arch looked better.
sure, great. BYU goes to Cincinnati. That's a very
That's a-
losable game for them this
Yeah,
Saturday.
it is a losable game.
So BYU may be out of the paint pretty quickly, and if not, they will see likely Tech in the title game. And if they get blown out by Tech, I don't think they're going to be shown any favors. So there are 2 games that could knock
There's
BYU
still
out of
plenty
this.
of plenty
still
of
plenty of stuff
like
to happen.
LSU, Missouri for Oklahoma, A&M and Texas. I mean, Texas has to win that game. A&M's safe, obviously, but Oklahoma having Missouri and LSU, they should be favored in both, but they still got to get out of those. As you mentioned, BYU may very well get tripped up against Cincinnati. I certainly is that Oregon USC, is that at Oregon?
That's in Eugene.
Okay,
Yeah.
but USC still has a shot without question. USC could cause some problems. When you're right, John. USC wins that. That's gonna, that's
I'll
gonna
tell
open
you
up
what.
some questions.
I'll tell you what, that little Lemon, that wide receiver, he is so hard to cover. Well, USC's wide receiver, Malachi Lemon.
Yeah, he's really
he
good.
is so good. We saw Harbor last week. How good he is.
Harbor's like a DK
Hey, did you
Metcalf type.
see Smith was hurt at the end of the Ohio State game?
No, Jonathan Smith.
Yeah,
No, not
Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith. I mean, yeah.
At
I didn't see that.
he was. They had to
because
he was
nobody
limping.
cares about Ohio State football this year for some reason.
He was limping badly. They were
Was he?
helping him walk off the field.
Ooh,
Yeah. So
that's a tough one, boy. When they take on Indiana, that's a tough one.
yeah. So there's some good wide receivers. You're going to watch a lot of good wide receivers when you're breaking.
He
stuff
won't be
down.
watching Jeremiah Smith. He'll have to wait another year for that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
good.
Right.
I don't want to. I like
You
to
don't
put
want him
stuff
out.
off.
You don't
Yeah.
want him out.
No, I finally watched a high-rated guy, Keldrick Falk from Auburn. I start kind of back-end players, and it's just like, ho-hum. And then I said, oh, well, let me watch Auburn because I got to watch I don't know who I was. I watched, and the Texas Tech kid, David Bailey's pretty good too. Pass rusher. I'm not done writing him. But, yeah, it's it's that time where I stay up here and procrastinate and end up here at 7 o'clock at night for no good reason because I didn't get to my stuff.
Well, that's just so you can stay away.
But
from
honestly,
everybody.
there a lot of them are gone. Mason's working all the time. That's such a blessing to have him making money. Such a blessing. Marty's always doing singing stuff at HSPVA, and then Snacks is laying in his bedroom now talking to him and his girl are back. So he's just so
You got
he's
her
not
back?
even into jiu-jitsu. Yeah. Well, he's trying to downplay it a little bit.
Oh, we're just talking, Dad. Nothing
I
serious.
mean, he did pretty good, if I'm being honest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Good for
he
him.
did all
Good.
right.
God bless.
Is he going to change? Who
He's
he
a
is
basketball
because of
player.
her?
She's a cheerleader. No, he'll never change who he is.
So she's not going to elevate him.
No,
Oh.
he'll bring her down.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he'll drag her down if she's not careful.
That's sad.
Hey,
His own father.
why did she have a 0? And actually, he's got all A's and B's, but a little heavier on the B's.
Mm-hmm.
That's his hour. He didn't turn his stuff in for college. He was supposed to when it was free. You can turn your stuff into Texas for free in the state of Texas, and he didn't get it all done. So now we had to pay $80 in fees to get these applications in when they have a free. Like we thought you said you did this. Well, I did, but and they said, but in your email, my wife looked at his email and said, look at all these things came back. They still said they were missing something, and now we have to pay. What? You've got 295 emails you haven't opened. And then he goes, I've got.
That sounds like.
And I said, why aren't you getting your stuff? He goes, I've got all A's and B's in school. That's his new thing. I've got all A's and B's in school.
All my other responsibilities don't matter so much.
Yeah, it's like, so
Kids,
what's.
I got to admit, the kid sounds a lot like me.
You know what my kids are like? 2 of my kids are like stoners who don't smoke. They've got all the mannerisms of a stoner, but they don't smoke. They just. They get lazy, lay around, eat at about 1:30 in the morning when they're like they do all this stuff, and then but they don't smoke. Like Sebastian just makes A's and B's, and he's get jujitsu, but it's not like real A's. I'm just like I don't know if I'm kidding. This is like a low strength of schedule, and he's at one of the hardest schools in the state, and I never see him study. Like,
well,
you got to be cheating off
Is
somebody.
his girl
The kid
doing it
sounds
for him?
like he's got 200 unopened emails.
Yeah, that
He
sounds
didn't
like
study,
you.
and he got good grades. Sounds a lot like me. He might be my kid.
I know it does sound a lot like. Well, I mean, you didn't have emails, but you had letters you weren't opening.
I didn't open any.
You had correspondences.
I did. I am opening a Coors Light today. I'm coming back
shocking.
to Houston, and I will be back. And we're going straight to a
Drink
bar.
on the plane. Drink on the plane.
I'm gonna try. You know what? They don't have Coors Lights on the plane.
That's
usually. They got some Budweiser product, which I can't do. Sorry. So I'm not doing that, but I will as soon as I get back to Houston today. I am going to open a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. What's it like? I don't even know how hot it is, how cold it is. It doesn't matter to me. You know why? Because I'm going to keep Texas chill the whole time I'm there. I'm there for a few weeks now, so watch out, Texas. You better stock up on your Coors Lights because here I come. I can't wait to get back to Texas, where I love it. My favorite state in the world, and drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. I am thrilled. I am excited. And big part of the excitement is drinking Coors Lights with y'all. If y'all see me out and about, if you're on a golf course or in a bar, because that's probably where I'll be, then you just say, hey, John, let's have a Coors Light together. And I'll be like, I'm in. Because I want that cold, clean, crisp, refreshingness. I can't wait. I'm so excited to be drinking Coors Light again in Houston. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm going to climb on. Want you to climb on with me. Coors Light.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Man, I don't know why. Well, your daddy put it out. Trey Mancini making that play along the first base. The only thing he did in the postseason when Ryan Presley came in to save Justin Verlander's game. Oh, my gosh. Game 5. Holy crap, was that huge. That was huge. You know what I'm talking about? That play Trey Mancini made at first base?
Yeah, of course, right down the line.
Right down the line.
Not important to what we just figured out in the break. Lance, who thinks of himself as
don't say
someone
that
you have
one.
to check in with.
Oh, yeah, you can say that part.
Yeah,
don't say the other one.
Yeah, you said not.
Yeah,
fair, not fair.
you have to check in with me if you're going to bring desserts.
And
I'm like James. I'm like the James Prince of the radio. I'm like Jay Prince of the radio
not Jay
station.
Prince.
You have to check in
He's
with
calling
me.
himself Lance Prince.
And they had a cake in the Spanish speaking station had a cake, and they didn't check in with me. And then yesterday, I come out here and I see empty dessert gallery stuff, and no one. And I was here yesterday, and no one checked in. You have to check in with me if you're gonna bring this stuff to the station.
Chip cookies.
You check in when you bring any food, burgers, chicken sandwiches, sliders, tamales. Check in.
I think people are trying. They see that they don't want to ruin what you've got going.
Yeah, you're losing weight.
Yeah, you're losing weight, and they want them to tell you when dessert.
It just means I just walk
do
my
the
3
opposite. Never tell him. Never tell him.
It is
when
true.
there's dessert.
It is true because it is. It's just I'm just one backslide away. It's like heroin.
Yeah.
I mean, when I do that, when I have a dessert, I'm like that night 3.5 miles out on a walk, walking down Westheimer.
I think we're having.
You want to ruin that?
He apparently does. I think we're bringing on this particular company as a client, and so they hey cookies.
Dessert gallery?
I believe so.
That's trouble. That's not.
You're like
that's like, hey, we're bringing on crack as a client.
Yeah, you're the Keith Richards of dessert.
Man. And they've got monkey bars. They've got 7-layer bars. That's a super. That's a dangerous advertisement.
They'll be bringing
right there.
stuff around, but I'm just saying.
I'm sure they will.
It was just a little taste. They tried to hook you with the chocolate chip cookies, and then they'll hit you with like a gateway to the monkey bars or whatever he's talking about. Yeah,
it is. Yeah. I'm gonna be doing a lot of walking between prospects. Right one prospect, then walk a mile. Right one and walk, and then I smell like a teenage boy. Like get that wet dog smell that Dell always talks about.
What? When do I bring
you
it
said
up?
white people smell like wet dogs.
I've never initiated that conversation.
You've said it,
but when it's been said, I just nod in agreement. But I've never
accurate.
started
But
it.
you shouldn't say it. It's accurate.
I don't say it.
It's accurate.
I don't say it. I don't say white people. It's like white kids,
they
white
have,
boys.
Yeah,
I don't say white people smell like that.
Yeah,
my wife still says when I'm outside doing anything, you smell like a pup. Go take a shower.
It's true. I don't know why
What's
it's
wrong
so
with you
true.
guys? It's because you don't put lotion on?
It does make you racist, but it is true.
I
It's
don't
not
put
racist because I don't.
No, I don't put lotion on
you
either.
guys
That
don't
may
put
be
lotion
it.
on,
That
right?
may be it. Yeah.
So you smell like whatever your normal smell is when you sweat.
Dell just said the quiet part out loud.
I didn't say it.
In
fact, I'm not. You said it, not me.
That's what the chat said. Dell just said the quiet part out loud. I actually said it out loud.
Out loud. I just nodded in agreement. That's all.
I mean, there's some veracity.
And once again, it's your group.
Hey, I want to play what Josh Pate said and get you guys' thoughts on what he said here. I think Josh takes a macro view of college football, which I enjoy. I get kind of bogged down in the small stuff, and when I heard this, I thought, man, this is really true because I've thought about this on a separate. I thought about this calendar issue on a separately. But listen to what Josh says about college football and the playoffs. There's talk now about taking 12 teams to 24 teams in college football playoffs. And we know it's just a money grab. That's all it is. They keep trying to squeeze the golden goose as much as they can. And what's happened is it's caused some blowback with NIL, transfer portal. There's a lot of blowback where people say college football is a disaster right now behind the scenes. People who are in it. And yet you just think by adding more money and more games is going to make it better. It's not. It's going to make it worse. But here's Josh Pate talking about the big issue that college football has right now, administrators and not understanding what the big problems are.
The biggest problem facing the sport right now is not the size of the college football playoff. The biggest problem by 100 miles facing college football right now is how insane the calendar is. Like right now, the conversation should not be, well, we're going to expand the playoff to 24. Your conversation should be, hey, how do we get the National Signing Day moved to February instead of early December and the portal window to post-college football playoff and rework the academic calendar where we can make it all happen so that we don't have coaching searches overlapping with the stretch run of the regular season because guys have to get in a new position to salvage a recruiting class before the portal opens. That's what the conversation should be. Instead, the conversation is, we have some money. We'd like more money. We have no talent. We can't build anything ourselves. This thing over here exists. It's called the college football playoff. Let's just increase the size of that thing. That ATM's been printing out money for us. Maybe it'll print out more money for us. Hey, Brazil will pay us $20 million. Let's just go take Tulane in Memphis and have them play down there. Those are the kinds of ideas these people have. So these people really have no business making decisions. People who actually have talent, people who actually can build things, they're not in the administrative state of college football. Therefore, they're not in positions to hold these jobs. And so the people who hold the jobs and the people who actually end up making these kind of calls are the least equipped and qualified to be running anything. I wouldn't trust these people to run a lemonade stand.
He's right.
He is right.
He's absolutely right.
And from talking to coaches, John, the issues he brought up are major issues inside of college football universities, major football programs. The windows and the calendar is a disaster, and it causes complete turmoil. They don't make logical sense. Having early signing, you shouldn't have the early signing. It should be in February. I mean, you got to let the college football season breathe. You cannot have all these things inside of it.
Didn't the coaches want the early signing
Yeah,
period?
it started.
They
did, and now they're realizing because now the February doesn't really even hardly matter at all. So it's putting too much pressure in season. They're having to work. They're having to do all the recruiting stuff in season. The offensive line coach my son works for at Alabama, he's got to do videos and stuff like this all the time. The official visits and unofficial visits are nonstop. The coach has to be a salesman as much as he has to get ready for Oklahoma. I mean, it's ridiculous. It never used to be like that. They say June is the absolute worst month ever for college football coaches. The worst. Their schedules are all jacked up. The calendar's all jacked up. And to go into 24 teams, those teams they're not worthy of a playoff run. They're not. I get that it'll make more money and we can say it's more games and all that stuff, but they're not worthy. It's hard enough finding worthy teams at 12. And then to take it to – and I don't – college football going overseas to me is the dumbest thing. I get pro football. College, where it's based on tradition and history and families who have gone to school there, whole Notre Dame families, LSU families, whatever, that one really doesn't make sense. That's just a cash grab is all that is.
I don't have anywhere near the experience you do dealing with the college football, or at least the academic calendar, and he threw that in there.
And that's never talked about, but it is a real thing.
It's a real problem.
That we need to switch just how universities do things
for
college football?
Yeah, I don't know why. See, I thought the same thing. How they're not going to do you have athletes do it differently or something? I don't know.
I don't know how that would work out for the regular student who doesn't either care or doesn't just play college football.
No, but the rules are that you can't play or whatever unless you're enrolled within the first week of the semester, and you can change that. You can just change that. You can be enrolled later and still be able to compete. So I mean, there is a way to go about that thing. Listen. There's nobody that has actually put anything into anything in college football other than making money. That's it. They're it's so backwards how it's run. They need a commissioner. They need someone that can bring everybody to look at the Big Ten and the SEC now threatening if they don't get their way, they're going to. It cannot be run worse. It is the worst organization in all of sports, and it's not even close.
Well, they're not they're just like, I don't even say 5 families. They're not an organization. It's We operate for our best interests, and if it coincides with what you like, then maybe we'll come to an agreement. There's no look to what's best for college football. What's best for my conference, and if we have to run through you to get it done, we'll do it. And then the SEC and the Big Ten are the power brokers.
You're right. That's why it can never be looked at as the NFL. Like, there's separate boroughs here at play. There's separate families. There's not one central television contract.
Somebody has to make this uniform. Somebody has to bring everybody united.
Greg Sankey? Who's going to make Greg Sankey listen?
Nick Saban. He'll scare Greg Sankey.
Okay. Who's going to – I don't know who the Big Ten commissioner is or all the other ones outside of Greg Sankey, really.
Well, even though Greg Sankey doesn't think he needs it, you can't just have an SEC and a champion and say we're the champs.
Well, I'm just
asking,
do it. Who is the figure that's going to bring Greg Sankey into the fold?
I mean, Nick Saban really would.
Yes.
It's not even a joke, but there's no way he wants to do it. But
I don't know. He's made his life of college football.
I'm going Pat McAfee or Stephen A. Smith. I'm letting ESPN take the wheel.
Pate.
Instead of Pate would do it.
Pate would be great.
But everyone thinks there's already people who think he's an SEC honk.
Well, he is from a small town in Georgia. The problem for Pate is I don't know if he wants. I think
he
like
secretly
the bit
wants
of
it.
saying
Not
the
even.
job of
You
having
think
the
it's all
job
bit?
is fun. I think having Pate stay
You wouldn't really want to
and being
do
the
that.
commissioner and having that as your thing on the air is great, but actually having to deal with people.
You're right. You would not want that.
I don't know.
It's not worth it.
Well, unless you've got ultimate power. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Even then, it's still not fun, and everyone really hates you.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776. You got to talk a little Zadok Jewelers if anybody wants in. 713-780-3776.
You know, Zadok Jewelers has a big watch event coming up December 5th and December 6th. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make that. And it stinks because their last watch event was absolutely incredible. They did it up huge. This watch event is going to be where you're going to see all the top names, Breitling, Bulgari, Cartier, Chanel, Chopard. They're going to have all of the best luxury watches right there at their location at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And they've got a legacy of fine jewelry and luxury watches. They've been doing this since 1976, almost 50 full years now. They're in Austin as well. So if you have family members there, if you happen to be listening on the app from Austin, they're in Austin. But this luxury watch event is a great chance for you to just come in and just enjoy yourself. Even if you're not going to buy right now, you just want to consider it. Come in and just see what they look like. I think you'll be blown away by the designs. I know I was. But they buy, they sell, obviously, and they also trade. So if you're someone who already has a luxury watch, or maybe this is something you collect, you say, sneakerhead, I'm a watch head. Well, if that's you, then you already know about Zadok Jewelers. And why don't you come in December 5th and 6th, and maybe you want to trade. Maybe you want to bring a couple of your watches in or your watch in and trade to something else. They're more than happy to do that. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But this is a great chance for you to see what a luxury watch looks like if you've never seen it. And just then go about your day if you like. But I definitely want you to stop in because the spot is beautiful. They take great care of you. And it's an easy trip to Post Oak. This 5th and 6th, Friday and Saturday, it's the great watch event going on at Zadok Jewelers.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So, no CJ or Jalen Petrie tomorrow night against the Bills. The Bills have allowed 5.4 yards per carry to running backs so far this season, third most. They've allowed 5.9 yards per carry and 16.7 explosive run rate, worst in the league. That's when facing run plays with motion. The Texans have used motion over the last 3 weeks.
3 times?
66.8% of their snaps.
Oh, wow. I didn't even.
They didn't.
But they
early
didn't
on.
early on. Yeah.
Now they are. And listen, the Bills don't play well here. The Bills just do not.
We've got a pretty good history.
Get Josh Allen ready. So Houston has won the last 5 games against the Bills in Houston. The Bills have only scored 15.6 points per game, over 20 points, never over 20 points during the 5-game stretch. Josh Allen's 0-3. He was 9 for 30 with 131 yards and 1 touchdown in the last year's game. And asked about coming here and playing, here's what he had to say.
Ball out of the shadow of the end zone and how it eventually cost you the game. Any stinging memories? I mean, how much more equipped do you think you are?
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. It's watching that film. There's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. I played pretty badly. Hopefully we can go out there and play a little bit better and move the ball a little bit better. But again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
So, for whatever reason, the playoff game, he's 0-3 here. For whatever reason, the Texans have the Bills' number. Is that going to be the case, first of all, without CJ? And by the way, while CJ has played Davis has won a couple of games, his numbers against pressure are awful. His numbers against pressure are awful. There's a reason that he has to pull out games on the last drive of a game against Tennessee, is because when you put pressure on Davis Mills, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah. So CJ is much better at that. This ridiculousness of Davis Mills over CJ it's got to stop. I don't know.
But here, I do think this. I do think there is something to the fact that Davis Mills works the passing game a little bit more consistently, efficiently, especially in the intermediate throws. Yeah. Now, I think Trent Brown
he throws a slant as well as anybody.
He actually can make some pretty good throws. Yeah. But the difference is, if he's so great, why are they still scoring? Why do they still have like 7 in the fourth quarter or 10 against Tennessee? We got to quit acting like Davis Mills. But I do think that CJ has a much higher ceiling in any given game than Davis Mills. But Davis Mills is running the offense about like it's supposed to be run, and it's still not manufacturing point. They're still not scoring against Tennessee. Not really. When CJ played against Tennessee, there was a lot more points.
I don't know.
In the fourth quarter, it was
in the fourth quarter.
Going
Yeah,
into
that's
the
true.
fourth quarter.
Will Kunkel and Jeremy Branham were having a little tay-to-tay on Twitter. Apparently, Jeremy Branham says that Davis Mills is a better fit for Kaylee's offense, and then Will Kunkel said, got on him about how, he's better than CJ, or CJ can't, whatever the case may be. Listen, you're a better team with CJ than you are with Davis Mills. You just are. Like you say, you got your 3-game stretch with your backup quarterback. That's about it. Now you move on. Now you go back to the starter, and you get back to the football team that you should be, whatever the case may be. My question is, can the Texans take advantage of the Bills' poor defense against the run? That's going to be, if they can run the football against the Bills, That'll open up a lot of stuff for Davis. It'll make his job a lot easier. And everybody seems to be running against the Bills, so why shouldn't the Texans?
I would say that's the biggest. I'd say that's the number one concern for the Bills is stopping the Texans' run game. And it's not like the Texans' run game has been great.
No.
But if the Texans get their run game going, then the play-action game opens up, and they could have some problems. If you were going to attack the Bills, I do think you run the football. If you want to attack the Texans, I think you almost have to work backwards where you throw on first down when the rush is not really pinned back. You try to pick up 5, 6. And Buffalo will do that some with Khalil Shakir out on the perimeter or with quick throws. But I think that's how you'll have to. The Bills want to attack the Texans. You can run the football, but that's why I think you have to do it on second and third down a little bit more and throw on first down. Because if you get behind the chains and if you get behind the sticks and they can pin their ears back. Now Josh Allen's a different animal. He can shake out of sacks. He can get away from pressure. I mean, the Texans are going to have really good discipline with their rush lanes against Josh Allen. But, one of the things that a lot of teams like to attack the Bills, and this is what the Texans have done in the past, is run TE stunts, which means tackle basically picks the end. So that means they're looping underneath. And what that does is you have a tackle moving up the field basically – towards to the left. Let's say the left defensive tackle towards the left to basically run into the offensive tackle. You've got Danielle Hunter over there going up the field, faking and stopping and coming underneath. And so now you've created your premium rusher coming on a straighter track, on an inside track, as opposed to going around potentially and letting Josh climb up. He now can't climb. You can't climb when you have a defensive end looping underneath. You can't climb, and that may be a way you see Matt Burke coordinate that defense, is more twists so that they keep the rush coming from inside so Josh can't climb up. Because if you let him climb up, the dude will go run for 17, 12, 14, 18 on a regular basis. So you're going to have to scheme to kind of keep him in the pocket throwing. The Bills are not very dangerous from a receiver standpoint. They're not. Keon Coleman, he was suspended last game for the first series, I guess, because he's not handling his business. He was
inactive.
Oh, he was completely inactive?
Inactive, yeah.
For what? Missing a meeting?
He missed a meeting.
Yeah. Missed a meeting. He was inactive. They still won in a shootout. But they brought Gabe Davis back. You've got Khalil Shakir over there.
Khalil Shakir had one catch.
Is that it?
Yeah.
And Dalton Kincaid was out. He may still. I don't think Dalton Kincaid is even. I think Dalton Kincaid looks like he's out this week too.
It's all Josh Allen.
Oh,
and listen.
All
I like the Texans tomorrow night. I like the Texans.
I do too. They're getting 6.
Yeah,
I think the Texans have a real shot of winning.
Josh Allen can't do this by himself against this defense.
You
ain't playing. Okay, you ain't scoring 6 touchdowns. You ain't got no 6 touchdowns tomorrow night.
The Bills have the Texans have a really good defense. The Bills' defense is really a problem.
No.
The Texans' offense is not explosive. The Bills' offense is explosive. Okay, so you're cross-marrying them, and so you have, difficulties. But I think it's more likely that Davis Mills and the running game can end up having more success than usual. And don't forget Kaimi Fairbairn's back, which is kind of a big deal for the Texans. And I think there's more likely that happens than Josh Allen exploits the Texans defense. I can't see him exploiting now. If he gets to 28, Texans probably can't win. I can't see the Texans, even against the Bills, I don't know if the Texans can get to 28.
Yeah, I don't see that. This is going to be one.
Now,
of those.
if CJ were here, maybe so, but that's the problem. I don't know.
The Texans are going to play a really ugly game. It's going to be 16-12 or something like that. Yeah, this is not. The Texans are going to. That defense is going to give Josh Allen a lot of problems. You ain't okay. Who'd they play last week?
Tampa.
Oh yeah, you ain't facing that defense, brother. This is the Texans, so yeah, just wake up to the fact that you're going to have another ugly game. You're going to hate to watch next year. You're going to hate to watch this film again. That's just how it is. That's just how
this is the most confident you've been. Now let's see if you keep that same energy by Friday.
I will.
I've noticed your confidence kind of.
Well, the game will be over.
Oh, that's right. It's tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. It's a Thursday game.
tomorrow.
Yeah, the
will have
Rockets
that same
tonight.
confidence on Friday morning.
You seem
You seem
very, very confident. I feel confident they're going to cover also.
Yeah, we won't be at East River.
East River's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And the Taqueria Surrounders
And
Friday.
Taqueria Surrounders.
We're eating that day, whether they like it or not.
You're forcing people to make food for you?
Well, they are open for breakfast, so.
Then we're eating.
We're definitely, one way or another, we're eating.
We're breaking right now. We got Mike Elko joining us at 8:15. So you Ags, you want to hear Mike Elko right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
As we mentioned, we got Mike Elko coming up. Hey, how about them Cougs cracking the rankings? They were in the top 25, AP top 25, for the first time since 2021. This is the first time since 21 that they've been in the college football playoff rankings. So congratulations, they're number 23. You can make an impact on the success of the football team by providing NIL opportunities. Join the Huddle. The Huddle provides financial support to the football team outside of their operating budget. You can go to @UH Cougar Football on X, which is Twitter. You can like the team on Facebook, on their Facebook page, Houston Cougar Football, or you can follow the team on UH Cougar FB on Instagram. So you can actually, listen, all this NIL stuff, it's kind of a big deal. James Franklin was just introduced, and somebody put out there that he gave Sam Levitt $8 million, but I don't know if Sam Levitt is going to go there or what. But it's a parody account. And listen, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sam Levitt doesn't make $8 million. $8 million is out there for these kids right now. But you can make a difference. You don't have to put out $8 million. You can help the Cougs football team with whatever donation you want. Go find them on the Huddle. Go find them on X, and you can figure out how to get that to them if you want to. It's a weird college football world we're living in. A weird world we're living in. And it kind of sucks in a lot of ways. But it's still the same game. We still love it. We still watch them. We're still, they're not making money under the table now. They're making money over the table. And the problem for the kids is now they got to pay taxes on it. So that's the difference. It used to be just stick it in your pocket. Now you got to pay taxes on it. So it makes it a little bit more difficult for the kids. Now they need lawyers and accountants.
Well, and their handlers are taking now 20 to 25% of it.
Yeah, right. But the numbers are bigger, so they're getting about the same.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But I was like, well, they don't get rev share, and the guy told me, oh no, they get rev share and NIL deals. They get both. I said 20 to 25. He goes, oh yeah. Huh. He said that's the going rate, and then he goes, the worst part is these kids don't even realize that they get taxed on that money they're given the percentage, because you're not allowed to write that off. That was a change in the tax code in 2018. So if you get W-2, unless you create an LLC, you can't write it off. And so, because I can't write off what I have to pay my agent, it sucks. I used to be able to, so I actually pay more in taxes now. But it was a bunch of, I heard all this stuff. I'm like, I don't want to know anymore because it's making me I don't know. It's just giving me too much anxiety. Like these kids are not, I thought there was a mechanism in place with these collectives where they're taking out the taxes and all that. And then I found out a lot of the collectives aren't involved anymore. And a lot of the collectives weren't doing it anyway. So, yeah, it can turn into a mess for some of them, for sure. If there was one clearinghouse that would take all that out and handle all the taxes, that'd be great in a perfect world where they didn't have to mess with it. And I only say that because it's good for them to learn how to do it and to learn the realities of the world. But at the same time, God, 19, 20, like my kids can't, like I said, these kids are learning, hiring somebody to handle taxes and stuff like that is something that.
Well, that's what parental guidance is for.
And I told you that they've got that company that Kendrick Perkins has, that company where they front you money in advance and then they get
don't do that.
Don't do that. They get your money for $4, and then. What I found out is there were 2 players last year who hit the portal who didn't want to because they had to get money to pay off the fees for that and the fees for their.
It's just loan sharking is all.
Yeah, it is.
That's all it is. Don't do that. Ask Fernando Tatis how good it is. It's horrible. And he had a dad that played Major League Baseball, and he did that.
So stupid.
What? That's so dumb. All right, let's catch up because we got Mike Elko at 15, right? So we got to make sure that we're back on time. Mike Elko going to join us. Let's talk Astros baseball. There's some stuff to talk about on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's a quick break. Don't go anywhere. get the Espada? All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Del, did you get the Espada I sent? Okay, so let's talk a little Astros baseball. It's kind of a big deal that we're seeing some trades, we're seeing some stuff go on, and so far the Astros have been quiet. It's going to be, I don't know that you attack early because you're going to overpay for a Dylan Cease. If Dylan Cease is still lingering around for a while, but then if somebody else grabs him, then he's gone, right? If that's the case, whether or not Justin Verlander is going to be there available for the Astros, that's another thing. Whether or not he's going to be an Astro next year. Jake Myers, Chandler Rome. You got that, Del? You got Chandler Rome. This is interesting. I don't know I don't know what Jake Myers brings to the table. I don't know what Jake Myers is going to draw. I don't know what kind of. I mean, there's a lot of places Jake Myers could play, and if Jake Marisman could play in New York, I'm sure Jake Myers could play in New York. But I don't know what he's worth. I don't know if it's worth getting rid of him. I don't know. Jake actually came through last year. He was hobbled a lot with the calf injury, but couldn't walk. Tried to come back, and running out to the field, he had to be taken back to the dugout. That's how good that training staff was. Here is Chandler Rome talking about a possible Jake Myers deal.
Well, I'm here to tell you that there are a couple of trade pieces in the outfield. One of them, probably the guy with the most value, is Jake Myers. And friend of the podcast, Matt Gelb, who covers the Philadelphia Phillies for The Athletic, in a story that he wrote on Saturday, mentioned that the Phillies really like Jake Myers and that he is a name to kind of file away as maybe someone that the Phillies will call on. I reported at the GM meetings that the Astros have been getting a lot of calls on Jake Myers, and this is not a new thing. Teams were calling on Jake Myers when he was not producing. Because he's always been an exit velo darling, a savant darling, if you will, just with the tools he has, the speed, the defense. He just really hasn't put it all together. And then we saw him put it all together this year. His value has never been higher. I think, honestly, if the Astros get the right package, it would behoove them to seriously consider moving Jake Myers now, because he will never be this sought after ever again. You can't count on him replicating what he did last year, but even if he does go out next year and plays for the Astros and has the same sort of year, well, he has one less year of club control left, and that inherently is going to decrease his value.
Okay.
He has never been as valuable as he is right now. I think if the Astros are talking about, if we take Dana at his word, which we have no reason not to, if we take him at his word and he says we need to have some conversations about some outfield pieces that could be trade candidates, Jake Myers is the top of the list.
Okay, so Ranger Suarez for Jake Myers, done. I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Or Christopher Sanchez, we'll take him. I know he's their hoss, all-star.
Not getting any of those, but
Cy Young.
You won't get any of those.
List.
But I'm still trying to process how Jake Myers has been this, and how the Astros haven't traded him previously. If this has been the case, I guess because he's an
they don't trade him.
They don't trade him, and they've been getting calls even when he wasn't good. You weren't trading him.
No.
What was the offer? And maybe it's because. And I know for a while it wasn't just run by analytics base, because exit velo darling, all the things that they brought up is what the Astros used to really covet. But then they weren't really run like that. I guess for a while, at least that was a narrative. So I'm still trying to process. Jake Myers has been this guy that teams are calling on all the time. That's crazy to hear that out loud with someone's mouth.
Well, your dad would have traded him. I know that.
Yeah, would have got rid of him quickly because he looks confused all the time.
He would have taken a bucket of balls for him.
Oh yeah. Without doubt.
But Jake played well last year
when he was healthy.
He did play well. Now, Dana Brown, I mean, poor Cam Smith, out of nowhere, Dana Brown, he ain't got no spot. He ain't got no. Hey, he's got to be a lot better. Joe Espada was on MLB Network with the gang and was asked about and if Cam Smith was a rookie. His first year with the organization, they came up. He played third base. He went out and played right field for you and did an admirable job. Obviously, it was a little bit too much, but Cam Smith, she showed, it's his rookie year, for goodness sake, going through everything. And Dana's like, well, he ain't got no spot with us. So here's Joe Espada smoothing things out a little bit.
You need to have two things when it comes to young players. For me, is you need to give them time, and you need to be patient. We cannot rush those two things, right? I think if we put Cam in a position for him to succeed and give him time, he has the work ethic, he has the ability to do it, but we need to give this process some time. This is just going to be his sophomore year in the big leagues, and I think his freshman year was a solid season. Is it more in there? Absolutely, but he barely played minor league baseball. He came into camp. He won a spot. We believe in him. We believe in his ability to be a right fielder for the future. But we just need to allow him to learn the league. He came out on the bat really well. And the league, what happens? The league's going to adjust to you. And he just needs to figure out a way to adjust to the league and what they're trying to do on the offensive side.
Right.
And he is going.
Yeah. So listen, Cam Smith showed flashes. Was he? And I think Joe hit the nail on the head. They adjust to you. Now you see if you can adjust to them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your weakness? They're gonna exploit it. It's still a weakness. You haven't had time to overcome that. This offseason now can he hit the slider? Can he hit a curveball? Can he catch up to the thing early on was, could he catch up to a fastball, because he was hitting everything to right field. Then he started catching up to some fastballs. I thought it was a big mistake throwing him any off-speed stuff, and he pulled it and he crushed it. But you know what? Cam Smith is going to – I thought Dana Brown was a little harsh with him. Yeah, maybe that's just the way that it came out in the media.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to say there's going to be competition.
Yeah.
I don't think he meant it in any kind of way,
Hopefully not. But, hopefully Cam Smith is a guy that's a young player.
Man, John, we lived through
Cole is coming up.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker taught us. If Kyle Tucker didn't teach you what you needed to know about patience, then I don't know who's going to.
And Bregman too.
Yeah. Although Bregman got going pretty good. He just started slow, but he had a good first year.
Yeah,
better than Cam's first year, but Cam is super talented. He went straight from college baseball basically into pro baseball. You absolutely should have patience with him. He's big. He can run. He can hit with some pop. Take your time. Take your time.
He's got it all.
We got a break right now because the coach of the number 3 in the playoffs, fighting Texas Aggies, who, by the way, was asked, hey, coach, or Hunter Yurachek was asked, hey, could that come back to haunt them, the Aggies' first half? He goes, nope, that second half neutralized any concerns about the first half. He just told you straight up, nope, that's no longer relevant.
Well, yeah, you won the game. That's all that counts.
Yeah.
Time to talk about the Houston Cougars, 8-2 senior game this Saturday. Get there early. They're going to be honoring their seniors, a senior special, 2 tickets and a parking pass for just $40. Go to uhcougars.com/senior to get the senior bundle, or call 713-GO-COUGS. This special, let's go. It's still on. Get there. Go and get your uhcougars.com/senior tickets now. They're 8-2, ranked 23rd in the college football playoff rankings. Okay, this Saturday, TD-ECU Stadium, Cougs take on TCU, Senior Day. You got to be out there. Come on, support these guys. They are 8-2, and they are ready for you to give them a little love. This is the final home game of the season, taking on TCU, who got their ass handed to them last week. Hopefully they will again this week. Be on out there. Do not let TCU come out there and dominate that crowd. You got to be there, Coug fans. Let's go. 8-2, top 25 teams, 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're waiting on the coach to call in. What a game. What a game it was. Greatest comeback in Texas A&M history. Did not cost them at all. I mean, cost them, really. I got crap on Twitter because I said that was Marcel's Heisman moment. You know, he was a big reason that they were behind because of the interceptions.
Yeah.
Right? But you got to overcome that stuff. And if you can overcome it, you have the ability to. I don't know. I agree with Booger McFarland. I don't know that anybody in the country, any quarterback in the country, had a better second half, a better half.
No,
than Marcel
I'm
Reed
not sure
had.
many had a worse first half. So it was a tale of two halves. But
fine.
it's rare to see it. It's rare to see a guy play to those extremes in the same game, because if you start cold, you don't get hot like that. Not usually.
No, well, guys have bounced back.
They
before.
bounced back, but
Marcel is so much better than his.
That
first
was
half.
white hot intensity in the second half. And joining us right now as the head coach of the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies. And coach, I wanted to ask you this right off the bat. I got it because you deal with this on TV games. It was a horrible first half for you guys, and then you've got to do a halftime interview. You got to talk to somebody on the sideline. You got to keep your cool, right? What's that like when you go through a difficult half and you've got to, before you even go into the locker room, you've got to meet with somebody and have them ask questions about why you were so lousy in the first half? That can't be easy for a coach.
No, but if you don't want to deal with it, then don't be lousy in the first half. And so
that's fair.
It's part of the job. And listen, we own what we do always, and all we can do in those situations is try to figure out ways to fix it, and we were able to fix it on Saturday.
Mike Elko joining us, undefeated, ranked third still. I thought, Coach, the first drive of the second half, 4th and 12, and Marcel comes up with that 16-yard run. I don't know, and there were so many big plays after that, but I don't know that if he doesn't get that you guys win that football game.
Yeah, obviously that was a big one. We knew it was important to come out and get momentum on our side. We really wanted to score on the first drive. We felt like that would really reshape the game, and we were in that situation where you're right around midfield, and with the score being what it was, punting there is not a high-end probability, and so we decided to go for it, and like he's done all year for us, Marcel made a big play.
Oh. I mean, he makes people the gingerbread man thing. Did you know about that gingerbread man thing? And
I've
it's
heard
pretty
him use that
accurate.
word, yeah. No,
yeah.
He's an elite athlete. He's an elite athlete. He was last year. He's got, when he pulls the ball down, there's a twitch and a burst that he has that is really rare and really unique in the sport.
Coach, have you ever seen a quarterback have a tale of two halves quite like that? I mean, it's you usually don't bounce back mentally if you have that bad a first half. And I saw the excitement on your face after the game when you kind of dapped up Marcel Reed, the excitement and happiness for the kid, I'm sure, not just for yourself in the program, but for him to bounce back like that. I'm sure you've probably never seen something like that during your time, your years of coaching.
No, you certainly seen kids come back from ups and downs, but we were obviously at one of our lows, and it's a testimony to who that kid is. He's a tremendous competitor. He's got tremendous composure. He's got a ton of belief in himself and the people around him, and there wasn't anybody more vocal and calm in the locker room than Marcel, and nobody more confident in our ability to go out there and flip the script. And when you have that at the quarterback position, you're always going to have a chance, and that's such a big piece of it. That's the part that's so hard for outsiders to evaluate in quarterbacks is how are they made and how are they wired, right? And then you see that all over the place with the winning quarterbacks on successful teams. They've got a little bit of that moxie about them, and ours certainly has it.
We got Coach Elko with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Your defensive ends get so much – they get the sacks and they're making all kinds of plays. I don't know that Torian York gets enough credit. Coach, there was one play where he looked like he was banged up, and he looked like he was trying to I didn't know that he could go on, and he did not come out of that game, and he was not going to be – he was going to make a play right after that too. Could you talk about Torian York in the season that he's having?
Yeah, no, he's an absolute warrior. He is. He goes sideline to sideline for us. He leads for us. He's the guy that gets everything set and lined up. He's been a 3-year starter. He's a kid that certainly deserves a lot more accolades and praise than he gets. He's a huge piece of the success that we have on defense, and I've told a lot of people this. It's going to be a long time before we have a kid as special as him playing linebacker for the Aggies, and so we need to enjoy him while we have him.
Ashton Bethel Roman after the drop, he came up with the huge. You lost. How's Mario doing, by the way?
Mario's great.
He's okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
So you got Ashton Bethel Roman stepping up the way that he did, Coach, after a drop. After the drop that he had. I mean, you had guy after guy after guy that made mistakes in the first half. It wasn't just one guy. It wasn't just Marcel. It was a bunch of guys, and they all made plays in the second half.
Yeah, I think that's the character that you want your program to be. We certainly don't want to be the team that when we make a mistake we fold the tent and we wait till next week. And we spent a lot of time talking about it. We spent a lot of time building it through the off season, and I just think that showed in the second half. You saw a lot of guys with a tremendous amount of grit and a tremendous amount of resolve to go find a way, and that's what you want. That's what you want in sports.
I want to take it to the offensive line. Your offensive line was named one of the semifinalists for the Joe Moore Award, which is for the top offensive line in college football. And one of the guys who's not an offensive lineman but who has had a major impact, I think, on your team and watching the run blocking and, of course, the toughness, I think, out in space is Nate Burkacher from Nebraska. And Drew Fabianich, who runs the Senior Bowl, told me, Lance, you need to write him up because he's probably going to be here. And I want you to have, I want to give you a chance to talk about what that's meant. He's a portal addition, 4 years at Nebraska, and just kind of added a level of toughness, I think, that has been nice. And, had a touchdown, one of the second half touchdowns for you in the second half. Can you talk for a second about Nate?
Yeah, he's extremely competitive. He's extremely consistent. He's very physical, and he's a true tight end. He's a kid who can line up in the inline tight end position and block, and he's a kid who can line up and run routes and catch the ball. He's got a really, really good set of hands, and it's great that he's getting that recognition because I've had a bunch of scouts come through here, and they always ask me, okay, give me one guy off the radar a little bit that we should be looking at, and he's the name that I've been giving them all year because I just think he brings so much value to what we're doing, and he's so competitive, and he's such a do-right kid that he's a kid that any organization would want to add.
It's hard to find tough tight ends anymore. The classic wise, and I'm not saying he's kind of a combo, but he can line up in line. There's just, I don't know. There's a level of toughness and a level of confidence in him when you watch the way he moves around the field. And it kind of stands out to me. Not everyone has that in college football. There's a lot of finesse tight ends out there nowadays. He doesn't fit that mold. He's more old school.
Yeah, no, he's a great player. And I think he embraces the parts of football that are winning, right? Winning football is about being physical. It's about establishing a line of scrimmage. It's about lowering your shoulder and getting extra yards, right? Those are all the things about football that are winning, not whether or not you can line up at X in a 7-on-7 and go up and catch a football, right? And so I just think that's the difference. He's a winning football player.
All right, so Coach, we had the college football playoffs, and that's in your future, it looks like, but there's a lot of football to play. How do you handle a Tuesday night right now when you've got college football playoffs? Is this something you're paying attention to at all? I know the answer is probably no, but you're playing to win a championship ultimately, and so this is one of the stages.
Yeah, no, again, I've said this before. We're fortunate we're in a system now where it's going to get decided on the field, and so obviously you're aware of what's out there, you're aware of where you are, but at the end of the day, the whole goal is to get in. And I think we're one win away from guaranteeing ourselves a spot at 11 wins in the playoff, and that's our focus right now is to go out Saturday and make sure we secure that spot. And I think that's all you need to do. You need to get in, and once you get in, then you got to put yourself in position to go on the field and win it. And that's what we're focused on.
You got Saturday against Samford, and then of course the week after is going to be Texas. We won't have you next week. you don't want to look ahead. You do have a Friday game. It's one less day of preparation. How does that change for you when you have a game on a Friday?
Yeah, obviously it alters the preparation, and did some time in the off season on what this needed to look like, and so we kind of set the schedule a long time ago. But it'll be different. It'll be rushed, and put a lot of stress on the coaches to make sure that we get done what we got to get done to give ourselves the best chance. But listen, it's part of football. You play different schedules, you play different weeks, and obviously it'll be a huge showcase to be the primetime game Friday night. So.
Mike Elko with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I lost internet, so I don't know if Lance asked you this, but Coach, is the university okay with you breaking chairs and stuff, furniture in the locker room?
Well, yeah, it's become kind of a post game tradition, the chair slam, and I've never really been part of it, but the guys wanted me to do it Saturday, and so when you guys give that to you and they give you that kind of effort, you're kind of at their mercy post game, and so they wanted it, so they got it.
It's probably better than body surfing, Coach, if we're being honest.
Well, yeah, I'm not really a body surfing type of guy.
Well, you can afford it now too. You'd pay for that chair.
Congratulations on that,
Congratulations, Coach. That's great stuff that you're going to be with the Aggies. With this uncertainty in college football, with all the coaches, Coach, it's great to know that you're going to be there.
Yeah, no, it's obviously a tremendous honor for me and my family. We're blessed to be the head football coach at Texas A&M. We absolutely love this university, love this football program, and love College Station. And so the fact that the university stepped up and made a commitment to this program and what we're building here gives us a lot of stability to go continue to elevate this thing to where we want it to go.
I'm curious just for a second because I've never really heard you talk about this, so I don't know if you have thoughts on this. Historically, there's been a lot of SEC coaches kind of defend the conference, how tough it is. And we know the schedules are tough. Just look at the South Carolina game for you this last week. Do you have thoughts on the SEC, the amount of teams getting in the playoffs or anything like that in terms of the worthiness of the SEC putting as many teams in the playoffs as possible? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's the best conference in the country. It's not even close. I think when you look at the amount of NFL players in this league, the amount of NFL draft packs in this league, and then what the atmospheres are like when you have to go on the road in this league, there's no comparison. And I think if you look at, our record across conferences, we're 10-4 in out-of-conference play this year against a group of 4 teams. There needs to be a little bit more of that when you start looking at comparing school to school, conference to conference. And so the committee's got a tough job, but I certainly would advocate that the schools in this league are going through a much more difficult schedule. And I think all of the metrics play out that way.
Mike Elko. Okay, Coach, we'll let you get on to Stanford and get ready for that. We appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We really, really appreciate it. Congratulations on the success, and keep it going.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, there's Mike Elko every couple of weeks here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Good stuff.
So
Good
he
stuff,
runs everything with that A&M program, right? He's the leader, the commandant, the king. Do you think he had words with that trooper about his performance? Hey, come on. We got a great comeback.
Yeah, I think he
and
said,
people
nice
are focused
job.
on what you did.
Good job. Keep those
Good
people
job.
out of our tunnel.
Good job.
Those
Yeah, good
people?
job.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't think he said those people.
Yeah.
I will say that trooper had better coverage in the first half than anyone else on A&M's.
He stayed
team.
tighter to. He stayed
He
tighter
stayed tighter
to.
to
You've been
Harbor.
holding
At least
that
he
one
got-
back?
at least
You've
he
been
got-
holding that one back, have you?
At
No,
least
it
he
just
made
popped in my head.
contact with Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, because no one touched him on that touchdown.
No.
The only person on A&M
Get
side,
back on the
the only
field.
person on A&M side who touched him on that long touchdown was the trooper.
Keep South Carolina people from trespassing. That's what
It's
I
not
say.
trespassing.
Yeah, trespassing.
He was on his
He
sideline,
wasn't-
too.
You don't need to be up our tunnel. Okay?
Well, they were putting it up there.
Our tunnel.
Our tunnel.
Well, they were kind of putting it up the tunnel for the first half.
Wow.
The entire first half.
Wow. I knew you'd come with something like up the tunnel.
I mean, that's usually Lance's domain, but
Yeah, I know, right. With a sledgehammer.
yeah.
That's Mike Elko. We appreciate him for joining us here. Time to talk about Billy Brown. We really appreciate him. And if you repipe, because I don't know how old your house is. Was it Lance? Your house is a little older. So you
Yeah,
had
it was
to do
built in
all
the
the whole
early
repiping,
60s.
right?
Yep, had to do all. They were out at my house yesterday. I'm having them check.
What?
Yeah,
Poor
having
Billy.
him.
Poor Billy with us.
Well, it was just he's just cleaning tankless water heater. I have my
Oh.
tankless water heater serviced. Do that once a year, so I had him come out and do that. And then I know my water quality is piss poor at the house from the city of Houston, so he actually took a sample of water, and they're going to run tests on it and find out. And I think I'm going to get a whole home filtration as
how about
well
that?
to clean that up and all the sediment, for the family. So
Yeah, and you know what? Water heater, speaking of, if you do an entire reputt, Billy is going to give you a water heater. How about that? Just give away a water heater if you do an entire reputt, because winter is here, and if it gets really cold, your pipes are going to freeze, and then you're going to have real problems. Why don't you attack this now and take care of it? Or at least let Billy's guys come and inspect them. Let them come and inspect them and find out whether or not your pipes can handle another winter freeze, because it's coming. It always does. So you're looking for the best way to attack and be ready this winter. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. D is been holding. Let's get him in here to find out what D. Sorry about the wait. We had Mike Elko. We apologize. But thanks for joining the show. What's up?
Yeah, so Lance, I have a quick question for you. Have you had a chance to look at any prospects for college football coming up? Or
Yeah,
coming up or no?
40. I've written up like 45 players, but that's out of about 500. So when I watch games, I don't really watch them like I do for the draft. But is there somebody in particular you're wondering about?
Have you ever heard of Chandler Rivers from Duke?
Chandler Rivers from Duke. No.
We had a family member call up about him before the year began.
Well, I think you're probably having one right now call up.
I don't know. Corner.
I think I've had somebody. I think I had somebody send something in about him as well. 5'10", 185, 2 interceptions. I'm looking at him right now, trying to figure out if he'll hit the radar. 7 career interceptions. That's enough interception production to probably warrant 28 passes defense. Yeah, I'll probably look at him along the way. I haven't seen him yet, but unless he's going to the Senior Bowl or Shrine Game, I probably won't look at him until later, or if he's invited to the Combine. It goes Senior Bowl, Combine. I've got to write all those guys up. And if he doesn't get invited to either of those, I might if he was at the Shrine Game. And if he's not there either, then probably needs to have a pretty good workout. Probably needs to work out pretty good for me to write him up. So, no, I haven't seen him yet. That is a pretty good football team, though. And I may just watching a Duke game, I'm sure he'll pop up just watching.
Yeah, he was first team All ACC last year, second team All American.
I mean,
that
dude makes a lot of tackles for being a cornerback. Holy crap. 52, 58, 54, 41. I gotta go look at him. Must be a slot. Must play right there in the slot, I'm assuming, at 5'10", 185.
Yeah, Duke is out of it now. That would have created a lot of chaos if Duke wins the championship and they're not ranked, but that's not going to happen now. So
2 interception returns for touchdowns too.
Yeah, they got smoked by Virginia. Chandler Morris was back 1 week after a concussion. Different way they handle it in college football. So he was back and he played, and they smacked around Duke. So it's Virginia and Georgia Tech with they control their own destiny.
There's a lot
in
of
some
talk
ways
about
for the
Virginia
ACC title
being
game.
kind of a fraud, and they've held up.
Well, if you just
for the most part.
They've had, of course, the big one that put them on the radar was the game against Florida State. Turns out Florida State's terrible, or at least average.
Field rushing.
Average. But since that point, they've been in games where, they lose to Wake Forest at home. That's a bad loss for them. And then some other games, they're puddling around, finding ways to win. And then they got back to it against
that was a good
Duke.
win.
But you just look at them game to game. You're like, okay. They're winning games. Credit to them because they haven't done a lot of that recently. But, of course, we always put it in the perspective of, can they be a title contender? And clearly not. But for Virginia, you get to the ACC title game, that's good. That's a good season for them.
If we did playoffs in the NFL like they do in college, would the Texans get in where somebody starts stumping for an elite defense and we just try to look over? Oh, by the way, speaking of offense, just for a second, I know Nick Caserio, your fearless general manager, was on 610, and they asked him about Joe Mixon, and it's done. I mean, if you just look, there's a lot of gray area there. We can't bring him back until he's off the protocol, not protocol, but whatever they say, until he's off this list, and so there's some good things will happen, and then and then there's. I don't think he said regression, but if you listen to him, it seemed quite obvious that Joe Mixon's not going to play this year.
He's not playing.
And he said it's getting a little late in the game now. So not only is he not going to play now, but you have to wonder how much more football is Joe Mixon going to play. What is his injury that it has cost him an entire year? What is that injury, and why can he not come back from it? Because apparently he's just not making a whole lot of progress at all. Is it a season-ending foot injury, something that, was it a severe Lisfranc? I don't know. They won't tell you anything. So why there was such a fuss made about Ian Rappaport is crazy to me.
You are leaning into an area where
I know, but
clear you don't care about the
I know, but
well-being
they
of the
just
player.
really should have. I mean, this is football. We want to know who's playing. This is part of the multi-billion. By the way, the NFL loves fantasy football. It's one of the reasons they make billions upon billions of dollars as fantasy football. It really is. And that's a big part of it is fantasy football fans, whether you think they're annoying or not. And Joe Mixon, everyone wanted to know about Joe Mixon. You have to be okay with talking about your, starting running back who may be out for the year. I get not saying he's out for the year, but when somebody talks about him not being ready for the start of the season, that shouldn't have been a big deal. It really shouldn't. D'Amico's gotten a little.
You don't care about him. You just care about your fantasy team.
Oh yeah, and
I hear a lot of money being discussed, and not about the
what?
well-being of a player who gave you much joy last year.
Yeah,
Or
that's
you're
why I
just
want him
looking
back
for
this year.
clicks.
Yep,
that's all you're looking for.
That's right. Click away. He's 29 years old, going on 40.
Wow.
Why?
Now you're
Because
burying
he's
Joe
injured?
Mixon's career.
Because
I think Joe
injured?
Mixon may have. I don't. How
now
severe
we're
is
calling
it?
him an old man?
Well,
You
by
don't care about
running
him.
back standards, he's about to turn 30.
You don't
30
care
is
about that,
old man territory.
Whew. I mean, this had an ugly turn.
He's averaged he's 292, 210, 257, 245. Like, this guy's a workhorse. By NFL standards, I mean, that's a lot of carries. That's a lot of carries, and he'll miss the entire year this year.
He'll be fresh next year then.
And but contractually, do the Texans even
Didn't
he have
they
anything
give
left?
him a contract extension? Didn't they give him an extension?
Yeah, they did.
He did. Yeah, he's got an extension. So he is going to play next year. He has contract for next year. I mean, they could get out of it, but why? I guess why would you? You could actually get out of it and have let's see, your cap hit would be $10 million. Your contract would be $8 million. It still costs you $2 million. There's no reason
dead cap
to.
at 2. Yeah.
Now, if Joe Mixon is not, if you think there's a career health issue, you cut him and you eat $2 million, and you don't eat $10 million. That's an easy one. If the Texans cut him, that means they think that his career is basically done. So we'll see next year. Here's his cap hit next year is going to be $10.5 million. This year it's $9.4 million, and you didn't get a single carry from him. So next year it's $10.5. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with Joe next year. I think it's it's been a big loss. Joe Mixon around the goal line is money. Joe Mixon can create with power around the goal line, and
Joe
in
Mixon
short yardage.
anywhere on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Mixon was a huge part last year. Losing Joe Mixon for this offense was listen, the offense has struggled. They would be much better with Joe Mixon. That dude brings not only does he, the ability to run the football, but he brings an energy that they don't have. Joe Mixon was the catalyst last year for that offense. He plays hard. So losing that's a huge loss that I don't think, we talk about the line and CJ's all this stuff. Joe Mixon was a big loss. Really big loss.
Yeah, huge, because it takes away some of your toughness on the ground, and that allows for, that really takes a lot of pressure off CJ. If you got somebody, Joe Mixon had some phenomenal games, and that was not a big-time offensive line by any stretch of the imagination. And he had some huge games last year. You could argue it's one of his best seasons of his career last year. And it's a massive loss because you don't have anybody to go get 1 and 2 yards when you need 1 and 2 yards. And that's what's the number one problem the Texans have had. It's been converting in short yardage, and they don't have an answer. They just don't. For as good as Woody has been, they just don't have an answer. And it's been a huge loss. I think it takes away. And D'Amico Ryans was asked about how important the running game is. And he just thinks it's the most important thing. Like, it's identity. You have to be able to run the ball. It's for D'Amico, and this is pretty classic for all defensive head coaches, they want to run the ball because they understand on the other side of the ball it's demoralizing. It keeps defenses on the field. And the Texans, can't really rely on theirs. But they could last year. So, and here's a great example. The Buffalo Bills. If there was ever a time you needed a running game to really, take it to them, you want to keep the offense off the field, keep their defense on the field, running game would be great for that. We'll see if Woody's got it in him. He's talented. Let's just see how they drop the plays. Let's see how Buffalo decides to, is Buffalo going to be afraid of Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, and Higgins has been coming on a little bit lately? Are they going to maybe my guess is they just play it straight. I don't think they do anything tricky at all. I think they just say, let's see if Houston can run. And so we'll see if they can. They're going to try. I guarantee you Houston's going to try to run. It'd be stupid not to.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they got to. They got to run the football. It's not going to. You know what? This Bills defense is not good. They got to take advantage of it. I mean, I know it's Davis Mills, and I know no Joe Mixon, and blah, 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 blah. They're going to take it.
What does take advantage of it mean for this Texans offense?
This Texans offense, it means scoring 18 to 19 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure what the standard is for this team taking advantage of the Bills' deficiencies.
That'll be
About
enough.
19 points?
19 to 11 is the final.
Ooh, wow.
Man.
Yeah.
Missed 2-point conversion, or what are we doing here?
Yeah, how do they get to 11?
7.
How do we get to 19?
That's a scoregami.
They
7-3, no, 6-3, no, 8-3.
So the Bills.
The Bills will get 3 field goals and a safety.
The Texans need to get to 19. The Texans need to have a 2-point conversion, a safety, and 3.
No.
Oh, you're just going the easy way. A touchdown, an extra point, and 4 tight and 4.
They're going to have 4 field goals, a touchdown, and a missed
Kaime's
extra point.
supposed to be back, so you have your starting kicker back to kick you your
Kaime's
4 field
back.
goals.
Yeah,
Kaime's
well,
back.
you got to have Kaime back
I
to kick
picked him
4
up
field
this
goals.
week.
Yeah.
I picked him up this week. He's going to have a huge game.
19 to 11.
19 to 11.
Well,
Bills go for, let's see, the Bills get.
Well, if the Dolphins' defense
3.
can hold them to 13, the Texans can certainly
Oh,
hold them
no,
to
no,
11.
you would. If it was 19-3, for example, you need to have 16, so you got to touchdown at 2.
Yeah, the
2-point
Bills try to make
conversions,
a
yeah.
comeback, and then they get a 2-point conversion.
19-11's on the board, kids.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a
book it.
possibility.
On the board, book it. The last time the Bills went on the road, they only scored 13 against a much worse defense. 11 points for the Bills.
11. It's going to be dominated by loud Texans fans.
Yeah, I mean, Thursday night, they're going to be
Well,
wearing
it'll
their
be
red
happening.
uniforms.
Is this a neutral site game?
I don't.
No, it's not a neutral site, Texas. Stop acting like we're the Rams and the Chargers.
We are.
No.
Oh, really?
When the Broncos were
When
in
the Broncos come to town?
Are you ready
When the
to
49ers
rock
came to
and
town?
a
When the 49ers came to town?
No.
Yes.
No, guys. The red was battle red.
And then when the Jags came to town, there's a lot of red, but those were the seats.
Not battle blue. They didn't have battle teal. There was no Jacksonville fans.
There was a lot of red, but the seats were the red, not the people in the seats.
This will be packed with Texans fans.
Packed with Texans.
Yes.
Oh, really? Bills fans won't show up?
No, not as much.
7:15
It's winter
start
in
on
Buffalo.
Thursday night.
Not as much.
They get out of there for any reason whatsoever.
I feel
They
like
get
we're-
out of
we're
there.
gonna
It'd be sad if there's more than 10%.
You're gonna have more. Oh,
No,
what
I
are
know
you
there's
talking
there's
about?
definitely
10%.
no, there's definitely going to be one out of what you know what is strange, Joe? If you go to one of those games and you walk to the concourse, you don't. It doesn't feel like 1 out of every 10. Now, when you just are in the stands looking at it, but when you walk, you don't think, well,
They're on
this
the other
feels like
side, though.
1
That's
out of
why.
every 10.
You're on the Texan side. On the other side,
Well,
it's
this
1
isn't
out of
Oklahoma,
every 10 is a
Texas.
Texan
What do you
fan.
mean on the other side? They buy off the secondary market.
They
just
buy out
whatever.
behind the home team's bench. Yes.
Well, they buy from all over the place, though.
Well, they buy it from those season ticket
They're
holders
getting
that sell all their tickets.
5% at best. Texans fans are going to
5%.
show up and show out.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
Bullpen, bullpen, bullpen.
Stop it.
That
place will be loud
Bull.
when Josh Allen makes plays.
Bullshit is what it
Oh,
is.
goodness. That scared me. Oh, goodness.
It's gonna be-
That's the bullshit that's coming in.
There's a real chance. There's a real chance if it goes Buffalo's way, you're going to hear Buffalo because it's a prime game. So those guys will be at the end of the game. They'll sit down with the panel, and someone on Buffalo will say, "Man, this feels like Buffalo South in here."
okay, but, okay.
If it goes the Bills' way,
So if I
the
said-
Bills fans will hang around and be very loud.
If I said 25% Buffalo fans, we wouldn't blink an eye.
No.
And yet that's 1 out of every 4 fans is
Yes,
Buffalo. It does not
yes.
feel like that when you walk around outside the stadium and inside the stadium. Doesn't even feel
But
close
what does it
to that.
sound like?
It sounds like a home.
I think it's really more like 15%, which
No,
is still
it's
a
more
really
than
high
People who
percentage.
went to that Broncos game would
Broncos and
tell you differently.
49ers.
Like in college, you'll get 6 to 8,000 fans.
You get a
typically.
pizza slice is all you get at the stadiums. College fans don't do that. Pro fans sell their tickets.
Well, they do some. I got a friend selling his Texas A&M tickets.
Oh, well,
because he's
that's
looking
different.
for $1,200 a piece.
That's
but
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's some, but yeah, I mean, typically an away fan base gets 5,000 tickets, I think. There's a 100,000 seat SEC stadium.
Yeah.
5,000 tickets. Let's say they go to 10,000. Let's say they go to 10,000. That would still be 10%.
I will say this: I never saw LSU fans sell their tickets to A&M fans like I saw this year.
Oh my God!
They dominated. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, any questions, you're more than welcome. Any relative that plays for a college team that you want to talk about. Right now, though, we want to talk about Craig DeServe.
I want to talk about getting your hands on a Buick Enclave or a Buick Envision. Very specifically, there's Buick Encore as well. The Encore is the smaller. The Envision is going to be the smaller 5-seat SUV. The Encore is, I think it's a little – I'm not sure if that one's a little bit bigger or just a different design in the same size. It's a 5-seater as well. I drive the Buick Enclave. So, I've got 3 kids still at home. So we still – and one of them's 6'3", and – so we're, we still need more space. So that 7-seater is very, very important. I love the way that it handles. It looks great on the exterior. The interior is awesome. Awesome design. It handles really, really well. And it has a sound system that is phenomenal. And I really want to I need to have a good sound system. I need to have a car that handles well. And then, my son, what he wanted was a vehicle that had better gas mileage and that was going to have safety features. I wanted him to have that for his first car, so have a very safe vehicle. He's got the Buick Envision. We both did leases, but they've got purchase options right now with dealer cash back and low finance rates to really hook you up, and that's for the month of November. So I can't speak for December. I can tell you that right now the Buick is an excellent vehicle, highly, highly recommended, and they've got great offers right now at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC right there in Angleton. It's a few extra miles, the drive is, but it's a few extra thousand in your pocket when you purchase from them. Great trade-in values, and they will make sure they get the interior and exteriors you are looking for with selection, even if they have to trade cars with another dealership. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tomorrow, I want to remind you, we're going to be at East River 9. We got the Texans game. It's a great place to go watch the Texans game. So if you are somebody that, how about that? Play a little golf, takes about an hour and a half, come in, watch Texans game. You got beer, all full bar. You got food. Great place to get your game on. And also on Friday, Taqueria Roundas. Which one are we going to be at, Lance?
The one in Cypress.
Cypress.
It's just right around the corner from Dell's.
Yeah, Dell's got a little – you could probably walk there, though. So we're going to do that on Friday. And also a reminder, anytime you want to watch your games, Damaris Barbecue on 18th Street right off the West Loop. Just a great place to get your game on. Get your wings and your Greek fries on.
Are we still promoting Thanksgiving turkeys, or are they done?
No.
Are they still giving those out? I mean, not giving them out, but they're still selling them?
They don't give them out.
Yeah, they're still selling them?
They're still selling them.
All right.
He's already had more than ever because of me and this
you.
Commercial that I do for him.
You sure about that?
Yeah. No,
okay.
I know
Do they say, John sent me?
Yeah, everybody says John sent me.
You two keep alluding to the misery that you think I'm going to have having to drive to Cypress. Look, it'll be early. I'll have to get up earlier. There won't be as much traffic. I'll be fine. The problem is once I get to my destination, you two will be sitting there.
That's your problem.
Yeah, if I got there and you two weren't there and I just got to spend time at a Taqueria Sarandas, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah.
Like last time I went, it was Jeremy and Chelsea. They were there for the Jeremy Pena event. More than happy to be there. This time it's you two.
And
that's the problem.
That couldn't make you sadder.
That 3+ hours is going to be the worst part of my day. Not the drive there, not the drive back. You two. Yeah. You in person. Because I don't have to deal with you in person anymore. Now I got to deal with you in person.
No,
that's
person.
2 days in a row.
Weeks. 2 weeks. You got me.
Not 2 weeks. Only.
Oh yeah, you're taking off.
I'm taking off. Good timing by me.
Yeah.
John's in town. I'm out.
Beat it. Beat it. Well, actually, the following week I'm going to be doing live from New York. Well, live from New York is Saturday night.
Live from New York is John Granato.
Yeah. I'm going to visit Frankie. We're going to go to a couple Devils games. It'll be fun.
Devils.
Yep, she loves the New Jersey Devils.
She still do they still do that neutral zone trap thing, or have they changed from 30 years ago?
No, I think they've changed.
Is Brodeur still
changed head coaches?
Is Brodeur and Scott Stevens still playing?
Yeah, I think they've changed head coaches.
I was just wondering.
Philosophies since then.
I was just wondering. I thought it was like Katie, from the time you're like 8, you're running the same offense.
Well, that is true. I don't know that's changed.
Did that in New Jersey?
All right, who's up though? Chip, what's going on, Chip?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I was gonna keep this short. We were talking about the attendance earlier, and you were saying that it was maybe like 25% road visitors, or 15%, or even as much as 30%. But all I'm gonna say to Texans fans, I bartend at the game, so we end up staying until the very first play of the fourth quarter, and then we got to get out of there. I left the Jaguar game at the very beginning of the fourth quarter, and I can tell you at least 25% of that stadium was walking out with me. And they missed the entire comeback for the Texans game. So I will say tomorrow, no matter how many fans come, whether it's 50%, 60%, 80%, whatever, please stay until the end of the game. You never know. This team is a heart attack walking, and they do fight. And they do fight for D'Amico, and they will do their best to stay in the game and win. But you guys, you got to stay and cheer them on. So,
I've got
I want to say on the radio.
Yeah. No, I got so much respect for what Chip just said about fans staying and being real fans. Here's the thing. I just got too much dad energy, and I'm trying to beat the traffic.
You're a terrible
fan. I left early a Super Bowl with the greatest comeback ever in a Super Bowl. You think I'm not leaving in the fourth quarter of a Jacksonville Jaguars ass-kicking that somehow turns into a miracle win?
You left the 27-3 game, 28-3 game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think I'm leaving a 30-3 game at A&M? I would have been out the door at A&M too. Like, I ain't getting stuck in this College Station traffic.
And you know what? After that game, everybody was still there. you would have been the only person.
Not an Aggie. I'm not a good Ag.
Yeah,
Never
you're
have
not a
been,
good
never
Ag.
will be.
You're a 2%er.
But what Chip says is 100% right. I wish I was that way. I have been that way when my wife said, we're staying until you're going to do an Eyes of Texas at the end. Like, you're winning 47-10
Gotta sing the
against
song.
New Mexico State. Let's go.
She's Sam Ellinger. She stays and sings the song.
And then what happened? We got stuck in a parking garage and we couldn't get out for 48 minutes.
All those memories last forever, Lance.
And you know what? You spend time
That's
with
not
the
a good
family.
memory.
You talk to the
That's
kids
not the family.
about.
We're just there, just
No,
like
singing the song is the memory.
I can't get out. Can't get out of this parking
Well,
garage.
you got 48 minutes with your family. That's great.
Well, family's not going to. Well, they might have gone to that game. No, they've only gone to some of those games. So that was not the game that they went to. I remember. Maybe it was a game also where I had to give double rods. Where double rods was born, the phrase, because I had to give double rods to somebody because they were yelling
Talking
at me.
to your wife?
"Yeah, nice job." I had a poncho on because it started raining, and she didn't want to wear hers because it was making her sweaty. She said.
Oh.
And so I've got one on, and then she's not wearing it. Some guy, at the little, and it was a rain. It was kind of a misty rain. Like, it wasn't a hard rain, but it was raining. And he's like, "Oh, real cool, buddy. Nice a-hole move with your girl," or something like that. And so I just went, That's what you get right here, sir. Eyes of Tex stand till the end. For what? For who?
Just sing this song.
No, not if you're getting blown out or you're blowing somebody out. You get out and you beat the traffic. That's what you're supposed to do. Beat the traffic.
Not if you're a real horn, you don't.
I'm a
Texas fight. Isn't that what they say?
I've been a mercenary my whole life. Unless my dad coached a college team, whoever's got the best number on a Saturday is my team. That's how it works.
Does anyone outside of Texas know any of the words for this song? Outside of the Eyes of
Yeah.
Texas or anything?
Yeah,
do.
because you grew
I've
up.
been working on the radio.
That's a different song that caused some
All
issues.
the
about
I don't
5 years
know
ago.
why, but you just
Till Gabriel blows his horn.
do. I don't know why you know it. You just do. If you grew up in Texas.
Texas fight. Yeah. And it's goodbye to A&M.
It is a good song.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a good college song. And I gotta say, the Aggie song, the beginning of the Aggie song has a little juice. Dun, 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 dun. It's got a nice little build up.
I love Hail to the Victors. I ain't gonna lie. I love the Michigan fight song.
Yeah.
I love Hail to the Victors.
Ba, 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 ba. Is that one?
Yes.
Ba, ba, ba. What does Notre Dame do?
It's
Do they have a
garbage no
famous
matter
one?
what they do.
Yeah.
They've got a famous. Yeah, I do hate Notre Dame. And if Miami does improbable and doesn't poop on themselves down the stretch, if Notre Dame makes the playoff, I'm calm now.
What is it USC does that I don't like? After first downs, they play
do
the
it.
same
Dun,
stuff
dun,
all the
dun,
time.
dun, 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 dun.
Is that what it is?
Never sit behind the Oklahoma band
Oh,
for a game. Boomer Sooner. Oh, my
Oh,
God.
I know, they
100
fire it
times
off.
they play it. We sat behind them for the national championship when LSU beat them, and it was awful.
Yeah, I remember
Awful.
Jamie, rest his soul, Jamie Roots just wanted to bring a college atmosphere to the Houston Texans in 2002 when they first came in. Fight song and all that stuff. He thought he went to Clemson. I think he played soccer at Clemson. And he wanted to bring that, and it just doesn't work in the NFL. He had a fight song that immediately John clowned it and embarrassed him and embarrassed the entire. He decided, I'm going to make this Houston Texans rue the day they ever had this stupid song. And he pummeled the Houston Texans every day on the radio.
And now look what
Listen
we
to
got.
this song. And it was so
that was
bad.
the best fight song
It was
ever.
so corny.
And because of John,
was
it's
the
been pulled
best.
completely off the internet.
It was so corny. Oh yeah, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't. You
It
can't
doesn't
find
exist.
it.
You have to now. You can Google and there's an archive article on ESPN that local radio station made fun or something like that. Or no, it didn't say we did. That the local media and fan base made such fun of it that they immediately decided to pull it. But didn't you get in trouble with? Would somebody have some words for you for doing
Jamie
that?
Roots called me and said, "You're making fun of Bob McNair." And I was like, "I'm not making fun. I'm playing it, Jamie. You want us to play it? We're playing it over and over."
Well, now, okay, John, if that's how you feel, I've got something for you that's going to last 2 decades. We'll see how you like this.
Look at you.
I love this song.
So in a way, John is responsible for Clay Walker's long runway of football.
You don't like this, blame John. They had other alternatives, and John pooped on them immediately. And now look what we got.
I love that
Drive
song.
me smooth over here.
To be fair, this is the same energy that they have for Sunday Night Football on NBC, like Dave. Or was it Monday Night Football?
It's Sunday night.
Yeah, Sunday night.
But it's
have
Carrie
this-
Underwood.
It's a little it hits different when it's Carrie Underwood.
Yeah, and then, she's in the dress and all the stuff. Yeah, it's different.
Remember when Hank Williams Jr. was there for a while, and he say something really racist, and they're like, "We can't do this anymore.
They got him out of the
We got to get him up out of here." Hank Williams Jr. was on there for like a couple years, and then he said something, and they're like,
stop talking over this. It's like the national anthem.
we're not going to let you hear this clean. Dell didn't play like one time, maybe twice we got to hear All Systems Go, but we'll play this.
The Astros didn't deserve it. This season didn't deserve All
They
Systems Go.
did deserve what they were doing was a miracle.
And I didn't want to screw it up by playing the song when I hadn't played it.
Bad excuse.
I mean, how could you not love this song?
There are ways. I found ways not to love it.
Oh my
I've
God,
heard it.
Awesome.
I've heard it half of my life now. Think about this. This song has been in my life half of my life.
Oh my God!
Oh, awesome!
No, it's not awesome.
How awesome is that?
Over half of my life.
More than half of your life.
Yeah. Listen to Clay Walker and this song, and it's been associated with, it's a mid song and a mid football team for my life too. I got here in 2002.
Oh my God!
We moved to Texas.
You moved here just in time.
Just in time, right?
Just in time
your
for
life
football
would
time
not
in
be
Texas.
fulfilled.
I remember watching the Texans' first game from a hotel room because we didn't have my dad just moved here. We didn't have a place yet, and the company put them up there. We watched them against the Cowboys, and wow, this is some buzz here. And nothing really has matched that moment since, as far as energy.
Nope. Billy Miller going in the end zone.
Yeah.
That Gary Walker safety. What?
I was like, wow, look at this. The Texans. This is exciting. Nah.
That was a great night. That was a great night. One of the great nights in Houston sports history. Yep. All right, we got a break. 19-12. We got a break. I got to talk about my peeps. That's my guy over here at Blue Bonnet Glass. And I'm going to tell you this. Blue Bonnet Glass has been around for 75 years. You don't stay in business for 75 years unless you do it right. Blue Bonnet Glass was in Brenham and the Sealy area, all over there. Now they're in the Houston area. And watch out other glass companies. Because here's the deal. It's not only, listen, you need a new window? Okay, call them. You want a glass door? Well, you want it? Okay, glass on your, whatever. You want that? They'll come over. They'll do shower. You got railings that you need glass. You need etched glass, whatever kind of glass it is that you need, okay? They've got the selection that you need, and they got the professionalism for 75 years, okay? 75 years they've been doing this. But also want to reach out to you guys, you builders, you contractors. You're making apartment buildings, or you're just building a home. You're building homes. You're having a hard time getting your glass on time at your jobs. Well, no more, because Blue Bonnet, that's what they pride themselves in at Blue Bonnet Glass, that they're going to be on time, that the service is going to be impeccable, that the product is going to be perfect, everything. Yeah, listen, you're a first responder, a veteran, tell them that you want your 10% off on whatever it is that they do. Your home or your work, or you want to put in glass at your business, whatever it is, storefronts, everything. Any kind of glass that you need, Blue Bonnet Glass. They are, I'm telling you, you don't stay in business all this time. And now they're moving to the greater Houston area. 832-508-0911. 832-508-0911 or bluebonnetglass.com.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties, they're all back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it with Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you're going to get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win and if your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and many more. Plus, with Underdog, they have quick payouts that you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use promo code LANCE to score $100 in bonus funds when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
All right, welcome back. Our final hour. And tomorrow, once again, going to be at East River 9. And on Friday, Tuckeree's around us up in Cyprus. So we want you to join us at each location. We got the Texans game tomorrow night. No CJ. No Jalen Petrie. And yet, the Texans, they're 6-point underdogs. That doesn't make any sense to me. Just does not make any sense whatsoever to me. Davis, have they not seen Davis Mills and his act?
I mean, they didn't score a ton against Tennessee, who had one win, and they
Tennessee's
really
got a
were.
better defense.
They really didn't score a lot against Jacksonville until the
Tennessee
very
has
end.
a better defense than Buffalo.
Yeah, I know.
And not, I wouldn't say offensively they're better.
Oh, you wouldn't?
I wouldn't say that. No.
I mean, honestly, I think it should be more like 4.5 to 5. 6 feels, I don't know. 6 feels like a lot to me too.
Yeah.
When your defense is this good, it feels like a lot and the way Buffalo's been playing lately, I look at it this way. If you spun it around to a Buffalo home game, I think Buffalo would be 9.5 to 10 at most. Let's just siphon 6 points off of that to go from neutral field to the Texans home field. If you just use 3, and a lot of people only use 2.5 now, 2.4 to 2.6, but let's just take it 5 off of that. So you're still at 4.5.
But
This still is a premium number that Buffalo has to lay.
What about the aspect of Texans in prime time? How does that affect the number?
Yeah, so linemakers are smart. I didn't think about that.
See him last year against Detroit.
No, I did.
In the first half.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it a two-half game? Or?
When's the last national televised game that the Texans won, John? Can you remember?
The last primetime game they won?
Wasn't it when someone got big broed? Against the Bears.
The Bears game, week 2 last year.
Wow, that's the last one? There's no way.
Who else did they play?
Well, you can count their playoff win as prime time.
That wasn't prime time.
Christmas Day against the Ravens.
That you better not count that as prime time. You just say, hey, that's a day game.
Didn't they? Was the Bills game? No.
They don't
No, that
often.
was a Sunday at noon.
You know what? It feels like the line maker just said, "And prime time. Throw 2 more points on there. Throw 2 more points in there."
Yeah, and the Texans are going to wear their special uniforms, and we know how that can end in disaster.
Ketchup's
sometimes.
done well for them in the past.
Oh, he's awesome.
They've actually played well in catch-up.
How far back are you going for that?
As far back as I need to.
Okay. Now that we know.
JJ, what?
Andre Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now you're off the Texans, John?
No, I'm not off the Texans.
So prime time, you're just going to push aside.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there were name all the great Wyoming quarterbacks before Josh Allen. Okay? You change things. Things change. Okay?
And it's going to change with the backup quarterback?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, your starting quarterback's not good then.
And then
if we say all this stuff about this guy should be the starting quarterback, not C.J. Stroud, if you say all this, if you can get yourself to the Texans being really good with Davis Mills, then what are we even wasting our time with C.J. Stroud for?
Now, if you think there's a controversy now, then wait till Davis Mills beats the Bills.
Well,
okay?
Would that be 3 straight?
It would be.
Yep.
Now, yeah.
Lance, I don't say you often make good points because you rarely do, but you did make one here. Like there will be unreasonable people who just want a guy to play and start. But if even people who are fans have a reasonable thought about, will we be better off with Davis Mills? That means your starter isn't playing well enough.
No.
Even if we don't agree, if people are even hinting at it, because you look around the league,
it's telling.
Like no one in Cincinnati, not reasonable person saying, you know what, I'd rather have Joe Flacco play. No one's saying that.
Said that ever.
Exactly. No one's saying it in places where the quarterback's really good.
Jacoby Brissett and
Kyler Murray.
Is a great example.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not saying it, of course, in Kansas City, as much as some of us here don't think that much of Justin Herbert. No one's saying it in L.A., either spot.
I wonder if anyone said it in Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz. I know. I mean, it's not like Carson played great, but J.J. McCarthy hasn't been all that good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a text from an executive at one of the teams. He said, hey, Josh Allen was 9 for 30 last year.
He was not good.
So slow down.
Yeah,
he can't play against this defense.
Well,
right. He'll tell you that.
He acknowledged that it's tough to play against.
Yeah,
the
no.
Hey, let's play it. Let's play it again.
9 for 30, 131 yards.
Do we take into account the Bills likely covered up a concussion? Because remember, his head.
That's right.
Slammed as hard as CJ's
did. Yeah.
And he kept
That's
playing.
Right. Might have been some of it. We did talk about that last year.
Yeah.
I doubt that he plays that poorly this game, but
I think he's going to play worse.
Worse than 9 of 30?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Shador bad?
Like, well, I mean, he was
Wait a minute.
Shador
9
bad
30,
here last
4
year.
of 16, so that'd be 8 of 32.
The Texans win 19-11. I've already told you this. 19-11. Josh Allen, one of his worst games as a pro.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 of them in 2
it's
seasons.
possible. He did last year. It's possible.
Good luck with this defensive
There's a
line
better chance that he has one of his worst games of his career than best games.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, last week he had 6 touchdowns.
But he also had a mind-numbing pick and then threw another one because it was a full-on
Josh.
One? Yeah, the
One
shovel out of the end zone.
So a Bills fan, have you ever seen the little Japanese girl or Asian girl who's in that tilt-a-whirl where they spin around and said, "This is what being a fan of the Bills and Josh Allen is like," and it shows her. And she's hanging on, and she's got this unbelievable fear in her eyes, and then she's laughing and smiling and happy, and it's all these emotions up and down. Yeah, I would imagine so. He's had some awful interceptions during his career, but Josh Allen, 3 total touchdowns. If I said Josh Allen, 2.5 total touchdowns, would you say over or under?
How many times?
How many would you say?
How many times have the Texans given up 3 touchdowns?
Not that much
this season,
but he runs for touchdowns.
Yeah, I know it would be all Josh Allen where the touchdowns would come from. I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
So at minimum, they scored 21 points. If Josh Allen's accounting for 3 touchdowns, at minimum they're scoring 21. No, I'm not
4 scoring plays.
No, I'm saying at minimum.
Yeah, minimum. Yeah.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, when you say it like that, it feels like a lot, but the Texans do give up late touchdowns. We know that for a fact.
Do that.
That's almost a lock. They're going to give up one late. If I said 2.5 touchdowns for Josh Allen, I feel like that's kind of a tough number because if they score on the ground, there's a good chance he's getting it if they get inside the 2-yard line.
Cook could score.
Yeah, but inside the 2.
Yeah,
Josh had 3 of them last week.
Inside the 5.
Yeah.
Even inside the 5, they'll run him.
Yeah. I mean, he had 3 last week. Cook has kind of Cook slowed down a little bit recently.
And another good point. This team got blown out by the Dolphins this year.
I said they only
Dolphins
scored 13
blow.
points. Winners of 3 of the last 4, John. But yes, they're not good. But the Texans have played the Titans to a standstill.
We've blown at
7 out
times
of 8
too, John.
quarters.
We have blown at times too.
What are we talking about here?
And this is still.
We got
we
fingers
lose
to
by
point.
This
one
is still a
score. They got
Thursday.
blown out.
That's
by
This
the
is a
Dolphins.
Thursday
But you
night.
lose.
Thursday night game. Go see how the Texans are on Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night. Tell me who gets blown out the
Not
most.
under General Mills. they
Yes. Yeah, the backup. Once
He
again,
never-
I never want to hear that there's not a There's a massive quarterback controversy if we're putting all of our eggs. And thank God CJ's not playing, and Mills is here to save us from nationally televised embarrassments.
Just watch and learn.
I hope they do win. I like them +6. I think they got a real good shot at winning.
But I don't think they're winning because of General Mills.
No, I don't either.
Yep.
I think they'll win because of their defense.
I think Kaimi MVP Fairbairn. I think Balloon d'Or or
why-
whatever they call it.
Balloon
You get to
d'Or.
19.
Yeah, I think we
That's
need
how
a
you get to
Balloon
19,
d'Or from
4
him.
field goals and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, then that is not a Davis Mills joint. That's a Kaimi joint.
Well, it takes somebody to move the football.
Wait a minute.
Not-
CJ put up a bunch of field goals himself.
I don't
I know. That's the thing.
I don't credit CJ for a lot this year either, by the way. I don't know if you I don't credit CJ for a lot, by the way.
I don't know if you heard. Okay.
The Texans have been good since the only time they weren't good at getting the ball down the field for field goals was during the Arian Foster era, where they punched in touchdowns once they got in there. For the most part, we are a field goal people. We are a people of field goal kickers. This is what our tribe does. When they go look at the hieroglyphics in the cave, it's just going to show like Chris Brown making a stupid ass pass. No, that was the other Chris Brown, wasn't it? That was running back Chris Brown.
Well, you had the kicker and the
We
running
had both
back.
of them at that time. It's going to show Chris Brown kicking. It's going to show Fairbairn. It's going to show who are our other kickers. That's what it's just going to
Fat
be.
Aggie kicker.
It's
we did
Randy
have a
Bullock
Fat Aggie.
shanking something left. That's what the hieroglyphics are going to show.
Well-
It's just going to show kickers when they are able to go uncover the ruins of Houston, Texas.
It also helped make John Weeks the greatest snapper in the history of the game
because of punting and field.
because of how often they had to punt and kick field goals.
He
No other
legitimately
team.
is. He
No other
legitimately
team.
was so
Never
Made
had a bad
snapper
snap.
look as good as the Texans made
Who
John
are
Weeks.
the other Texans kickers?
I know.
Brown, Fairbairn, Bullock because of the name, the
I don't
nickname.
remember a lot.
I mean, guys have been hurt, guys have come in, but the long-standing Texans kickers, who have they been?
Kaimi's the greatest in their
He's
history.
he's their greatest kicker.
Without question.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember either.
Houston career kicking leaders. This is where I can get my business going. Shane Graham.
Oh yeah, Shane Graham.
There was a Shane Graham.
Neil
not a lot. Neil Rackers.
Yeah, Nick Novak? Not for a long time, right? Maybe a fill-in.
Oh my God, He was 18 of no. Yeah, Nick Novak. He wasn't very good from 50.
I don't even remember he was on the team.
I don't either. Chris Brown. Remember Matt Amendola?
So they've had guys who've been around a
Matt
long time.
Amendola, yep.
Joey Sly. I remember him briefly.
Randy Bullock's made the third most kicks in Texans history.
And Daria Gumbawale
He
has
does
a
have
field
one.
goal too.
Matthew Wright's already in the top 10 with his 4 field goals.
Because we've only got 11. We've only got 11 kickers though.
He's the top 10?
He's already with 4 field
Well,
goals made.
Kaimi's dominating
Yeah,
that.
Kaimi's number 1, then Chris Brown after him.
In most, why is Kaimi fourth? What is this? What are they?
I think they're going by percentage. No, I
No,
don't know
'cause
actually what they're
Kaimi
going
is-
by, actually.
Kaimi's the most accurate kicker in Texans.
I don't know why he's ranked 4th, but yeah, he's the most accurate kicker in Texans history as far as guys who would qualify, because Matthew Wright's perfect right now.
Yeah, and
How
Kaimi
about
Fairbairn
Matthew
has
Wright?
kicked.
The
this
highest
is
percentage in Texans history.
Yeah.
Kaimi Fairbairn has kicked 60. He's attempted 64 50-yarders, and since he came into the league in 2017, he's made 47. That's quite astonishing to hit at that rate from 50. I mean, that's really brilliant. But I'm just used to it now. Like, yeah, what's the big deal? Kaimi kicked 3 50-yard field goals. Big deal anyway. Of course, that's what he did.
That's what he does.
I'm gonna say-
All right. Why don't we talk a little bit for a second here, Lance, about Republic Boot Company? Republic Boot Company is where you got to get your holidays on, okay? Either a party or presents or client gifts, employee gifts. You still have time to get your logo on these. Okay, Republic Boot Company is the premier place to get your rodeo on, and you can get your rodeo on in December at Christmas. How great is that you're rodeo ready at Christmas time? Anything that you need, and a really cool place too. Really cool people. All right. Do you have a guy named Fireball Bill that works at your company? No. Republic Boot Company does. And dude will do some fireball shots with you. Okay? He's got stories too. We can tell you he's got stories. Look, if you're looking for a great way to celebrate and have a big time this holiday season, Lance, Republic Boot Company.
Yeah, shoot your boot. Let me tell you about that one too. Gator Hunt. That's coming up next year. You can sign up right now for next year, and they will take you out on a hunt, and there's all that stuff that comes with it. But ultimately, you get that alligator skin boot, and custom made for you. It's all part of the package. Just go to the website, republicbootcompany.com, and check that out for yourself. It's something very special that they do, and there are limited spots, so you want to get in on this. It's republicbootcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Wow. Somebody listening to the show who's in the football business said, let me help y'all out. The Texans signed Chris Boswell out of Rice, who is now the greatest kicker in NFL history, kicking in the toughest stadium to kick in the NFL in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. And they cut him in training camp for Fat Randy Bullock. What a bunch of morons. So that was pretty aggressive at the end, I thought.
What a bunch of morons.
I thought that's your opinion. That's now
relax.
Now
moron.
this is a subjective. It's a subjective text.
Okay, where's the lie?
It's subjective.
It's just aggressive. I don't know if there's lying there. I'm just saying it's aggressive. What a bunch of morons.
Yeah, I don't think we needed his opinion on that.
What about What about when they cut Tremont Williams in training camp? Did that make them morons too?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Even when he made all those plays in camp.
Yeah, he made all those plays in camp.
And they're like, he's not fast enough.
We didn't draft
like,
you,
okay.
so you got to go.
Okay, he's not fast enough.
One of the better Packer corners the last 20 years.
Wow. Chris Boswell. Okay, I didn't even remember that.
Yeah, but we got Kym. You ain't worried.
Chris Boswell, greatest kicker. Tucker's still the greatest kicker, right?
He just can't be talked about anymore, but probably.
Yeah.
Tucker was money. Tucker never missed. He was so clutch.
Except when he got in that trouble. We didn't know why he was falling off, and then we found out.
Yeah, his mentality wasn't quite right. He couldn't putt anymore. But, yeah, he's the greatest kicker. I mean, Tucker had a run that was almost unblemished. And then you have Aubrey makes a ton of long ones. This kid Little's just bombing away, but he's not. But Boswell kicks well in tough. It's tough weather to kick in. Tough winds.
Didn't Mike Tomlin?
The wind in that stadium is the worst.
Mike Tomlin, when asked about him, didn't he say our kicker's a serial killer? When talking about his mentality and why he's not bothered by all the elements, he's a serial killer.
Oh yeah, he did say that. There's a follow-up text. Fat Randy. Who would keep Fat Randy over anyone? I mean, this is look. You're also not an Aggie. You're an anti-Aggie. You're the opposite of an Aggie. So I can't take you seriously when you're talking about Aggie kickers. Randy Bullock is also a human, and he did make some field goals here.
Did he?
Not clutch ones. Not a lot of clutch ones.
Where's the lie there?
He did make some field goals here.
Yeah, he made field goals here.
Yeah.
No lies being told.
Let's get Chris in here. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
What's going on?
Hey, guys. I had a question. I wanted to get you guys' take on the Rockets and Cavs game tonight, and I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Rockets tonight?
In Cleveland. I think it's going to be a tough one for them.
I think it's going to be real tough.
I don't love the Rockets tonight. Rockets are a small 1.5-point favorite tonight. I'm a little concerned about this one. I think Cleveland is going to. You can't really have those down periods like you did against Milwaukee, for example, or against Orlando. Two of your last three. Now you smashed Portland. Two of the last three, you've been a little. You haven't been at your very best. If you do that against Cleveland, I don't think you make it back out of that one. I think Cleveland kind of matches. I think Cleveland's a pretty decent matchup with Houston. This is going to be a good one. I'm really looking forward to this one too, to see where the Rockets are.
How do you slow down? You slow down Donovan Mitchell, and you're going to be fine.
Well, Mitchell.
We're pretty good at defending threes, and that's what they do. So we're long. I think we can.
I don't love them in zone, and you got to go to zone sometime with Reed Shepherd, and they give too many open looks in three, and you'll get buried against Cleveland if your rotations aren't really good. I wouldn't play much zone against Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell, John, as you mentioned, averaging 30.9 points a game right now, and this is he's only 29. God, Donovan Mitchell seems way older than that. He's only 29 years old, but he's averaging 30.9 points a game. And Cleveland right now is, they can really, they're a team that's built on, if you give them looks, they're going to shoot it from distance, and they're going to get their make. So you're going to have to be, I'd run them off the line every chance you get. Evan Mobley is another one who, that's going to be a good matchup between Mobley and Şengün. I would imagine it's going to be Mobley and Şengün, obviously. That's going to be a pretty good matchup as well. Mobley's a decent shot blocker. He is, he's an okay rebounder, but seeing who will impose their will in terms of Mobley or Şengün will be good. Şengün will get more opportunities than Mobley will. So, yeah, just looking at right now.
That's going to be fun.
The way they're shooting the ball from three, their makes, they're really low this year compared to last year. Only 35% right now. Yeah. So they're a lot lower than they were last year. They were a lot better shooting team last year from three. So let me see if I've got it right here. Last year from three, they were 38-3. So you got to keep them from making. And then beat them up on the boards, obviously, is what you always have to do. Last year, they averaged 45 boards a game. This year, the Cavs are averaging 43. So, I don't know. There's a reason the Rockets are the favorite on the road against Cleveland. I don't know. I don't have a great feel about this game for the Rockets. I think this one could be a little tricky just because you're going to get their best shot. Everybody who plays the Rockets now, with Kevin Durant sitting on your team, you can sneak up on teams last year. You won't sneak up this year, especially not with Kevin Durant there. Rockets, I would imagine, road games are going to be packed. It's going to be loud. You're going to get the best from the fans in every game. Once again, I don't want to see them in a lot of zone. I do want to see a lot of Amen Thompson just hounding Donovan Mitchell. But you know how the NBA is now. There's so many screens set just to create switches. So we'll see how often Amen can just sit on them. But I'd love to see that Amen Donovan Mitchell nonstop for the entirety of the game for 48 minutes. That'll be a good test for Mitchell and be a great test for Amen.
Yeah, I think Amen shuts him down. I don't.
What do you mean by shut him down? This guy's on a roll.
He's gonna score less than 20.
What?
Yeah.
Less than 20. You know, Amen's not going to be on the whole time. They just create switches.
Well, that's all right. Reed's got quick hands.
I can't. You're not.
Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah.
If you notice that none of John's answers are serious today. None of them. He hasn't answered one question seriously.
Yeah, it's like
here's
under
Donovan's
20. I said it.
Here's Donovan's last. Here's his last
under
three.
20.
37, 30, and 31. Then 28 and 29.
Is he playing the full game?
Under 20.
36,
Does he get
33,
hurt?
36, 41, 35.
Let's have some context here.
Yeah, he could.
Does he play 30-plus minutes?
I don't care.
I'm asking.
He ain't scoring 20.
He's only scored less than 28 one time in his last
There you go.
10 games.
This is the game.
He did have a 15-point game against Boston, though.
Who's the best defender in the league right now? Kevin Durant. Boom. Put him on him. Boom.
What?
Yeah, Kevin Durant's the best defender in the league.
Boom, Kevin Durant.
By the way,
Yeah, I'm going to pass on.
orders from
I'm going to pass on
producer
Durant
I didn't
having
give
to
you orders.
chase around Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's all.
Well, let's give John his due. Last year at Houston, he only scored 19.
But
Of course, in Cleveland that year, he scored 33.
Yeah, but
he struggles at Houston.
But where's the game?
Cleveland.
It's in Cleveland, so it doesn't help your cause. Yeah, wait a minute.
Doesn't matter.
So, John, if this game was in Houston, the last two times he's played the Rockets in Houston, 19 and 13. The last two times he's played them, actually, yeah. The last two times he's played them in Cleveland, 37 and 33.
Mm-hmm.
But this game's in Cleveland, so that doesn't help your
That doesn't
argument.
matter.
And we're not as good defensively as last year. We're more offensive oriented.
That's true.
Getting more shots up, more makes, more. Just not quite as good defensively. Not on the ball, not off the ball. Just not. I don't know. For whatever reason, it's not. We're seeing teams get.
But Donovan Mitchell can put up a 5 for 17. That's in his bag too.
Oh yeah.
All right, that's a tour stop.
We don't have a 5 for 17 guy this year.
Not anymore.
We don't.
Two of our 2 5 for 17 guys aren't playing, and so one's not playing and one's off the team. So we don't really have a high volume miss guy this year. It ain't gonna be Kevin Durant, and Jabari's not gonna go high volume. Reed gets his shots up. Amen's not gonna be high volume. Tari Eason every once in a while, but Tari's out of the game. But that really hurts you in a game against a team like this, having Tari Eason out. This is where it hurts.
Yeah,
a little
this
bit.
is where he would help. Absolutely. All right, what did we miss today? Jose Altuve had foot surgery yesterday.
Yeah,
And-
minor procedure, the drain something.
Yeah, it was bothering him in the last couple of weeks of the season.
Yeah, he missed the game after suffering it, I think, mid-September, and it was just an issue the rest of the way.
By the way, Josh Hader is on track to start the season. That's nice.
Yeah, everything's going good for
huge.
him. Yeah,
That's huge.
That came out, I think, last week or early last week, and he's good right
Of
now.
all the losses last year, he might have been the biggest.
Yeah.
We did
Well,
not.
it was big.
As far as what we missed, did you know that former NFL wide receiver Antonio Freeman has a son who plays for the U.S. men's national team?
No.
He scored 2 goals
Oh,
last
yeah.
night in
By
their
the way,
win over Uruguay. Or
What,
Uruguay.
they win 5-1?
They beat Uruguay 5-1
The friendly.
in a friendly. It was a good window for the U.S. team. They won both their their matches, didn't use some of their stars, and Pochettino took issue with people pretending like this wasn't a real roster because they didn't have the big names, but they handle it. So the tide is turning. We remember early, people were like, man, when is this thing going to come together? It is starting to come together for the U.S. national team as they work their way to the World Cup. I think they'll have one more window in March, I think, where they'll get everybody together as the build-up to the World Cup continues. So, Pochettino, bringing them together. That's good, because let's not have a disaster.
Yeah, 5 straight wins, right?
I think it's 5 straight score win. At least how do you term it? How do you term it in soccer? 5 straight matches where they haven't lost. I'll put it that way.
Right.
There's a tie mixed in there. Yeah. So they've unbeaten streak, I guess you'd say. 5 straight unbeaten for the U.S. team.
And by the way, I feel like we say "by the way" a lot. I know I do.
By the way.
And I'm worried that it's that guy from Michigan. I
don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
Jabari Smith is game time decision. What's up with Jabari again? He's listed as a game time decision.
Oh, I forgot. He sat out a game a while ago.
Yeah, I know, but he played last.
He had the ankle minor. He's got an ankle sprain that he's dealing with.
Okay. So he's game time decision.
Yeah. It's
Sam
one of those
Merrill
things.
is. The Rockets are averaging 50.3 boards a game. Cleveland 43.9. That's something to keep an eye on.
Darius Garland won't play, so Cleveland's been dealing with injuries all year.
Garland's only played 3 games, so he's out. Van Vliet is Tari Eason's out.
We lost Van Vliet. We don't care about other injuries.
Yeah, but Garland and Eason is kind of an. That's a bigger loss for them. But Garland and Eason, but Garland's been out for a while, so that's not that's a known thing. But losing Eason, well, we just need Jabari Smith to play. You lose Jabari and Tari, you're losing a lot of wing right there. A lot of wing activity.
Yeah. And where is Finney Smith? Does anybody know?
It's your daily question. Hurt? He's just hurt.
Him and Joe Mixon are working out.
He just hurt. He had an off-season issue. Just wait.
He had ankle surgery. So
stop asking about him.
I care about that. Okay, is this
no
Joe
time?
Mixon?
No timetable for.
Is this Finney Mixon?
Joe Mixon. You mean is he Steven? Is he Steven? Your big man.
Adams.
Steven Adams.
When he first got here.
Remember, Steven Adams was just like.
Oh well, he was out the whole year.
I know. Well,
I don't. That was the report. They knew Steven Adams was going to be out the whole year.
Yeah. It was just a smart. They just bought him in advance. But Finney Smith had surgery, and there's no timetable. It says without a timetable for return.
Let that ankle cook. Relax.
Yeah, it's a long season.
Is it an ankle?
Yeah, ankle surgery. Yeah.
Let that cook. Let that ankle marinate and heal and cook.
No,
we all right.
Get back. Rub some dirt on it.
No.
Get your ass out there.
You're
making good money.
I know you think someone who isn't a doctor can rush a quarterback back by their play. I know you believe rubbing dirt on an ankle can work. Those things don't actually work.
That's just medically not sound. Yeah, what's next? Leeches?
Dr. Mills.
Is Dr. Mills going to put leeches on CJ's brain?
Yeah, no. Dr. Mills throwing that 3rd and 16 to
bloodletting. We're going to do some of that old school.
Yeah. Didn't get CJ back.
Let the bad blood out of the olden bloodletting. Get the bad blood out of there. Oh, okay.
People are incurable.
Well, or maybe the doctor's not that good.
Dr. Mills has been pretty damn good, except when he's pressured. Under pressure.
He's been really bad, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want my doctor folding under pressure.
Yeah. No. Well, he's having a hard time. Yeah. I don't want him in the operating room. Doctor, it's good. We're losing him. Oh well.
All that talk about
lost him.
All that talk about his calm demeanor, and then when pressure actually hits, doo-doo.
Yeah. No. His numbers are
that's the sign of an elite quarterback. You want to go find elite quarterbacks. How do they do when there's a lot of pressure? What does their poise look like? Because anyone can work from a clean pocket. You want to find the truly elite players. It's poise based, and so many of those guys buy themselves time. The elite ones are like Josh Allen, Lamar. They buy themselves time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I mean, if Justin Herbert can get anything done. Any quarterback can get it.
Yeah, well, he's made it. We don't even know if he's alive anymore.
No, he was getting stuff.
He's been beaten up so soundly that I'm not even sure he's going to make it back. He's going to be like Justin Finney Smith. He have rib rib surgeries, neck surgeries, collarbone surgeries. He keeps getting the brakes beat off of him every week.
Yep. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Wear coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, Lance, you need to talk a little Daspit.
John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, the personal injury lawyer for the city of Houston and all surrounding areas. When I say surrounding, I'm talking about Victoria. We'll head the other way, go to Port Arthur. He's not in Louisiana, but he's in Texas. So all around that, the coastline, there's a lot of offshore accidents. There has been severe refinery blasts. He's had to do some major work with that Astrodome, the Astro World, horrific tragedy he had. He had clients there that he had to fight for. The Daspit Law Firm has more lawyers than anyone else in this city. He's going to have the most of any personal injury lawyers, second biggest in the entire state, first here in Texas, in Houston. And the reason's simple. He wants to keep the caseload very, very moderate so that he is able to have his lawyers give you all the attention you need on your case. That's really important because a lot of these places, it's like a restaurant. They just want to turn and burn, get you out the door, get you a check, and move on to the next one. They don't take the time to find out exactly what's going on, to get you the best settlement possible, because you get one opportunity at this. If you've been injured, you have hospital bills, you've got time missed from work, and you've got an injury that's going to stick with you from a pain and suffering standpoint. You got one chance for the insurance company to get it right. And you don't want somebody working for you or have nobody working for you, and you're doing it yourself because you're going to get taken advantage of. John Daspit will not. 713-CALL-NOW. That's the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW. Or go to the website, start the process, daspitlaw.com.
If you were with us a little bit earlier, you know how excited I was about coming back to Houston. I'll be there this evening in time to watch the Rockets game tonight, and I will have Coors Light in hand. Watching the game, watching our team, having a big time with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I am going to keep Texas chill. I hope that you join me. If you see me out and about in Houston, please have a beer with me, and that beer is going to be Coors Light. I just love me some Coors Light. I want you to love it too. I want everyone around the world. I want to spread the cheer. I want to spread the wonderfulness that is cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. If you're not an enthusiast, I'm going to try to convert you. Let's go. Let's all enjoy cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. This holiday season, make it a Coors Light. A Palo Alto home burglary victim found a suspect drinking a glass of wine at his kitchen table. Do you feel like if you're burglaring a house that you should have a wine or a Coors Light?
Burgling a house?
Yes.
What's your question? I wouldn't.
Why would you drink a wine when you could have had? Well, maybe they didn't have Coors Light and they deserve to be burglared.
I'm just getting.
So
my
your
business
choice of alcoholic beverage should determine whether you get burgled or not?
Well, if you don't have Coors Lights on hand, maybe he came back and said, "Take this."
So did
since you don't
Shador have a big refrigerator full of them? Because they got him for over 200,000.
Wouldn't it be a deterrent considering how much you love it? Like you wouldn't go burgle a house that doesn't have Coors Light. What do you have? There's nothing to drink.
I wouldn't. That's right. So I wouldn't be sitting at their table.
So forget about a dog. Forget about a Ring camera. Put a sign out that says "No Coors Lights."
No Coors Lights, and no one will burgle your
people
house.
Won't rob you.
Did you see Shador's house got burgled during the game?
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned. Yeah. $200,000.
$200,000 worth.
Couple $100,000 worth of stuff during the game. On top of sucking, he lost a couple $100,000.
That's a tough Sunday afternoon.
He had a rough day. That was his worst day, maybe his worst day ever. So apparently a firefighter was so pissed off that baseballs kept hitting their fire station, he flooded the entire baseball field, and he was arrested for it, but the judge let him go. Your fire station is on the other side of the fence, and you're pissed off because baseballs are hitting your fire station, and he ruined the game. Ruined the game.
He could have chosen the other option.
Right?
He could have just burned the thing to the ground. Flooding was the better choice. Like we hear the stories like who set this place ablaze? The firemen did.
Yeah, that is true.
So I'm glad he chose water.
Firemen have short fuses.
Apparently, at least this one does.
Apparently, all right.
My son's a fireman, and guess what he had when he was younger? Very short fuse.
Short fuse.
Very
he was
short.
a fighter too.
Yeah, well, luckily he had a cool wife and had 2 daughters because it's always it still lives there. It still simmers somewhere deep inside of him.
So he's got 2 now?
Yeah. Avery and Addison.
Oh, he's going to name them all A's?
It's not his choice.
Oh, okay.
What man gets a choice on names of children?
No, you don't get any choice.
Well, you got to name your kid JT.
One after
I wanted to name my daughter Antoinette, and
I got Sebastian, but that was after I lost the first 2. Name she had picked when she was in high school.
Sebastian Zerline. It just sounds.
Sebastian Davis. I named him after Davis Love.
Yeah, you love Schweinsteiger. Yeah, he named
Davis
him after
Mills. You named him after.
Well, we're changing history there.
Named a kid after a German midfielder.
Yeah.
When Snacks was born, Davis Mills was probably like 8.
A German midfielder.
Yeah.
What?
Sebastian
What?
Schweinsteiger.
Yeah, but he had a lot of
not
success.
even Michael Ballack.
But a World Cup winner.
Not even Akeem.
Yeah, he won a World Cup.
Oh.
He won a World Cup.
Well, Hakeem Zerline?
Hakeem Zerline.
It was on the table.
Appropriation.
When I was young, I thought about it. Yeah. I also thought about naming my first kid Delrick after Delrick Brown, who was an option quarterback for the Cougars back in the day. And then, looking back on that, he'd have been the only white Delrick in the history of all mankind.
Well, you could have named him Del and his middle name Rick.
Delrick Zerline.
It's true.
Del Zerline.
I could have.
Yeah.
Think how annoying that would have been 20 years later. Or 10 years later. You name your kid that, and then look at me walking into the room. Now
now I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good choice not naming your kid Delrick.
A Florida woman going 107 miles an hour on US 19 said she was trying to get to Little Caesars before it closed.
I get that.
Do you think Little Caesars pizza is worth a 107-mile-an-hour ticket?
I mean, if you're really looking forward to those pizza puffs that they have, I think they have like a cheesesteak version of it as well. I get it. You don't want to miss out.
I don't think I've ever in my life had Little Caesars pizza.
I've had it. I mean, it is what you think it is. It's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, it's not terrible. It's pizza, so it's
Well,
very
on
tough
Sunday,
to make it bad.
they got a deal for you on Sunday. It's the official pizza of the NFL, so
yeah,
of
so
course
we're not
I'm
knocking
gonna
it at all.
I'm gonna put a cape on for it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's like pizza. It's not, whatever.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh Lance, you are a company man.
That's right.
I mean,
Trying to keep a paycheck, brother. I just try to hang on to slivers
blame
of
you
a
for that.
paycheck these days.
You're not a
can't blame
company
you for
man, John?
no.
He's the company man.
He's the company. He is the most company man.
You guys,
we know.
pony up for Disney, YouTube TV. Pony up.
Well, yes. There's 4 people currently in the control room or studio. We all did it because Sean's here too now. We all were company men those 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, they paid us to be
hey,
company
YouTube
men.
TV. And by the way, you know the ironic part? AD, whose subscription we watch on YouTube TV so I can see ESPN, he canceled.
What?
Yeah, so now I can't watch ESPN in here. They came back, right? They got it back.
Yeah.
He canceled. He's like, man, screw this. And I'm like, hey, I don't have it anymore.
Now you don't have anything?
Now I get nothing.
Don't you have a Fubo in there?
No, I don't know.
I think you do.
Get on John's program. That's right.
Didn't you put on something one day? Something that
No, I went to YouTube and we put on like this compilation video of like Mexican weather women.
Oh, yeah. Well,
that
that's
was the hardest show ever.
Hey, phrasing.
Wait, yeah. This is the most difficult
Well,
show to get through
Yeah, let's
with
put it
attention.
that way.
Attention
show.
span. What in the world did you just? That's going to do it, guys. That's going to do it.
That's all.
We're done.
We're done. Gulf Coast Windows is next.
Oh, Chevy.
Gulf Coast Chevy is next.
Yeah, that's right. Gulf Coast Chevy. And why wouldn't you get a Chevy when you have the red tag sales going on right now? Chevy Silverado pickup truck, 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. Did you know you have over $3,000 in dealer cash incentives? And you're getting money off $1,000 for being a Texas resident. You get another $1,000 for having a Costco membership, $1,250 for having executive Costco membership. They're giving you so much money back and the 0% financing. Why would you not take advantage of that if you're looking for a truck? Now's the time to get it. Not only do you get the truck you want, you got 0% financing for, well-qualified buyers, and you get this huge discount. Take your vehicle in, get your trade-in for the vehicle that you have right now, and then make your decision how long you want to finance. I mean, you don't want to 0% financing. You want to buy. You don't want to lease that. So what are we going to do? We're going to go 5 years. You want to go 6 years? Sometimes they go as much as 7 years. Find out what you want to do so you get the price right for you on a monthly basis, especially when you have 0% APR. So that's one thing to check in on with Red Tag Sale, but they have a lot of vehicles that are going to have big discounts for Red Tag Sale. So make sure that you go to the website to check that out at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com, or all you have to do is just head down to Angleton. If you're one of those people who wants to see it and get your hands on the hard body, then that's a great opportunity for you to drive out, enjoy yourself out there with great people, and go take some test drives and find that perfect vehicle from Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.
So I got home yesterday, take the customary nap. Just part of the equation. I get up and then I see that there's a mention from our official ESPN 975 account, and it's a social clip of the day. And I go, okay, it's me and Sean. And then I see it, and we're talking about CJ's injury and the concussion and his status. And then I go to YouTube, as I like to do, and then I see that the headline, life-changing injury, and it's our video in long form. And I go, what did I say? Why is the headline life-changing injury? I know I talked about concussions and how they affect the play of players, and some guys just decide at points that football's not for me anymore. It's just a picture of CJ and life-changing injury. I got by the headline. Then I realized I'm the one who's in the video. I know what I said. I don't know if I said life-changing at any point, but it is season-changing for the Texans in the way that it means that C.J. Stroud won't be playing for the third straight game. That was always the thought, as he didn't practice the first time they were available to practice. I mean, it was just a walkthrough on Monday, but he didn't practice. He wasn't available. He was out there yesterday, though, he and Petrie, so it gave some people some hope that maybe he could play tomorrow. That hope was dashed after practice. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the status of Petrie and C.J. Stroud.
To start, just with injury updates, CJ and Jalen will be out. Both guys are progressing. They're doing better. But right now with the short turnaround, game on Thursday, just don't have enough days for those guys to be available.
So there it is from the head man himself, Petrie, who actually got back on the field. If they actually had practice on Monday, it was considered a walkthrough. He was a limited participant. He was out there yesterday as well, but just not enough time. The short window seemed like a real barrier for CJ playing. Apparently, it's also a barrier for Petrie. So they'll miss games again, and then we'll see, as the expectation is that they'll both be ready for the Colts, which is one of those games where, depending on how this Bills game goes, we might be talking about, hey, the Texans stack a fourth win in a row together against the Colts, and maybe the division's not out of line because the Colts play the Chiefs this weekend, of course. The Chiefs is someone you're competing with for the final playoff spot, but if you have thoughts about the division, you would like them to beat the Colts and then go into Indy and have your chance to give the Colts their at that point would be their third straight loss. They're coming off a bye. But you got to deal with the task at hand. That's the Bills. And an elite quarterback is coming in to town. One you've beaten. He's the one elite quarterback in D'Amico Ryans' tenure that they've beaten. And part of playing an elite quarterback is you're generally not going to have great success. But we know about the Baltimore situation. When Lamar Jackson is playing, it's a no contest. The Chiefs games have been much closer, but you've lost those as well. I guess it all depends on how you feel about Justin Herbert. If you think he's an elite quarterback, you can throw him on the list as well. They dominated him in the playoffs and won that one. All depends on how you feel about him. But Josh Allen, no questions about his status. And they beat him. He was terrible. So if Justin Herbert isn't on the list, he falls in line with Baker Mayfield. And you beat him in 2023 thanks to C.J. Stroud's heroics late in that game. So if we're ranking the quarterbacks the Texans have beaten, Josh Allen, and then however you feel about Baker and Herbert. I'm saying this to say they beat up on a lot of minnows. There are a lot of minnows as far as quarterbacks in this league, or slightly above average, and the Texans beat those guys.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
let our backup.
Yeah,
beat you.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence is like he's the average quarterback in the NFL that the Texans face most times. Sure, there's the elite guys they face, the just below that tier, and then they're also face the bad quarterbacks. But the Texans have generally had their way against average to below average quarterbacks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think bad quarterbacks, they do worse than they do against average.
They've lost to Will Levis.
Ritter.
Yeah, they've had
rookie Bryce
Young. Yeah, so they, for whatever reason, the very extremes of the spectrum, they have issues with. You get it when it's an elite player. You can't believe it when it's happening and Bryce Young is leading game-winning drives. Well,
But
maybe,
the average guys,
right in their wheelhouse. Maybe we should have
Cam Ward got that.
Barely the second time around. But yes, they did get that job done. But maybe we should have seen it coming this season when it came to giving up late drives when Ritter and Bryce Young did it to him back in 2023. So this isn't the first time this trend of.
Well, yeah. I mean, part of it is just like it's the NFL.
Yes, some of these are going to happen
every week.
But the Texans in 2023, we knew that they had D'Amico Ryans, but we didn't know the full caliber of what their defense would be. Yeah. So it was a little like, okay, it's the NFL, like you said. This year, you're an elite defense, confirmed, and yet these things are happening. But they were able to overcome it last week and win the game. So can they get another win over an elite quarterback? Maybe they just handle Josh Allen. Josh Allen, a couple times he's played here, including the playoffs when it wasn't a D'Amico Ryans joint. He struggled. But that was 2019 Josh Allen. That's a different quarterback. But 2024 Josh Allen had his problems. Maybe he was concussed and the Bills didn't really do their due diligence. Who knows? Because if you remember, his head hit the ground as hard as CJ's did, and he kept playing. But let's listen to Josh Allen. Let's hear Josh Allen talk about the trouble he had the last time he had to come to NRG.
Ball out of the shadow of the end zone and how it eventually cost you the game. Any stinging memories? I mean, how much more equipped do you think you are?
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. It's watching that film. There's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. I played pretty badly. So yeah, hopefully we can go out there and play a little bit better and move the ball a little bit better. But again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
9 of 30, 131 yards and a touchdown. Those are his stats.
It'd be great if he was like, I don't remember anything from that game. My head hit the ground pretty hard.
I try to block out. Normally, I try to block out bad performances because it doesn't do me any favors. I don't actually remember that one.
No, it's like Troy Aikman against the Niners. I have literally no idea.
If you say so. What if everything people reference about the Bills game against the Texans, Josh Allen goes, if you say so. Well,
I'm going to take the tape afterwards, I guess.
I guess I got to take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what happened that day because I don't remember any of it.
And did miss
I
think he missed.
Did he miss a
two
snap?
Snaps.
Yeah, I think he had to leave the game for a little bit. Was Trubisky on the team back then?
I think it was Trubisky.
And then it was a close game.
And he jogged right back on the field.
He got checked out. Was like, get on back out there and continue your 9 for 30 performance.
I give the team the best chance to win. 9 for 30.
Not that day you didn't. Fine. Look, you're not going to hold a guy like him out, or really very many quarterbacks, unless you're Anthony Richardson, who we've seen a guy tap out on that field before. Yeah. Josh Allen isn't one of those guys, and we'll see him on Thursday. Texans are going to have their, I don't know if they still call it Battle Red now that they have the new uniforms, but their all-red uniforms will be on display. If you saw CJ or the other guys out there yesterday, you saw them all wearing their red helmets. They got to get them broken in. I guess that's part of the rule.
The way I learned this, I think I remember it from when the schedule reveal and they have like what each day is, and then I forgot. And then this week I saw Landry Locker recording Matthew Wright watching Kaimi Fairbairn kick field goals in practice, being like, NFL's or kicker life is crazy. One day you're hitting the game winner, the next day you're watching Kaimi Fairbairn take his job back.
Yeah, if he's healthy enough, you're cut.
And they're wearing like the normal practice uniforms, like the blue top practice uniforms, and they had just a red marble for their head. I was like, oh, they're wearing the red stuff.
I know the NFL ain't hurting for money. Exponentially wealthy, all these owners
feel like they could have 2 helmets per player.
Oh, that was the rule before. That's why we didn't have the alternate helmets, and now we do because they changed that rule.
I feel like you just
they said it was a player safety thing. Hey, we only want the one helmet for player safety. Yeah, college football's been doing it for years, and there's been no. Now they treat their players differently, but there's no evidence that having a second or third helmet available to play in is leading to more head injuries. Now, once you get the head injury, how do the college players treat it?
Right back in there.
Yeah, get your ass back in there, much like Josh Allen did. Yeah, they treat everyone like Josh Allen, but. It ain't because the helmets are plentiful as far as options are concerned. But my thought was, when this week is coming up and you can sense Kaimi Fairbairn is coming back, do you even really have to get a helmet ready for Matthew Wright? He can just stand out there in a regular helmet and look, if things go well, you're not going to play.
You can just use Kaimi.
So just
right?
and you know what? If Kaimi's not right, we'll figure it out. But I'm not gonna. If I'm the equipment guy, I'm like, I gotta put a helmet together for this guy. He ain't even playing.
I have to do 75 helmets.
Well, yeah, you even have to do it for the practice squad guys who aren't playing either. Like,
yeah, because I guess in theory they could get called up.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do it for
I'd be
everyone.
like, D'Amico, be real.
But not for the kicker. Not for the backup kicker who's only there if Kaimi doesn't recover enough. Like if you gotta put a red helmet together for the backup, the 4th, 5th string safety who may get called up if someone gets hurt in warmups. Okay, got it. But not for Matthew Wright.
No disrespect to
no disrespect to Matthew Wright. But I'm just looking out for the equipment guy.
Yeah,
it's a little extra work that he doesn't have to do
for the people out there.
Does he get to keep his helmet, or does he have to give it back if he doesn't even get to wear it in the game?
I think you have. This is just purely just a guess. I do feel like you need to be at a certain level to ask for the helmet.
A journeyman kicker doesn't get to ask for the helmet he wore.
Think so.
I think he gets to keep the game winner helmet, like the helmet that he wore. I think you should be able to keep that. You kicked the game winner for the team. You should be able to keep that helmet. The blue one. The red one, if you don't play in it, you don't get to keep it.
I guess the real test is, I'm trying to think, like, how many helmets does, like, NFL helmets does Chase Daniel have? How many helmets does, like, Kirk Benkert have? Like, these guys that, they weren't NFL stars, I would say.
But they were on rosters.
They were on rosters. They've hung around the league. They bounced around the league. It's just
Does he like
when they're doing like I get they're not on Sports Center, but when they're on their podcast
and
or
they
whatever,
have their room set up,
their backdrop.
Does he have his?
Does Chase Daniel have like a Saints helmet?
Does Kirk Benkert have his
Packers helmet?
His 49er helmet that he wore in a training
49ers?
camp? Yeah. I don't know.
Because I see Booker McFarland set up. He has an LSU helmet right behind him. He has an Indianapolis Colts helmet right behind him.
It makes sense. He
won championships for him. Yeah,
he was a
or at
big
least
contributor.
For the Colts. I don't know if he was.
And he was a big time draft pick for the Colts. It makes sense. I don't know. I don't remember a lot about Kirk Benkert's setup when he was glomming off a CFB 25 to start his brand. I don't know. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Maybe you want to talk some CFP rankings because those came out last night, and the fall for Texas was giant, which kind of we suspected they're going to need a lot of help. Plus, they got to beat A&M in Austin. So we'll talk about that. We got Rockets Cavs. Nice to see the Rockets back in action and a good opponent on the other side. And then we will hear from one Chandler Rome because this a guy we talked about surviving it all, surviving the challenge of Chaz McCormick and other outfielders, now apparently is the most likely Astro outfielder to get traded. So we'll hear from Chandler Rome on that. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We have 2 pairs of Cougar tickets to give away because the show before us is unprofessional. So if you want your chance to see the Cougs versus TCU, you're going to get 2 opportunities for that. But Eric, we'll get to you when we come back. Me and Sean till noon. Join us.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
This was yesterday, right, Sean, where I suggested we get more information from Eric on a certain caller that I believe he has prompted to call this show and the morning show for like the last decade or so, which would suggest he's in a long-term relationship despite his conversations about anchors for local news. Let's see if Eric will answer some of my questions, but we'll let him ask some of his own first. What's up, Eric?
Hey, amigos. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, why is welfare Brent Favre still up in arms about Bad Bunny, and he wants his corny friend Jason Aldean to do the halftime show? Also, I heard some rumblings about the FIFA World Cup title match being in Houston. I want to know if that's true. And can the Cougars still make the playoffs if they beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 matchup?
Before you go, thanks for all your questions, Eric. We had a woman call in yesterday. I think she went by the name of Brandy. Okay. Do you know her?
Mm-hmm. Not that I recall.
Not that you recall.
I probably knew Brandy back in the day.
What's
up?
Do you have have you been in a long-term relationship, let's just say for the last 5 years with someone?
I've been in a couple long-term relationships.
A couple. Have you ever asked a woman to call the morning show or this show before?
Never. I never have. The women call your show because they like the show. I'm sure they like Sean Mates and you.
Okay. I would just point out that generally their call follows one of your calls. So it does seem like there's a pattern, but I don't want to call you a liar. So you're telling me that you don't ever tell anyone to call the show?
No, if anybody calls, it's their own free will. I don't make anybody do anything they don't want to.
Say you make them. Maybe go ahead.
Well, no, I listened to the show in the morning with John and Lance and you, and I heard them call before me, or I haven't called at all, and they called, and I haven't called.
Okay.
Are you sure they don't work for Channel 13 or 26?
I have no idea, honestly. Thank you. Actually, you know what? Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you. I don't know that I'm going to remember all the things you asked about.
I wrote them down.
Okay, you wrote them down.
Once you started going Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men on them, did you order the code red?
Pretty sure Eric can't handle the truth. Thank you, Eric, for your call.
I did write them down.
I appreciate you. We'll talk to you likely tomorrow. We're going to be out at East River 9.
Right.
You can call in. What did he ask about?
First one is something about Bad Bunny. Someone's mad about Bad Bunny doing the halftime show.
I heard
Jason Aldean.
It's a knockoff Brett Favre. Is that what I heard?
Maybe.
I don't have many thoughts. I appreciate that Bad Bunny's going to be the halftime entertainment. It's done and dusted. I don't know why people think they're going to change the NFL's mind.
World Cup final in Houston. He's heard rumbling.
I have not heard that. Feels very unlikely. It may be in Texas, but not here. It feels like Arlington has a pathway, or New York, or LA. Have they already stated that already, though?
I thought it was in SoFi, but I could be wrong.
It's probably going to be in LA. World Cup final. I'll take a look at that.
But things can change.
It'll be at MetLife.
Oh, MetLife. Even worse.
Never going to be here.
What is going to be
not in Houston, at
I
least.
know that they're going to tear up the horrible turf there and
put
in
grass
real
down.
grass.
Yeah.
Still, I would put it in MetLife instead of New York. Or in SoFi instead of MetLife. And then last one, and I can just answer this one. If U of H wins the Big 12 title, if they beat Tech in the Big 12, they are guaranteed a spot.
Yes. Now
So
they would.
they're in.
It'd be unlikely.
They'd be the 12th seed.
They wouldn't have a bye
They'd be the 11th. They'd probably be the 11th.
If the American champion is at this point Tulane, they would fall behind.
I mean, sure,
the Cougs.
Could they pass the? No, probably not. They probably couldn't pass any of the ACC teams.
Probably not. Well, win over Tech would being 11-2 at the win over
help.
Tech. It would depend on the ACC team.
Maybe Georgia Tech loses
to
Georgia and then wins it.
That could happen. Well, since Eric called in about it,
kind of backdoored our way into a college football. Thanks, Eric.
We'll get into more of the CFP rankings when we come back, but let's give you a little taste because a team who just entered the rankings and at this point is the highest ranked American team is Tulane. American Conference team, just to clarify. But if you listen to their coach, you wouldn't think they should be ranked at all. Here's John Sumrall, the Tulane head coach.
I mean, I'll just be very candid. There's some days I feel like we're one of the bottom 25 teams in the country watching us play. So, if we want to start feeling comfortable or casual about somebody wanting to vote us in the top 25 teams, there must be a lot of bad football going on if we're one of the top 25 teams. So, I mean, there must be some really bad football played right now in college football. So, I don't know. We're average. We're an average team. We get every 6 or 7 days, depending on the schedule of the week, to promote ourselves or embarrass ourselves. And we've done that before. So we better get ready to play. I think I watched this practice today. I think we're average.
There it is. Real inspirational from John Sumrall for his team. They are.
I like that though. I like this. This is the opposite of campaigning.
Yeah.
This is like,
I don't even know what you guys are doing.
And
by the way, this was before the playoff rankings. This was after the AP. So I don't know if anyone on the committee was locked in on Tulane and their press conferences. But when the head coach tells you, "Hey, we're not that good," maybe they should have taken that into account. But they had
your check is like, but sir, I have a quote from
yeah. Maybe we should put Navy there instead.
From the guy I'm looking to interview at Arkansas, John Sumrall has some thoughts on his team.
We're average. I just watched them in practice. We're average. Well, that average football team has Temple and Charlotte coming up, and if they do that,
take care of business.
They take care of their own business. They have a clear path to the American championship game. Although I say that,
would it be Navy?
Navy is there. They have not played Navy, so that tiebreaker, or at least head-to-head, doesn't exist. They also have not played Tulane, who's 5-1. They have played East Carolina, who they do have a win against. Yeah. So Tulane.
So it's Tulane, UNT, Navy, basically,
and East Carolina if things break their way. But like I said, Tulane hasn't played the other or two of the top four in the conference besides himself. And if I look at East Carolina, what they've been up to, their one loss is to Tulane, as I said, but they did not play Navy, and they did not play North Texas, and they won't play North Texas. So it's all complicated.
The super conferences are out of control.
Go back to divisions. That might help.
Yeah. How many teams does the American have? They can't have more than 14, right? They have 12 or 14, right?
I don't know how many conference members they have. It's probably 14.
There's no need for them not to have divisions.
Yeah, just to make this.
Just for this specific thing right now.
So you can have that many teams in line for the conference title, and several of them have not played against each other and won't. So they have 15 members in conference. They could still have divisions. Make it a lot easier for everyone.
Yeah, just have the armed forces being a third division.
Well, that's the other thing. Like if Navy qualifies for the American final, which they're on a path to, they will win their conference, so it doesn't matter as much. But just in a world where Navy wasn't at large, the selection committee does their final rankings before Navy's last game.
Yeah.
Because the Army-Navy game comes after the selection committee. So if Navy had a good out-of-conference schedule where they actually beat Notre Dame and they don't win the American, but you can consider them at 11-1 or whatever for a or 10-1 at the time for a CFP appearance. What if you put them in and then they go lose to Army? A lot of weird stuff in college football. All right.
Yeah. Luckily, the committee will never put in a at-large American team.
Yeah.
So we're good. We're good.
Disrespecting the troops. All right. We'll go to break with that. When we come back, we'll get more into the CFP because the rankings are out. Chalk at the top. At the bottom of the top 10 into the teens, then that's where the discussion takes place. And who should be where? Do head-to-head matter? Does that matter? Do tiebreakers matter? We'll get into that when we come back. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll do some Astros stuff as well because there's some, at least news regarding a potential trade, at least speculation about a potential trade. And we don't really have a lot to talk about with the Astros, but if someone wants to be noteworthy and newsworthy, we'll certainly get to it. So we also have those Cougs tickets to give away. We'll give away a pair before we're done with the 11 o'clock hour, and then we'll give a pair away in the second hour of the show. So 780-3776. We will be back.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
We had our CFP rankings. They came out in between two college basketball games. Kentucky got their doors blown off by Michigan State, and people are like, hey, we don't need a post-game show for this matchup in November. Let's move it along. They eventually got to the CFP rankings, and as I said, the top four were the same. A&M struggled clearly in the first half, bounced back and won. And when that was asked, that question about their struggles, the interim commissioner, I'm not sure what your Czech's title officially is, said, hey, that second half wiped away any concerns about the first half, the way they played in the second half. So
I mean, they literally won the game. So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to matter.
Scored more points in the second half than.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to matter, but he was asked about it, and that was his response.
It's more of like, and we talked about this, was it last week or maybe 2 weeks ago with Fernando Mendoza, how it's like he had a pretty bad game by his standards for the first three quarters, but he had a Heisman moment against Penn State. And it's like Marcel Reed kind of did the same thing where it's like he played like absolute garbage and
then
in the first half and then played awesome.
The opposite, complete opposite in the second half.
Yeah, it's like, in a game where you throw, did he have 3 interceptions or 3 turnovers? I forgot. I think one of them was a fumble.
I think one of them, it was a fumble.
And then it's like, but that was his Heisman moment because he put the belt to a bad South Carolina
he played
team.
so poorly that he had to play so spectacularly. Yeah.
If he just had the second half in the first half,
Then he's sitting in the third quarter. He's not taking snaps in the fourth. Yeah.
Then we're not talking about a Heisman moment.
Yeah.
I just always enjoyed how dumb the Heisman is, where it's like Heisman moment.
He overcame adversity.
Yeah, overcame adversity.
His own.
Either a crappy Penn State team or a crappy U.S. Or a South Carolina team.
Yeah, I mean, the best play in the game was a catch, not to throw, in the Fernando Mendoza Heisman moment. And
give that guy the Heisman.
Yeah, and I said it a couple times now that if a DB reacting to a deflected pass gets his feet straight and can make a break on the ball, he never sees that Heisman moment. Yeah. But thanks to that receiver, he gets one. And Fernando Mendoza doesn't throw a lot of incompletions, so he's going to be at the top of that list.
I kind of feel like it's just going to come down to
Sayin versus Mendoza,
either the Big Ten or SEC title game.
Who?
I guess it's more like if Reed just plays.
If it's Reed versus,
if he dominates Georgia or Alabama, I think Alabama has a better chance at it because of the head-to-head with Georgia. But yeah, if he just smokes Alabama, I feel like he has a shot. And then also, he kind of needs Sayin and Mendoza to not, wow people. He needs a defensive matchup.
Sure.
Or it's one of the Big Ten quarterbacks look awesome in their matchup, and then they just get the Heisman.
Yeah, and we'll see if Ty Simpson over the next, 3 games, if you include the SEC title game, can make a run at it, even though his team has 2 losses. He's a guy who's thrown 22 touchdowns and 2 picks. So
it's a tough time to make the, Ty Simpson should be right there because they just lost to an Oklahoma team. And
he
didn't pick 6.
He didn't play particularly well.
Yeah, but, I mean, for the other 10 games this season, it's been pretty good.
So while Alabama was in that top 4, they no longer are, thanks to the loss to Oklahoma. Georgia's now up there. So a lot of the conversation is tinted when people discuss these rankings with the belief that the committee members, being human, have agendas. Some bias, whether it's unconscious or actually acknowledged when they talk about these things. Sean, where do you stand? Do you believe they are trying to do the best possible job in removing and don't have the biases affecting decisions, or do you think they walk in there with an agenda and work to make that agenda happen?
I think that they are human beings with biases that are just subconscious, or mostly subconscious, of these guys just think the SEC and Big Ten are the best conferences, so their rankings are just going to reflect that they think going 10-2 in the SEC is more impressive than going 9-1, or going 8-2 in the SEC is more impressive than going 9-1 in the Big 12, as evidenced with the BYU versus Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Alabama stuff.
They are also, at least this year, valuing the type of loss that you have. Where
I love a quality loss.
Where your quality loss means more than maybe even your wins. Of course, Notre Dame falls into that category. You may say they have the best combination of losses in the country.
You can't. I mean, it's really hard to get better losses than they got.
You lose by 1 on 4th down at home to A&M, and then you lose by 3 on the road to a team who you're ahead of, but also is in the top 13 of the rankings.
Yeah. Losses Notre Dame fans will remember for the rest of their life and cherish.
And will use to defend their ranking as they go forward. Notre Dame doesn't have a lot on their schedule to bolster it. They have Syracuse and NC State, which happen to be a common opponent of the team most likely to be upset if they make it. If Notre Dame makes it, the other team doesn't. That would be the Miami Hurricanes, who vaulted Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt was on a bye, so Miami creeps ever closer to the team that would be the target of their anguish, I guess, if that team makes it. It's not like they have played anyone. They've just blown out Syracuse and NC State. So the committee has jumped Miami 5 spots in 2 weeks because of sheer dominance, and of course other teams have lost, but it's not because of competition. So, of course, Hunter Yurachek was asked about that, and he said we don't comp Miami and Notre Dame together, and this is what they said over the last couple of weeks. We don't hold them in the same tier. And then the follow-up was, what happens if they do get in the same tier? Will you consider head-to-head as a major component? He said, yes. if things happen in a way that makes Miami and Notre Dame in the same tier, then we will heavily consider head-to-head. So what has to happen for maybe the biggest debate of this year to take place? Miami's going to need help from the likes of Cincinnati. They host BYU. Need to get BYU out of the paint. There's not a lot on Utah's schedule that will drop them. They have to play the two Kansas schools, one on the road, one at home, and, of course, there's a Big 12 title game. Utah has a bad loss as far as how it happened to Tech. So you would, if you are hoping for the Canes or you just don't like Notre Dame, you have to get those two teams closer, and then we'd have to see if they hold true to their word.
Yeah.
Because there's a real way that if Miami does the improbable of winning 2 games in November on the road, they do that. There's a real chance they do everything the committee wants. They get the favors from other teams, and the committee goes, actually, we still think Notre Dame is better, even though we beat them. That's still on the table, despite what they're saying.
That's on the table. That's always on the table.
Yeah.
That they just go, interesting resume you have here. Don't care.
Yeah. I know.
Flush it.
I know you beat them, and at one point you're up 21-7, and if not for your coach's tendency to go into a shell, maybe. See, this won't play a part in it for Miami fans, but because they'll just be so furious. But you can look back to that game and go, perhaps when you're up 21-7, if you go to try to beat them 38-10, then this is less of an argument because Notre Dame's good loss is now a bad loss because they got blown out.
It was a backdoor good loss.
Yeah,
it was a backdoor
cover
of
midway
losses.
through the third quarter. They were down by 2 scores, and then Cristobal did the Cristobal thing.
Yeah.
So yes, that's the big debate. Other things
Under your check. Enjoy Pop-Tarts, buddy.
Yeah. Other things out there. Alabama falls to 10.
Yeah.
So they are in clear danger if they lose to Auburn and Jordan Hare. Has to be a giant upset, but if it happens, Alabama's out.
Because if Alabama loses to A&M in the SEC title game, which is the most likely
loss for them coming up,
the most likely matchup in the SEC too, but also the most likely loss, is based off of last year, and this is always dangerous, based off last year's committee, because it is a different committee than last year, they did not penalize teams for losing in the SEC or Big Ten title game at all, or the ACC title game.
Did any of them fall to 3 losses, though?
No, they all basically were the 3 and 4 seed, or the 3 and 4 rankings, but the 5 and 6 seed.
Sure, and then, of course,
Texas
SMU
lost
as well.
to Georgia. It was basically games for buys is all it was.
Yeah.
It was the winners got buys, the losers were the 5 and 6 seed.
And they kept SMU in.
They kept SMU in.
They came back and made it close, and then they only had the 2 losses. So the test will be,
does that hold for this year?
do losses to Oklahoma and A&M bolster Alabama's resume? Because they'd be good losses unless Oklahoma drops some games here.
Not as good as those sweet, sweet Notre Dame losses.
No,
pretty
good losses. But are they they overshadow an awful loss to Florida State, where the final score was actually closer than the actual game.
Yeah.
So they pick and choose. I don't know if they have acknowledged agendas, but there's no consistency.
Yeah, that's the biggest case for why I don't think there is like a grand conspiracy, is that they're not really good at the
sticking with them. Yeah.
I think it is just they look at the script A on Alabama's midfield logo and they go, "That's a good."
We'll never
team
take a
right
picture
there.
on it because there'll be a staffer trying to keep us away from it. But we do acknowledge
They
that the logo.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
they see those golden helmets on Notre Dame. They're like, "Damn, what a great helmet!"
Damn, that's a good TV product.
Whoa.
So
I mean, I think that's what I don't even think that's a good TV product. I think that's literally like, well,
it's Notre Dame.
It's Notre Dame. Come on. They're 8-2.
Sure, the team you're screwing over has 5 national titles since 1983.
Are they Notre Dame?
But they're not Notre Dame. They're not Notre Dame.
They don't have Rudy.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I don't know.
I mean, there have been 2 docs made about him, but Luther Campbell was in those. It ain't the same. The great Sean Astin was in Rudy.
Yeah.
So
ask Mark D'Antonio what he thinks about Uncle Luke. Play an Uncle Luke song for him and ask him what he thinks.
See, the thing is, there's a podcast I listen to that talks about like sci-fi, fantasy movies, and books and all that stuff. And they say, look, of course we have to suspend disbelief because it's sci-fi fantasy. But the rules of the world need to be consistent. They have to make sense. The rules of this world don't make sense, and that's what pisses people off. Chris, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Oh, by the way, since I did promise it, I'll announce it now. I'm just saying, hey, ticket giveaway here. At 10:55, TCU versus Cougs. That's this Saturday. We're giving you a chance to win those tickets at 10:55. Caller 3 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs try to get to 9-2. They're on the road to 10-2. We had a caller ask if they still had a shot to make the playoff if they win the Big 12. Yes, if they win the Big 12, they do. It's going to be tough to get there, but you got to beat TCU to make it happen. They're honoring their seniors. You want to go out there and don't let purple be the dominant color in the building. You want it to be red. They're telling you, come early, be loud, and wear red. If you don't get tickets from us, tickets just start at $25. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. But to win them from us, 10:55, caller 3, 713-780-3776. Chris, hold on. We'll get to you when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Just from off air conversations, I know what Chris wants to talk about, and it's something that A&M is immune to because they haven't lost. But Chris, what's up?
Hello, it's y'all's favorite tongue dart Chris returning. I actually have two college football statements. One is including A&M, And I actually want to talk about Dune or just make a Dune statement because I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. So I was talking to my buddy that goes to A&M, and he was telling me the requirements to be a Yell leader. And he was saying something about they have to get their class ring and put it in a warm beer and then butt chug it while quoting Cardi B's Up, which is kind of odd to me. But the usual, like, Oklahoma versus Alabama football game, they're always entertaining. But I like to refer to that game as the Who Loves Their Cousin More Bowl. And with Dune, do you think we're ever going to get to the part of the series where they have the sex slave aliens? I'll hang up and get your opinion on that. Thank you.
Well, the next Dune will be the weirdest of the three. I don't know if Villeneuve is going to go past it, but the third book is weird as hell. So he's going to have some work to do as far as
They'll have to massage it a little.
As far as your thoughts that, or at least your assertion that there's butt chugging involved when it comes to your class ring. I don't think that's the case. The warm beer ring thing, I think is true.
Yeah, no, I mean, other than the word butt, I think you mostly nailed it.
Yeah, you chug.
And the Cardi B stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to sing Up from Cardi B. It's Up if it's stuck. You don't have to sing that. But, or is it the other way around? I don't remember.
It's all right.
Either way, it doesn't matter. But we get it. You don't have to sing that. But you do have to chug a beer.
Yeah.
Is it warm?
You want it to be warmer because it's just easier to drink warmer.
I'm not a beer guy, so now I'm learning there.
Warm, and you actually, for chugging, you kind of want it on the flatter side.
Got it. You want it to be.
So a lot of times you just fill up the pitcher and just let it sit.
And then you do your thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Some A&M lore. I knew parts of it, didn't know the logistical reasons why they did it. I do know you don't need.
I don't know the why. That's the why. That just has to do with the why on the temperature of the beer.
Why they chose that particular way. You're right. Yeah. We don't know why. I actually don't want to know. It's better that I don't. But I do like the logistical reasons of why warm beer is better and why flat makes. I know why the flat part would make more sense.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I have to reiterate, they chug it with their mouths.
Yes. They're not pulling the John Cena from that movie where he played a dad. I forgot what it was called. But no, they don't do that.
John Cena's like, whoa.
He did. Well,
when
his character.
Pull a John Cena. That's like the worst case scenario.
Fine. His character. John Cena didn't do it. His character did. And I forgot what it was called. He played an overprotective father. Don't remember exactly the name of the movie.
The Marine.
No, he did not play a dad there. He that was back in his I'm gonna be in a WWE movie era.
Yeah,
he's moved past that.
Now he's in real movies.
He's in real. I think it was called Blockers. That was the name of the movie. Whereas the parents trying to block their kids from having fun, like sex on prom night or something like that.
I roughly remember this movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like him and
Ike Barinholtz in that joint, right?
Yeah, he played one of the dads. Yeah. And Ant-Man's recast daughter's in it too. Catherine Newton. She wasn't the first or the second. She was the third. Because, of course, they needed her for Young Avengers, and now they're all, like, in their 30s anyway. So, the Young Avengers, they will be as old as some of the people who started the actual Avengers.
Yeah, they're going to be my age.
Yeah, they're already your age. Like we talked about, Haley Steinfeld.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
But they're all my age.
Yeah, Haley Steinfeld is married, and some people think she's hiding.
She's hiding a child?
No. Well, she's hiding a pregnancy because she wore a dress that would cover a showing of a pregnancy.
She is literally, 8 months younger than I am.
Yes, she'll be if that movie ever comes about, she'll be in her 30s.
30 years
yes,
old.
And the alleged baby will be on set.
Alleged.
That's what Big Sarge needs to ask Josh Allen. Hey, great game, Josh.
Why are we deputizing Sarge to ask this?
Anyone could do it. That's the first name that came up. Jonathan Alexander, I don't care. Cody, whatever. That's just the first name. Big Sarge is funny to say.
Yeah, Big Sarge.
And if he goes
funny.
Big Sarge here, I got a question for you, Josh. So I saw your wife at an awards show, and she looked great. She looks great. Loved her in Sinners. Just gotta grease the wheel a little bit. Yeah, soften. She was wearing a dress that covered up her midsection, and normally the abs are out quite a bit. What's that about, Josh? Do you have something to announce?
Care to comment?
Yes. Do you?
Let's talk about. Ask a terrible talk about press conference question, but about his wife's dress.
Yeah. Yes. Look, I know your main goal is a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know you're. But
Will there be? Are you going to have to buy those earphones? What were that Drew Brees' kid had to wear?
The noise canceling.
Are you going to need to have those noise canceling headphones that Drew Brees' kid had to wear because someone is expecting? Oh yeah, nice job going 17-35, throwing a couple picks in a loss.
Yeah, every other question has to be, why can't you beat the Houston Texans?
Yeah.
And then Sarge, hey, moving away from the game for a second. So Josh Allen's like, thank God.
Yeah, no more questions.
Think my concussed brain can barely keep up with it.
Last year's concussed brain. We don't know what's happening tomorrow.
Aziz Al-Shaair is still on the field. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there will be a 10-yard James Cook run where Aziz delivers a hard blow, and he will ignore the fact that it's a first down and go, I got him. So, don't know that she's pregnant. Just know that I'm still waiting on Young Avengers. We'll just call it middle-aged Avengers at that point.
Just call it Avengers.
Yeah, you might as well. Why don't she? Yeah, Kate Bishop doesn't need to act like a 20-year-old if she's actually in real life 32. All right, we'll go to break. That is hour one complete. We gave away our Cougs tickets. We have another pair to give away in our second hour. We'll get to Chandler Rome and his thoughts on a potential move as the Astros are looking to make additions, but maybe there will be a subtraction from the roster that we've come to know and I won't say love so much, but come to know and watch. We will hear from Chandler Rome when we come back. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. If you want to add extra things to a fan base that you hate's lore, like butt chugging for your ring, that's welcome too. We'll be back. Chandler Rome does a podcast called Crush City Territory. And he's kind of outside of when Bob Nightingale pops off a sudden. If you're looking for news regarding the Astros, he's the one you go to. He writes for The Athletic, does that podcast, and he dropped some info on Jake Myers. Apparently, Jake Myers more highly thought of outside of Houston than he is by some of the fan base. Here's Chandler Rome on the potential for Jake Myers to not be an Astro next season.
Well, I'm here to tell you that there are a couple of trade pieces in the outfield. One of them, probably the guy with the most value, is Jake Myers. And friend of the podcast, Matt Gelb, who covers the Philadelphia Phillies for The Athletic, in a story that he wrote on Saturday, mentioned that the Phillies really like Jake Myers and that he is a name to kind of file away as maybe someone that the Phillies will call on. I reported at the GM meetings that the Astros have been getting a lot of calls on Jake Myers, and this is not a new thing. Teams were calling on Jake Myers when he was not producing, because he's always been an exit velo darling, a savant darling, if you will, just with the tools he has, the speed, the defense. He just really hasn't put it all together, and then we saw him put it all together this year. His value has never been higher. I think, honestly, if the Astros get the right package, it would behoove them to seriously consider moving Jake Myers now, because he will never be this sought after ever again. You can't count on him replicating what he did last year, but even if he does go out next year and plays for the Astros and has the same sort of year, well, he has one less year of club control left, and that inherently is going to decrease his value. He has never been as valuable as he is right now. I think if the Astros are talking about, if we take Dana at his word, which we have no reason not to, if we take him at his word and he says we need to have some conversations about some outfield pieces that could be trade candidates, Jake Myers is the top of the list.
Chandler Rome from, I just said the name, Crush City Territory. Jake Myers a darling. Didn't know that for word with his name would ever be said in a sentence, but there's some value for Jake Myers. So what do? Cam Smith, who Dana Brown said is not guaranteed a spot, is part of that outfield thought. Left field, of course. Jordan, when he could play out there. Altuve. You got a bunch of guys you probably wouldn't want to play left field, but you may have to. I thought the infield was where they're going to have to make a move because of all the guys, all the pieces. But we heard earlier this offseason that Paredes ain't going anywhere. Christian Walker ain't going anywhere. So it looks like it'll be maybe Jake Myers because of the value. I won't call it overvalue. Let the Phillies love him if they so choose.
Yeah, I do think it's a big, like, if you don't have a center fielder, you look at Jake Myers, you're like, let's go.
Yeah.
Because that is like a name you can write into center field 100 times a summer. I will say for the and I understand the value part, and I don't really disagree with the value part. That, hey, do you think Jake Myers is going to have the same year that he just had? Probably not.
Nope.
Going back to if you need a center fielder, I get why Jake Myers is.
But won't the
intriguing.
Astros need a center fielder?
Yes, that is my follow-up question. Is all right now. Who plays center field for the Astros? Maybe the answer is Zach Cole.
Maybe
feels like a lot to.
Are they making room for Zach Cole to be your everyday center fielder?
But it feels like it's a lot. I mean, the guy had a good 15 games at the end of the season. 10
exactly 15. He played 15 games.
Wow, look at me, seam head, Sean.
Look at you.
Yeah, like what are we doing there? Like what's the center field answer now? Is it going to be a mix of Dubon and Cole? Is that what we're doing? Like that to me is the only question. Like as far as just in a vacuum but selling high on Jake Myers makes perfect sense. Like he's a guy you're not going to sign to his next contract. Chandler lays it out where you're only going to lose more control on him and get less in a trade. So yeah, I mean, I would at least look. Maybe that's how you get one of these starting pitchers that we talk about them needing, at least two. Maybe you flip Jake Myers for an equivalent arm, and you trust the Astros pitching lab to make them to maximize that. But I I don't really have any like strong. It's just like, yeah, sure, makes sense. This is the type of stuff your GM should be doing.
All the things
should be
Chandler Rome
considering.
laid out makes a lot of sense. For a team who will tell you their aspiration is always to go win a World Series, it's hard. I'm hard pressed to say Jake Myers is the difference between not winning one and winning one. But I don't want to get worse as a team. So of course, for me, that's why the thought of, is Zach Cole ready to be your everyday center fielder, whoever you choose, or will Jake Myers warrant an everyday player or pitcher, not some minor league talent who isn't ready? So just the thought that maybe Jake Myers, who we thought had survived, once again is now so valuable that the Astros can recoup some of that value from someone and improve maybe their roster or their minor league system.
He made a huge mistake. He played well, and now he has value around the league. What an idiot!
Stupid Jake Myers.
He played well. What the hell? Now you guys have to live in Philadelphia, and people are gonna be way meaner about the way you play.
True.
Even in Houston, all you have to do is not get on Twitter. You won't really notice that people are upset at you.
The Astros did make a move to unclog up their infield. They designated Ramon Urias for assignment, so he is out of here. And then there's also a pitching prospect that benefits from it on their 40-man. So a guy who was valuable for them last year, but as I said, there's a glut of infielders. He was in that utility role, much like Dubon. Dubon has more utility. He can go play in the outfield. So Urias goes, and I don't know if I like it. I liked him here last year.
Yeah. It was one of those things where you see again, this isn't like an earth-shattering move, but it is something where you see the tweet come across, and you're like, oh, okay. Didn't know that was really on the table. But yeah, I have to imagine he'll be, snapped up pretty quick. Not, a bidding war or anything.
Yeah.
But imagine
he's 31.
He should be on an MLB team somewhere.
Yeah. He of course he's a light hitting infielder, but that's his role. He played defense, be able to fill spots, and he did a nice job here as
Dubon's just like,
but Dubon,
more job security.
Yeah, Dubon continues. Speaking of guys who survive, but rightfully so. Dubon won another Gold Glove this offseason, so he remains. Urias does not, and maybe the Astros will be making moves. Although I wouldn't really call Jake Myers a Jake Myers trade on the margins. He's your starting center fielder, but moves that aren't earth-shaking, but you're trying to improve in different ways and smaller ways, so they all come together to improve you as a whole.
Yeah,
and maybe Jake Myers leads to something that strengthens the roster, particularly pitching, like you brought up. So we'll see how that goes. But just be aware if something comes across your timeline and you see Jake Myers traded, apparently you shouldn't be surprised that someone wanted him. Is what I would say.
Yeah. I think he's good. He's good enough, and I can see why you sell high on him. But it's a weird thing where I think if you trade for him, I'm like, yeah, I see why the team wants, Team X wants to trade for Jake Myers. And also, if I'm the Astros, I see why you wanted to trade Jake Myers, or why it makes sense on the spreadsheet why you trade him. Then comes my next question of who plays center field. But, I don't know. Can Cam Smith play center? I guess not.
Cam Smith, who Dana Brown
played right field for the first time.
Yeah, so regional move.
Yeah, and then
Dana Brown says no guarantees with him. But we'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back, since you mentioned Cam Smith.
Yeah.
While Dana Brown was more, let's say, the business is the business when it comes to players. When it came to Cam Smith, hey, he proves himself, sure, but we ain't gonna just give him a spot. Joe Espada had a softer touch when asked. He was on MLB Network, so we'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back on Cam Smith, and then we'll get back into the Texans. We'll kind of tell you what the latest is on them if you missed it from this morning or even earlier in the show. And also, we still got a pair of tickets, Cougs versus TCU, the Cougs' final game of the season as they try to get to 9-2 on their way to 10-2. We'll do that when we come back. But first, before we go to break, I want to talk to you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Billy Brown's doing this.
If you don't know who that is, he's the owner of Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and he's doing something for you. If you need a repipe, which is a big job, understood. But if you have an older house, that is something you should take a look at. Houses that were built and they're now 40 years old or so. If you fit into that category, maybe even older than that, the pipes eventually are just going to give way, and you don't want to be in the middle of anything and it catches you unaware. So you want to be a little bit preventative, and Billy Brown will do that for you. They do a great job repiping. They've done over 1,000 of those, and you know what they'll do? They'll throw in a water heater, a traditional one. So maybe your water heater's older as well. Maybe you're looking at that along with the repiping. You get the 2-in-1 thing from them. So check out all the things they do at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. So the repipe's a big job, but maybe it's a smaller job. Maybe you got a remodel that you're looking at. Maybe it's a leak that you can't fix. Leaks can turn into major problems if you don't take care of them. Aqueduct Plumbing Company will do that for you. So that website is aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And no matter what the job is, you'll get that free price quote. You don't know what the problem is, but you certainly don't want to be charged for it. They'll take care of it for you. They'll take a look, figure out what it is, and then they'll set you up. If you want to call them, the number is 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company at aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Now back to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So we had a caller earlier who wanted to get off an Aggie joke, and he told the intern one thing and did another. You don't have to trick the interns. You know the show doesn't have standards. If you just want to say what you want to say, you don't have to pretend with the intern. Look, if you want to take us down a road that hits us with a surprise, I get that part of it. But if you have something you want to talk about and you don't think the screener will let you on if you don't tell them the truth, don't worry about it. We have a standard, which is none.
Yeah.
Just tell them what you want to talk about.
A lot of times I don't even ask.
Yeah,
I'm just
hey,
like,
what's
just
your
give me
name?
Your name. I'm good.
Yeah.
We can roll with whatever.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This show kind of.
Yeah, other shows I don't do that. This show.
Yeah. Some shows will take offense. This one will not. Let's hear from Joe Espada here. Get back to some serious stuff. In the clip, he's talking about Cam Smith. He's on MLB Network talking about his how he decides and interacts with young players and their development. And certainly the Astros high on Cam Smith is one of the reasons they started him coming out of spring training. There's some ups and downs, as you might imagine. But Espada's not worried. He knows it's just part of the process. Here's Joe Espada.
You need to have two things when it comes to young players. For me, is you need to give them time, and you need to be patient. We cannot rush those two things, right? I think if we put Cam in a position for him to succeed and give him time, he has the work ethic, he has the ability to do it, but we need to give this process some time. This is just going to be his sophomore year in the big leagues, and I think his freshman year was a solid season. Is it more in there? Absolutely, but he barely played minor league baseball. He came into camp. He won a spot. We believe in him. We believe in his ability to be a right fielder for the future. But we just need to allow him to learn the league. He came out on the bat really well, and the league. What happens? The league's going to adjust to you, and he just needs to figure out a way to adjust to the league and what they're trying to do on the offensive side. And he is going to be able to do that. My job is to continue to provide an environment where he could be himself. He can continue to develop to the players that we know he can be, and just be patient. This kid's going to be a star, and I'm just super excited about the future. What holds up for him.
So Cam Smith isn't unique, particularly in right field. People were questioning giving Kyle Tucker the grace he was given to figure stuff out. But in a world where the team tells you they're always competing, can you deal with the ups and downs like a team, let's say the Pirates could with Cam Smith, where he's struggling, but he's going to play as long as he's healthy because he's one of those guys that you believe in. If he is a hole in the lineup for a team who expects to have a good lineup this year, as long as guys can stay healthy, I respect the words of Espada. I believe that's what he wants. It just is different, I think, when the games matter. If you're in the middle of a stretch where you're not playing well, can you give Cam Smith the leeway to figure things out if you're trying to stay attached to the Mariners or whoever the hell is leading the AL West, or maybe you're leading it, you want to hold them off. So the Astros, I think, certainly when I think about the roster right now, he would be the one guy, unless there's a Zach Cole playing center, if Jake Myers is traded, where you're talking about inexperienced, you love the talent, we're just going to let him figure it out, even maybe at the cost of team success.
Developmental minutes,
yes,
like in basketball.
Yes, we're just going to, look, he's going to, like in basketball, he'll make mistakes, he'll turn the ball over, but we know it's best for his long-term future and the team's long-term future. You would think there's enough around him, as I said, as they stay healthy, where there could be a guy who simply struggles until he figures it out. But does the pressure of a season and wins and losses change how they do things? So I do like the approach, but you know the old saying, everyone's got a plan until you go 0-for-4 with 4 strikeouts.
That is how the saying goes.
Yeah, that's how Mike Tyson was very into baseball.
He was. Yeah, I think there's a case to be made last year. It's kind of a double-edged sword because it was a very competitive race. A lot of that was due to the amount of injuries they had.
Yeah. But
because they had the amount of injuries they had, they really couldn't take Cam Smith out of the lineup because you would be going to a AAA player. Yeah, you would be getting worse there. So I can see how they want to play it like, hey, maybe he needs a little bit more seasoning, and if that's in Sugarland, like, there's no point in him being on the bench in Houston. Might as well have him play in Sugarland. I also think there might be a little bit of Dana Brown, Joe Espada, not like full on trying to light a fire under him, but just like, hey, giving it lip service of, you got to earn your spot, kid, of, what, like we said, there's not going to be entitlement minutes here. There's not going to be, well, you're the starting right fielder last year.
We're not the Wizards.
Yeah, we're not the Steven Silas Rockets. Yeah. All right, like, We're gonna need you to take some good shots, KPJ. I think that's where the Astros are, where they can give him the at bats he needs, but I don't think they're gonna just let him do it if he has the same year that he had last year.
Yeah, he played 134 games, over 440 at bats, so plenty of they gave him plenty of track to figure things out, and they'll enter the season thinking that same way.
And he had a pretty classic rookie season, except for the never playing minor leagues part, but pretty classic where he struggled early. He seemed to find his footing and played really well for a stretch, and then he played poorly again. And so he kind of hits that rookie wall, whether that's physically playing 140 games for, I have to imagine, the first time in a summer, or if it's, league has a plan for him, he adjusts, and then the league figures out the adjustment. I think that's part of what's happening with Cam Smith, or what happened last year with him.
He came to be the sixth place in RBI, so Walker, Altuve, Diaz, Pena, Paredes, Cam Smith, of course. Jordan, of course, would have been there, but Jordan wasn't on the field. But, so I'm interested to see.
At some point, someone has to play right field or someone has to play the outfield. If they trade Jake Myers, who's going to play center and right? if it's not going to be Cam Smith and Jake Myers, or neither of them.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Cam Smith's opportunities. He's going to get plenty of them. And
I do feel like it is them just saying, like, we're not giving him a spot.
It's like, yeah.
It's like it's an Ime Udoka move. It's I mean, not that he invented the idea of giving a young player, like, a carrot to chase after.
The version of when Ime is benching Jabari Smith in a close game to play Jeff Green. Back when that happened. Doesn't happen anymore, but it did happen for a little bit in his first season here with
when Şengün
the
would
Rockets.
finish games.
Yeah, they
Jalen
pulled Şengün, and people would ask questions about it. And the standard answer was, guys who give me the best chance to win will play.
Yeah.
And just because of who's going to play right field, Cam Smith right now is your best option.
Yeah. And it might be more, I mean, Shepard's played better than Cam has, but it might be this Astros team is more analogous to this Rockets team. Not as far as being top of the league, but just we have a spot for one guy to learn on the job. We don't have a spot for 5 guys to learn on the job, but if there's, a bunch of veterans or a bunch of even just established, because Jeremy Pena, I don't view him as a veteran, but he's an established major league player at this point. Yeah, you got Pena, Altuve, Jordan, Christian Walker, Paredes, Correa in some combination. You know what? There is room for Cam Smith to bat 7th or 8th and be figuring it out.
The depth of this lineup, and they're still trying to add to it, allows for that to happen. Keith, let's get to Keith here before we go to break. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Sean. As you guys know, I'm big into NFL free agent wide receivers. Big news today. Speed demon, NFL journeyman, 4.3 guy, Brandon Cooks, and the Saints part ways. I think he's still got a little juice left in the tank, especially just as a decoy. There's some wide receiver needy teams out there. Oregon State legend, former Texan as well, former Cowboy.
Yeah.
Where do you see Brandon Cooks landing? When you have that type of world-class speed, you can be on an NFL roster. Look at guys like Jamal Agnew, who's still on NFL rosters, and speed guys, so not the best comparison, but if you have speed, you can play in this league.
I thought Keith was going to go with a player whose suspension is up, or just came up this week.
OBJ. He didn't even mention OBJ.
I thought he was going Odell Beckham. When he mentioned like speed demon, I was going to say, well, that wasn't like 2013, but yeah, OBJ, also a veteran free agent Keith Wheelhouse guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Texans really need.
I don't think he's calling about the Texans strictly.
Okay.
He's generally just, hey, I like
team in the league,
who needs a free agent receiver who can run. He's just going to be a Raven, right? At some point, the Ravens will just pick him up.
Raven, Titan.
Yeah, I mean,
whichever.
Whatever.
I mean, that is Brandon Cooks, well traveled. It does seem like he's kind of reaching the end of the road.
I don't know that the world-class speed still exists at 32. Sure.
They should make guys run the 40. Maybe not every year, but once you hit 10 years in the league, they should make you run the 40
I think that's
again.
fair. I mean, they don't want to have it happen, but I think
There's nothing good that would ever come
yeah,
of
it's not gonna go great for them.
But I would just like to know, because 4.3 is going to be attached to Brandon Cooks until the day he dies.
Someone on television, if he does wind up on some team, will say he's a 4.3 guy when he's probably not anymore.
No.
Like Keith was talking about world-class speed. I don't think 30-year-old Brandon Cooks
is world-class.
I mean, he's relatively to the rest of the world world-class, but as far as the athletes he's competing against right now, I don't know that he is a world-class speed guy anymore.
Just imagine, like, next on NFL Network, the 2015, the draft class of 2015, their 40-yard dash next.
Yeah. I mean, if you want me to care, just throw it in between championship weekend and the Super Bowl. I mean, that's a better
Instead
Pro Bowl
of the Pro
experience.
Bowl?
Yeah. If you want to do Pro Bowl games,
How about this?
former Pro Bowlers.
Make it one of the dumb Pro Bowl events that
Yeah.
they have. Just current Pro Bowlers, just run
Yeah.
the 40.
Yeah. If you were known as fast,
In
you
a
don't,
bucket hat.
you don't even have to race anyone else for a competition. I know people like that. I don't need that. I need to see you. In fact, it'd just be informational to show how the NFL game changes guys. Like Tyreek Hill, for whatever he was at the time, and still one of the fastest humans to ever play football. But how's the league and injuries? Well, he won't do it because he's had a major injury. But guys like that.
He's pretty slow now.
Yeah.
I would say.
But other guys like Brandon Cooks, bring him out. Bring him out, and let him run and see how fast he is now.
Yeah.
Guys
no.
won't agree to that, though.
No.
They'd
Absolutely
rather
not.
race. They'd race before they would get clocked.
It would kill their free agent chances.
Yeah, the Dory Jackson.
Of being
Remember
like,
him? Really fast?
Yeah, Brandon Cooks, 4.3 guy, but if we had the information that's like, actually he's a 4.65 guy now. Nope, not happening.
Even if he's in the 4.5s or high 4.4s, he's doing it at like 5.9. So it's not great anymore.
Not great.
Yeah.
Don't love it.
We got ideas, everyone. Just letting you know. You want to make the Pro Bowl experience fun.
Because like Chris Johnson, the old Titans running back, CJ2K, he was like a
4.29,
4.29,
whatever it
4.28,
was.
whatever. I guarantee you he does not run that anymore.
No.
But we have no information. We have no
He
way
didn't
to-
run that in his final years in the NFL.
Yeah. Well.
We just didn't clock him again.
But now he's just like, John Ross.
Yeah, I'm not looking
Xavier
for
Worthy.
Look, I'm not expecting retired guys to be at that level.
Yeah.
But even guys in their 30s who are known for this ability, I would even do. Hey,
30th birthday in the NFL, or when you reach some sort of milestone, like you know how Lance McCullers reached 10 years of MLB service, and there is like a tweet from the Astros about it.
Sure.
You do that with the NFL, where it's like when you reach 10 years of service in the NFL, you are subject to mandatory 40-yard dash.
It takes
slip that in the next CBA.
It's either that or drug testing. Which one do you want?
Real drug testing.
Yeah.
We won't look the other way.
We'll
on
throw
this one.
weed back into the mix and see how you like it. Or you can run during Pro Bowl weekend. All right.
Now it's kind of Squid Game.
Well, people watch Squid Game. People don't watch the Pro Bowl.
A lot of people watch. Yeah, Running Man, number one TV
This
show
is
in
what
that
we're
world.
saying. Hey, Roger, we're right here. Just give us a call. Someone wants to talk about Justin Tucker. Don't see the name, so I can't tell you to hold on. But if you're the person who called in, wanted to talk about, speaking of free agents, just hold on.
Someone say the freest agent.
Yeah, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to join us? 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
That movie talk will continue on Friday, 11:30, or around there. Michael Carroll will join us. He is one of the hosts of Comicast. He does that podcast with John Lee. We will be out at Taquerias Arandas on Friday. Sean and I will be. Sean will get there a little bit later, but we'll be out there. Michael will join us from studio tomorrow. East River 9, the entire station will be out there. So come out there and join us. Sean, before we get to Julian here, that's the name who wants to talk about Justin Tucker. Let me ask you something. So I went to HEB a couple days ago, and because we're getting ever closer to Thanksgiving, they broke out some of their prefab Thanksgiving items. So if you go, people who know, I don't want to explain it because everyone, for the most part, has been to HEB. But if you aren't a cook or you just want to be able to warm something else up, you don't want to make it from scratch, they have stuff.
Yeah, they have like a pumpkin pie there.
Yeah. In this case, they have like a sweet potato casserole.
Okay.
I'm a yams guy. That's what I eat for Thanksgiving. It's made of the same materials for the most part, but it's just formulated differently. I've come from a Southern black family. We're not eating sweet potato casserole. We're having yams. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't happen in Southern black families. My Southern black family isn't having sweet potato casserole. My mother is making yams and mac and cheese and all the other stuff. So they have a sweet potato casserole.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not thought of by a Southern black family. But whatever, it's there.
I come from a Southern white family. We eat
sweet potato casserole.
Sweet potato casserole.
It's just, hey, 2 Americas or more. Doesn't matter. It's fine either way. Except on my table at Thanksgiving. Keep the sweet potato casserole for HEB when I can buy it the week before. So I bought it just to see how it tastes.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's good. It's for what it is, it's a pretty good product.
Yeah, and it's nice just because there's a lot of savory on your
definitely
on your Thanksgiving plate. It's
definitely
a nice sweetener.
It's a nice little change of pace.
Yeah, that's all it is.
So my thought now is because I got lunch, and I generally try to limit my Whataburger intake to once every 2 weeks. So I'm due, is what I'm saying. So it's generally the same order.
Yeah.
Double meat, throw some bacon on. Don't have all of the fixing on. You take off whatever you want. Meal, fries. I like to go with the shake sometimes.
Okay.
So my question for you is,
yeah,
what are your thoughts on dipping the fries in the sweet potato casserole?
Whoa.
Not in the shake. I know people think,
Whoa.
dip it. I know people
That's
dip
where
it
I
in
thought you were going.
I know people do that.
That you would have juked me out of my sneakers on that one. I was ready to. Yeah, love dipping it in a shake. I'm open. I'm open to it. Never, obviously, I've never had French fries on Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, same.
We're a Southern white family, but we're not that kind of Southern white family. So I've never had that, and I'm thinking about it. I think it works.
Yeah, I think it does.
I think it would work.
That's my plan because it popped in my head today, considering it's the Whataburger day, and you know what? I think dipping the salty fry and the sweetness of the sweet potato with both potatoes in some ways.
I know it is potato on potato.
It is potato on potato, but who says I can't? I know that might offend, but who says I can't for lunch?
I think that that works. I'm good with this.
I'll have a report tomorrow.
Okay.
But I think I've come up with something that's going to work. We'll see.
Yeah, and then on Friday when we're at Taquerias Arandas, you can be like, "Hey guys, have you ever thought of
putting a taco,
sweet potato,
sweet potato casserole
potato.
dipping for your taco and your chips?"
Nope. Literally never.
In fact, we've never thought of it. Don't bring that idea in here.
You're not welcome.
Yeah, ever again. All right, let's get to Julian. He wants to talk about Justin Tucker. Speaking of not welcome, Justin Tucker. What's up, Julian?
What it is, John Turkeys. I'm going to go ahead and channel my inner Keith. So Eddie De Niro is going to be out. He's week to week, and he's definitely going to miss this week. Perfect in field goal tries this year. He has missed 4 extra points. 2 of them have been blocked. Justin Tucker, just for a week. Bring him back. He did what he did. Oh, well. Deshaun got to play again. Also, so Dale, you like yams. So does that include you eating old lady yams? Have a good one.
No. Some people are eaters, some people aren't. In that case, no. Moving on to Justin Tucker. In that case, no as well. You're not getting Justin Tucker for a week. You're not taking that heat just for a week of football.
That's
What are you
it
talking
is.
about?
That you kind of need. I mean, you would need any team would need their kicker to be out a substantial amount of time.
And
they
then,
need
like,
to be a competitive team.
Yeah.
That they don't. I mean, I don't know. The Texans went with Matthew Wright.
Yeah,
know,
are you
like
taking on Justin Tucker for a chance of him knocking through a 40-yard field goal? Maybe you don't even need him in a fashion where he's kicking a game winner.
Yeah.
Why would you do that for a week? Dealing with that for a week for a kicker. Like you mentioned, Deshaun, the Browns' justification was that's a quarterback. We don't have one. That's a franchise changer. That's why they did it. There was a time where I wasn't here. It's been a couple times. I was interviewing for a job in Cleveland. And they asked me, considering I was based here, about Deshaun Watson and their recent acquisition. I said, I get why you did it. I just don't know that he's some franchise changer. I don't think he's the guy you think he is. And this was before the clear fall off.
Yeah, before he played.
Yeah, I watched him here, and he was a good quarterback, but I don't think he was going to – I said it to them, to not the Browns, obviously, but to the radio station to carry the Browns, the guys who were interviewing me. I don't think Deshaun's going to elevate you to contender status. That's not who he is. And clearly, that isn't who he is.
And they're like, get out of my office.
Well, I never actually – it was all through I never had to actually fly up to Cleveland. At one point, I was going to do a Cleveland show, and because they're a CBS station, I was going to do it in a side studio at 610.
Okay.
Just didn't work out. They went with someone local, which you might imagine would be the case. Less expensive, and the guy's been covering your team in some way for years, so you just go with him. But he was a quarterback. That's why the Browns made the move.
Yeah.
You don't do it for the kicker for a week or two. You can find someone.
I was going to say, the kickers, this from 49ers Nation, the SB Nation site. They hosted 3 kickers this week. One of them was on the team last season. Tanner Brown, Anders Carlson, and John Parker Romo. To me, especially for 1 week, there's always going to be an Anders Carlson. There's
Sure.
always going to be a John Parker
That you
Romo
can go
that
to.
you can go to play one. I mean,
and
a
if we
Matthew Wright,
remember-
a Matt Amendola, like
A Riley Patterson.
yeah, to me, like, again, you would need a multi-week injury for a contender who, I don't know, doesn't have any other option, or is like, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just.
And
do
we're
it. We worked this
ignoring the
guy
fact
out. Let's
that he
do
was not good the last time he was on the NFL roster. Maybe that can all be attributed to the stuff we didn't know about until it came to the light. But he was not good the last time, and no need to do it.
And as far as not being good after things come to light, or in this case, right before things come to light, is it unreasonable to think that might be why Deshaun kind of sucks now? Is that
It's not unreasonable.
it's like it might just be because everyone looks at him and goes pervert.
Yeah. I
Like
mean, I
that-
wouldn't put it past the change in status about how people see you to affect the way you play the game, because the perception of you, and maybe not even the perception, the right way of people to look at you suggest you're not a great guy. And that has changed the way you approach things. And if you're always worried about what people think of you, don't think that can help you play the game of football in the way you used to. So Justin Tucker, in his final year with the Ravens, 22 of 30, and he went from a guy who felt like a lock to make 50-yarders. He was 6 for 11, and the year before he was 1 of 5. So, and 23 and 24, as this stuff was, I guess, being investigated, and he wouldn't give answers to the journalists who were asking behind the scenes before they made it public. His status as one of the best kickers in the game was faltering. So why would you want a guy who wasn't even good the last time you saw him? And then as the 49ers, you got to be like, yeah, we did it because we needed him for a week. You can go find a guy. Thank you, Julian, for the call.
Yeah, it is like, I do think it is worth talking about, but I just have a hard time like picturing the team actually what it would be. Contending team, kicker gets hurt for probably the rest of the season. They try out John Parker Romo, Anders
and they're
Carlson,
all bad.
and they stink.
Yeah.
And then he has to be the third call that you make.
Yeah.
For a long term, you need them for from Thanksgiving on kind of thing. So I don't know. Niners probably not, but some other team who's a kicker gets hurt this week. I could see it. I could see it happening. I just don't think it's likely.
And maybe at some point when you just stop being good at what you do. He's been in the league. He was in the league since 2012.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of the different circumstances. This is completely different circumstances. But some of the Colin Kaepernick thing of you've been out of the league for X amount of years. At this point, it's not happening. So I do wonder. He is the guy, like you said, been in the league for almost over 15 years.
He was he first year was 2012.
Okay, less than 15 years. And you're thinking all right, so he's in his late 30s. This is normally when guys tail off anyway. Is it gonna happen? Same thing where after year 3 of being out of the league, I think your chances of getting in drop enormously.
There is an article, of course, there always will be, about teams who could sign him. We'll go to break with that. The Rams are number 1 on the list. The Falcons, why would they do it? They stink. But they're there. The Packers, and then the final team is the Colts, who had Michael Badgley as their kicker filling in for
Schrader?
Spencer Schrader, who got hurt. All right, we'll go to break with that. It's not unique to you, Julian. Other people are talking about it. I would just be surprised if anyone who was trying out a guy just for a week is going to sign Justin Tucker. All right, one more segment to go. We'll get into the Rockets. They got the Cavs tonight. And then we'll close it up with Rich Eisen coming up.
UH giveaway?
Yep, we'll do that. We'll go 11:55. 11:55, caller 3 wins a pair of tickets. Cougs, TCU, senior night. They want you to wear red. Be loud. Get there early. Don't let the TCU purple dominate. It's your final home game of a really good year. You're ranked in the AP. You're ranked in a college football playoff poll. People are acknowledging the Cougs' good year. Yeah. You should as well.
The group of seniors that turned this thing around.
Certainly. Let's honor them as they had to go through a coaching change, stuck with it, and have helped you to a really good year in Willie Fritz's second year. Willie Fritz joins John and Lance as many Tuesdays as he can, bright and early. So if you want to support him and the program, now's your time. Call in. Well, at 11:55, caller 3 gets those tickets. But if you don't get them from us today, you can certainly listen to Jeremy and Joe, but also you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets for tickets just starting at $25, or call 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Go support the Cougs. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We're about a minute away for people who still want to go see the Cougs versus TCU. Remember, caller 3, 11:55, you get those tickets, so be ready for that. So yesterday, Lane Kiffin was on Pat McAfee. He disputed the claim that he was given an ultimatum to make a decision by the Egg Bowl, whether he was going to stay or not. He did not really give any more information on his job status other than talk about how great it is to be in the spot for Ole Miss, having a chance to go 11-1. We are really on the verge of a potential head coach of a college football playoff team having to either be told you can't coach your team in the playoff or choosing not to. It would be the first time, because generally teams don't lose their coach when they're having this type of year. Ole Miss is in a unique spot, never will be the top job in the SEC, and we just have giant job openings around the country. 2 of them happen to be in the SEC, where despite Florida struggles and people not liking Brian Kelly at LSU, those jobs are looked at as bigger jobs. And Ole Miss is just I won't say the victim, they'll be fine, but they're just taking on this because of those jobs. Do I think he coaches? I'm on the verge of saying they tell him no matter what happens, they won't fire him.
Yeah,
they won't tell him to leave. But if
what would happen is that he leaves before
he just wouldn't coach in the playoff.
Yeah, or
he stays. Yeah, I don't think there's any way
that he's just removed from
Lane
office.
Kiffin is removed or he's allowed to coach to finish the job. I don't think they would let that happen. So we are really close to that happening for the first time. Now, it helps that as far as this happening because it's a 12-team playoff, but it's not like Ole Miss is at the bottom rung of this. They're a top 6 team in the country. Like I couldn't ever foresee a guy unless they're Cincinnati or something. Maybe it was at the time a non-Power 4 school. And I could see that happening. But SEC guy going into the playoff, leaving.
That's the surprising thing to me, is that it's not. I mean, if it weren't for Lane Kiffin, or if Lane Kiffin had, signed an extension 2 weeks ago,
sure,
we'd be maybe not at this volume where he's like on McAfee and stuff, but we would be talking about like a guy like John Summerall, someone who we've heard from earlier in this show, where it's like he probably will get another job that is not Tulane, and there's a good chance he does not coach Tulane in the college football playoff,
or
he coaches it with the understanding
that he's gone.
We see that in bowl games from
UCF
time to time.
And Scott Frost, I think, did that, right?
So it wouldn't be as shocking if it were a situation like that, where it's a group of 5 coach taking an obvious upgrade of job. There is like something like Lane Kiffin will have to play Ole Miss at another time.
Yeah,
he's a guy who's uniquely comfortable with this, given how the Tennessee thing went down when he left Tennessee back in 2008, 2009 range. But there is, it is surprising to me that it's a team that's ranked, 6th in the country, 5th in the country, that is in this situation in the SEC. They are upgrade of jobs, but they're not like obvious upgrades.
Yeah, Florida
of jobs.
It's better, particularly historically, the success, but it's not this clear giant thing. And he's proven, maybe uniquely so, that you can win at a pretty big level, high level at Ole Miss. He is the perfect guy to be the trailblazers for this, to maneuver this situation.
Absolutely. That's why we think he might stay.
Yeah,
is because he does crazy stuff.
I am saying I'm surprised by how available he is to be asked these questions, even if he dances around them while this is going on. All right, we're done. That music means we're done. And since we're done for the day, Sean, what does it mean? Well, we'll see.
I didn't want to do shred him.
He's back at practice, at least.
He is back. Shred him in practice.
Yes, he at least back at practice, but won't play tomorrow. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Talk more Texans. We'll talk about the Rockets. They got the Cavs. We'll see how that goes. Rich Eisen up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
He's a poet.
Rich Eisen.
My God, he is so funny. He is a brilliant creator. But, he is also so serious. He's in charge of every detail.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests. Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Dodgers catcher Will Smith. Host of Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hey, everybody. What's happening?
Welcome to the Rich Eisen Show.
Yeah.
And it's just me and TJ because Rich's mic is not working. It's a Wednesday. How are you guys doing today?
Chris Brockman, how you doing?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show.
There we go.
Everybody. Hey, I'm working buttons
we were
here on the program. Good to see everybody here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Good to chat with everybody here on the program. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on this show. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman.
Hey, Rich, what's
Put
up,
you
man?
to work already.
Yeah, right?
Mike
Ready to
Elko
go.
to a heart attack. Good to see you, Mike.
Just so scrambled jets.
CJ Jefferson, candles lit over there. Good to see you.
Hey, we stay ready, Rich, so we ain't got to get ready.
I appreciate you saying all of that.
What it do, baby?
Hey, there's lots to talk about on this program. LeBron James tipped off season number 23 for him last night here in Los Angeles, California. He looked good. Lakers look great. They're 11-4. We'll talk about that on this program. Kurt Warner's going to be first up, talking about everything that we saw in week number 11. We'll turn the page a little bit to week number 12. Speaking, hey, Los Angeles fans, certainly listening out there on ESPN 710 here in Los Angeles. Will Smith, the Dodgers catcher who hit the World Series, essentially winning home run, and also gave everyone here in Los Angeles a heart attack by lifting his foot up off the plate for a split second as IKF was coming in with his foot of his own in that legendary Game 7 moment. He's going to join us, and I have questions. I have questions for him. Could you imagine the entire World Series was inside a replay machine for a split moment involving his foot, and he had to wonder...
I mean, I don't have to imagine. That's what happened.
Yeah,
no, I understand.
It was happening.
What I'm saying, he had to wonder, did I get it back down in time?
Right.
And for how long was that moment for him?
Oof.
For instance, and what did it look like from him to watch Andy Pages run all over Kike and bulldoze him to keep the game alive?
Yeah, from that point of view.
From all the way back there. What's it like to catch Shohei? What's it like to catch Yamamoto? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he caught every inning of that World Series.
He did, and he was coming back from injury, too, late in the year.
Does it involve a cold tub? And, why did he slap Chris Rock? Okay, wait a minute.
I want to talk about independence.
Being told, different Will Smith. And how many times have you heard that joke? 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Mike Florio as well, and everything going on in the National Football League. And here's what's going on. When Michael Penix Jr. got drafted by the Atlanta Falcons, everyone was sitting right there at that draft saying, what's up with that? Because Kirk Cousins just left Minnesota to be your starting quarterback, and you just paid him gajillions of dollars, and you went ahead and used a draft choice instead of to support this veteran quarterback in his final dotage years in the National Football League to try and go all in on that basket in the same way the Jets were doing with Aaron Rodgers at the time, not knowing that the Steelers were going to do the same thing with Rodgers in a couple of years. But I get ahead of myself. We were all sitting there going, what are the Falcons thinking by taking a quarterback at all, let alone one who is, arguably coming into this draft that has since, as we've seen, put Drake May into the ether, and we see what he's doing now. Jaden Daniels was the unicorn last year, and we see what Bo Nix has become there, and we're waiting for J.J. McCarthy to still show up regularly like he did in Michigan, winning a national championship there. And Caleb Williams, my goodness gracious, now is a 7-3 NFC North leading into Week 12 quarterback.
Yeah, finally looks like the number 1 overall pick.
But Penix, out of all of them, was believed to be the most pro-ready because he's also, a Brandon Whedon, age.
A little older.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's 24, and he also, boy, does he have that gorgeous spiral, like an NFL film spiral.
No doubt.
And a rocket arm, but also a surgically repaired knee multiple times over, having suffered not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 season-ending injuries in his college career where he was all over the map. But that's not his fault. It's part and parcel of the way things are going in college football now. So you're drafting somebody that a lot of people thought they didn't need, and then they drafted somebody whose availability wasn't always his best ability. And sure enough, they needed him last year because Kirk Cousins started falling apart at the seams, coming off of an Achilles injury of his own, right? And they turned to Penix. Save the season, kid. He couldn't. He tried. Then he gets the starting job this year, and everyone's wondering, are you going to get rid of Kirk Cousins now? And the answer was no. Doesn't matter how expensive he is. We may need him. And we were all like, wink, wink. All right. That's just you trying to cover the fact and cover some tracks of drafting Penix and having a bad signing, and you're definitely going to offload him at some point. Nobody knocked on the door to their liking with an offer. They held on to him. Penix missed 1 game with a bone bruise on a knee this year. Didn't look great for Cousins in that game. Tua and the Dolphins started planting their feet and pirouetting on their season. We'll see how much more winning they can do. But here we are now on this Week 12 Wednesday with the Atlanta Falcons having lost in overtime at home to the Carolina Panthers in a game where they not only lost Drake London with a knee injury, but lost Penix with 1-2. And we find out today, season-ending knee surgery for Michael Penix Jr. And it's yet another ACL injury, partially torn, thank goodness. But this was the concern about him, and it's not fair to bring up his injury history at this moment, except for the fact that the Falcons have a season on the line. And unbelievably, the person they're turning to save it is the guy they turned away from last year and turned to Penix to save it, and Kirk Cousins, who's still there. And it's a much bigger hole from which the Falcons are asking Cousins to dig out of rather than the one that Cousins handed to Penix last year. Dire straits for the Atlanta Falcons, who are now looking up in the standings at a Carolina Panthers team that has already swept them this year for the first time since 2013. Atlanta, 3-7. They're not even in the sniffing it category when we show you the NFC standings here. And we're very lenient on the sniffing it portion of it.
We're generous.
Yeah, we're generous when it comes to we expand the circle to 4-5-1 teams. But after that, we got to turn our back on you. They're not even in the mix right now. And Atlanta's next game is at New Orleans before they visit the Jets, and then they're home for Seattle at Tampa on a Thursday night, mid-December.
And even more damning, they do not own their first-round pick next year.
That belongs to the Rams because they traded back into it for more defensive pass rush help, which has been an improvement this year. So it looks like the Falcons are in a position where they couldn't even have imagined they'd be in right now. Or certainly they hoped they wouldn't be in, with Penix not there because he hurt a knee that a lot of red flags were flying about.
I mean, did we all have them in the playoffs this year? Or
did you choose them to win the division?
I think I might have. Their offense is stacked and improved defense. It's all right there.
And by the way, Drake London might not play this week either. It looks like he's not.
Yep.
Because of that aforementioned knee injury. Meanwhile, in the Cleveland Ranch, Berea, Ohio, Kevin Stefanski, the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, said the words that we thought he would eventually say this year. It just wouldn't be because they traded away both their veterans and the rookie drafted in front of him can't go because he's got a concussion. Finally, the words have been said. Hit it.
Shador's going to start at quarterback. Dylan is still in the concussion protocol. He is improving. But obviously we got to put a plan together for all of our players, all of our offense, our defense, our special teams, plan of attack, and give our guys a chance to go execute and play fast. That's the goal.
Okay. So just to interpret that for you, play fast. Just to go ahead and play fast. And offense, defense, special teams, it's not just about one guy, but nice try. To play fast, meaning we're not going to have somebody back there thinking. We're not going to have somebody back there unfamiliar with X, Y, and Z. Maybe simplify the playbook. Play fast, not think. Instincts. Kid has instincts. That's for darn sure. And we will see what it looks like. That interpretation is like simplify the playbook, and we're going to put stuff in specifically for him so he can play fast. We can all play fast. Obviously, the most successful thing would be for him to turn to Quinshon Judkins and say, go run. And run away from 99 because they're playing Max Crosby. That's number one. You want to play fast? Run away from him. Sort of full-on Monty Python run away. And that means they're going to surround him with support. Yes. Take a listen to how Kevin Stefanski answered the question about the reps. They're going to give any. Is it Bailey Zappi who's next? Is he next?
I think he is next in line.
Maybe just get him ready in case. Yeah, What's going to happen here?
Pretty much like the vast majority of those reps. Are you playing a spread with Bailey or anything?
No, he'll get every rep.
Okay. He'll get every rep. Ooh. So I guess for those out there who thought they were sabotaging him, or I guess what, sabotaging the system?
I don't say sabotage. You say sabotage. I say sabotage.
Okay, that's right. Sorry.
Who is that?
That's William Shatner.
It's like a 60-year-old clip.
Sabotage the system.
I don't say sabotage.
No, I don't say sabotage. You say sabotage. I say sabotage.
I mean, he's the starting quarterback. He better be getting every rep.
Well, that's the whole point, though. If they weren't sabotaging him by not giving him every rep.
Yeah.
Okay? All right? And perfect example. And again, Shedeur is not the first backup quarterback to get in there without a single rep with the ones all season long, right?
Most backup quarterbacks.
Not most. All of them don't get them.
Don't get any.
Here's the story. I was going to tell it yesterday. I'll tell it now. As the story goes, Tom Moore, the great Tom Moore, old man football, right?
Old man.
He was on, honestly, he makes Wilford Brimley look like Benjamin Button, right? And so, good old Tom Moore, when he was with the Peyton Manning Colts.
He's 87 right now.
God bless him. If you ever have the chance to talk football with him, you got to do it. Because at some point, I mean, you know that Lou Duva commercial I used to be in on SportsCenter? Mm-hmm. Where he's bleeped out in the commercial because they couldn't put 5 continuous words that were safe for work together in the edit bay. Screw it, we'll just bleep them out in a commercial where we could edit things out. Tom Moore would be just like that.
He's still coaching. He's a senior offensive assistant with the Bucks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So, as the story goes, somebody asked him if the Colts give Peyton Manning's backup any reps in practice with the ones. And his answer was no. Why not? Well, because if Peyton's not playing, we're effed. And we don't practice effed. That was his answer.
Wow. Great answer.
Right? It kind of just tells, if he doesn't play, we're effed. And
that's the rest of the team feel about that.
Effed is not in the playbook.
Yeah.
So I get it. But the question is it took so damn long to get to this point. What does that mean for their thoughts about Shedeur? And guess what? That is now all out the window because they are all in the same boat. It could be the USS effed.
Could be.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could.
But Shedeur is going to have an NFL start on Sunday in Las Vegas against a wins-challenged Raiders team. He is going to have a full week of you're the starter preparation. He can walk around the building in the manner in which he's probably been dreaming of walking around an NFL building. I am the starting quarterback of fill in the blank. I am the guy who's going to be leading the huddle. I am leading the team this week. I am the team leader. I am the guy who's in the playbook. I am the guy talking to the OC and the HC about what I'm comfortable with, and they are setting me up to succeed. And no matter what happened on draft weekend, and no matter the way you read the way he's handling his business or the way the Browns were handling their business at the position, they are all in the same boat. And it's either Shedeur Sanders, captain of the USS Browns, or they are on the USS Effed, and the Raiders are going to have a lot to do with it. But I can't wait to see it. Browns at Raiders, where, by the way, you know, 1-on-1 baby effed the most. Don't worry, Disney Plus, I'll stop using that word. Or ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. It could be Geno Smith, because Myles Garrett is bringing his tombstones to Vegas. And they can't protect Geno. Browns can win this game. But I can't wait to see it.
That was higher register.
No. That's tomorrow's show.
Do you think anyone will score a touchdown in this game?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
Of course?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
You've watched them both play football before, right?
I have.
A few times. Yeah.
Have we watched Shedeur play football in a week in which I've talked about the preparation? Have we seen that yet?
It may not matter.
Okay. Have we seen Chip Kelly maybe coordinate this thing in a way that's going to dial it up?
No,
you saw it a couple times. You've seen it a couple times. I'm just saying.
I don't know.
Never say never.
I think the under is a great play this week. That's all I'm saying.
What is it? What's that number?
36, which seems kind of high.
36. But do you know what do you pick up what I'm putting down? All that business of like, why didn't they draft him? Why wasn't he drafted? Why did he have to jump in the pool after the 5th round finally? Do they want him? Why are they not playing him, in preseason more? Even though he got hurt for after the performance that he had against, by the way, a Carolina Panthers team that turned out to be better than expected. Although that was back in August against 2s and 3s and guys who aren't in the league anymore. And why wasn't he this? Why weren't they giving him that? Why were they going to Dylan Gabriel? Why weren't they giving him any this or that? Was he being sabotaged? Is that the proper way to say it, Mike? I don't know.
I don't say sabotage.
Oh.
You say sabotage. I say sabotage.
Okay, exactly. I mean, listen to James T. Kirk. William Shiner.
I think funny enough, too, him getting the start against the team most people thought
he was going to be drafted by.
Play for.
Right.
Yeah.
And still could by next year. Listen, I can't wait.
We can only hope.
That's all out the window. They're now on the USS fill in the blank. We'll find out. I can't wait. Fun week 12 stuff.
One thing you said, Rich, real quick about him going in there and walking around like he's the captain of the ship. I think he should just do what he's been. Stay humble, learn, know that the defense got to carry you.
I'm not saying he's going to do that chest out. There are ways to do that, in the manner in which you're describing. And I'm sure he's been dreaming of that. Now he can. He truly can do this in Berea, Ohio for the next few days. What's he going to do on Sunday? Will he force the hand of Stefanski saying, all right, I saw that. You saw that. You saw that in Las Vegas. Next up, we'll see it at home against San Francisco. And then against Cam Ward, a guy who was drafted a gajillion miles in front of him. And then against Caleb. Then against Josh Allen. Then against Aaron Rodgers.
Dylan Gabriel.
And then against Joe Flacco.
Isn't Dylan Gabriel the starter
or
when he's healthy?
I don't know. Then I'm just saying you can play the hot hand. Let's go.
We'll know by Monday.
That's what happens in Vegas. You play hot hands, correct, Christopher? All right.
That's true.
I think I've hit the point.
I agree.
Speaking of that, let's take a break. Kurt Warner's going to join us next. This is the Rich Eisen Show on a busy Wednesday.
Michelle's Moment here for Gainbridge and their Give Back program, Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist powered by Parity's goal is to empower girls and women through sports and education, providing 32 organizations in 21 states $222 of grant funding during 2025. These grants aim to level the playing field and expand access to sports and education for girls and women across the country. Here's to a future with no limits for women's sports with Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist powered by Parity.
Clinton Yates here. The holidays are upon us, and so are the savings at Total Wine & More. Discover thousands of wines, spirits, and beers like my favorite, IPAs, perfect for every celebration and every budget. From bold reds to sparklers, you'll find the perfect wines to raise a glass this season. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Curbside pickup and delivery available in most areas. See TotalWine.com for details. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
You know what red tag means? At Gulf Coast Chevy, it means extra savings. Lance Zerline here. Here's an extra savings, for instance, on a 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab with 5.3-liter engine. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing. That's a lot of savings. Plus, Chevy's offering $1,500 in bonus cash and even more for Texas residents. That's you. And if you're a Costco member, even more savings. If you're thinking about a new truck, it's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey, folks. I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 24824773, Equal Housing Lender.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Batters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline. I'm going to be with John and Dell live at Taqueria Serrandas on Highway 529 in Cypress this Friday morning from 7 a.m. to noon. Come grab breakfast with us. Tacos, chilaquiles, huevos rancheros, whatever you like. Kick off your Friday with your favorite morning crew.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge, Lake Charles, or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
App back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. My Hall of Fame friend Kurt Warner is here. All right, you don't have the X-ray in front of you. You're not right there to talk to Aaron Rodgers. But I'm just wondering if he does have that fracture in his wrist, in his non-throwing handoff hand, I guess. What are the challenges do you think that present his ability to play in a game that you know he wants to play in Soldier Field? You know he wants to do that, and he's already voiced that to Tomlin. What are your thoughts on the challenges that face him to get out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest challenge, just from a playing standpoint, would be, of course, handoffs. What are they going to do to that wrist? Do they have to cast it up, which would probably, go into part of the hand? And so, would he be able to grip the ball? We've talked about it, when I dislocated my left elbow, back in 2007, I handed off with my right hand in both directions. And so, I mean, without a doubt, that's something Aaron Rodgers could do, and I think get comfortable with. It didn't take long to figure that out. So that's a possibility. And then just, security of the football, with both hands, obviously. What does that mean for that? But again, when it's your offhand, and I would assume they do something to help with the pain part of it. There's not a whole lot that's going to, throw you off with, outside of those little things that I'm talking about.
Okay. And then obviously Caleb Williams, where do you stand on his development now, 11 weeks into the season, Kurt?
He's developing, which is, to me, the exciting part, is that you just want to see growth. And I've seen growth in a lot of different areas with Caleb in this offense, is, growth in him fighting to stay in the pocket and go through his progressions. Growth in what I loved, this past week, is that the stats weren't necessarily great. It wasn't a great offensive performance, but I thought he made a bunch of positive plays when there wasn't a whole lot there to be had. And that positive play might just be throwing the ball away instead of, running around and taking a big sack or trying to, wing some 40-yard throw down the field. Or maybe that's just getting to a check down because, it's not clear to him. And so I thought he made a lot of positive plays in this game. And that, to me, is a sign of maturity, is that it's not, man, every play has to be a home run. Every play I have to, whirl around and run around and try to make a big throw. I think he's growing in all of those areas. There's still room to grow, being more comfortable with the progression part of it and being more fluid with that. To me, learning how to take something off the football. So many of his balls are fastballs, and they're hard to catch. And if they're off just a little bit, it's really tough on his receiver. So there's some growth I want to see in some of those other areas, but just from where he was last year and how he would get stuck on his reads and get stuck in the pocket and take sacks and not able to work through things, man, I think he's made a whole bunch of progress. And the beautiful thing is that they're winning while he's making progress, that he's not a finished product yet, and neither is his team, but they're still winning. They're finding ways to win, and he's competing his butt off, and he's making plays when they need him to make plays. And that's half the battle as you're going through this process of learning how to win and building the Ben Johnson culture.
Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. As you know, in our years on NFL Game Day morning, we have a lot of fun with you asking if this is the most complete Chiefs team of the Mahomes era over and over and over and over again. I don't think we'll be asking that of you this coming week. Now the Chiefs are in that other barrel that we've been asking over the last couple of years is, what's wrong with the Chiefs? What's up with the Chiefs? Is there anything wrong with the Chiefs? I know I just asked you 3 different questions, but it's all part and parcel of the same, I guess, pew, right? So what is wrong with the Chiefs writ large?
Well, I mean, what's wrong, first of all, is that they're not dominant in any area. And, for a while there, they were dominant on offense, and their defense was middle of the pack, and they had to bring their defense along. And then for a while, it was the defense is really good, and the offense is kind of just picks its moments, and it's got 15, and they find a way on offense, but they were dominant on defense. Now, when you watch them, they're not dominant in any area. There is nothing to me that they do really, really well. And so they've got nothing to hang their hat on either side of the ball. And so when your offense is struggling, you can't count on your defense to just shut people down. And when your defense is struggling a little bit, you can't count on your offense to put up 30 points because they're not executing at that level. And I would start up front, really on both sides. They're not dominant. They're not able to run the football. They're not dominating in pass protection on the offensive side. Chris Jones doesn't seem to be Chris Jones. He's not dominating and taking over football games where he was that cog in the middle that really made things go defensively. So they're not winning in the trenches, which just, shows, everything else. All their other flaws seem to come out when that's the case. And as excited as they were when we were back in Brazil talking about this wide receiver group that they had and how they felt it could be their best group that they've had in a long time and all of that stuff. I don't see guys on the outside that I trust to win with route running, that I can build a good, solid, pass game, and I expect them to win the routes. These, to me, seem to be more speed guys, long speed guys that have to get down the field, and that's how they're going to win more than winning with the route running piece of it. And I think that's really hurting this offense is they're not getting easy opportunities. They're not getting easy wins, for Patrick Mahomes and in the pass game. And when you can't run the football consistently, it just leads to all kinds of messes. And every once in a while they can come together and, they can run these RPOs and they can get it to their playmakers and they can run after catch and it can look really good. But when a team takes that stuff away, and that's kind of what I've seen a little bit with the Bills and now with Denver, is teams are challenging their receivers and getting up and not giving them space where they can catch it and run. They're going to challenge them and say, beat me. Show me you can beat me with route running and you can create separation and enough for Patrick to hit you continually and for you to hurt us. And they haven't been able to do that. And so that's something I'm looking forward to down the stretch, because obviously they've got their work cut out for them is how do they get better and how do they create some of those opportunities for those receivers and for Patrick when it comes to the passing game, because those guys to me just aren't winning in those one-on-one situations.
Sports Talk Radio question time. Kurt Warner. Ravens have won 4 in a row, and they've got some winnable games in front of them. The Bills just got 6 touchdowns from Josh Allen and beating the Bucks 2 weeks after they beat the Chiefs, all wrapped around one big fat clunker in South Florida. So, which team lasts longer in the 2025 season, all the way through to the end? The Ravens or the Bills? Wow. You call that shot right now. Your answer would be what? I
am going to call the Bills right now. And I think both teams have some issues. Both teams aren't hitting on all cylinders yet. And there's still a ways to go, because obviously we've seen where the Ravens have gone from where they started to where they are now and playing a lot better football. And you mentioned it. The Bills may be a little bit the opposite, where they started pretty strong and now we're kind of wondering. I don't know. I just trust them more right now because I've seen more of that, that good play by them, throughout the year. And so that really, to me, is what it comes down to. Not that the Ravens can't be that team. I mean, they've got all the same pieces that have, been one of the best regular season teams and did some things in the playoffs last year. So I know that's in there. I just haven't seen it come together enough with both sides that I'm fully confident in them moving forward. So I would lean more towards the Bills, even though I see some chinks in their armor as well.
Okay. I don't usually say this. Wrong answer, Kurt. Wrong.
Oh, yeah?
No,
okay. All right. I mean,
listen, you don't think the Ravens defense is better than the Bills, the way that they've been playing? I understand their first 5 games were a hot mess. Their last 5 games have not been. Lamar is getting healthier, and the playmakers that they have certainly are, I know this is not a metric, are certainly on more fantasy teams than the Bills, and that's just a way to talk about, I guess, talent level, another way to describe that.
And I would agree with that. I would agree with that. When you go top to bottom from a skill set or talent level, on paper, as we always say.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why we said on paper that, the Ravens, came into the season as one of the favorites to go to the Super Bowl. But just because it's on paper, we always say that, right? Paper champions, looks really good on paper, but you got to translate it to the field. And even though they're winning now, it's not translating. It's not really pretty. It doesn't look like a dominating football team. And so that's the only thing is I've seen the Bills when they turn it on, they have played at an extremely high level a number of times this year. And that's why I lean in that direction, even though I fully hear what you're saying and would not be surprised 7 weeks from now or 6 weeks from now, however many we got left, that we say, oh, gosh, Ravens are the team to beat in the AFC. It's just, to me, I'm too leery of, I've done it in the past where it says this team should be, but they never show you, but you keep thinking they're going to turn the corner because they should be really good. And too many times I've gone down that path, and then I have to always step back and go, but they didn't show me that. They never showed me they were that team. Why did I believe they were that team? And so right now, they haven't shown me yet. And so I'm just not a full believer that they can put it all together, and they will put it all together by the end of the year. As much as I said, they've got all the pieces. Most of these guys have been there before, so it wouldn't surprise me, but they just haven't shown me yet. So I'm going to go with the team that's shown me a little bit more.
Quick hitter time, Kurt Warner.
All right.
There's a bunch of quarterbacks who aren't starting this week, and I'm wondering if you think they should return this year.
Okay.
At all. Jackson Dart, should he return?
Yeah. If he's healthy, he should return. Just don't run as much. Tell him we're going to take those quarterback run plays out of the playbook and just play quarterback.
Joe Burrow.
No. This is one of those that I'm just looking, not as a competitor. As a competitor, if you're healthy, you get back out there and you play, whether there's something to play for or not. I just look at it, I think, as a fan, and if I was in the organization, it's just we're not even going to take that chance. We're not in this mix, really. We're just going to let Joe get healthy through the offseason, and we'll come back next year and hope that we can put this thing together. So that's why I say no.
Put you in his shoes, though.
I'd play.
Okay.
If it's up to Joe, if it's up to any of us competitors, and we get a chance to be out there and we're healthy and we're not going to, hurt ourselves or injure ourselves more because of it, we're going out there. We're playing. I'm just being the cautious guy that isn't the guy that has to go out there and play. So I'm telling you that I would bubble wrap him for the rest of the year and get him 100% healthy and believe that next year's our year.
I understand that this is an obvious follow-up, and I kind of know what the answer is, but obviously Burrow, you know who he is. Don't need to see him. Dart, I think you know what he is too. And why would you want to put him out there at the risk of another concussion? Or now he's rehabbing something in January, February, March, as opposed to just go there with Jameis. You've already seen from Dart. Yeah. He's got it. I know you need to get reps, but at the expense of what, potentially?
Well,
right? For an interim HC? Right?
I think that's the question, for sure, is that nobody wants him to suffer another concussion, this year or anytime. I just think, again, because you're a young football team and it's a young quarterback and you're trying to build something there as a team. That's why I feel and again, if we feel like there's anything that, that could carry over from where he's been, this year with the concussions, then obviously not. No reason to, because you're not playing for anything. But I just believe as a young team and a young player, you want to get these reps and you want to grow so you're in a better position when you guys step on the field next year. And so that's why, to me, again, if he's healthy and you're not worried about, any kind of setbacks there, you go play. And that's kind of how, I think all of us were when it came to concussions, is that we felt when we were fully healthy that it wasn't subjecting us to another one. Like, obviously you could take another hit, but it wasn't more likely necessarily that you suffered another one. And so when that time came, he got back on the field. And then, he's not playing this week, not due to injury. Coach's decision, Justin Fields. What do you think? Is that the end? Is this it? The Jets have made their decision. And, for them to be in this position, season's over. They trade away their two best defensive players. They bench Justin Fields. Is this it for his time in the Jets? Well, I guess, should we see him again? Once he's out, doesn't that make the decision? Pretty much. I think it would be, you'd be hard pressed to think that he's going to go back in and start again this year. He's got a body of work in this offense, and again, barring, whatever. I'm just saying, just to insert him back in there. I think it's a tough sell right now. Doesn't mean he can't be the guy a year from now. But yeah, to me, it's a tough sell right now if you've pulled him because, he hasn't played very well this year. To place him back in there instead of giving some other guys a chance, whether it's Tyrod or Brady, a chance to see what they are. I would be surprised if that were the case. And then I think, your bigger picture question is this it? I will be very fascinated to see what happens with Justin Fields now. Will he get another opportunity to be the full-time starter for a team? I'm not sure he will. I think it will probably come and you're going to have to earn this spot. So maybe somewhere where they don't have a solidified quarterback and he comes in and he competes and maybe he has a chance to earn it. But he's had a number of opportunities. I don't know if he's quite there yet as starter type material in the NFL. And I think he needs to grow and get better. And so it will be interesting to see what happens with him moving forward. If that's with the Jets, keeping him in that kind of a role, or whether that's, somebody else, taking a chance and bringing him in to compete. And the 90 seconds I have left, the all-22 all-star of the week was who? Who was it? It was Bryce Young. How about it? Bryce Young. And I love it. It's just kind of gradually just getting better and better and making more plays. And, what a game. Over 450 yards, 3 touchdowns, made a whole bunch of plays for this team. And so, it's exciting. I love to see that picture right there because we all know where we were a couple years ago and what everybody was saying about him. And
last year.
Yeah. Was it just last year that we were saying that?
Kurt, we were there. And we were there in Munich watching him maybe just begin to get his job back. And I think about Justin Fields, who we just talked about. Right. And, how a lot of these guys come into the league and they're not ready. They're just not ready to take on that position and carry a team and hold it down for a team. And, gosh, we want to think and we tell them that they have to be ready, but they're not ready. And it takes some time. And so it's been fun to watch the ascension of Bryce Young. And I don't think he's there yet. But, again, we're looking at growth with Caleb Williams, growth with Bryce Young and how he's playing every single week. And it's just, every week you watch and you're like, oh, there's some more of what I want to see. And there's some more of what I want to see. And so it has been fun to watch him grow and get more confident and make more plays. And I'm really excited to see what his future looks like. Everybody check out analysis like that at QB Confidential, Kurt Warner's YouTube channel. That is must subscribe. Good to see you, Kurt. Good to see you, bud. You too, buddy. You bet. See you this weekend. That's it. That's Kurt Warner on NFL Game Day morning. That's what he means this weekend. 9 a.m. Eastern time, tip time. Let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. LeBron's back, everybody. He's back. Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Hey, fam! fans. Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that PrizePicks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on PrizePicks. You can also follow other PrizePicks players directly on the app with the new Feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance offers 24/7 protection when you bundle home, auto, and motorcycle. Learn more at progressive.com. Listen. I understand when LeBron James is disgusting. Shows like this one. Well, I mean, shows similar to this one, where takes are welcome and handed out. And I understand shows like this one, where there's a simulcast, there's multiple audiences. Call in, let's talk about it. Let's light up a phone line. That it's much more clickable when the video about LeBron is more, shall we say, critical than appreciative. Guess what? This is a LeBron appreciation segment.
All right, I'm going to sit this one out.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Come on, though, Chris. Last night, we saw somebody take the court.
Uninterested in anything LeBron James.
He took the court, became the first individual in the history of the NBA to stroll on the court and saying, I am tipping off my 23rd season.
It's impressive.
He's now past Vince, who had 22 seasons. Vince never tipped off a 23rd. Okay, we all know all the records that he has. There was a stat on the local television broadcast for the Lakers last night. There are 82, I believe, individuals on NBA rosters who started living after LeBron started playing in the NBA. Dude. And I understand, he's of an advanced age, and we're all expecting something to fall off. But in the first 14 games of the schedule fell off because he had, do you see what they're calling it, sciatica now?
Well, he started playing golf, and he got a bad back.
Interesting.
He's an old man. Welcome to your 40s.
But I'm just pointing out it's sciatica. It was a nerve irritation in the glute, which we thought, are the Lakers calling LeBron a pain in the ass? But we all know back pain can refer. And LeBron went out and double-doubled. And Luka double-doubled with 37 points. And Austin Reeves got 26. And the Lakers scored 140 and beat the Jazz by 14. And that's something that the Lakers are going to have to, at 11-4, prove is repeatable. For them to, in this deep end of the Western Conference pool, have a shot to come out of the Western Conference in a conference that the Oklahoma City Thunder are not losing in. More often than not.
They're 14-1.
I'm aware of that. So, pretty cool, man. We're never going to see this again. And you, sir, you're going to miss him when he's gone.
Haven't missed him the first 3 weeks of the NBA season.
Understood. I got it.
I didn't miss the playoffs last year.
Okay.
I'm totally fine.
Okay.
My life is great.
I don't know if you can say you're never going to see this again.
You're never going to see it again.
I don't know.
You will never
think about this, man.
So
think about there was a point where you never thought you'd see a guy play 12, 15 years. Like every generation, things just change.
You were never going to see somebody play this way again at this age. How does that sound? Or at this lump, we're just never going to see it. There's going to be too many load-managed people. They're never going to have these numbers. They're never going to want to keep playing at this age.
And you want to load-manage Jackson Dart.
I sure as hell do.
I mean, yeah, but keep them safe.
Yeah, I do. It's a different sport. Totally different contact sport. Totally different. With all due respect to Austin Rivers. LeBron had this to say afterwards.
No, not really. Haven't been able to do that throughout my whole career. I think it's something I will really enjoy once I'm done, to be able to look back and see some of the things I accomplished and a great group of guys I was around, and coach staff I was around when I was playing the game. So I can sit back and think about what you just said as far as 7 guys not being born when I started this journey. And, that just made my back hurt. So I got a few days before we play again, so I'll be okay.
I guess 7 of those 80-plus players that were born after he started playing in the NBA are on his own team. Crazy. So, yeah, we won't ever see it again. So this is a LeBron appreciation video. You may not click on it, but I don't care. I'm gonna give the props.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors at GiveMeTheVin.com. Why did they sell us their cars? It's because you're worth more, and your car's worth more. I know that, and you know that. That's why I created GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the fastest and easiest way for you to sell your car for more money when it's time to sell. I'm sitting here waiting on the other end of GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Houston, your Cougars are 8-2 and ranked in the top 25 this week. Now let's show this team what Cougar pride really looks like. Join us this Saturday afternoon for Senior Day as the nationally ranked Cougs take on TCU at 3 in the final home game of the season. Let's fill every seat, turn TDECU Stadium red, and send our seniors out with the support they deserve. Tickets start at just $25, so bring the energy and bring the noise. Tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Taqueria Sarandas is dedicated to the community. This season of giving, they are going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, a turkey, a pie, and sides. Come in to register at any of the locations, and they are going to select one winner per location. Available at any Taqueria Sarandas, Arandas Bakery, and Arandas Seafood. No purchase necessary. Taqueria Sarandas serving the community since 1981. Also remember to grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandas Bakery. That's Taqueria Sarandas and Arandas Bakery. Go now.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Guess who?
ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Belvieu, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He's a poet.
Rich Eisen.
My God, he is so funny. He is a brilliant creator. But, you know, he is also so serious. He's in charge of every detail.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests. Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Dodgers catcher Will Smith. Host of Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Kurt Warner in hour number 1. Will Smith of the Dodgers is going to be joining us in hour number 2 at about 20 minutes' time. And one day, Will Smith will be able to sit on a rocking chair, look around at his family, say, I caught Clayton Kershaw and Shohei Ohtani. I won many World Series. Just the number, we don't know what the number is going to finally finish. But, man, what a World Series. I can't get enough talking about that World Series.
No, and he said there's from aliens, too. He's going to be able to tell them about that.
No, different.
What was it like walking around New York City?
No, guys.
That was really weird.
Guys. Different Will Smith.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does he still have all the Jordans from?
No, guys, please. I mean, has he ever walked in a living room, looked around, and nobody's there?
Right. He's never been welcome to Miami.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. Whether you're watching us on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance, or listening to us on Sirius XM Channel 80. Terzo and I all rise.
Oh, all rise.
All rise. What's up, Terzo?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, Rich, before I go in on Brockman on his terrible take on LeBron.
You had us at hello.
Not me.
Okay. I called in earlier before the season for the NBA, or for the NFL, and I had a bold prediction that Michael Penix would be the best quarterback this year out of that draft class, because I thought, like everybody else, that offense was going to do something great because of Bijan. I hate to see the kid go down, and especially in this manner with another torn knee.
Right. It's terrible. By the way, you also called in prior to the season. Let me see how your work is done. Your San Francisco 49ers win-loss. You had them going 11-6, bud. And you had them at this point in time being 5-4, 6-4, 7-4, 7-5 before this Monday nighter against Carolina. You're not too far off, bud. Not too far off.
Yeah.
So
we're right there, and that defense is playing mediocre, but they're getting the job done.
Well, I mean, they're playing with a hand tied behind their Pro Bowl back. You know what I mean? So, or a couple.
Yeah, with an ankle tied to it as well.
All right, so you want to go in on Brockman, because he's going to go in on me at some point in the next 10 minutes is my prediction before I get to my power rankings.
Man, like we have to be so happy to see this guy out there doing what he's doing at his age. I woke up this morning and felt like I had plantar fasciitis, and there's no way that I could be out there playing the way he does it at that age, man. It is awesome. We probably will never see it again, like you said, Rich. And Brockman, man, I hated Tom Brady, but I didn't want him to retire because it was always great to see him perform. It's great to watch greatness.
Yeah, why do you think?
You also don't have a $2 million personal health budget.
Yeah, it'd be super awesome if I did, but obviously I don't.
We don't have to like everything, okay? I'm allowed to just think this is a whatever story.
Okay, and thanks for the call, Terzo. Greatly appreciate it. Why do you think Brady did it as long as he did?
Because he could.
Yeah.
It's either they're sickos.
Yeah, I mean.
By the way, if you love what you do, I love doing what I do. I always say I'm going to retire.
Right.
Brockman
Compare
last.
yourself to LeBron and Brady, Mike.
But in saying that, I'm saying in life.
He is the LeBron and Brady of audio executives.
If you like what you do, why quit? That's my example.
True.
He always thinks I'm talking about me. I'm not. I'm talking about in life. If you like what you do, don't quit. And I'm with that. Because the day you quit, you're going to regret you quit.
It's not about quitting. There's nothing left to accomplish.
If you can do it, it's like do it until you can't do it anymore. And that's the way I look at it.
By the way, Al Michaels still as you know how I feel about him, Matt. He still sounds as great as ever and as engaged as ever. And you know, tomorrow night, Bills and Texans is that much more special when you hear his voice on Prime Video.
Like, don't stop if you still got it. It's not about me. It's about
stop believing, right?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
All right. Well, Chris is in a mood. Let's get to it.
I'm not in a mood.
You're about to be.
You're forcing me to say nice things about LeBron, and
say something.
Okay, very good.
I don't need to do that.
It's time for my Week 12 power rankings. My Week 12 power rankings, presented by Sonos. Hit it. Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Power rankings.
All right. Rubber's meeting the road, and I'm breaking some eggs to make the omelet.
Take a look at last week.
Here we go.
Let's go.
I can't quit this team. I won't quit them. I still can't quit them. I still can't quit the Detroit Lions. Oh man, I'm putting them at 10. I still think they're going to beat most. If they're a third, they're in the top third of this league. I think most of the teams that Clark Coordinator and Super Dan are going to be going up against have their hands full with this team. I am concerned about their offensive line not being as good as previous years, and a team like the Eagles, a team like the Broncos, a team that has a front seven that can get after you. We saw getting Goff off the spot what happens. Even with Gibbs going off, I'm concerned. I've got 8 more days after this taping before the NFL Game Day morning Thanksgiving show where I have an opportunity to mulligan off this choice for my NFC champions. At this point in time, I'm just going to take it one power ranking at a time. They're 10th. Down 4 spots. New to the list. They have not been on the list all season long. I am finally putting the Chicago Bears on this list. 9th on the list. I got to give it up. I understand. Oh, by the way, every time, right? Every time?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And Caleb started it.
No, I'm just saying.
Good job, TJ.
The Chicago Bears have not been on this list because the way they win is pulling it out of their orfi. I don't know if that's the word. And they're taking the ball away, which is something that is not repeatable. It just isn't. I mean, it could be a feature on one side with taking the ball away, but the feature can't be we win, at the last second every time.
And that was the Chiefs feature last year.
That's true. I get, but they're on the list. At least they have made it.
I like it.
They are 7-3. They are the leaders of a division going into the year. A lot of people thought was the toughest division in football. I'm putting them there. Number 8, up 2 spots. I got it. I understand they struggled against a team that has not been able to beat many teams, and it just lost to the Jets. But I'm putting the Ravens here. I still think they are one of the best teams in football. Their defense is balling out. They have turned a corner. They have one of the best running backs in the history of the sport and a multiple-time MVP that could have easily been a 3-time MVP coming into the season, getting his sea legs back under him. I love some of the imagination, the spinorama, fake tush push of Mark Andrews scoring. I like what the Ravens are doing, and I'm going to give them credit for getting back to 500, and they're going to win over the next month. I bet you that's an 8-game win streak before they face the Patriots, Chris. That's the way I'm feeling it. Number 7, back on the list. They're going on the list, off the list, from the top of the list, off the list. Now back on the list, I'm putting the Bills here. Hey, if you're going to, TJ, look up in the script of the book, if a quarterback scores 6 times, 3 times one way, 3 times another way, you're good. Can you write that in there?
Sure.
Okay. If it's not in there.
I think, I don't think it is.
They're back on the list. I'm concerned about their defense. I'm concerned that they lose track of number 4 every now and then.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned that at some point, Gabe Davis is catching passes for him again. Back to the Future. I guess it doesn't matter. Terrell Shavers, doesn't matter if you don't know any of these people and they're not on your fantasy teams, as long as they're on Josh Allen's team. They're at the Texans. This is a winnable game, short week, on the road, get it. Tough defense for the Texans, get it. It's Davis Mills again, get after him. Otherwise, you're off the list again. And I'm sure that is what they're thinking about going into Houston. Number 6, down one spot. How can you lose a spot when you're on a bye week?
Yeah.
Because you can. The Colts are 6. Number 5, it's because I just couldn't. I think if the Seahawks play the Colts, they win. So I downgraded. Yeah, man. The Seattle Seahawks went into Los Angeles. You were there, Chris. 4 interceptions, 4 field goals settled for. And they still had the ball in the air with every single Rams' hearts in their throats, whether in the stands or on the sidelines, to win this game. They've got to feel good about themselves in the way they lost, even though losing never lets you feel good. This photograph right here, right?
That catch was amazing.
Of JSN with his one hand. Like, he's basically looking at the ball in his hands going, yeah, I've got it.
I'm worried he's their only threat on offense.
I mean, Kenneth Walker looked pretty darn good. And I still think they're a top 5 team. And if the Colts, I like the Seahawks. I can't drop them below the Colts. But here we go. This is what's going to piss you off. I'm moving the Patriots down 1 and the Broncos up 1. The Patriots are 4th and the Broncos are 3rd. And the only reason why, the Broncos beating the Chiefs at home after a bye week is more impressive to me than extending your win streak to 8 games like the Patriots did against the Jets on a Thursday night. It's not fair. I totally get it. Could the Patriots beat the Broncos if they face each other? Sure. Can the Broncos beat the Patriots as well? Absolutely. I have to say, despite how the Chiefs have been playing, you're still taking on Mahomes and Kelsey and Rice and that defense with Bolton and Chris Jones and Karlaftis and all of those guys after a bye when they're most invincible. And they won the game. So I'm putting them at 3, and then I'm putting and they are, by the way, on top of the Patriots in the conference due to tie breaks. But I am putting the Eagles at 2, where they stay like before. And then I'm keeping the Rams at 1. That stays like before. I still think the Rams are the best team in football. I need to see the Eagles offensively catch up to what the Rams are doing. And I do think we saw 2 of the best 5 teams in football face each other just up the road. Chris, I think you kept your tickets to see it too. And I think the Eagles are as dominant on defense as the Broncos are, and vice versa. And I think the Patriots are collectively together, putting together something that is a run for the ages. And that's why they're in my top 5. Colts 6, Bills 7, Ravens 8, Bears 9, Lions 10. And yes, Christopher, I dropped the Chiefs off the list, along with the Chargers. That loss in Jacksonville was, I wrote it down here. There's a guy who played for Michigan who's last Booty. There it is, right there.
Jake Booty.
That's it right there. Those are my power rankings, brought to you by Sonos. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos products look as good as they sound. Denver's on a bye, and New England is moving on to Cincinnati. No Jamar Chase. You know what? That's the way it used to be. Taking on the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, who's suspended? Adrian Peterson. Taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Who's not there? Oh, Antonio Brown. That was a hallmark of the Patriots' Super Bowl dominant era. These things just get dropped out of the sky. Oh, Jamar Chase is not available. The one time they take on the Patriots,
when you rely on
all working.
Knucklehead things.
It's all working, man. It's just like back in the day. Head coach getting his second swing at being a head coach, and he's a little bit different, and just different enough to be better. Second year starter,
and buckle up.
Second year starter, getting the shot. Nobody expected it. They go on a run for the ages. Check that box.
When's the Deflategate out?
Bunch of guys collectively. They've did you look at, like, really? That's one of the best receiving and running back cores in the National Football League? Uh-huh.
History repeats itself, guys.
It's what it looks like right now, man. That's what it looks like right now.
Probably should have had the Niners on this list.
I was thinking about it, but who am I don't know, man. I still think the Lions, I had them on there, and then I popped the Lions on. I almost had both of my Super Bowl predicted teams off the list entering Week 12. When I went back and forth, I'm like, Lions versus the San Francisco 49ers, what happens?
I think the Lions win.
I don't think the Niners have the pass rush to make Jared Goff blink. Like
maybe
the
Lions.
did.
Maybe the Lions win. The Lions have a better defense.
You know, that's the way
Purdy is better than Goff.
Look at you all of a sudden coming around on Brock Purdy. You were the Mr. Like, let's. Why should he even come back? Look at Mac Jones play.
Well, that was kind of for the segment.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But
it's fake.
Okay, you've done a 180 on one of my sons.
I mean, proof is in the pudding. He was awesome last week.
Let me ask you this question: when the Lions take on the Bears again, you think Bears are going to win that one?
I do.
Okay. Let's keep going here.
I mean, Goff. I just don't think Goff is a big game quarterback.
Let's keep going here. You think the Colts beat the Seahawks if they face each other?
I do. That's the number one offense in the NFL.
What happens Bills versus Ravens second time around?
Bills.
Okay. What about Ravens versus Bears again? What do you think? They beat him with Snoop Huntley. What do you think if Lamar's back? You know what I mean? Like, that's why everybody's just pooping on the Ravens because they were 1-5. Well, guess what? They're 4-0.
Okay.
They're 4-0 in the last month. And coming up next, put the schedule up one more time. Let's do it.
Got a good schedule, dude.
Let's do it. And Will Smith of the Dodgers is going to join us. Here we go. Jets, Cincinnati.
I mean,
yeah, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy up until Pittsburgh, until New England.
Home, and then they're at Cincinnati.
It's
That's
breaking.
the next four.
It's breaking right for them.
Which is why I snagged Lamar Jackson in our guillotine league after TJ had put him on the block. And that's an 8-game win streak home for New England. Let's go. Let's go. Old school. That's the old thing, too, with New England. Old school. Looks like they might have to play the Ravens and the Broncos, Steelers, just like the old times.
Back 2010.
And I'm sure Chris will remind you. More often than not, they got through them. Ravens can, and you can count, like, you could
Ravens
just remember.
Was always tough.
You could remember. You could remember.
Ravens was always tough.
You could remember the one time it didn't work out for him.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Ray Rice just ran all over him in the wild card round, or divisional.
So there's all of that, man. Those are my power rankings. What do you think? 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's take a break. A World Series hero is about to join us. Will Smith of the Dodgers. We've never spoken to him, never met him. I admire his work. We'll ask him about that silly dance they do.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors. Why did they sell us their cars? Because we pay more at GiveMeTheVin.com. And why do we pay more? Because you and I both know that your car is worth more than others will offer you. And your time is worth more, too. I'm John Clay Wolf, and I created GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell me your car faster and hassle-free because you're worth more.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
We're back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Of course, we're also here in Los Angeles, California, on ESPN 710. Will Smith, Los Angeles Dodgers catcher, is here on the program. It is great to see you, Will. Great to see you, man. And, let's just jump into it. You're now a few weeks removed. When you look back on this World Series, what do you think of, Will?
Oh, man, there were so many good moments. But I think just as a whole, you're talking to, I was at the MLB Awards show, the golf tournament, talking to all those guys this past weekend. Everyone just kept talking about how, incredible the series was. It was just back and forth. We had the 18-inning game, 7 games. That's an extra innings. It was just so back and forth, such good baseball played between, 2 really good teams. But yeah, I'm just happy we won it. That would have really been tough going 7 and losing it. But yeah, that was a really good Blue Jays team, and it was just a really fun series to be a part of.
Well, I mean, there's so many questions to ask you. The first one though is about you. What is it like to catch 74 innings in a week and a half, Will?
I was a little worn out. Yeah, that 18-inning game, that took a lot out of me. That was a grind. I mean, coming back, having to catch the next 2 days after that was tough. We were doing everything, IVs, just a lot of treatment, just try to keep the legs under you. But everybody was grinding. Their guys were too. So it was just who could kind of gut it out and stick to it and keep going.
Yeah, because again, I was going to ask you, because obviously you're still a young man, 30 years old, but catching and being able to hit and catch in a World Series is such a challenge. And then 74 innings, man. You probably set a record. I don't know I know there was a World Series longer. I didn't look it up. I don't know if the catcher caught every single moment of that World Series. You potentially set a record, Will.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was told and stuff and saw. But yeah, it's just crazy. It's just a lot of work throughout the year in the off season to have the strong legs and all that, and be able to not let it really affect me too much.
All right, so let's get to the moment of truth, the 7th game of this World Series. The ball is hit to Miguel Rojas. The infield is in. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is just out of your field of vision to your left. The play goes to Rojas. Walk me through, because I'm sitting at home thinking this series is over because the way that he collected it, corralled it, and threw to you, I thought was too late. What was that like from your vantage point, Will?
Yeah. I mean, you're kind of preparing before the pitch is thrown. If it's hit to whoever, you're hoping maybe you have time to turn a double play or something. But as soon as it was hit, he took a drop step. You knew it wasn't going to be a double play. So then I just turned into a first baseman there, just make sure you get one out. And, luckily my foot stayed down enough. But that was a little hairy for a couple seconds when they replayed it. But, got the out, moved on, and got the game going.
Well, that was my question for you, is what was going through your mind while the entire World Series, your ability to potentially repeat the entire season was in a replay machine?
Yeah, I was pretty sure, the throw beat him and everything. Didn't realize my foot came off at all.
Wow.
For, that half inch or whatever. So I was pretty confident they replayed it. We get 2 replays in the postseason. So, usually that first one they just kind of throw out there is like a maybe, maybe not. Who cares? We still have the second replay. So I kind of thought that's what was going on. And then it plays on the Jumbotron, and, I see my foot come off, and it's like, oh, crap, here we go. Like, I can't imagine ending our season this way. It's a little bit of panic. But I was pretty confident after seeing the replay that he was going to be out. The call was going to stand.
And did you notice so much conversation, Will, about Isaiah Kiner-Falefa's secondary lead not being as large as he wished, or the Blue Jays subsequently wished it could have been? Did you notice pre-pitch from Yamamoto that he was kind of even with Max Muncy at the time? Did you notice any of that prior to the pitch?
Yeah, I noticed. Muncy and I are always kind of looking maybe for a back pick right there or something. Usually that's with just a man on third else on, but he's got to stay close in case of the back pick on line drive. He can't get more than Muncy. That's just typical baseball 101 on that. But yeah, that's just a tough spot, to lose, to come up, a couple inches short. But I don't think he did anything wrong. That's just how it had to be.
Okay, because that's been a large conversation. And then as if you thought maybe your heart rate couldn't get any faster than the next pitch.
Yep.
Right? Or the next batter.
Yeah. Clement, Ernie, putting that ball out there, Pages and Kike running into each other. That was a little hairy for a second, too.
So what was, again, you don't have the best seat in the house for that, but what was your perspective from behind home plate for this moment that we have on the screen right here? Will?
Yeah, I think Kike, I don't know if he was playing a little shallower than normal because taking away a little blue pit, make him burn you over your head. But I thought it was Kike's ball the whole way, just where it was hit. I'm kind of watching Kike, and I wasn't too confident that first couple of seconds that he was going to get all the way back there. Then Pages just kind of came out of nowhere and took it from him. And there's the picture, and it was, what a play by Andy. That was, neat. If the ball drops at all, it's game over.
Well, let's talk about coming out of nowhere, Will, because he did come out of nowhere in the middle of the inning, out of the dugout. And, again, you performed well, extremely well, terrifically well, from the 2-hole after being moved around in the lineup with Mookie being dropped down from 2 to 3 and then 3 to 4. And then you're inserted in the 2-hole from which you hit the ultimately game-winning home run. Rojas is in at second. The reason why there's even a bottom of the ninth is because he homers. Can you walk me through what it's like to be managed by Dave Roberts, Will?
Yeah, he's great. He's the only manager I've had, so I've been pretty lucky. And no one really to compare him to him, but we get along great. We like to golf together and all that. But yeah, Doc, it seems like the last 2 years he's pulled all the right strings. Knowing what the team needs, knowing how, when we're at our best and who's out there. Last year it was for the bullpen going and leaning into that. This year it was leaning into starters, bringing starters out of the bullpen. Lining guys up correctly, getting Miggy in there for game 6 and 7, just moving guys around and kind of playing who's hot, who's not a little bit, but just sticking with us. He's always had our back. He's always trusting us. He's always, letting us know that he trusts us to just go out there, play our best baseball. And, I think that instills a lot of confidence in us and, gives us a little bit of a slight edge to, win these tight ball games.
Yeah, and did I see him running the bases prior to Game 6 in Toronto, keeping you loose? In a way? Like what was that?
Him and
what
Heisman were racing.
What was that?
Him and Kimmy were racing the bases before Game 6, and I think Doc. I don't think he's gonna be doing that anymore.
Because he face planted, right? Did he face
planted? Oh yeah, everybody caught on camera. He comes in, he's covered in dirt, asking for Tylenol, Advil, and all that stuff. I don't know if you heard his hammy, but yeah, he was kind of in a rough spot for a minute or two.
Hey, I'm the last guy to have fun at anybody running, So I just thought it was, again, you're down 3-2 after that amazing Game 3 win. The next two go to the Blue Jays, and you show up in Toronto. He's running bases and having a good time, and I'm wondering if that's a lead that you guys all collectively took from him.
Yeah, I think it's just keeping it light, reminding him, everybody just to kind of relax, not be so uptight. Not forcing it. Obviously, that's kind of a spur of the moment decision. He wasn't forcing it, so it's genuine. It's genuine. Follow me. We're just going to keep it relaxed and not be all uptight and go out tomorrow and play good baseball and try to win a ball game.
And it also helps, Will Smith. I have them written down here just so I can remember the names. Shohei Ohtani helps to have, by the way, I haven't written them down. Yamamoto and Glasnow and Snell to be able to go out and throw those guys in relief and starting and things of that nature. How do you as a catcher keep your wits about you, knowing that these guys are all different types of pitchers and catching them all in the crucible of games 6 and 7? Will, is there a process that you can lay out there for us?
Yeah, there's for sure a process. It kind of starts with talking with Pryor, talking with, Danny Lehman and Connor McGinnis and Bardo, the pitching coaches. just talking through hitters, talking through, our pitcher strengths, Shohei's strengths, or Glasnow, what he's doing well, what he's not been doing well. Whoever it is, whoever, is going to be out there for us, kind of going through the plan and going through their hitters and all that. Then going, getting in the game and just kind of reading the game, reading, reacting. But it's just a constant conversation with those guys, with the pitchers, obviously, as well. What needs to be done, what we're seeing the hitters are doing, how they're adjusting, how do we need to adjust? It's just this chess game that keeps going on, and it's fun, and it's intense. It's definitely a mental grind as well. Thinking through, however many outs we had to get, and facing, such a good lineup so many times, getting Vlad Guerrero out. I mean, basically 8 games with 18 getting game, 30 something times, like trying to figure out how to do that is just one thing in its own, but they got, 9, 12 guys on their bench that are just as tough. So it's just having those conversations and talking through things and being on the same page, and then just, instilling that conviction in the pitcher you got on the mound.
I mean, there's so many things I want to ask you about in the few minutes I have left with you here. The most impressive thing you've ever seen Shohei Ohtani do on a field, off it?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I mean, he started taking BP. When was it? Like before the World Series or before the NLCS?
Mm-hmm.
We made him hit in the last group by himself just because no one wanted to hit with him, and just be completely, embarrassed because he's hitting balls out of the stadium, and, we're giving it our all and getting it 5 rows deep, 6 rows deep, and he's putting another 100 feet. It's incredible, how strong he is. Throws 100 miles an hour. Just the power behind everything he does is incredible. But, you guys don't get to see it, but we get to see, the work he puts in, in the weight room. His dedication to his craft is, second to none. And, he's been doing that since he was a kid. You can just see that's his work ethic, and that's just who he is. And, we're just lucky to have him, and, have a guy as special and as talented as him, but also a guy that works hard too.
He makes it all look easy, Will. He really does.
Yeah, he really does. It's
like, does he sweat?
It's annoying at times, but year 2 now with him, you're just kind of like, all right, he's with us. Let him go do his thing, and you can't get too annoyed about that.
Have you ever seen him sweat? Does he sweat? Does he have sweat glands?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. Because again, the only the equivalent I make is, a couple of times I covered the U.S. Open in tennis. It's Roger Federer, where he never sweat, or didn't look like it. He made everything, the most difficult, look simple, and had an air of invincibility, and being a teammate of his must be glorious. It just must be.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Pretty much. We're glad he's with us for sure.
I'm sure. And then, Kershaw, my goodness, I haven't even brought up a first ballot Hall of Famer. What was that moment like in Game 3, game on the line? He's never pitched relief like this before, right?
Yeah.
And what do you say to Clayton Kershaw on the mound as he's getting ready to pitch? What is the exchange with somebody like him in a moment like this?
I don't even remember. He's such a competitor and such like he's not emotional, but he's fiery out there. When he's in game mode and pitching, he's a little bit hard to talk to, especially on the mound. He doesn't want to be talking on the mound very much. In between innings is great, but that's just, he comes out, hey, we gotta get an out. Like, do your thing, compete, just make pitches, one pitch at a time, do your thing. Trust it. That's basically what you say. I don't remember what I said exactly, but that's what you say. But yeah, he got that big out, bases loaded. I feel like it was like a 9 or 10 pitch at bat. I don't even remember, but the guy rolls over, and yeah, huge out there in the 12th, 13th inning, whatever it was.
Yeah. And then I didn't even bring up Justin Dean with the ball that hits in the crack of the fence line down in the warning track. This is the wildest baseball series I've ever seen, Will.
Yeah, it had everything this series. It was special. It was fun to be a part of.
Including a walk-off, well, not walk-off, a game-winning World Series. Is hitting a game-winning Game 7 extra inning home run. Again, I know it wasn't home and it wasn't walk-off. Is that the stuff you dreamt about in Kentucky growing up?
Well, oh, yeah, for sure. I think every kid, dreams of that, getting the last strikeout on the mound, or, hitting a walk-off homer, or, a base hit or whatever. That's what you play in the backyard with your friends. You're constantly playing those situations and, just having fun with it. And it's kind of what I did. Just got a pitch to hit, got a good swing off, and I got over the wall and put us up, and then got to go 3 more outs the next inning.
All right. So you're sitting in your car. Why? Explain why you're sitting in your car, Will. Go ahead.
I'm in the car. I got 2 little girls, and they're playing inside. So I was just stepping out, a little peace and quiet, or else they'd be jumping in this screen for sure.
How old are they? What are their names?
3 and 1. Charlotte's 3 and Layton's 1.
Okay. So one day, Charlotte and Lincoln, is that the names you mentioned?
Layton.
2 okay. Girls. Charlotte and Layton. Okay. One day, you'll be able to look at them and say, Dad's got all these rings. Right now you got 3. And I caught Shohei Ohtani and Clayton Kershaw and World Series MVP and Yamamoto. He's only just getting started. Do you sit back and think, again, I know you're just 30. Do you sit back and think about what's gone on? What's happening to you, Will?
Yeah, it's definitely crazy, take a step back, reflect, kind of reflect on my whole career so far. And also it's exciting to see, I've got 8 more years with the Dodgers what we can do. It's a special organization. Just grateful for, their trust in me to have you back there for 8 more years. It's just amazing. But yeah, I think, when it's all said and done, who knows, but just being able to, remember hanging out with the guys in a clubhouse, just working through things, grinding together, traveling together, getting close to their families. Like it's just a special, special group each and every year. And, we just really enjoy it.
I couldn't be more happy for you, man. So is there a retirement coordinator on the Dodgers to talk about the 401k plans and stuff like that? Or is that just
right? With all the deferred money and everything?
I mean, you sock it away. Do they have an actual IRA executive in Chavez Ravine to talk to?
I don't know yet. I still got a while till then. Take that up like Kirsch or whoever else.
Okay, very good. Well, we're all happy to have you here, Will. Hopefully we can get you another time. We could talk about other sports, other things. And I guess to show our happiness, do we do this? Do we all do this thing? Is that it? Is that how we're supposed to celebrate?
Something like that.
Is this true that was you're mocking Freddie Freeman? Is that what you're doing?
No, well, it started with our strength coach Travis Smith. He he loves a good hip lock in the weight room. We're always doing hip locks for the last couple of years.
Okay.
So it's actually a workout, and then I don't know how it became our hit celebration, double celebration, but now it's just kind of a joke. Honestly, it's just a joke. See who does a good one or bad one. Okay. Who remembers or doesn't remember to do it after they get a base hit. So that's kind of all it is.
Oh, I thought it was Freddie Freeman was dancing at a wedding and you're making fun of his moves or something like that.
Well, he's got the doubles, the Freddie double, I don't know, whatever that is, the waving the hands.
Okay.
Yeah, that was at our Dodger Gala a couple years ago.
Okay.
He was just dancing to, I don't remember who was playing, but.
So it doesn't have an actual name? There's no name for it?
It's just the Freddie. I don't know. Something like that.
All right. Because we have Rich Eisen Show Consulting around here, Will. This is our area of expertise. We could come up with a name for it. The Freddie. Okay. Or on behalf of Yankee fans and Red Sox fans and Mets fans, annoying. We could just call it annoying.
Exactly.
Will.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But we have to. Our teams have to stop it if we're annoyed by it. That's the main issue.
Exactly.
Listen, enjoy time with your family. Greatly appreciate this. Thank you for on behalf of every baseball fan everywhere, participating in one of the greatest sporting series ever in any sport. It was awesome, man, and I hope the sport grows off of it for sure.
Yep. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on here.
Anytime. We're local whenever you are. So thanks for the time, Will. You be well.
Sounds good, guys.
That's Will Smith, everybody. 3-time World Series champion who's confirmed that your hat is annoying.
Oh.
And
but he did accept me as a fan.
Why wouldn't he?
Exactly.
The more the merrier.
If I'm Will, I'm getting a clause in my contract. Wasn't it like 6 straight years of Will Smith has won a World Series? So
in baseball, and also if you Google Will Smith contract, Will Smith of the San Jose Sharks popped up. I mean, there's a lot of Smiths named Will.
I'd be like, if you want to guarantee yourself a World Series, you got to have me on the squad.
NFL Network researcher, Bill Smith.
That's right, Bill Smith.
He just calls himself Bill.
That's right.
The great Bill Smith, who looks just like 2010 Joe Flacco. Not 2025 Joe Flacco. All right, we take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Mike Florio beckons.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Rich Eisen here, and we're brought to you by Sonos. The holidays sound better with Sonos speakers. Whether it's a movie night that feels larger than life or the roar of the crowd as your team takes the field, Sonos helps create the moments you'll remember. Beautiful design, incredible sound, and effortless control mean you can focus on what matters most, enjoying the season. I love Sonos, and so will you. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, soundbars, and more at Sonos.com.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Taqueria Sarandis is dedicated to the community. This season of giving, they are going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, a turkey, a pie, and sides. Come in to register at any of the locations, and they are going to select one winner per location. Available at any Taqueria Sarandis, Arandis Bakery, and Arandis Seafood. No purchase necessary. Taqueria Sarandis, serving the community since 1981. Also remember to grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandis Bakery. That's Taqueria Sarandis and Arandis Bakery. Go now.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new Feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality, and check out every lineup they create with just one click. Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app and use code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
We're back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Of course, we're also here in Los Angeles, California, on ESPN 710. Will Smith, Los Angeles Dodgers catcher, is here on the program. It is great to see you, Will. Great to see you, man. And, let's just jump into it. You're now 10 years ago when Ray Liotta came in and took the Goodfellas poster in our green room off the wall. Now, I got this poster at a charity golf tournament in 2000. And it's signed by Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, Goodfellas movie poster, and Martin Scorsese. All four of them. I paid $4 figures for it in an auction. And he was appearing on our show, and he yanked it off the wall to say his signature was not real. And we took it out of the case, and he crossed off his signature and initialed it like it's a check, right?
It was great.
And then re-signed it. And initially tried to break the plexiglass with the back of a small axe, right? And it left a broken spot in the plexiglass that is right on the forehead part of him on the poster. It's just amazing. It's a great keepsake.
It's amazing.
And it got us to thinking for years, right? Years, because this happened in 2015. Are the rest of the signatures real? And so we got a boxing glove signed by Robert De Niro sent to us for a promotion, a movie that he was doing, sent to the studio, and there's the signature on the boxing glove. And that was the only way that we could measure whether the signature we have on the Goodfellas poster matches the one that has been authenticated to be sent here. And it doesn't look anything like it.
Not even close. Yeah.
And so that was our only way to authenticate, until Robert De Niro himself zoomed into the show and I brought it up to him. I need to ask you if yours is fake too, because that would freak me out. Is that your real autograph, Robert De Niro?
I won't go so far as to say that, but if I looked at the whole poster and saw the way it was, I might be able to give you a better idea.
So I have been hoodwinked.
So I'll sign one for you next time.
I will take it. I appreciate. I will do that, because Ray did in fact bust the thing open, and like a check, he crossed it out and initialed the cross out and then signed it himself again.
If you send me that one, I'll do the same thing if I don't think it's mine, and I'll write it out again.
Thank you. So we did send it to Robert De Niro. That was back in March. Yep. Man's busy. I think he's traveled the world. I think I even saw him with the Pope. And so he has re-signed it and sent it back. And there it is. It just arrived yesterday. And it sure looks like the new one at the bottom. That's the real one. Looks nothing like the one that's been on there. Rich. Nothing like it.
It looks like the glove signature.
Well, we actually put a side by side of that. Is the glove the real thing? Because it doesn't look like what we know is 100% from the man's hand.
I think
that glove is real.
I do too. The way the De Niro is with the O and the dot of the I.
Yeah.
I think the glove is real.
Glove could be, Also, here's the deal with the top one, right? You understand, these guys probably sit there and sign signature after signature.
Right.
And then after a while, it's going to get tired and sloppy.
Right. Did he lean over? We don't know if it's...
Yeah.
Sure.
But the bottom line is Robert De Niro now, like Ray Liotta, has re-signed this movie poster. I got Pesci and Scorsese to go. My belief is Scorsese's real and somebody signed the other three guys is fake. Because the Scorsese one, if you look online, looks exactly like the real thing.
Well, we know where Joe plays golf.
Well, Rich, here's the deal, right?
I should do that. I should do it.
You gotta get it. Rich, you're 0 for 2, so I'm thinking.
Let's keep going.
Real.
Let's keep going.
I mean, let's go.
Let's
keep going. Now we got the muscle. I know it's a different type of movie from a different director, but just updating you on all that. Hyundai Hope on Wheels is a spot that you should go to HyundaiUSA.com and learn more about something that you may not know about, which is every Hyundai sold for the last 27 years has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Over 850 dealers nationwide together have raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Again, HyundaiUSA.com, search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. It's awesome. Because at Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Our friend Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, coming up in hour number 3.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get Ramblin'.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He's a poet.
Rich Eisen.
My God, he is so funny. He is a brilliant creator. But, you know, he is also so serious. He's in charge of every detail.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Dodgers catcher Will Smith. Coming up, host of Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chats in hour number 1 with Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. And let's be honest, a catcher who might be on a path for such a thing with 3 rings and back-to-back All-Stars, three straight seasons as an All-Star, age 30. Will Smith of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
He's on the path.
Went down a little wormhole of one of the best World Series ever just last hour. If you missed any of it, there's our podcast all 3 hours. There's also our Disney Plus page where you can watch us back whenever you want. Skip the first 10 seconds of the show because I had my mic muted and didn't know how to unmute it. Not my funnest moment. But that's what happened.
Scared the hell out of me.
I know it did. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Good fun stuff. Here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Hour number 3 kicks off with our friend from Pro Football Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, the author himself as well. The Big Shield is a book that you can get where all books are sold, certainly in time for it to be a stocking stuffer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Florio. Good to see you, Mike. How are you?
Hey. I think it would take a big stocking. You could curl it up, I guess, like a newspaper, but it'll fit. It'll work.
And that's not a metaphor for anything.
No.
All right. Let's, by the way, we'll talk a little bit more about your book. Hello, by the way. Good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has.
I thought of you last week. I said, am I back on the pay no mind list? And I wondered if it had anything to do with some of the criticism I've directed to your corporate overlords in recent weeks for reasons that have now been fully and completely resolved to the satisfaction of millions of consumers.
How many years do we have to know each other, Mike? How many years do we have to know each other for you to know what you say about the National Football League doesn't affect our relationship one single bit?
Well, you've got a different corporate overlord now. You've got 2 of them.
Oh.
I was referring to the other one.
Oh, okay.
The other one that I wasn't able to watch for a couple of weeks. That one.
Oh, that one. I don't know what you're talking about. That thing's over, right? I mean, I'm checking my watch. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, but no, of course not. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What is the story entering Week 12 of the season? Season-long storyline arc, and then we'll get to a Week 12 story that intrigues you. But give me the first dozen weeks story of the season, Mike.
Well, I mean, the subtext is what it always is. No matter how much we think we have things figured out, we realize 1 week at a time, sometimes 1 game at a time, that we don't. But it feels, despite the existence of several 2-loss teams and some 3-loss teams, it feels like things are wide open. And it feels like this rush to the postseason where some of these teams with inflated records are going to have more difficult schedules. For example, the Bears, they've got some tough games coming up. It feels wide open, and it feels like the chase for the playoffs will be very compelling. Those last few spots in the postseason field, and maybe one of those teams that just sneaks in is going to get hot in January like the Chiefs may. And just this idea that it could be a very entertaining and wide open and anything can happen playoff tournament this year with no preordained favorite, although with the Eagles' defense looking better and better all the time, it may not matter that their offense continues to sputter.
Yeah, and the AFC, I think, for the lack of a better word, personifies your point here. Other outlets might have the teams on the outside looking in the hunt. We have it sniffing it here on the Rich Eisen Show, just to show you our level of maturity. But the 3 teams currently in the sniffing it category, 8, 9, and 10, are the teams that have won the AFC South AFC West and AFC North more often than not over the last few years. And the 2-loss teams are teams that have most definitely not. Colts, Patriots are the AFC East leaders right now. One loss above the Bills, but really 1.5 games. And there's the Broncos. So I guess that's to your point here, is that's how wide open it is. But of the Texans, Chiefs, and Ravens, who do you think has the best chance to make the run that we're all accustomed to seeing from them?
Well, by the way, I approve fully of the sniffing it moniker, despite the fact that it does call into question the age-old axiom, whoever smelled it dealt it.
Correct.
But I think the Ravens would probably be the most likely, just because they have one path. And that path, as a practical matter, I guess there's a way they can pull an inside straight and get a wild card berth. I think for them, it's chase down the Steelers. And they play the Steelers twice in the final weeks of the season, so they will have opportunities. And the Steelers' schedule gets more difficult down the stretch. And we don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to miss time. And if he does, if he misses 1 week, how many weeks is he going to miss? If that broken wrist keeps him from playing Sunday, well, won't it also keep him from playing the next Sunday until that bone heals, however many weeks it takes to get him to a point where he can check all the boxes that Mike Tomlin articulated yesterday? So I think the Ravens, just because they're one game behind the Steelers and they play them twice, and we know that rivalry is compelling, but the Ravens have had the better of it lately. I think the Ravens have the best chance because they can still win their division. The others are going to have a harder climb to get there.
Well, you just touched upon one of the Week 12 stories, and something that I'm sure Rodgers had circled when the schedule came out is what we believe, and I'm sure he deep down believes is his final visit to Soldier Field as an active player. I just can't imagine that there isn't some form of a cast that can protect him as well as give him the ability to hold on to the football and grip it when he needs to, potentially to use that hand, or certainly when he's got both hands on it and getting hit by a Bears defense to hold on to the football. I can't imagine that he doesn't play in this game.
We've seen quarterbacks play. Yeah, we've seen them play with an injured non-throwing hand. Now, it does change maybe the way they hand off. It changes. Maybe there's more shotgun and less receiving of snaps under center. But, the key is, and this is a point Mike Tomlin made yesterday, if you fall down and you go to brace yourself and that left wrist hand area takes your weight, and that's how the injury happened in the first place. He was knocked backward, falling down with other guys on top of him. What's going to happen there, and is it going to be worse? What's the risk of something more significant that would knock him out maybe for the balance of the season? And then there's the question of the gap between Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph. Some would say that maybe it's not as big of a gap based upon Rodgers' performance so far this year. And Rudolph came in, went 12 for 16, 127 yards and a touchdown in the second half against the Bengals on Sunday. And he's a guy that they supposedly were comfortable with. We don't know whether that was just bluster, but he was solid late in the 2023 season when they did the soft benching of Kenny Pickett, and he wanted too much in free agency. He got paid more by the Titans last year than the Steelers paid to Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Kyle Allen combined. So he's back this year. He's played a lot of football for the Steelers. And I think it doesn't change the Steelers' overall vibe dramatically if they go Rodgers to Rudolph. But Rodgers is going to want to play. We reported on Sunday night he was trying to get back in the game on Sunday. Tomlin essentially confirmed that yesterday. He's going to want to play. And if he's got the final say, he's going to play. He's going to have to be talked out of it. But again, if it's bad enough to get him to stand down this week, how many weeks beyond that until it's safe for him to play without risk of a serious re-injury?
Mike Florio here on the Rich Eisen Show, Pro Football Talk. Obviously, there's his legion of shows on Peacock, as well as a book for you to buy called The Big Shield. We'll get to that before I let you go. Speaking of letting go, 5 coaches every year, at least, since 2015, have been fired. We're already at 2. Give me the names of guys or teams that you think are on the precipice to add to the list of the Titans and the Giants over the final few weeks of this season, Mike Florio.
And this exercise, Rich, it always makes me uncomfortable because
I'm with you.
People's lives. It affects families.
Yes, sir.
It affects other coaches. But the most appropriate quote, and Jonathan Gannon, the Cardinals coach, who's now on the hot seat, he used a version of it on Monday when he was asked about it. This is Hyman Roth to Michael Corleone in Godfather 2. This is the business we've chosen. And every time a coach is hired by an NFL team, it is just a matter of time, with rare exceptions, before he's fired by that NFL team. That's the way it works. And I did something on Sunday while I was watching your excellent pregame show on NFL Network Game Day morning. I did a broad brush, like approaching it as a fan. If I'm a fan and I'm just looking at the league right now, which teams are the ones that I'm keeping an eye on the final 8 weeks of the season? And there are 15 teams that I identified. Every coach in the AFC North, depending upon what happens the rest of the way, may be in some degree of danger, grave or otherwise. But Gannon, with 2 ugly losses the past couple of weeks, I think he's getting close. And we know that they don't need WD-40 on the revolving door at Arizona's headquarters. They fire coaches all the time. They've been around more than 100 years, and they've never had a coach for longer than 6 years, and he's in year 3. So that's one that I'm watching very carefully. And, beyond that, what are the Browns going to do? What are they ever going to do? Did Paul DePodesta recently leave on his own, or did he feel that the door is going to close on him? Will they clean house there in Cleveland? Will Mike McDaniel stick around in Miami? They've won a couple of games. Will that help him? What's a new GM want to do? And, I look at, Rich, and I hate to put this out into the universe, but I think it's malpractice for us as analysts and reporters to ignore this. When you have Josh Allen still in his prime, how many years of his prime does he have left? If they don't win the division, if they get a wild card berth and they're one and done, at what point does ownership take a hard look at why? Why aren't we getting more out of Josh Allen? Is it an issue of talent, which would tend to point toward GM Brandon Beane? Is it an issue of coaching, which would point toward Coach Sean McDermott? Is it both? Is it neither? But at some point, you just wonder whether or not that conversation is going to be had within the building. And then you look at the Falcons, with Michael Penix now out for the year and Kirk Cousins playing again, and I think we'll all be reminded of why they shouldn't have given him $90 million guaranteed over 2 years. I think there's a potential for a full house cleaning in Atlanta as well. But there's a lot of different spots. If you look at the entire league, there's a lot of spots where if things go off the rails the rest of the way, we could see, and they used to call it Black Monday. Hell, it happens the day of the final games of the season. Gerard Mayo got the tap on the shoulder in the locker room, for crying out loud, after week 18 last year in his one-and-done season with the Patriots.
So a couple follow-up questions. The first one, just for me here, because we have this drop at our disposal all the time.
Is the business we've chosen.
We have it. Did Jonathan Gannon really reference Hyman Roth, or you're just using that? Did he? He
didn't reference Hyman Roth,
okay.
But he used a version of that line.
Okay, good. All right.
This is the job we take, or it was something like that. But it was the same idea. And he said, we joke about it. And my response was, don't joke about it. It's real. And this is why it's incumbent, as we now start to wonder who the next wave of coaches will be. There are certain jobs where you have to go in with your eyes open, that the clock is ticking the moment you get there. The moment you walk through the door, Mona Lisa Vito is stomping on the wooden front porch. You don't get a grace period because the owner is going to be quick to make a change. And, there are dysfunctional teams, and dysfunctional teams do dysfunctional things. But too many coaches think, and this is, I think, a product of their success and its confidence that borders on delusion that sometimes becomes hubris. I can be the guy to make it different. But you don't have a whole lot of time to do it. If you don't win right away. I mean, look at Dan Campbell in Detroit. If they didn't turn it around the second half of the 2022 season, how much longer would he have lasted with the Lions? They flipped the switch. And in hindsight, it was good they did, because they were on the front end of what's now a consistent contender. But it did not go well the first year and a half for Dan Campbell. So that's the next question. Where are the coaches going to come from, and who's going to want jobs with the teams that you should objectively look at and say, why would I want that job?
Well, I mean, the Giants' job is one that I think I'd be all over, right? I mean, they don't want to one and done anybody again, or two and done anybody again. They're going to keep the general manager, so the one thing is you can't bring your own person in that regard. But Jackson Dart clearly is it. Scatterboo is just a bunch of fun, and he's he's really good, and at some point Malik Neighbors is going to come back. You got to like the bones that are there, right? And so, who do you think the Giants would go college? I mean, Lane Kiffin has everything happening in his favor right now. Florida's fallen all over him. LSU's fallen all over him. I guess the governor of Louisiana said he had a 2-hour chat with Lane, who says it's not true that he's gotten an ultimatum from Ole Miss to get an answer by the end of this month. And the timing, unfortunately, doesn't line up for a pro job. But why wouldn't the Giants at least want to even kick a tire and let's get the college coach of Jackson Dart in here and give him another shot at the NFL? Mike? And
I'm not doubting the accuracy of the report that there was an ultimatum, but what would the or else be? Like, we want an answer by November 28th, or what? We're going to send you home without dinner? Like, what could they even do?
That's true.
It's laughable. But it just shows you how the college system has kind of gone off the rails, where you can poach coaches not just after each season, but during the season, and undermine the efforts of a team to try to finish strong when they've had the kind of season that makes the coach attractive. If I'm the Giants, here's what I would do. And all Giants fans should be very happy that I'm not the one making these decisions. But I think that you desperately need an offensive coach who will join at the hip with Jackson Dart and develop him to his fullest. And the flip side is, if you get a defensive coach and things go well offensively, the offensive coordinator becomes a head coach somewhere else, and you've got to go find somebody else to continue the career arc of Jackson Dart. So I think an established coach with NFL head coaching experience who is an offensive expert would make a ton of sense. You mentioned that the GM is going to stay put. That becomes a factor because Joe Shane is going to shy away from somebody who may want to come in and take over. That's a reality. We see that every year. There are coaches who have options, and they use that to create leverage, and they dictate the terms to the teams that want them.
Okay. Mike Florio here. Well, Mike Del Tufo just hit the wrong button. All good. But
I wonder what that was. I thought it was
Vitale. Me. It's a drop of Dick Vitale saying that I'm awesome, which, by the way, is I can't confirm. So in the few minutes I have left with you, Mike Florio, the team or situation that the rest of your sources or everyone that blows your phone up to talk ball is interested in right now, entering Week 12. What team leads that pack, Mike?
I think the Eagles' offense continues to be one of the both most overblown and underblown stories in the NFL, if that's possible, because a lot of people are talking about it, but not enough people are talking about it, and not enough people are really getting down to the root cause. It isn't just A.J. Brown being a diva, because he's not. We were talking about this today on PFT Live. He is sufficiently selfless that he is willing to come off as selfish by speaking out, because we will react to someone like A.J. Brown thinking he just wants more targets. He wants more catches. He wants more yards. He wants more touchdowns. No, he wants the offense to be better. And his point is, you can't just say everything's fine because we win the game. At some point, the defense isn't going to bail us out. Special teams isn't going to bail us out. We need to gain yards and score points if we want to win games when they matter most. And there's this tension that continues to be unexplored, and I credit the Eagles for concealing it as well as they have. There's something going on between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. Brandon Graham said so last year before they gave him a mop and a bucket and said, go clean up that mess that you made, by saying there are personal issues between the two of them. But you've got Brown saying winning isn't enough. You've got Hurts saying winning is enough. And you've got situations where A.J. Brown is open and he's not getting the football. And they forced it to him some the other night. And, Rich, this was something Chris Sims pointed out on Monday, and it makes a ton of sense. The Lions going for it on 4th down 5 times. Sunday night was the night to punt. Sunday night was the night to kick off. Sunday night was the night to force the Eagles to show that they're functional on offense. You don't need to have, as Troy Aikman would say, big onions if you're the Lions. You just need to keep putting the ball back in the hands of a team whose offense is struggling, and they're playing in front of their home fans, and they would have been ready to let them hear it on Sunday night. So they won the game, and the defense is looking dominant, but I think that offense is something that we need to continue to watch. Remember how it went 2 years ago? They were 10-1 and the wheels came off. What's going to happen the rest of the way for the Eagles? That one is very compelling, and there's a lot of people around the league chattering about that.
Mike Florio. Okay. And the Cowboys up next, and they look pretty good. I don't care that the Raiders are not performing well. Offensively, they looked as stout as ever, man, and a problem running and throwing. And with Quinnen Williams and DeMarvion Overshone, that strengthens a front seven that gets that back end of the defense a little bit shored up. They looked like a different team, and I can't wait to see the first, real test, if you will, against the Eagles coming up this weekend. That's great.
And, hey, the Cowboys' offensive line can block the pass rushers for Philadelphia, can buy enough time for Dak Prescott to get the ball to George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. And if the Cowboys score early, and that's how it goes at home. A couple of years ago when the Cowboys were undefeated at home until they faced the Packers in the playoffs, you score early, you put pressure on the other team. And the defense does just enough. You get the ball back, you score again, and then you get into a setting where you can just go rush the passer. Now, they don't have Michael Parsons to do it, but Quinnen Williams really made a difference. And I don't think this is an easy game at all for the Eagles. And then they turn around and they host the Bears on Black Friday, and the Bears are a problem all of a sudden. So the Eagles are going to have their work cut out for them if they want to get back to the Super Bowl and win it.
Speaking of what happens in Vegas not staying there, the Big Shield. You like that?
Well done. Yeah, I like it very much.
Big Shield, everybody. And tell everybody where they can get this and just in time for the holidays. Mike?
And I'm amazed I've yet to get a cease and desist letter either from the city of Las Vegas for misappropriating the sign or from the National Football League or, as it stands, Rich, the NBA or Major League Baseball, because there are multiple athletes who are being managed by this mobster type who is headquartered in Las Vegas. But it's a lot of the stuff that we've since learned about. The Terry Rozier allegations, there's a character named Jimmy King in Big Shield who is doing exactly what Terry Rozier allegedly was doing. And the whole goal is to create a cautionary tale. These leagues can send out memos and wag fingers at players about what they should and shouldn't do. But if any of them read it, and we are in very early stages of trying to develop it to be a series, and the production companies are nervous because the sports leagues may not like it. They should ask the sports leagues. I know from talking to some of the people in and around the NFL, they see the value in an educational tool that is far better than a memo. You see it play out. You see what the risks are. You see what happens to the characters you become attached to when they chase easy money. There is no such thing as easy money, and Big Shield tries to display that through this combination of the mob, gambling, and a professional football league that is officially not the National Football League, but for the couple of spots where I accidentally referred to it as the NFL in the book.
Mike Florio saying, don't sue me, not for the first time probably in his life. Right here
I want them to. No, Rich, I want them to.
You want Discovery? Oh, no, it raises book sales? It raises book sales?
I want the boost. I want the boost. I mentioned this to Dan back in September when Only the Good Die Young, the Billy Joel song, was out, and the Catholic Church had a big fit about it, and he sent them a letter saying, will you please do that to all my songs?
That's right. I saw the documentary. It was awesome. And I guess this is like we've got a drop for that. You mentioned Mona Lisa Vito earlier in the
I learned a lot from Mona Lisa Vito. And,
I think that's not Joe Pesci.
No,
that's not Herman Munster.
That's Bill
I didn't
Belichick.
get it at first.
That's Bill Belichick, man. Mona Lisa Vito, and all of that stuff. Okay, thanks again, Mike.
By the way, the ebook's 99 cents on Amazon.
Fantastic.
99 cents, and it's only $14.99 for this very useful thing that can come in handy. Like if someone spits on you and you do what comes natural, you can just give them a whack with this and protect your knuckles.
Oh, if only Jalen Ramsey had a copy of Big Shield instead of his own hand. Maybe
I've been trying to get one to A.J. Brown to read on the sidelines. We're in Philly. I was going to take one and slip it to Big Dom.
You should have done that. He sometimes needs a reading material. Take care of yourself, Mike. Thanks, bud.
All right, see you, buddy.
Mike Florio, creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. All right. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is proud to support veterans and small businesses with its annual Keys to Progress vehicle giveaway program, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com. 844-204-RICH, number to $. O'Shea Jackson Jr. in the building. I believe he is in the building, which means this will be fun. I think he's going to finish the show with us. 844-204-RICH, number to dial if you want to chat with O'Shea Jr. as well. No Contest Wrestling also ahead.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The Lawnmower Trimmer gives you precision, the Beard Hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J-Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J-Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J-Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Ever had an aha moment? That feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you trade in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today and get no payments until 2026. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-880-5757. That's 800-880-5757. Se habla español. Call 800-880-5757.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Here for the Lowe's early Black Friday deals? You're right on time for some of our biggest savings. We're talking up to 50% off select major appliances, plus up to an extra 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Holiday lights going up soon? Select ladders are up to 50% off right now. Get Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 11/19. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This program back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We had Will Smith on this program in hour number 2. And radio audience, you didn't hear this, but we had Will QC, Michael Del Tufo's Yankee/Dodger hat, And he was outraged by it, as somebody as cool as a cucumber could be about it. And it's only fair. Speaking of fair weather, Dodger fans, O'Shea Jackson Jr.
Hello, friends.
How dare they?
I know.
Back here in the Rich Ice Show.
Disrespectful.
Don't you think that's a proper way to introduce O'Shea Jackson Jr.?
God,
Christopher?
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Disrespect is real.
TJ, you've gotten to know O'Shea Jr. very well. A little bit. Would you think that's an appropriate way to introduce him?
Bandwagon Dodgers fan.
Bandwagon is crazy.
He's all things L.A.
That's
I
true.
got to give him that. So even though the Dodgers weren't at the forefront of his fandom, I'll call him a bandwagon when it's just he and I, but I can't throw him under the bus.
That's my dog right there. Tag team partner, best in the world, TJ
That's
Jefferson.
embarrassing, TJ. You should be embarrassed for that.
That's my partner right there.
Is this what you refer to when you call the Rich Eisen Show a hostile work environment?
Absolutely. I came in here bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, in my nice jacket.
I love that shirt.
But then, you guys came in here bashing me already, especially after it seems like LeBron James fit pretty well in that Laker team.
Well, you did. O'Shea Jackson Jr., I shouldn't question your Los Angeles credentials, especially since you're wearing a winter coat because the temperatures drop below 62 degrees.
Disgusting. Have you seen outside?
It's a little chilly.
Hold on. It was 42 in the valley this morning. It was really cold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I almost needed an ice scraper.
Really? Wow. To get to work today.
Yeah, maybe not. I did use the seat warmer.
Yeah, come on, man. You can do a little hyperbole.
Yeah.
We're in entertainment.
Hey, listen, I finished the first hour of the show. I know you didn't hear it because you're probably still sleeping.
Oh, yeah, wow. By the way, thanks for that text. That text in the moment was like, there's no way Rich hit me right now. That was incredible.
Wow. I had a LeBron appreciation segment on this program.
Y'all done came up around here.
Much to the chagrin, dismay of Chris Brockman, who didn't want to join in. But we will never see a guy tip off a 23rd NBA season of a career with the credentials that LeBron has and the ability to continue to play basketball at a very high level. We just won't see it again.
And on the Lakers.
Okay.
Key part.
What do you mean? You guys trade for every superstar, later in their career. So, yeah, I'm sure we will see this again.
No, may I correct you? Whoa. The Lakers don't trade for every superstar. Whoa. Other teams give them their superstar.
Just like the Dodgers.
Okay? Yeah. You know what I mean? Other teams, get Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
These are not the all-time greats you want to keep anymore. You should just trade them to the Lakers in one of the worst pocket trades of all time.
Don't you
like
like the beach?
You like that? That was my Alec Guinness impersonation.
It's really bad.
I thought he was in the room.
See what happens when I agree with your point of view? As soon as I got to agree with your point of view once, and then all of a sudden, look at us.
Beautiful show. Look at us.
It's such a hostile work environment.
Michigan man right there.
11-4. And in game one, there's no question. I guess if I told you last night going into this game against Utah Jazz, the conversation would be the ones that we're having right now, or LeBron, the Lakers weren't ready for him, that he's only screwed up their 10-4 start. Now they're 10-5. Instead of he doubles, Luka gets 37 and 10. Reeves gets 26. Ayton's alley-ooping.
Yeah.
And they score $140. That's a what's more likely for you, Chris. What would you say?
It's November.
Oh, my goodness. Do you know how much dread you tried to give me the last time I was here? And now I get the victory, and it's November. This is such a Chris thing to do. You give me gingivitis.
I got to be consistent.
That's true. It's his brand.
Yeah.
It's his brand.
I'm here to pour cold water on it. It was against the Jazz.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Seven of the players were not born yet.
You don't have to pour.
So
you don't have to.
They can't rent a car.
You don't have to pour. You don't have to
calm down.
You don't have to pour cold water on it because the Oklahoma City Thunder might do that for you.
I mean, yes, the Thunder, the defending champs, are supposed to be that way. But I was told that this is not going to work. And granted, LeBron still has to, get acclimated. Mm-hmm. The nucleus, Rich, remember the nucleus. So he looked pretty good, man. Super efficient, 12 dimes, beautiful dimes as well. It's looking pretty exciting in Los Angeles in every sports venture that I look at right now. It's a good time to be a Los Angelino.
What other ventures you looking at?
I mean, my Rams are great.
Your
The
Rams.
Kings are hot. Go Kings, go!
Ladies and gentlemen.
Man, the Dodgers are back-to-back World Series champions. It's incredible out here. The city looks amazing. We got rain. Life is good.
It's cold. He can name a king. It's King James.
First of all,
that's the king he can name.
I was there for both Stanley Cups. My first event I ever went to at Staples Center was see Luke Robitaille and Rob Blake in the Kings. Go Kings, go!
There's a king.
Go Kings, go!
It's just a guy who's in statue form.
Name one player, our former number 2 pick overall.
Other than Kopitar on the Kings right now.
Quentin Byfield. What QB? He was the number 2 pick of the draft a couple years ago. What are we talking about, dog? Black man playing hockey out here.
I'm giving you a Rick Flair right there. Woo!
Wednesday, baby.
I love it.
That's true. Okay, great.
That was my favorite part of the show today. That was great.
Yeah, got
He
you.
nailed you. You got it.
Come on, bro. They try to play with my Los Angeles-ness, y'all. I'm out here.
Chris just got a misconduct for high sticking right there, man. You're being sent off.
Ain't nothing like it.
it all back.
Sent off.
I take it all back.
Being sent off. Oh, shit, just sent him off.
Take it all back. LeBron's so great.
You thought he would do the SNL skit, right? Let's do that hockey. Let's do that hockey. You thought he was going in that direction.
Go Kings, go, bro.
All right, in the Rams, your Rams. What about your Chargers? Are you disowning them because they lost to Jacksonville by 29?
In 2016, I completely disowned the Chargers.
Why?
Because when it was the decision between Raiders, Rams, and Chargers, I said, first to move to L.A., I'm giving my all to. The Rams came first, and I had to cheer for Jeff Fisher. But I still cheered for him. I still went hard. And, yeah, bro, Laura Amelia. I'm Rams all day. I will be seeing them against the Buccaneers.
I tell that story all the time. I did the Thursday Night Football pregame, postgame for NFL Network from Seattle the week after Jeff Fisher got fired. They went up there with an interim head coach, Bones Fossil. The special teams coach was named the interim. Jared Goff, I think, had his first career road start and got destroyed. I mean, absolutely blown up. The Seahawks pounded the Rams. I was on that flight home because they were kind enough to give me a lift so I could do this show the next day. And it was a morgue on that flight. And not a single soul knew that they were just a few weeks away from making a massive hire at head coach that would now make them a standard to be followed in the National Football League in terms of how to run an organization.
Yeah.
And that's how things can quickly change. And now the Rams just beat the Seahawks, and they're arguably the best team in football right now.
Yeah. Pretty good argument, right?
I know. It's kind of crazy how these things all go down. All right, so
thank you, Big.
So you got to feel you feeling good about your Lakers, and you should. They're 11-4.
Yeah.
Your concern has to be the Oklahoma City Thunder at the end of the day.
I mean, whose is it? You know, they are. When you think of young teams, you don't think about the type of force that the Thunder have turned out to be defensively. The way that they play together, whether or not the best players are on the court, it's a monster over there. But you got to let the whole season play out. It's one thing that you're not going to win the championship on paper, and like Chris said, you're not going to win it in November for sure. But the Thunder are formidable. But I'm a Laker. I fear no one.
Jokic is balling out. Wemby's hurt, unfortunately, for the moment. It's a long season.
Wasn't it a Nugget? No. It was a Warrior that took him out, right? If somebody on the Warriors took out Wemby's knees. What was that? Did anybody remember the player that fell into Wemby's knees?
No. Oh, I think it was Draymond just standing there. Is this thing on?
One of those. You got to watch those Warriors.
All right. O'Shea Jackson Jr. is here. 844-204-RICH. Number Don. We'll take a phone call. We'll set up No Contest Wrestling when we return right here on the Rich Eisen Show. The Stars were out in Madison Square Garden on Monday Night for Raw. That is for sure. We'll hit on all that when we return here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Last year, we bought over 54,000 cars from your friends and neighbors at GiveMeTheVin.com. Why did they sell us their cars? It's because you're worth more, and your car's worth more. I know that, and you know that. That's why I created GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the fastest and easiest way for you to sell your car for more money when it's time to sell. I'm sitting here waiting on the other end of GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. Do you remember Hurricane Beryl? It blew through Texas like a bad Christmas surprise. And now your insurance company's acting like the Grinch. They're dragging their feet, hoping you'll miss the deadline to protect your rights. But here's the deal. The deadline's coming fast, and once it's gone, so is your chance to collect what you're owed. Get a lawyer. Call today at 832-LAWYERS. At Dick Law Firm, we don't do silent nights. We make noise, and we make insurance companies pay. Whether Hurricane Beryl wrecked your roof or ruined your holidays, well, we'll fight to put cash back under your tree. Don't let your insurance company play Scrooge with your settlement. Call 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. One call to Dick Law Firm, and we'll slay those insurance company excuses and protect your rights before the deadline melts away. Beryl hit hard, and now it's your turn. Call 832-LAWYERS today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Taqueria Sarandis is dedicated to the community. This season of giving, they are going to select one family to receive a Thanksgiving meal, a turkey, a pie, and sides. Come in to register at any of the locations, and they are going to select one winner per location. Available at any Taqueria Sarandis, Arandis Bakery, and Arandis Seafood. No purchase necessary. Taqueria Sarandis, serving the community since 1981. Also remember to grab your tamales this holiday season at Arandis Bakery. That's Taqueria Sarandis and Arandis Bakery. Go now.
Larry. So then my little brother Sharif, the strong ox that he is, picks up Larry, puts him in the back of my parents' truck. And then we sat and we didn't really want to evacuate yet, so we stayed up all night watching the fires, taking shifts, making sure, before we leave the house that we all grew up in. And we did that for 2 days. And then on the third day, we realized, oh, my God, Larry. And I just know that poor tortoise was in the trunk for 2 days. Like, what did I do? Am I in trouble? Yeah.
This is the worst remake of Home Alone I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was about to be Homeward Bound.
Has there ever been, by the way, O'Shea Jackson Jr., our radio audience, rejoined in the middle of all that. So has there ever been an idea forwarded, like keeping up with the Cubes?
Oh, no.
Has anybody ever come to your family and said, we want to do a reality show?
For sure.
Has it ever been considered?
No. My dad
Dead on arrival?
My dad didn't even do cribs. Yeah, he would never. Like, the idea of cameras following or, like, having situational-based activities for us would just irk my family to the core. No way. It's just not us. We're very private.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Larry the tortoise is strolling around.
Right.
The cube lawn.
Till the book comes out.
The holidays sound better with Sonos speakers, people. Whether it's a movie night that feels larger than life or the roar of the crowd as your team takes the field, Sonos helps create the moments you'll remember. Beautiful design, incredible sound, effortless control means you can focus on what matters most, enjoying the season. I love Sonos. It's in my house. You will as well. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, soundbars, and more at Sonos.com. The Raiders have quite the game coming up this week. Don't laugh all you want. I'm sure your dad's not.
I know.
I'm sure it's not very funny in your dad's world right now with the Raiders looking the way that they look. And now here comes Shedeur Sanders with the Browns.
Yeah,
so
right.
This is going to be fascinating. A Week 12 game between two-win teams that you're not thinking about, but it's the truth in Week 12. I'll be watching. Shedeur Sanders met with the media for the first time as a starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns prior to a regular season game. And he's getting the first team reps for the first time since the summer. Hit it.
Yeah, I'm truly excited for that, knowing that, I have a piece of offense and a say-so and how things fit my eye and place the players exactly where they need to be, seeing how they come in and out of routes, seeing the structure of the alignment, seeing they set, just having a feeling. Like, I'm more of a feel type of person, so that's how I learn, that's how I do everything. I'm going to just watch it, it's just going to happen. No, like, I got to be out there, feel it. I got to move around. It's like so many details that it takes for me, to feel my best and play my best. And I'm doing everything in my power, and the team's doing everything, to help me get prepared.
That's the humility you're looking for, right? That a lot of people don't ascribe to him, even though I do believe it's his default in situations like this. Okay. Next up, message for Browns fans. What's the message for Browns fans he has? I can't wait to hear this one.
I know our fans have a lot of expectations and hope, and I would be doing a disservice to myself and disservice to the organization if I didn't feel like I am the guy. I did everything I need to. I'm doing everything I need to prepare to be the best version of myself as possible. With the circumstances, everything got to be sped up, and that's great. I like pressure in life. I'm just excited for everything. So, I feel like I'm the guy. I know I'm the guy, but, you just have to be able to see. The game got to speak.
Game's got to speak.
Give me a jersey right now.
You like it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Focus, knows what to say, and, he's just as excited as we probably are to see him get out there. And he's got to get the feel. He's right. It's not, he's not preparing everybody for some Super Saiyan performance. It's an anime reference for people listening.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's, I'm rooting for him, obviously, because, Nepo Baby's up by $1 billion.
Nepo Baby.
Oh, Dave,
Root
baby.
for Nepo
Dave,
Baby. Is that what
baby.
you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're not a Nepo Baby.
That's the internet.
Definitely is.
Good one.
Yeah.
I'm just rooting for him because again, I understand the last name puts a spotlight on him, but I don't think this is he's a stranger to it. Obviously, he's been living his whole life this way. And a lot of people ascribe to him what they ascribe to Deion, which is just all about flash and not about preparation and not about being a professional. And he has a chance to prove everybody wrong. He's got a chance to prove everybody wrong, and he's got his opportunity. A lot of folks are wondering, will he get his opportunity? Well, it's here. And it doesn't matter if it's due to injury. Just ask Tom Brady.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you're going to get it. And as I said earlier in the show, it doesn't matter what's happened before now. It doesn't matter if you think the Browns were sabotaging him, as Cam Newton was saying, or he was saying that the Browns didn't believe in him, which is what I think is what has been the case. It's not a sabotage situation. I just think that they thought that the other guy that they drafted is a better prospect. Obviously, they drafted him before.
Right.
But push comes to shove, it doesn't matter now. Yeah. Absolutely doesn't matter. This weekend matters. And then if he performs well, then we'll see what happens next. And I'm here for the ride. Right?
Absolutely.
I'm here for the ride.
And what I really like about his words is because of the last name, because of everybody and having their own thought of what type of person he's going to be because of his father, I know well enough about that. The best thing to do is make them think like they know what's going to happen and then shock the world. You got to under-promise and over-deliver, and you'll kill every time.
I love that. Great information. And plus, say yes if they're ever going to ask him to play Deion in a movie about him.
100%.
Right? Okay.
Take it every time.
Another interesting aspect of this game, the Raiders just activated Aiden O'Connell off injured reserve.
Well, first of all, if he's ready, sounds great. Secondly, they didn't believe in him enough to bring Kenny Pickett on to begin with, right? Or I shouldn't say that. How about this? This is the way I'll go with this one. If Myles Garrett's coming to town, you better have a full complement of quarterbacks at the ready. With this offensive line not being able to protect him.
Yeah, I think that's true.
100%.
Go ahead.
I bet we see him on Sunday.
Go ahead and activate Rich Gannon, too, if he's available. Let's keep going.
Sure.
Keep going.
Is Jamarcus around somewhere? Let's get him.
I mean, there are other choices, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Myles Garrett's coming to town. Keep replenishing. So, I don't know. Or they'll give him a shot. Wouldn't that be amazing if Aiden O'Connell goes against Shedeur Sanders while Kenny Pickett watches?
I mean,
stranger things have happened in the National Football League.
Exactly.
But either way, this is all must-see. Are there any other Nepo babies you can come? Bronny James, right?
All day.
Who else?
Shout out to number 9.
Should we do like a O'Shea Jr. comments on Nepo babies segment?
Top 10 Nepo babies.
Next week. Please, I'll be here.
You can't choose Charlie Woods in that, right?
Technically not.
I'm taking him.
Who else?
Oh, you should definitely take him.
I'm drafting him.
You should definitely.
Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, The Rock.
It's a Nepo baby draft now.
We could just do wrestlers.
Marvin
I can do wrestlers alone.
Okay.
I'll take Vince.
Wow.
Wrestlers alone, dude.
This guy over here.
Yeah, man.
You're so versatile.
Yeah, I know.
Let's get him coming on, talking about LeBron and Nepo babies.
Shay, yesterday we were talking about Scatterboo at Raw, and Rich was like, he shouldn't do that. And I'm like, this was John Cena's last card.
Well, we'll talk about that in the TV-only segment because we're out of time here on this radio simulcast here on the Rich Eisen Show. No Contest Wrestling with TJ and O'Shea coming up for your Eargate and, of course, on our YouTube channel. We'll wrap this up on Disney Plus and ESPN in a moment.
Target brings more taste, more flavor, and more deals to your Thanksgiving table. Save big on affordable holiday crowd pleasers, like select elevated sides and appetizers from Good & Gather for only $4.99. Favorite day pies for a sweet finishing touch, also just $4.99. And don't forget, great tasting turkey for only 79 cents a pound. So many cravings, so many ways to save. Step into the holidays and elevate your Thanksgiving today. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's not Joe. I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Chancellor Johnson filling in. Good to have you, man. Looking forward to this.
So
Should
much.
be good.
Excited to be on. Is the honeymoon over?
Well, it's on pause. The honeymoon is on pause, that's for sure. Chance will be here for an hour. You have to slump it up with Brian for 30 minutes, and then we're going to get Dr. Will Doctor in here. I feel like Stephen A. Smith a little bit, like he runs in his co-host and stuff. Jeremy A. Branham. Brian dressed up nice for you. Usually he's wearing a T-shirt. This is the second day in a row that Brian has wore a button-down shirt. I'm starting to wonder, though. I'm starting to get questions. It's a little suspicious. He's worn more nice shirts in the last 2 days than he has the last 2 years.
Why do you think that is?
I got my suspicions. I'm not sure I want to air his dirty laundry. I don't know his dirty laundry. I'd be guessing.
I feel like by you hinting, you are already kind of are.
I mean, are you looking for another job?
I'm not, no.
Is there a,
Would I go to a job interview still wearing shorts?
Maybe you have a
What type of job is it?
maybe you have a side interest, Brian.
I don't.
Okay. You're very hard to see right now, by the way. This light is glaring off that glass and I can't see like normal. But anyways, I'm in a better mood than yesterday. Yesterday I was in a bad mood to start the show, Chancellor.
What happened?
I forgot my headphones. It was totally my fault. Totally my fault.
How do you? It's what you should have. Every day.
Well,
How does it happen?
Whenever I travel, I don't like to carry this big bulky thing in my backpack, so I'll take it out of my backpack when I travel.
Okay.
And I usually try to keep it in a spot where I'll remember to put it back in my backpack once I'm home.
Sure.
And I did, but I just left
keep
it.
one at the office. That's what you.
Yeah,
it's like
that's a good idea.
It's like a charger, right? You gotta have one.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna do that. Maybe I'll ask for it for Christmas, Brian. If you're looking for something, I think these are Sony's. If you want to gift me something this Christmas,
I think Stutes used to keep headphones here. Like, we had those lockers outside in the hall.
I'm sure he cleaned it out, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he took them with him.
Sure he cleaned it out. No Joe George today, by the way. Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. I'm not sure if we're supposed to talk about this, but what the heck? He told us yesterday his wife had food poisoning. And then he told us today that he was sick. I'm starting to think it wasn't food poisoning. I think it might be a bug.
He's gonna get you guys sick too.
I know, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, right before the holidays.
But you might be next.
Whoa. Thanksgiving's coming up. I
know.
need to get my plate ready. I can't do that right now.
I know. I'm hopefully that's not the case. There were roofers outside of my house today at 7 a.m. though. My neighbors are getting a new roof. 7 a.m.
What time do you usually wake up?
Usually between 7:30 and 8. Usually Branham baby wakes me up. I don't set an alarm.
But 30 minutes before you're supposed to wake up, like that'll kind of ruin your day.
I think that like if you wake up at 7:30 by yourself versus 7:30 artificially, it's totally different.
Oh, for sure.
Even if it's the exact same
For
time,
sure.
it's totally different. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I'm not smart enough to know the science behind that. But it's a big difference. Anyways, no one cares about my woes. We'll talk a little bit Houston Cougar basketball a little bit later. Rockets, they resume the NIT.
That's what we're calling
Cleveland.
it? NIT.
Remember the first year, and I'll never let them let this down. This is why I'm forever going to call it the NIT. They wore those shirts that said NBA in-season tournament.
Yeah.
So, NIT.
Fair enough.
So I'm not letting
It
them
is
live
good
it
basketball,
down.
though. Like it might still feel a little clumsy, but like the product itself is really good.
I like egregiously talk it up, but in sincerity, I like it.
For sure.
Because would you rather have like players play for $1 million in the middle of November or just play regular season game number 12 through 18?
For sure.
It has more stakes.
And you can feel the intensity change, right? And even like last year, it was a big deal for the Rockets when they were able to go to Vegas, right? For a team that didn't have any really true postseason experience. Now, of course, I'm not calling it the postseason.
No.
But just a higher stakes that a young team like the Rockets at the time certainly needed. And so, once again, it turned out to be some good basketball overall and went on to be an indication of how the Rockets season ended up going on.
No, I mock it, but I agree with you. I do enjoy it more than I would just normal regular season basketball. The stakes do, they jump a little bit, and the players turn it on. Rockets got to the semis last year, and I think it's good for like a young team too, because young teams grow by tasting the postseason, probably even postseason failures. Yeah. And you get a little dose of that without actually being in the postseason. Yeah. So, you can feel a little bit of the stakes rise without it actually being playoff basketball. I think it's good for a young team.
What's the radio equivalent of that? What would that be? if you knew $1 million was on the line, is it like ratings? Like how could we do that for radio?
Like, what would make it stand up? Yeah, probably hosting with you and not Joe George. Okay. That elevates it for me. That raises the stakes for me. No, when Joe said he wasn't going to make it today, I threw a little party for myself. I was a little excited. He probably wouldn't like that I said that, but hey, I call it like it is. Yesterday I got done dirty. Chance. Will Kunkel, who's your brethren? What's wrong with you TV guys, huh? What's wrong with you TV guys?
Well, I mean, formerly TV guys.
I know.
Technically.
Which you're with the Big 12. What's your official title with the Big 12? I should have introduced you better.
Yeah,
My
so
bad.
content creator, basketball and football analyst, for sure.
Lots going on in the Big 12, man.
Yes.
The freshman class in the Big 12 is unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, it's to me, this might be the best group of freshmen that I can recall in a really long time. Now, I'm not that old, but I don't want to say like it's the best ever, or best in the past 20 years. But I mean, you look at from the Big 12, whether it's, you can start right here in Houston, Chris Cenac Jr. and then Kingston Flemings, and that's not even including Isaiah Harwell, who's had a slow start to the season. But what will he look like come wintertime as he gets more games under his belt? He's a very talented player as well. He's also a 5-star. Then you go to Kansas with Darren Peterson. BYU, AJ DeBonsa.
Yeah.
I mean, the list goes on. People don't even talk about the guy at Baylor, Tunde Yesufu. I mean, he's a Anthony Edwards type built, and he's a really talented guy. And that's just within the Big 12. And then you got Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. I mean, the list goes on. The Boozer twins at Duke. I mean, we could spend 20 minutes talking about the freshmen. I'm sure happy to, but it's been really fun so far.
Did you watch them at all yesterday? The Duke Kansas game?
Yeah. Kansas, they didn't look, obviously, when you're missing your key player and the guy that you can tell Bill Self really crafted that entire offense around him, because without him, they just didn't have the juice. And they didn't really have the talent to keep up with Duke without him.
How long is he supposed to be out? Was it a hamstring injury?
Yeah, so originally Bill Self said it was day-to-day, and then he recently said, well, he's going to be out for some time. And so he said, look, we'd rather have him later down the season versus having him pop a hammy and miss 6 weeks. But they miss him out on the floor, and as fans of college basketball, we're missing out because, I mean, that guy's so talented.
Yeah, I hope he's back by Big 12 play. That would be that'd be disappointing if he's not. But yeah, it's did you see the ending of that Arkansas game yesterday?
I missed that one.
They who they played Colgate or something like that. And they were giving him a game. Like they were up 7 with like 2 minutes to play. Arkansas got back-to-back turnovers. They took the lead on a layup with like 2.5 seconds to play, maybe like 7 seconds. Sure. And the guy who scored turned around into the opposition. I forget who they played, and he grabbed him and yanked him down to the floor. And then the Arkansas dude like shoved him to the ground. And then you had like 2 or 3 Arkansas players run on the floor. Wow. So they ejected 4 guys, double technical. Didn't lead to free throws.
At the end of a close ball.
I mean, they had no choice. I mean, it was like a tackle, a push. You leave the bench, it's automatic. Yeah. But I didn't know that if you leave the bench, you get ejected, and it's not a technical. I didn't realize that. So no one shot free throws. Sure. And then they had a chance, they had an opportunity, didn't score. Arkansas like hung on by 1, but almost got upset. It was crazy finish.
I got to go back and watch that tape. It sounds like it could have been on ESPN or World Star Hip Hop.
It could have been. No, it was insane. Like I just happened to turn it on, and I wouldn't have turned it on. But Houston plays Arkansas, and so I like to watch. I like to watch teams to get a little bit of an eye on them, like who's their point guard.
True journalist.
I like that. I don't wear the journalist hat. That's a bit we do on this show. Like, do you think radio hosts are journalists? Like, we argue about this tooth and nail.
So here's the thing: I feel like you can be, but like.
Yes.
How good of a radio host will you be if you're just I feel like
you can do both.
Right.
You can wear both hats for sure. Right. But just like if all I did was come here every single day 3 to 6, did nothing else, I'm not a journalist. Yeah. I'm not getting scoops. I'm not talking to anybody. That's not the job. Mm-hmm. But I that's where I hesitate to call a radio show host journalist. But that's kind of like it's like an ongoing argument
that's
on the
fair.
show.
I mean, I didn't want to be the one to say it.
No. I agree with you. I like to have fun with it, though. No, but I do. That's the only reason that I turned that game on. It was a lot of fun. I'm not sure that Will Kunkel's a journalist, though. Yesterday, he buried me. People are blocking me on Twitter and calling me a clown and cussing at me, all because I said that this offense gets the most out of Davis Mills, and I'm not sure they get the most out of C.J. Stroud.
So, I want to ask you about what it was like to become the voice of the Mills Mafia.
See, that's the problem that I have. Is like I've been on this kick for the last 3 weeks. I'm like, this is not a controversy. I'm not talking about this. I'm not doing it. CJ Stroud is up here on this level, and Davis Mills is a solid backup quarterback. This is not a conversation. This is not a debate. This is not a controversy. And then I say one thing yesterday. Will Kunkel takes me out of context, and I'm getting buried by every single blue check mark that exists on Twitter. I've been railroaded by Will Kunkel.
Now imagine what the conversation will be if Davis Mills on Thursday Night Football, national TV, against a really good Bills defense, beats them.
And do one more. What if he beats them? Stroud's obviously going to be back for the Indy game, and obviously you're going to play Stroud even if Mills goes 3-0, and then he looks bad.
Yeah.
then you're going to get some noise.
You'll get some noise, but I want to be clear. I'm not saying what I'm saying is it would be interesting because I know the fan base that feel like C.J. Stroud may have he may have disappointed a little bit this year, or underperformed, I should say. If Mills does go technically 3-0 as a starter, and you beat the Bills, a team that is going to the postseason, I can hear that getting louder. And right now, I feel like it's a very, very loud, silent minority. But you can kind of hear them though. There are some.
There are some, and the reason that I'm not bothered by the blocking or people cursing my name. Like it comes with the territory, and I kind of like it. Maybe it's like the antagonist persona that I like to have from time to time. The biggest problem I have is that, now I'm an advocate for Mills Mafia, and I was burying Mills Mafia when he was a rookie. I was like, this guy's a bum. This guy's got nothing. Not that you should have benched him or anything. The Texans were going nowhere fast those 2 years. But I was like, yeah, this guy's a bum. He's never going to be a starter in the NFL. And then fast forward 3-4 years, and Will Kunkel's taking me out of context, and now I'm the maverick for Mills Mafia. That's what bothers me.
Well, let's get to what you actually said.
Yes.
Why do you feel he looks, as you said, better?
No. I don't think he looks better. I don't think he looks better than Stroud. Like if you ask Davis Mills, what is the offense that you want to play in to give you the best chance to have success? I think Davis Mills might say this offense or an offense that looks very similar to this. I think if you ask the same question to C.J. Stroud, he wouldn't say this offense in his first three choices. I think he would go spread. This is kind of a hybrid between the New England's offense and the Rams offense. I think it's more New England than Rams. So I think you would have West Coast second, and then maybe this one third. I don't know. Maybe he likes an air raid a little bit more. Not that many people are running the air raid in the NFL. So the take was that this scheme enhances Davis Mills more than it enhances C.J. Stroud. Not that Davis Mills is anywhere close to the same stratosphere as C.J. Stroud. But if you just do the arbitrary pull up their numbers, they aren't that different. Why aren't they that different? Is it because Mills is close to Stroud as a player and as a talent? No way. But because he is better in the scheme. That's what closes the gap. And then Will took it like I was wanting to bench C.J. Stroud or trade C.J. Stroud. No, it just enhances Mills more than it enhances Stroud. Stroud, though, because he's a far superior talent, is still miles ahead of Davis Mills.
So how much does that go back on Nick Caley to curtail the offense around who is supposed to be and a guy who has shown that? I want to be clear.
See, that's
your franchise QB.
That's the bigger take. Is did they screw up catering an offense for their franchise quarterback? Because when you hire an offensive coordinator, if you rewind back to the offseason, you're firing Bobby Slowick. You have C.J. Stroud. He's eligible for a big-time extension coming up in 12 months-ish at the time of hiring the new OC. What should be the primary motive there? Probably the best scheme for C.J. Stroud, right?
Absolutely.
Do you think this is the best scheme for C.J. Stroud?
It certainly hasn't looked that way.
I think it's a spread.
I'm not mad at that. I will say, I think, look, with Davis Mills stepping in, I feel like he's done his job, right? Look, you really just want them to be a game manager. And for Davis Mills for the past couple of games, he's actually helped win the game with back-to-back game-winning drives. We'll see how it looks against, a really good Bills defense. But for right now, he did his job into where he's kept them afloat in this playoff chase. And then, so regardless of what happens on Thursday, they at least have a chance, right? You had to beat Tennessee.
Yeah.
You can't lose to a team that had only won one game all season. And you had to beat Jacksonville because if you had lost that Jags game, your season would have been over. It would have been too much to climb up on the Jags. And so regardless of the result on Thursday, he did his job. And so with C.J. Stroud, he's missed a lot of time. How will he look, just coming performance-wise? And once again, in the scheme, on a very pivotal game against the Colts next week.
No.
Right now, first things first is the Bills.
Look, I'm not a huge stat guy ever. I think that, one, you can make stats kind of argue whatever point you want to make. Two, I think it's very dependent on the team that you're on. And it depends on sport. Hitter versus batter having a, 1,000 OPS versus a 700 OPS. Obviously, there's a big gap there. But whenever you have a sport like football, especially, even basketball in a sense, you're so dependent on other people. You're so dependent on other things going right for you. I don't like to look at the numbers. Jacoby Brissett threw for 450 yards the other day.
Yep.
Did he have a good game?
Sure.
I don't think so. They lost by 20-something points. Whereas you might have Jalen Hurts throw for 130 yards and they win comfortably 20-3. Where that's I'd rather have that game than the Brissett game. But if you just looked at Stroud's numbers to Mills' numbers side by side, and again, I'm not saying Davis Mills is better than C.J. Stroud, but why is the gap closer than what we would think of Stroud and Mills? Stroud, 66% of his passes, Davis Mills, 60% of his passes. Fairly close. You go yards per game, 212 for C.J. Stroud, 182 for Mills. Fairly close. Stroud has played in twice as many games as Davis Mills, has 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Stroud has 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Mills has 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's a better touchdown to interception ratio. Quarterback rating, 93.4 for Stroud, 82.2 for Mills. Like, the stats are telling you that Stroud is better. But do those stats accurately reflect the talent gap between C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills? I don't think so. I think it's tighter than the talent gap. Well, why is it tighter than the talent gap? You might say, like, well, who did they play? That's a fair counterpoint. I could also say that, well, C.J. Stroud played the Titans whenever they were really bad. He played the Ravens whenever they didn't have anybody healthy defensively. So you could throw that out there.
The 49ers game was his best game of the season.
He was very good in that game. That was the one that he won he won the AFC Player of the Week for the Baltimore game. And look, that's the frustrating thing about Stroud getting concussed is, like, I think he was starting to play his best football. I think he was starting to understand the scheme. I think Caley was starting to understand what Stroud does well in the scheme. So that's the frustrating timing of the concussion.
The other thing, too, that I do want to push back on of, like, how he looks in the scheme compared to C.J. Stroud is, like, technically, like, yes, he's won the games and, like, the stats might look pretty decent.
Yeah.
But if you look back at that game, like, he wasn't that great against Jacksonville up until, like, that fourth quarter.
Yep.
Then that Money Mills switch, right? we saw some of that. And so he definitely helped lead them in that comeback in that fourth quarter. But the first 3 quarters, I mean, it didn't look good. And then if you go back to that game against the Denver Broncos where they need him to step up when C.J. Stroud got concussed, he certainly did look great that game. And then even against the Tennessee Titans, like, yes, he helped win the game. And once again, a game that you couldn't drop, and it's helped keep them afloat. But that first half, they didn't score.
Yeah, but he moved the ball, though. Like, and I the object of the game is to score the football. I get it. Got the ball to the 2, and they couldn't get a 4th and goal.
Sure, that's a problem.
He got him into field goal range, and then he did take a bad sack that took him out of field goal range. But if they had 10 drives in that game, and he had them in scoring opportunity in 6 of them, that's pretty efficient.
Sure.
That's pretty efficient. And look, again, don't get it twisted. C.J. Stroud is far better than Davis Mills. But I think the scheme enhances more out of Davis Mills than Stroud.
It's funny. I feel like just even talking about it, for some people, they'll feel like it's like, is it a debate? But I agree with you. To me, I think the talent difference, even if he wins this game against the Bills, it's really, to me, nothing to talk about. But it's a fair point that right now, like, he has looked pretty well in this system.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, just getting started. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. Wrong answers only. Where is Joe? 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Chancellor on Twitter is at Chancellor TV. At Chancellor TV. You can find them there. All right, so where are you with the Texans? I'm curious where Chancellor's at with the Texans as somebody who follows them very closely. We'll look ahead to that game tomorrow a little bit as well. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, it's time for me to talk to you about Burger Chan once again, my favorite place in the city to get a great burger. And I unfortunately have a longer shift at work tonight. I'm also tomorrow night as well with Working Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis, to make sure you tune in. And that used to be a real problem when I'd have those later shifts. Get off at 7 tonight, get off at 8 tomorrow. And if I wanted a burger from the best burger place in town, too bad. I was SOL back in the day because Burger Chan used to close at 3 each day back in the olden days of 2022 when I first started working here. But no, not the case anymore. They've heard the demand to open longer, to have their great food available longer in the day, and they have listened. Burger Chan has extended their hours to now include lunch service on Mondays and dinner service until 9 o'clock Wednesday through Saturday. So if you're going to be out near the Galleria area tonight or tomorrow or Friday or Saturday, any day, Wednesday through Saturday, stop by Burger Chan and get an amazing burger. But their award-winning menu goes beyond great burgers. Had their hot dog for the first time yesterday. Got it with some mustard, cheese, charred jalapenos. It was amazing. But you can get any way you want it. Today, picked up a breakfast sandwich for lunch. They serve breakfast all day. Went with the bacon, egg, and cheese on a sweet sourdough bun with a side of spicy tots. Also amazing. And if the Texans win tomorrow, you can get your own side with your entree for free. That's right, for free. They're partnering with us for the rest of football season for Victory Mondays, or in this case, a Victory Friday. So when the Texans beat the Bills tomorrow, stop by Burger Chan on this Friday, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Order a burger, chicken sandwich, fried fish sandwich, hot dog, or falafel, and get free fries or sweet potato fries, tots, fried cheese curds, or curly fries with your order. Just stop by this Friday after the Texans win, mention my name, Brian, mention ESPN 97.5, or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama. And see their full menu at burgerchanhtx.com.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Chancellor, some people call me the Huntington Bank bad boy.
Is that accurate?
Why is that?
Just because I'm a bad boy.
Is that accurate?
Chancellor Johnson filling in for Joe. I don't know why you're laughing. 713-780-ESPN. Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. Junkie says, I seen him at the protest about goose eggs. Need to be cheaper on the corner of Airline at the farmer's market. Have you ever done the farmer's market on Airline?
I have not.
I've driven by it 100 times. I tell myself all the time that I need to go, and I've just never made it out there.
I haven't either.
It's like a thing to do.
Especially on the weekend, I'm doing other stuff.
I know.
You know?
It's Saturday morning.
Yeah, especially not during the fall either. Like, I'm watching college football.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Yeah, like I would love to go. I need to just do it because I hear it's awesome.
Yeah,
you know, and I dig that stuff. I dig organic stuff and like that. I don't always look like it. I go through my phases. Joe is getting his hairs and nails done. His hair and nails done. I promise you, he's not getting his hair done. Maybe his nails. Okay. There's just not a whole lot of hair.
Are we thinking
there.
Caleb Williams type? Are we doing the clean gloss?
He is a Bears fan.
Okay.
He is a Bears fan, so maybe he's been inspired.
Okay.
By Caleb Williams. Wrong answers only. Where's Joe today? 713-780-3776. Chancellor Johnson filling in for an hour. Brian's going to do half an hour because he just can't go longer than that. And then Will Doctor will do the final 90 minutes. I think this is Keith texting in because he hates when I call it the NIT. He goes, in all capital letters, it's not the NIT! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. There's already a college basketball tournament called the NIT. It's the NBA in-season tournament. What's the acronym for that?
So this is a thing for you, like the NIT. Like this is a running.
I play it up a little bit. I play it up for sure.
I mean, technically, it is spelled out that way.
It is. I mean, the acronym NBA, in season, and then T, tournament. NIT. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Julian, you're in with Jeremy and Chance. What's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? So I just hopped in about a few minutes ago when y'all were discussing CJ's good games, bad games. And y'all talked about the Niners. Obviously, my ears puckered up.
Julian's a Niner fan.
I don't think we can really base his performance against the Niners as a measuring stick. We have nobody out there, brother. Deommodore Lenore, yes, I understand. He's still there. But we have no pass rush. We have no Fred Warner. He should have.
All right, hang up on Julian. That's enough. Julian's making it all about himself. My Niner. He's got a point. He does have a point. I will give Julian that. He has a point. The 49ers were depleted. But, Julian, you're not making it all about you and the 49ers.
So I do want to respond to that because I want to be clear. I wasn't saying, like, that is the measuring stick because, of course, right, like, as Julian was mentioning, like, they were missing a lot of players. We also saw the Texas offense as a whole. Their best game of the entire season was against the Baltimore Ravens, and they were running out both of us out there playing defense. So I'm not using that as a measuring stick. I was just talking about some of the performances he has had this season. You can only play who's in front of you. And so, look, if it had went the other way around, if he had played poorly against that defense, you would have counted it then. And so what I saw from C.J. Stroud that game, he did what he was supposed to do. And the same thing when they played the Tennessee Titans the first go-round, when they won 26-0. They were 0-3 at that time. If they had lost that game, the season would have definitely been done. And so how would we have looked at that conversation then? And so that's all my point is on that, is that, he did play well in that game just in general.
What do you think, it's all a guess here. How much do you think C.J. Stroud likes this offense? Because that really is the bigger point. And, he's kind of thrown shade to the offense at times. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. Where it's I don't know if he loves that style of play.
I don't think, just from the vibe that I've been able to gather, being in the locker room from time to time, I don't get the sense that he just absolutely loves it. However, as you mentioned earlier, he has seemed to have settled in as the season has gone along. And so is Nick Caley, right? Especially early on, how much we were killing him. And then, things didn't go well against Seattle, and they've continued to have red zone issues all year long. But overall, we have seen an improvement of the offense in general, and same thing with C.J. Stroud as the year has gone on.
Yeah. This junkie, no way C.J. Stroud is miles ahead of Mills. Better maybe, but I've seen Stroud throw some horrible passes to wide open receivers, not to mention run out of bounds for 4-yard losses instead of throwing the ball. Something you won't see Mills do, just saying. Another junkie, do you not think that the offense has been more simplified for Davis Mills, and that's maybe why he's having more success? I don't see that.
I feel like Nick Caley, just in general, he's put Davis in positions to succeed a little bit earlier on, getting the bubble screen, just kind of the quick routes, I should say. Mm-hmm. But simplified, it does feel a little dumbed down, but not enough to make it a thing.
See, I might go a step further and say that Davis Mills is more open to the idea of taking simple than C.J. Stroud, where I don't think he's dumbing it down or simplifying it for Davis Mills. I think it's the same. I think it's the same offense. Now, Caley might be coming into his own and finding some of the grooves and what it takes to have success. I think he's a better play caller today than he was week 1, week 2 of the season. So that helps Davis Mills' case because he didn't play game 1, game 2 of the season against good defenses, all of that. But I do think that Davis Mills is more open to the idea of taking the simple play, the single, or sometimes Stroud likes for the to look for the big play, the heroics. Not that he's going to do that every time, but I do think that Davis Mills is a little bit more open to the idea of it.
And I think that's good and bad because the good you get the easy yards, but the bad, and we've definitely seen it, and that you're missing C.J. Stroud, is you miss a little bit of that creativity when the pocket does collapse. Versus he's a little bit more of a playmaker, not a little bit more. He is more of a playmaker than Davis Mills, and so he is looking to extend the plays more, see if he can hit a guy down the field. Now, the one thing I will say that you haven't mentioned yet, in favor of hey, how does Davis Mills look in this offense compared to C.J. Stroud? To be clear, I'm not saying he's better, but just to the topic of how he fits in this offense. We haven't talked about the one thing that he hasn't really well and technically better than we've seen with C.J. Stroud is he's targeting Nico Collins.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That's the big one. And so for whatever reason, their best offense has been find Nico Collins, and it works most of the time. And so I know one guy who has been happy to play with Davis so far. Not to say that he's not happy with CJ, because Nico Collins loves him some CJ Stroud. I want to be clear on that. But Nico Collins is certainly eating, and I know Fancy owners everywhere are rejoicing for that.
Oh, you said fantasy football. Brian perked up.
Uh-oh.
Brian loves fantasy football. Brian loves fantasy football more than he loves video games and his wife.
You are the guy with over 500 underdog leads, not me.
It's a little under 500. Little under 500.
Well, what's your record? How are you looking in your main league?
In my main league, I'm 7-3.
Okay.
Ooh, look at that flex.
Who's your RBs?
Flexing.
In that league, it's Derrick Henry and Travion Henderson.
Ooh. Well, we'll see if Travion Henderson comes back down to earth. That's a whole other thing. We don't have to get into that, but yeah.
You're making King of Twitch very mad right now. King of Twitch hates fantasy football. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho says Mills does look better, though. How is Stroud a far superior talent than Mills? I mean, open your eyes, Ocho. You're just being contrarian, Ocho.
We respectfully to Davis Mills, who once again I think is playing some good football right now. We've had 5 years of Davis, and I think he's done his job against the Tennessee Titans, against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Talk to me after this Bills game. If Davis Mills goes out and balls out against a really good, not just the Bills team overall, right, who have one of the best players in the league, and Josh Allen,
Ed Oliver.
Shout out
he's on the IR though, unfortunately.
But their pass defense is very, very good. I believe they have the second best pass defense in the league. Actually, the one weakness they do have is on that running game. That's something the Texans haven't been able to really get going pretty much all year long, except for a couple of games. If Davis Mills has a really good game and outplays Josh Allen, then we can have more conversations about just Davis Mills and his improvement as a quarterback. That's as far as I'm willing to take it.
I don't know if that is a sentence that I ever thought I would hear. If Davis Mills outplays Josh Allen. Now, it's possible because the Houston Texans defense can make quarterbacks look silly. Some good and Josh Allen hasn't had success against the Houston Texans.
Well, he hasn't at all. And a matter of fact, the Houston Texans have had the Buffalo Bills number for years now. 5 straight wins at NRG Stadium over the Buffalo Bills. You can go back to me, my oldest memory, I guess, of that one is Deshaun Watson, or the he who should not be named here in Houston. That playoff game.
Yeah.
And that was the game where he got hit in the eye. Is that the same
Sounds
one?
right. They didn't score at all the first 3 quarters,
Yeah.
and there was a fourth quarter rally. That was the game where Josh Allen got tackled and tried to lateral it backwards.
Yep.
And I can't remember if the Texans recovered there or not, which is almost like the greatest highlight play of all time, but also like the stupidest play of all time, which is the antithesis of Josh Allen, in my opinion. Where are you with the Texans, you think? 5-5, tough schedule coming up. The next 3 are critical for them. Where are you with them? Like, are they a playoff team? Or they got to get hot? Where do you stand?
Well, if I could sum it up in one word, it'd be still disappointed. Like, this is a Houston Texans team that, to begin the year, supposedly had championship aspirations, right? I remember sitting in the end of the season press conference, and Will Anderson got up and spoke at the podium, and he was just talking about how motivating it's been for him, or this offseason was going to be for him, coming up short once again, in the divisional round. And shout out to Will Anderson. This is not about him individually, but as a team, the overall point is this is a team that had aspirations to go really, really far. And so right now, yes, they're in the hunt, right? But like hunt isn't good enough.
Yeah.
We're talking about a team that we expected to win the division, and the Colts are playing. Obviously, the Colts look like one of the best teams in football right now, but some of the overall performances, mainly of this offense, because the Texans have the best defense in the league right now. So it does point to the offense, but just in general, the fact that we're still here and like, hey, they're on the hunt. Can they hold off? And this is the thing. They'll have to hold off teams like the Baltimore Ravens, who are now getting healthy, both defensively and with Lamar Jackson. They still have to hold off, and I don't think anybody would have thought this to begin the year, but the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a team they'll have to see later on this season at Arrowhead. Can they finally defeat their Kansas City woes with the Chiefs, later down the season? So right now, as I mentioned, I'm just disappointed because this is not where, we originally thought they would be. But, as I did mention, they are in the hunt. And so we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at, too. I think the schedule is too difficult, and I think they put themselves in too tough of a spot to make the playoffs. I think they're going to be an 8-9 win team, finish 8th in the AFC. Kind of where I'm at with them. But they do have, they have the potential to do better than that. If Stroud comes back and the offense starts to not even click, like if they have a top half of the NFL offense, a top 15 offense with this defense, you can rattle off 4 or 5. You can rattle off 5 or 6 even against good teams.
And that was my frustration just early on throughout the season. Is I feel like this is a championship caliber defense. Not I think like it is. They're the number 1 defense in the league. And for, the performance that they've had this year, throughout, they've kept them in ball games. That's why I think they'll be in a ball game on Thursday, even with the Buffalo Bills coming into town, especially with the way that might have been Josh Allen's worst game of his entire career.
Against Texans.
Yeah. And look, he had problems with them last year. the defense has improved since then. I don't know if the Bills' offense in general is that much better from where it was last year. If anything, I think they've had their woes. They ran the ball really well, but they have a Keon Coleman problem, a guy they invested some high capital in. Mm-hmm. And so, I think tomorrow at NRG Stadium on national TV, the defense will put the Texans in position to win the ball game again. Can Money Mills deliver like he has the past 2 games?
I think the Kincaid loss is bigger than the Coleman thing. Like, Coleman, better draft pick, like, big picture, that's the bigger loss. But, like, in the confines of the season, in the confines of the Buffalo Bills offense right now, today, I think the Kincaid loss is far more important than Keon Coleman. 713-780-3776. Chancellor Johnson filling in for Joe. Where's Joe? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Rockets have a big NIT game tonight against the Cleveland Cavs on the road. I saw you could get into that game tonight for $7 between the Rockets and the Cavs. We'll discuss the Rockets and where they're at currently 12 games in to the NBA season. 713-780-3776. Jeremy, no Joe, it's Chance on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light, and Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Time to hydrate, Houston. Rambler Sparkling Water's cranberry flavor is back and available for a limited time this holiday season. Available at Sprouts, Whole Foods, and many other retailers. Cheers to the flavor of the season. Rambler Cranberry. Get ramblin'.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline. I'm going to be with John and Dell live at Taqueria Sarandis on Highway 529 in Cypress this Friday morning from 7 a.m. to noon. Come grab breakfast with us. Tacos, chiliquiles, huevos rancheros, whatever you like. Kick off your Friday with your favorite morning crew.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's do a thank you to our listeners.
Oh my gosh, you guys have the best listeners. You guys have the listener appreciation parties. They give us so much love and we love them.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This Friday, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Manhattan Jaspers. Game coverage begins Friday at 6:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No, Joe's not here. Where is Joe? Wrong answers only. I heard Joe's hitting up the water parks in a certain city in Ohio with a certain uncle. Ryan says Joe had an appointment at the pediatrician this afternoon. Hashtag Joe George is a giant toddler. Everybody's been running with that.
Okay,
They think that Joe is a giant toddler. Joe's meeting with the Pope for the Chicago Bears Miracle Run. Josh from Seabrook. Joe thinks that the reason the Bears are winning is because the Pope.
The Pope.
Because he's a Bears fan. Ocho says Joe George is out looking for a Kingston Flemings jersey. Joe is getting another new computer after playing baseball in the house again. His son broke his other computer. They were playing baseball in the house, and he had his computer open like this, and he smashed the ball on his computer and shattered it.
Oh man!
Yeah, rookie mistake. Joe isn't there because he's doing his show prep for the next 6 shows. So that's 3 hours of work. Why wouldn't he have been here? Joe said he preps for the show for 30 minutes. We Straw, hey, Jeremy, was that your burner account on the Texans subreddit earlier today? I haven't, no, I don't have a burner. I actually haven't went to the Texans Reddit today. I guess they're talking about me. I'll have to investigate on that in a little bit. Joe had his annual pap smear appointment today.
Oh, wow.
That's not very nice to Joe. All right, where are you with the Chancellor Johnson's filling in for Joe? You can follow him on Twitter at Chancellor TV. He does great work. Big 12, covers the Texans, covers the Rockets, covers the Cougars too. We'll talk about the Cougars here in a little bit. Times are good for the Houston Cougars.
They are.
The pressing question here that I think I have to ask you before we talk about the Houston Rockets, what do you think of a Rocket podcast titled Rocket Power? How good, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good of a podcast name is Rocket Power? 1 being bad, 10 being good.
I'll go 5.
That's nice.
It's not very, I feel like I'm talking about somebody. I don't want to do that.
No, you are, yeah. Joe George and Sean Mapes have a podcast titled Rocket Power.
Shut up.
I love that name, actually. It's very, very good. But Kevin Durant, Alpi Şengün taking the next level, Fred VanVleet, I haven't said he's out for the year, but out for a majority of the year. Who's the point guard? Amin Thompson obviously is taking on that role. But what do you think of the Rockets 12 games into the season?
Man, they look good, don't they?
Yeah.
Right? Like to be the number 3 team in the West, they've had some really close losses in the couple that they have had, but early on, to me, the story is KD and Alp. Like already one of the best, if not the best duo in the league right now. And the last game is the reason why you brought in Kevin Durant, where late in the ball game and you need a bucket, who do you turn to? And it's one of the best basketball players of all time, and he's more than delivered. And then, it was nice, too, talking to him after the game, how he was talking about how he's never had played with a big like Alperen Şengün. He's played with some really talented bigs just in the past, as he called them, specialists, but none like Alp. And even when Alp didn't shoot, so great in that ball game, in their win over the Magic, he still was just absolutely sensational. And then you have Reed Shepherd, who continues to elevate. And I remember, like, early on, it was like, his first 2 games, he struggled. Yeah. Granted, against OKC, one of the best defenses, they might be the best defense, in the entire NBA, the reigning NBA champs. He didn't play very well. That second game still didn't respond well. But then just each game, he's continuing to get better and better. And what I like is the confidence, man. He's letting it fly. And I think that's really important, when you're sharing the court with a guy like KD and Alperen Şengün. And to me, like if Reed Shepherd isn't being aggressive, it's almost like, what is he on the court for? Because like he is very talented, and not only can he shoot it, he has the ability to get to the ability to get to the rack, and offensively he gets his hands, he forced a lot of turnovers, right? He gets his hands on balls. So I like a lot what I've seen from the Houston Rockets.
I don't love Reed going to the rack. I don't think he's good there yet. Now, I want to see him do it, to your point. That's an area where I think he needs to improve. Steph Curry was terrible going to the rim early in his career, not comparing the two. Don't twist my words. I'm super sensitive about that today. Defensively, you're right. He has good hands. He still gets blown by a lot. Yeah. And, like, Ime Udoka immediately goes to the zone every time he puts Reed Shepherd into the game, which is fine. Like, players have weaknesses, right? Like, the players aren't perfect. Even the best players have weaknesses. Kevin Durant, Alpi Şengün are phenomenal. They're a little sloppy with the basketball at times. I wish they would limit the turnovers a little bit at times. Is that nitpicky? Yes, but it's just proving the point that every player has weaknesses. What's amazing, I don't really look at NBA standings too early in the year. Usually it's like around Christmas, maybe even the New Year thing. But for some reason, I was looking at the standings, and I knew Oklahoma City was off to an unbelievable start. I didn't realize the Pistons were 13-2.
Oh, man.
So, like, when you look back at, like, the 2 games the Rockets lost early in the year, they lost really close games to 2 teams who are a combined 27-3.
Listen, I don't know if you haven't seen the Pistons. They look great, and obviously Cade Cunningham is one of the rising, not just rising star. Cade Cunningham is a rising superstar, especially after what I saw him do in last postseason. But Jalen Duren, he's been great. The young big who is out of Memphis, and the combination that he has with Cade. I talked about best duos in the league between Jalen and Cade. They look like one of the best duos themselves. And then they have another player who's really skyrocketed. He was like a late round pick, and now he's averaging 20 points per game in the last 5 games. So Detroit, they look great. And so, going back to Reed though, as I mentioned, I feel like each game he's gotten better, and I think he really helps the ceiling of this Rockets team, if you can rely on a guy who right now is coming off the bench and has shown the ability to space the floor and play make for others, which is something that they were missing without Fred VanVleet. I'm not saying he's as good as Fred VanVleet in that category, but he certainly can do it.
Yeah, I think that's an area where he has to get better at, too, is playmaking for others. But I do like the aggression. I like the fact that when he comes onto the floor, kind of mostly with the second unit, although he's out there with starters at times, too, that he is looking for his shot, that he is aggressive. Because I think that he can take the Rockets' depth to another level, because I like the Rockets' depth. I mean, it's very, very good. Tari's hurt right now, so it kind of hurts that a bit. But you come off the bench, you have Tari, you have Reed, you have Steven Adams. Clint Capella's going to get a few minutes here and there. We haven't even seen the Rockets' debut of Dorian Finney-Smith.
DFS.
Like, that's going to look really good. What does that even do for a Kogi? Does that mean he goes to the bench and now he's part of that depth? Probably. But I like how Reed Sheppard has kind of taken the alpha role offensively with that second unit. Because I think because of all those role players I just mentioned, there's not a lot of guys there that are elite offensive players or have the chance to be an elite offensive player. And Reed's got a long way to go to be an elite offensive player, but he's got the best chance to be good offensively relative to those other guys.
You didn't draft Reed Sheppard with the number 3 overall pick for him to go out there and just kind of orchestrate guys. You drafted Reed that high, especially when you look at his size, because that was one of his biggest knocks. Is he's a little bit undersized. You drafted him because of the upside, because offensively he is gifted. Like he has a unique skill set of one, being a high level shooter of what we saw at least in college, athletic enough to get to the basket and play make for others. And then the trait that we talked about earlier is he has great hands. And so as I mentioned, I like the fact that Ime Udoka put him out there and is like, no, I want you to feel comfortable with KD and Alperen Şengün taking the shot, hunting your shot. And because as I mentioned, like there's no point of having him come out there and just orchestrate. Like, you wanted the guy who can do some of those things I talked about, and each game he showed it more and more.
That's the thing that I think is the most underrated with this is I think that the Rockets coaching staff has done a tremendous job of adjusting on who Reed Sheppard is. Because the first couple of games, like, okay, you're our point guard, you're initiating our offense, and I think Reed Sheppard was lost. Mm-hmm. Now they've kind of pulled back on that where, okay, you're going to play a little bit more off the ball. You can bring it up at the moment you get pressure. We got a little outlet over here in Alpi Şengün or Jabari where, you're not going to have the pressure because we're just going to get the ball out of your hands. Now, I do think over time they're going to start to put a little bit more of that stuff on his plate, but you've put him in a position to succeed. And a lot of times the coach's job is to put players in a position to succeed. And I think that Ime and his staff have done a great job with that.
The funny thing is, though, you might not have to, though, with the way that Alperen Şengün is playing, especially with him kind of orchestrating the offense and running point, in a way. And even like down the stretch, you can just turn the ball to KD or Alperen Şengün. And the thing I want to mention, too, about Reed Sheppard is, what does it do for your confidence when you hit a 3 and KD is like in your face, like
one of the greatest scorers ever,
like hyping you up? Man, imagine the confidence you would get after something like that.
Yeah, you're right about that. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about the Cougs. Talk about the Houston Cougs, number 2 team in the AP. They dropped after beating a top 25 team. Can you believe that? It's kind of goofy. Nobody cares about the A people. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe. It's Chance. It's on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Holiday season is upon us. Need a gift idea for a client, friend, or family member who loves guns? We're your one-stop shop. Our half-acre showroom is filled with new and pre-owned guns of every make and model, plus collectibles, accessories, ammo, and if you're just not sure what to get, gift cards are available. Collector's Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Here's a fact. My son and I both drive Buick SUVs. We got them from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Those Buick SUVs are incredible. From the sophisticated Envision, the versatile Encore GX, the dynamic Envista, and the premium Enclave. There's going to be a perfect Buick for you. Right now, well-qualified buyers can enjoy 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees, plus no monthly payments until next year. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No Joe today. Where's he at? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Will Doctor will co-host 4:30 to 6. Brian 4 to 4:30. Chance got a dip. He had other things to do. More important things than you. Houston, he hates all of you. He's got. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Sorry, I like to have fun, Chancellor. I'm sorry.
You always come in here with these down questions.
I don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. We're not journalists, Chancellor.
That's fair.
We can have fun on the radio. No, but it's
some
been
people
fun.
might not know. They actually might, some people might think that.
Oh no,
I'm from the city though. I'm from Houston.
Where'd you go to high school?
Dawson and Pearland.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're young then. If you went to
Yeah,
Dawson.
I am.
Because I'm old. I grew up in Atascocita, but I went to Humble.
Okay.
Because Atascocita wasn't built yet.
Sure. What about how far is that from North Shore? Is it
not too far? You go Beltway 8. Okay. You're there in 15 minutes. No, it's right up the tollway. Yeah, it's not far at all. There was always some good games between North Shore and Humble. They weren't always in the same district though. It's kind of weird how they do zoning.
Humble has never been good in athletics, from what I can remember. Respectfully.
Incorrect.
From what I can remember. When?
That again. This is a sign that you're very young.
Yeah.
Because
that's what I'm saying.
Because Humble and Kingwood were the only two schools in Humble ISD for a long time, and they were both top 10 biggest enrollment in the state of Texas. But then when Summer Creek came and Kingwood Park came and Atascocita came, it depleted them. Humble went to a state semifinal in football. I think with David Boston.
Like
you remember
80s?
that name?
No,
Brother, come on now,
brother.
80s. You're making me feel like Unk. No, David Boston played in the NFL. He played at Ohio State, played in the NFL, had one crazy All-Pro year, and then got busted for steroids. David Givens played in the NFL. Bertrand Berry played in the NFL.
Okay, now
Jackie Battle. He went to U of H too. Jackie Battle. He was a year ahead of me.
Okay.
No, they had my senior year. I didn't play football. They
When'd you graduate?
They couldn't handle me. 03.
Okay.
03. My senior year, we had 6 Division I players.
Oh wow.
3 of them went to A&M. Chris Alexander, Jason Jack, Eric Mays. Willie Fontenot went to Arizona. We had a couple kickers that both went D1.
Okay.
You remember the Statue of Liberty play for Boise State when they beat Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl?
Yeah,
my boy Kyle Stringer was the punter on that team. Jason Bonzio.
Okay.
You know that name? You went around at Arizona for a little bit. You went to Arizona State. Bonzio was a kicker at Arizona.
Arizona State.
No, we had some good teams before before all the new schools came. Like, Atascocita loaded.
Yeah.
Summer Creek loaded.
Well, if you remember, like, Pearland used to be really, really good. And
Yep.
then you got Manville, you had Dawson, and now you got Shadow Creek. So Pearland is like, they're still good schools in general, but that's not the same. So I know how it goes.
No, you've been on the beat of a bunch of Houston dudes. Oh, Alex saying that I hit 400 in high school. That's right. I was a 400 hitter in high school. If that means anything to you, I think it does because you know ball.
Yeah. 2 for 5.
I was 2 for 5. Yeah, I didn't play much. I was managing the game. Anyways, what do you think of the Cougars so far this year? Undefeated, 4-0, number 2 team in the country. Play Ryder tomorrow, and then go to Vegas next week.
Yeah, the Houston Cougars, I'm really excited about their ceiling, right? And Kelvin Sampson has talked about that a bunch of this might be the highest ceiling of a team talent-wise that he's had in a really long time. And I can see it, especially right now, being led by their really two freshmen. I mean, as I mentioned earlier on, we haven't even really seen Isaiah Harwell really kind of take to the stage yet. But Kingston Flemings, I mean, he's a guy who I don't know if there's any prospect in the country that has done more for himself than he has in the first 2 to 3 weeks of the season. It's been absolutely phenomenal. And then Chris Senac, I thought the Auburn game was his best game of the season. He needs to learn how to not foul out. But his impact both on the boards and just offensively was spectacular. And for Kelvin Sampson to now have a big that can step out and shoot it alongside the best defensive player in the country in JoJo Tugler. And then you know what you're going to get out of Emmanuel Sharp. He's the guy who gives you the quietest 15 to 20 points ever. But can obviously step out and shoot the three. And then Miles Uzan, another slow start to the season, but he had a really big shot to help take down the Tigers in Birmingham. And so that'll count as a neutral game, but that's really a road game. And for his freshman to go in there and get that win and start off the season, was it 3-0, 4-0 now?
4-0.
Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I like the balance of this team. I think their potential is unbelievable. I mean, you mentioned the Kingston Flemings, like his stock from where it was at the start of the year. Like, start of the year, it's probably like, hey, he's a 2-year player. Right. Now it's like, is he a lottery pick?
Yeah.
Like, can it grow higher than that? And look, he's still got to have the test of, big games, still has to have the test of conference play and all of that too. So we'll see what it looks like in a few months. But yes, his draft stock is looking really good. Senac gives them something at the 4 that, you have another lottery type of player there. Still has room to grow, a lot of room to grow. You mentioned JoJo, his defensive presence. Emmanuel Sharp is, a deadly shooter, scoring a little bit more too. And then you got two point guards. I mean, with Uzan and with Kingston. So it's a very balanced team. I like how you brought up Harwell because I think Harwell can be like a stud 3-and-D guy that can play a little bit of mostly the 3, but even a little 4 if you want to go small. Chase McCarty, who has not hit his shots so far this season, is one of the best shooters on the team. Like, it's crazy.
It's funny because he keeps taking a shot, and I'm like, does he hit that in practice?
Yes.
And Kelvin Sampson says he does, but yeah, he's had a slow start to the season.
It's crazy. Like, he's getting great looks too.
Yeah.
It's not like he's taking bad looks. Like, he's taking tremendous wide open looks that he would normally make 60-70% of the time, and he's 1 for his first 11.
And to that point, that's one thing that I'm watching out on right now is who's going to be that guy who is going to come off the bench and fill that role. Because last year was Malik Wilson, and Malik, it wasn't just like he comes in and spurts. Like, Malik Wilson helped win
for sure
multiple games
Kansas
throughout
game.
his career. The Kansas game,
Duke game, even he had the steal.
And because one thing we know about with UH, because they play so physical, guys are going to get in foul trouble. So you have to have depth on the team. So is it going to be Isaiah Harwell? I think they certainly expect him to be. But Chase McCarty, another guy who we haven't mentioned yet, who I've been impressed with, is Mercy Miller. I thought he's had a really nice start to the season, hitting shots, and that's the biggest thing, right? Like, who can make shots for this Houston Cougars team? And for him to come off the bench and hit a couple, I was impressed by that. So as I mentioned, the growth of this team, like, they have a very high ceiling. But right now, I don't know if they're the number 2 team in the country. And that's okay. You don't have to be. It's November. The question is, what will you look like come March and come hopefully for the Houston Cougars?
And with Sampson coaching them too, like, the amount of growth they're going to have between now and March is going to be insane because he's one of the best in the country at developing he and his staff at developing his players. And then we didn't mention Sacco. Sacco, the Sam Houston transfer, the 7-foot backup center, like that's a key rotation player. That if Tugler's prone to foul trouble at time, that's not a secret. He gets into a little bit of foul trouble. You go to the bench and you have a 7-footer who can block a couple shots, grab 5-6 rebounds, that can change a game defensively. That's a pretty good luxury to have too.
You have to have, as I mentioned, some depth there because they're just you're too physical of a team. Like guys are gonna get in foul trouble, and somebody like JoJo, as you mentioned, he is prone to get some foul trouble, and he's been banged up, and because of how physical they are, not just the foul trouble, but you also have injuries. Like we've seen that throughout the years, especially that wears on you with how hard they play, and so you have to have guys step in, and so to me it's a luxury to have a serviceable big, not just a guy who eats up space, right? A guy who can make an impact, and we saw that in that Auburn game, had that huge block to in the ball game for against Auburn. And so he's looked good so far too in his first couple of games. So excited to see this team throughout these next few months.
A few textures saying you guys see the commitment to Houston. I'm not sure I'm allowed to comment on that, but I saw it.
I did see it.
I don't know. I don't really keep up with high school recruiting a lot. Like
Big
I usually wait till they're on campus, but I do know I'm aware of him. I'm aware of his accolades and stuff like that. It's a good get if it is true.
It is a very good get, and he's a massive player. He would be one of the biggest he would be the biggest post player for Kelvin Sampson, this Houston Cougars team, since I've been covering the team. And so you take that type of size, and obviously he's skilled. He's the number one center in the country. So that's back-to-back years that Kelvin Sampson has secured the number one center of their class. And, you combine that size and skill, and you bring him into this culture that they have within U of H, and you're going to get a pretty good player.
7'1", 300-pound high schooler. That's stupid.
What are they feeding that young man?
I don't know. It's Iowa, so there's no telling. Probably a lot of stuff. All right, Chance, got to run. Appreciate you doing this, man.
Absolutely,
this is a lot of fun. We'll do it again soon.
Please do.
Yeah, we'll tell Joe to get sick more often. I think everybody appreciates it. All right, let's go to break. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brian and I are going to kick some things around a little bit. We're gonna bet. We're gonna play our fix game. I'm here tomorrow. Joe's gone tomorrow. I'm off Friday, and then I'm off all next week. So we're going to do the fix when we come back. All of the weekly winners that you need to know. Or you might just fade us because we've been terrible at this. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Color's not going to trigger me as bad today because we kind of have like 3 separate shows today. Chancellor for an hour, BMAC for 30 minutes. Not really, an endurance guy, Brian. And then Will Doctor.
I'll move past the slight and say, should I use the intro again at 4:30?
Maybe. And Will Doctor. I'm excited to see Will Doctor do not golf.
Yeah.
But he's like spicy at times, man. He gets like angry.
He had some hot takes about the Astros medical staff for sure.
He was maybe the only person outside of Jeremiah Randall's family in the city of Houston defending Jeremiah Randall.
To a point where I thought he actually might be Jeremiah Randall's family.
Oh, maybe. Maybe he married into it.
I
know he didn't marry into it. Yeah. But I'm excited for that. He gets spicy and like he's got hot takes. I saw a few things that are on his mind a little bit earlier. I think you're all going to enjoy.
Oh, look forward to that.
We'll go around the course with Will Doctor. We need to workshop that.
Yeah, that doesn't hit the same as around the horn.
We'll go a full 18. Will Doctor.
Yeah, so
we'll make the turn with Will Doctor.
Oh, that's better.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
It's definitely better than the first 2.
And he'll be joining us at the halfway house of the show.
There we go. That one felt natural.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, that one felt natural.
713-780-3776. Where is Joe George today? Wrong answers only. Joe got bullied too hard yesterday. Had to take a mental day. That's important. Mental health is very, very important. Wheat Straw Joe is out looking for new ideas to replace the name for their podcast, Rockets Power. I don't know why he would do that.
The best one yet.
Josh from Blank says, every time I hear Rocket Power, I think of that late 90s Nickelodeon cartoon. I have no idea what he's referring to. Could you please tell us what show that is?
Your short-term memory sometimes is amazing.
That has nothing to do with short-term memory.
It does, because we had this exact conversation like a week ago.
What show is it?
There was a show called Rocket Power, and Joe called us old because we'd never heard of it. We talked about this for like half a segment.
Oh, did we really?
Yeah. He called us old because it was, I guess, a show that he and Sean both watched.
I remember looking this up now.
Yeah, but we neither you or I had heard of it, and he called us old.
I do have the worst short-term memory. I don't remember like 90% of the things I say. Joe is interviewing at another sports talk radio station. If true, which radio station is Joe interviewing at? 713-780-3776.
I mean, I can't see 610, even though he did work there.
Why couldn't you see that?
I don't know. I don't think Joe wants to conform to Texans talk most of the time. I think he likes to talk Astros and Rockets more than he does Texans.
Yeah, probably. That's
so,
probably
like,
true.
if he went there, I don't know if it'd be a natural fit.
What makes you think they're putting him on air there?
Well, good point.
Joe is getting his nails painted with Caleb Williams. Joe has retreated to his lair to plot the next move of his evil genius plan for world domination. That's a pretty good one. Joe is at a bar with your high school baseball coach. I love how that's a bit now. My high school baseball coach is a bit. I wonder if
your old baseball coach has heard it.
He was at one of our remotes.
Yeah, Brick House.
Yeah, he was at the bar.
Yeah, of course.
I went up to him. I was like, "Hey, I'm Jeremy Branham." He's like, "Yeah, you had that hit versus Spring." I was like, "We never played Spring."
Yeah,
he didn't remember
recall.
who it was.
He didn't recall. I mean, you were a 400 hitter. How does he not remember
I don't know. He should know that I carried him to victories. Jeremy played on the same team with Willie Fritz, says Wheat Straw. That's an old joke. That's not very nice. Joe got mauled by the Mills Mafia for disparaging comments and is currently in the ICU. Rocket Power was great. It was a whole 20-minute convo. I do not remember that.
Yeah, we talked.
I vaguely remember it now, but I had zero recollection of it 3 minutes ago.
I think I undersold how long we talked about it. I think it was more than half a segment.
Maybe.
It might have taken over a full segment.
Joe is interviewing at the Spanish-speaking station. What would his name be? Jose Jorge?
I mean, it'd be Jorge, right? That's
Jose Jorge.
Now I need this to happen.
Oh man!
Someone Photoshop that.
We
please.
need to have like a Spanish speaking segment so we can call him Jose Jorge.
Want to go get Esme?
As me. Joe tried to show prep for 2 hours and it was too hard for him, says Keith. Joe got lost looking for a Burger King. Oh, that's right. There was like one like in the front of his neighborhood and he didn't even know what it was. Joe isn't in because he did not have 30 minutes to prepare for the show, says Uncle Barney. Dang, Uncle Barney's sending shots to Joe.
Shots fired.
Uncle Barney's like the nicest person in the world, too, and he's taking shots at Joe George. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, where is Joe George today, Keith?
Hey, guys. Joe is out and not working the show today because this morning he flew back to Chicago for Wednesday night trivia to answer this specific question. How many NFC Championship game wins Does Aaron Rodgers and Rex Grossman each have? The answer is 1.
Yikes. Keith, he hung up. I'm pretty sure Keith was ordering fast food.
Yeah, I heard him say I'm on the phone, like right as we went to him. I couldn't tell if he was like he had someone in the car or if he was like at the drive-thru somewhere.
Keith, let us know which fast food place you're eating at. 713-780-3776.
I thought he was telling like his daughter or something to pipe down.
Shut up, daughter. I'm on the phone with radio excellence. Y'all talked about rocket power for a good 15 minutes for the first time. My bad, guys. I'm a little worried about my mind.
Yeah.
Joe is.
I don't know. Maybe you need to go in the protocol.
Joe is interviewing with a certain group. I'm not going to say what group. Dang, Wheatstraw's throwing shots at the Baytown Baddies co-host. Well, they did hire, so they'll just about hire anybody. I've never listened to that show, if I'm being honest.
No, I can't. It would trigger me. Too much PTSD.
Really, I've never like I'll see a few of their clips every now and then, but they never put the show on a clip. It's only the Baytown Baddie. Like I can't remember.
Yeah, the ones I've seen that pop across my Instagram reels are always Clint.
Yeah. They used to get mad at me at that station whenever I would challenge the Baytown Baddie.
Well, because he didn't have any ammunition to go back. Well, if it was about baseball or basketball, he was clueless.
Like I literally was told not to push back. And me.
Yeah, I know.
Could you imagine telling me not to push back? I push back at everything.
Yeah, that's basically tying both arms and legs behind your back.
I was miserable. I felt like a peacock where they didn't let me spread my wings and fly.
I forget, how long did you do the show with Clint?
Probably like 6 months.
Well, so was it the interim between Kamla and?
Yeah, I was in between Kamla and the show.
Okay,
and they even had like
we did we did the show together that whole time.
You were our producer.
Well, I know. I'm trying to forget most of that.
Remember Wade was in there at times too.
Wade Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes Wade would like kind of like say some like sophisticated stuff, and Batty wouldn't like it a whole lot. Somebody says Joe is at La Playa. Joe is shotgunning beers with Granado and selling smokes.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Joe is interviewing at Ojos Locos. No, Joe is not. Jose Jorge is interviewing at Ojos Locos. Joe ran off and joined the circus, and his act is being billed as the bearded toddler. Joe is at an interview for the Texans replay challenge guy position, says Eric the Buyer. Joe is taking a class on proper Twitch etiquette. Some people need to learn a little Twitter etiquette. All right, let's get into the fix. I will be here tomorrow, but Joe will not. Will be working with me. We'll be out at East River 9, by the way. Come see us. I will not be here Friday. Joe will be back with Will Kunkel. So you can check them out. And then I'm gone all next week. Are you working next week, Brian?
I am, but I'm working for Michael, so not on the air here.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I have no idea who's doing the show next week. Do you?
I assume it'd be Joe and...
It's in my email, but I have no clue.
Oh, the co-host? I have no idea. I assume AJ would be
It'll
on
be
my
a surprise,
side,
guys. No one cares who the producer is, Brian.
I'm just telling you what... Well, I don't know. Maybe it'll be Will Doctor coming back.
4. All right. Let's get to the fix where we give you... terrible picks. Last week, Joe, who is leading the game, went 0-3. He fell to 16-14. He is still a healthy 2 games in first place, though, over Brian, who went 1-2. He is 14-16 on the year. I'm 12-18 on the season. I went 1-2, but that's fine. I'm tanking so I can get the first pick. And with the first pick, you know what I'm going to do here, Brian? I'm going to take the Las Vegas Raiders minus 3.5 points over Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. Yes, the Raiders are terrible, but they ain't worse than the Cleveland Browns. They're going to pick on Shedeur. They're going to win that football game. Give me Vegas minus 3.5.
I like that. I like that. You know what? Joe's not here, and this is not one of his picks, so I'm going to go ahead and take it instead of him. I'm surprised this wasn't on his board. Maybe he's too close to the scene to be as skeptical about it, but I'm going to take the Bears. His Bears. minus 2.5 at home against the Steelers, playing Mason Rudolph, right? I mean, I don't think that's 100%, but it's kind of
iffy.
Yeah, it's iffy.
Rodgers wants to play.
Yeah, I just don't see him playing, and even if he does play, I don't think he's going to be that good. And
you don't trust limp-wristed quarterbacks,
especially when they're 42 and possibly could be playing in wind and cold in Chicago. So give me the Bears minus 2.5.
Did you just make that up?
What?
That it's going to be windy and cold?
I just assume. Yeah, I just made that up. I'm just assuming because it's Chicago and it's November that it's going to be cold and
I was
windy.
wondering if you heard that, if you were just playing the probabilities.
I'm just riffing. Right. I'm just riffing. So I can give Joe's picks all at once if you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, instead of trying to actually fit it into the draft order. So his first pick is BYU Cincinnati over 54.5 in college football. A little Big 12 action there for you, Brandon.
Underrated Big 12.
Underrated Big 12.
I think the College Football Committee proved that.
Some have said the most underrated conference in college football.
Some would say.
Some have said that. Now, NFL picks. He's got 2 more over-unders, all over-unders this week for Joe.
And they're all overs.
Yeah, they're all overs. Yeah, he's kind of a casual right now with all these overs. Jags Cardinals over 47.5. And then Bucks Rams over 49.5, which was on my list, but he stole it before I could take it.
Cool.
So those are all of Joe's picks. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, so I'm next up. I'm also going to the college football world with one of these. I don't see Oregon as a 9.5-point favorite against USC. I know they're at home, but Oregon against basically every legit team they've played has won by a touchdown or less. Like they've blown out the Sheeps. They blow out, the directional schools. They blow out Oklahoma State. They blew out Northwestern. But whenever they're facing legitimate competition, it's been a touchdown or less. So I think they're favored too highly at 9.5 against Oregon or against USC.
All right. My next pick, I'm going to take the under in Cincinnati and New England. I got it at 50. I hope it's still 50. Give me New England, Cincinnati under 50. It'd be interesting if Joe Burrow plays. He was a full participant today, by the way.
You said the number was 50?
Yeah, that's what I got it at. I don't know if it's changed on ESPN. But you think Joe Burrow plays?
No,
He's a full participant at practice today. He said he was targeting Thanksgiving week against Baltimore.
Yeah, I would imagine for as long as he's been gone that he would probably have a full week of practice before even that game week. You know what I mean?
I would think so. I don't think it's likely that he plays.
No, I don't think he plays.
So I got that, and then the
but you have the over,
game.
so it'd be even better if he did play for you.
No, I got the underdog.
Oh, you said under? My bad. Okay.
I got the under on Cincinnati, New England. Cincinnati, New England, under 50. And then I'm going to save the city. I'm going to do what has cost me, but this is why my record's so poor, is because I'm sacrificing my record in order to save the city.
That's what's happened?
Every single time that I pick against the Houston Texans, they win the football game.
Oh.
They win the football game. So for the sake of the city, for sake of being football happy and fruitful, give me the Buffalo Bills -6 tomorrow night. They're traveling, short week, Thursday. I am doing this for the city. I want to swarm. Buffalo -6, Brian.
I'm so impressed that you're willing to bet on Josh Allen.
Selfless.
All for the sake of the city.
I am so selfless.
I mean, there's no player in the NFL I think you hate more than Josh Allen.
No one has ever called me selfish about any single aspect of life.
Should I check with the missus on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she'll back you up there. Mm-hmm. All right, so one more pick for me. I'm going back to the NFL, and unfortunately, Joe took my over that I really like. So the other 2 games I like, I'm deciding between 2 pretty big lines, but I think both teams will cover in this case. I'm going to go ahead and settle on the Lions at home -10 against the Giants, playing basically backups everywhere on offense, backup quarterback, backup running back, backup wide receiver. I think the Lions bounce back big. They're going to need to get that taste out of their mouth from getting their asses kicked by the Eagles. I think they cover the 10 there against the Giants.
There you have it. Tell or fade, whatever you want to do. Our record's been terrible. 713-780-3776. Where did the College Football Committee go wrong yesterday? Also, Hunter Yurachek looked like he was sweating bullets yesterday when he was being interviewed by Reese Davis. That's beside the point. But where did they go wrong? Also, some blind resumes. I love a little blind resume. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe. It's Brian for now. Will Doctor will be here later on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All of you have been getting the answers wrong, by the way. Where is Joe George? Well, he's at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Why is he there? Because he wants to get away from his annoying co-host. He wants to alleviate some stress and anxiety. He wants to get away from people he doesn't like. He's out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort right now. What is Joe doing at Two Creeks Crossing Resort? Does he strike you as a fisherman? Could he be fishing on their two creeks? Could he be fishing in their big catch and release pond in the middle of the property? Some of the best fishing in Texas. Would that be Joe George's lane? Would Joe be kayaking on the waters out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort? I think he could do that. Does he strike you as a pickleball player? I don't know if he's a pickleball player, but they have pickleball courts out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Would he have a drink at Swampers and watch some college football? Of course he would. But Two Creeks Crossing Resort is great for everybody. It's great for you. It's great for me. It's great for Joe George. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay, twocreekscrossingresort.com. They got the open green spaces. They got the wildlife. They got the beautiful, majestic trees and some of that best fishing I was telling you about a little bit earlier, too. And one of the great things, of the many great things at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You're going to escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike the 92 acres. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball. And they got it all, too. They got the glamping. They got the cabins right on the creek. They got a tree house that is awesome. Branham family stayed there. We loved it. You have an RV? Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And they're always taking care of their visitors as well. They're thankful for you. So they're having a little get-together. I'm thankful for coming up this weekend. They got the bonfire going with the s'mores and a little outdoor family movie this Friday night. Stuff for the kids on Saturday, a little live music. And then, of course, your college football at Swampers. So get on out there. And going on right now, too, from November through February, you can get a 40% discount off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays. It's the 40-20 discount. Take advantage of that. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I was down the hall talking to Charlotte about the challenge.
Oh, no. She's in on it, too?
Yeah. Love the challenge.
I had respect for Charlotte.
You what?
I had respect for Charlotte.
Well, we never had it for you.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware.
Yeah, we were talking about
I've known that since
the backstabbing that Olivia had with Nerys a couple of seasons ago. We were talking about the contenders for this year's Final Few. New episode tonight.
Who's the top contender?
Well, I don't want to give away spoilers if people are catching up.
When it air?
Well, it airs every Wednesday, but that's one of those shows where you might go 2 or 3 without watching and then catch up all at once. So I don't want to say, like, this team is left whenever people might be a few episodes behind, because we have dozens and dozens of our listeners that watch the challenge, all the cool ones. Junkie, can't wait to fade these and print some cash this weekend. Might even reverse parlay money. Hey, we were here to serve. Do with those picks as you wish.
A 9-team reverse parlay? That'd be sick.
Yeah, let us know how it goes. I hope you win. I really do.
That'd be pretty funny.
I hope that you win. That'd be great. Let's see. Oh, yeah, somebody was talking trash about you, Brian. Didn't Rodgers used to play in Green Bay, and I believe Green Bay was pretty windy and cold. Boom,
I mean,
roasted.
it's fair, but he wasn't always 42 and with a hurt wrist.
Yeah, he's only 42 for 365 days. Where did the committee go wrong, do you think, Brian?
Several places. I'll die on this Towels Hill. I mean, not that it's a major issue.
That's my line.
Oh, okay. Well, I said it right now, so deal with it.
Imitation's the sincerest form of flattery.
Yeah, now I regret it. I've said this for weeks, and it's not something major in my mind, because what's the difference between 2 and 3 really? It's not. I mean, either way you avoid the 1 until the final. But I think A&M should be ahead of Indiana. But my major couple issues
Does the first half of that game matter?
It's a part of the picture, but they still won.
Yeah.
I don't overvalue it.
I can't remember who said this, but they said that Marcel Reed is the first player in college football history to lose the Heisman and win the Heisman in the same game.
Yeah, I heard somebody call that game his Heisman moment. It was like maybe a little strong, but it was an impressive second half.
All right, so what was your other two?
Joe's not here, so I feel like I'm picking on him, maybe a little unfairly here. But why is Miami behind Notre Dame? They're both 8-2. They played that game head to head. I know it was first week of the season, but Miami won that game head to head. They had the exact same record. It's not like Notre Dame has then gone on to play a murderer's row lineup after Miami. Their next biggest game was A&M, and they lost that game at home. So I don't know why Notre Dame is ahead of Miami. And I didn't like how the
committee would say because the quality of loss are better.
It's dumb. They play
they do have a better win too. Well, I guess not because they beat Notre Dame.
But they play Notre Dame. All of that I will accept as a part of the arguments and as in a flawed system. But when they literally played head to head, we should put all of that aside. If they assuming they have the same record, it'd be different. If Notre Dame was, let's say, 9-1 and Miami was 6-3. That's different. But they have the exact same record.
I'm pro Miami for the sake of this conversation too.
Okay.
Miami's best win is Notre Dame. Notre Dame's best win is USC. They've played the head-to-head. I do think Notre Dame's 2 losses are better, but Miami's losses aren't slouches. They lost by 3 points to Louisville. They lost by 6 points at SMU.
Yeah.
Both of those are single possession games. Where I think that there is a weak spot in your argument is if Miami lost 2 games to the worst 2 college football teams in all of America, I think that should carry a lot of weight.
Sure.
If they lost to, I don't know who are the worst teams in that conference. They played Bethune-Cookman. If they would have lost to Bethune-Cookman, that loss should carry tremendous negative value.
It should. I mean, Notre Dame still got the playoff last year after losing to Northern Illinois. Facts. So it feels like Notre Dame's always got an edge there. And again, I'm picking on Notre Dame a little bit, but Alabama should be ahead of Notre Dame.
See, that's my bigger beef.
Alabama beat Georgia. I mean, they've got a far better win than Notre Dame has this season. Notre Dame's best wins USC.
I would go Bama, Miami, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. Notre Dame, this is a couple of things on Notre Dame. Notre Dame's path to the college football playoff. 1-2 against ranked opponents.
I think I saw the same tweet.
2-0 against group of 5 teams. 7-0 against Power 4 teams with a combined 8-48 record against other Power 4 teams. That's abysmal.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when nearly half your schedule is the ACC, in the ACC in a down year. And you're not even playing, the teams that are the top of the ACC that they play, like Miami, they lost to.
What was your last one? Did you have another?
No, those are the biggest complaints. I mean, really, I think you could probably. I mean, Ole Miss barely scooted by against Florida. Maybe you could drop them a spot or two, but I think
I like how they had Tech ahead of Ole Miss, though.
Yeah,
the AP did not.
Right.
I like that the college football rankings didn't.
No, I
do
think
that.
Tech's exactly ranked where they should be. I view them as the number 5 team in the nation. I'm soft on Oregon. I don't really like them, but I don't know how far you could justifiably drop them considering they only have one loss, and it was to the number 2 team in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're as good as number 7, but their resume puts them there. I think fairly.
I just want to point out that there are 5 Big 12 teams in the top 25. Just want to point that out there.
Underrated?
Just want to throw it out there how the underrated Big 12 has 5 top 25 teams in the college football rankings.
One
with yours truly being number 23 in the country, uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today. Senior Day, 8-2 Cougars, number 23 in the college football rankings.
Impromptu live read?
By
the way, we got tickets to give away later.
We will give away Houston
in the house.
We'll dock this here. We'll get Will Doctor here in a little bit. I do want to pat myself on the back.
Okay. I can hear that. Well done.
Who said would be the top group of 5? Who said it'd be out of the American Conference?
I don't think they have it.
Tulane, babe.
My vote is still. I know you're going to say it's based upon their conference being far better than the one JMU's in, but I still would lean James Madison in this debate.
Get out of here. You don't know
their one loss was to Louisville, who's been in the ranking for most of the year, and that was a game that was tied in the fourth quarter.
I only have one blind ranking for you today.
Please don't overwhelm me with numbers again.
It's gonna, because I love to
gave
mock
out so many numbers last time.
I did that intentionally because I love to mock the stupid things we argue about this time of year. We're talking about strength and power index.
Let me get out a graphing calculator so I can follow.
I'm gonna write down a note so I don't forget this. College football playoff terms. Or stock market terms.
Also, write down that we discussed the show Rocket Power, so you can remember this 2 weeks from now.
We'll play that the week after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
College football playoff terms or stock market terms, and we'll give away a T-shirt or something. Team
SMP or whatever the hell it is.
Team A, Brian.
Okay.
Their best win is against an SP plus number 20 team. Their next best win is against a number 30 team. They have losses to the SPS plus number 12, number 13 by a combined 29 points, and they have the number 14 strength of record. Did you get all that?
I think I followed most of it.
All right, Team B, best win, SP plus number 37. Next best win, 51st ranked team. They have losses to the SP plus number 3 and 17 by a combined 27 points and a strength of record of 18. Do I need to repeat anything?
No, the Team A had a higher strength. Was it strength of victory or strength of schedule? What was the last one?
Their 14th strength of record.
So
team
they
A
had
14th, Team B 18th.
Team A had a top 20 win, a top 30 win. I believe the Team B was lower, and they had a better strength of whatever. So I guess I would take Team A in this scenario.
Okay. Team A is Michigan.
Oh.
Team B is Utah.
Interesting.
I will say of any of the Big 12 teams that are probably overranked, I think it is Utah. Like Utah hasn't done much. Like what has Utah done? I mean, the 8-2 record, but how are they like ahead of Miami? How are they ahead of USC?
I don't know,
how are they ahead of one-loss Georgia Tech?
It's kind of like the Notre Dame argument. They've played 2 legit teams with Texas Tech and BYU and lost to both.
But their best win is against number 25 Arizona State. But there's a caveat
was
there.
Was the Sam Leavitt play?
Bingo.
Okay.
So like that's the caveat. Like if the committee's telling us like we're looking at players who play, well, how is Utah this high when their best win is against a 25th ranked team in their rankings when they were without their quarterback, who is a really good quarterback?
Yeah, future first round.
So
pick.
I will bang on the Utah. I think they're overranked. I think they should be closer to 20 than 15.
Okay, well, that was my next question. Like, because knowing that now, I didn't even look at the Utah part of this, but after having heard you lay that out, I think I would drop them below Miami. I dropped them below Vanderbilt, South Carolina, and that might be the end. Although Texas has better wins than Utah, but they do have one additional loss. At least I would drop them down to 15, though.
Sounds good to me. All right, 713-780-3776. The doctor's in the house. Will Doctor, Dr. Media 59 on Twitter. You can catch him each and every Saturday morning on the Will Doctor Golf Hour. He's going to talk some other sports coming up next. And what what a way to introduce him than with a mailbag. Let's find out a little bit about Will Doctor. What are your questions for Jeremy and the Doctor? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Will Doctor next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. No Joe today. Joe's out for unknown reasons. He did fire off an email, though. Look at that. Joe's
just you, Joe.
Out for unknown reasons, and he's firing off emails. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Brian, if Joe can fire off emails, could he have done the show from home?
I think he could have, yeah. That's the way I take that.
You could position that Comrex wherever you need it to be.
Well, he also would normally be on camera, and
that would be the problem.
That would be the problem, yeah. Given what we know he's sick with,
and maybe the sound effects might not be wonderful either.
No.
Wrong answers only. Why is Joe George not here today? Will Doctor joining us for the next a little under 90 minutes. How are you today, Will?
I'm doing great. I've put that Comrex to the test.
Yeah, you got a Comrex.
In the world of golf, some of these courses just way out there. No cable. There's no cable laid underneath some of these golf courses. The Comrex, it's a good apparatus.
I think we should take a shot every time Will mentions golf.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
I mean, it depends on if you want to finish the show or
not. We will talk a little bit of golf later because Will has the best golfing, betting, handicapping podcast that exists. I listen to it almost every week. Sometimes I forget about it. No offense, Will. But I enjoy it. I usually follow your plays, which most years is very good.
I know for the average sports fan, I know how boring golf is. I try to make it a little on the entertaining end.
No, it's not. I mean, it's everybody has their thing. I love golf, as you know. My dad's a golf pro. He used to be a golf pro, retired golf pro. My grandpa has shot his age like 5 or 6 times. Like I love the sport. I would play all the time if I had the time to play. It'd be my number one hobby.
Y'all be at East River tomorrow?
Yeah.
We got to do a little. We got to do a little 3-hole challenge, Jer.
Oh, I haven't played in one time.
We'll handicap it.
Did you just call me Jer?
Yeah. Is that all right?
I mean, we're 2 minutes into the show with Will, and he's already dropping nicknames.
I don't know how I feel about Jer. What do you mean it's fine? You can't answer that for me.
I feel like I can.
Brian said it was fine.
Yeah,
No,
I'm co-signing Jer.
It's Branham.
It's Branham to the rest of us. Yeah.
My wife's group chat calls me Jerome.
I like that. I like Jared better.
I'm trying to think. My some of my family members will call me Jer Bear. That's why I knew that.
That's nice.
I think Paul used to call you Jer Bear too.
What's that?
I think Gallant used to call you Jer Bear.
I think he did call me Jer Bear.
Yeah.
No, 3 holes. We used to debate. This is a good mailbag question. 713-780-3776. Does a hole-in-one at a par 3 course count?
That is a great question. I count it. Now, if it depends on what kind of par 3 course, Jeremy, because you have some par 3 courses that are just chip and putt inside 40 yards. That does not count. But if it's all par 3s over 100 yards, maybe a par 4 in there, I will count it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've always been on the opposite side of it because it's like I think that there is something to the changing of the hole. Like you never see back-to-back par 3s on any non-par 3 course. You know what I mean? So that to me puts an asterisk next to it. Even if it's a difficult par 3 course, which East River 9 is.
I hear you. Yeah, no, you get 9 opportunities to make a hole-in-one on a course like that. Great point. You only get 4 normally on regular courses. So it is a specialty. Plus, there's always a par 3 on a golf course that extends over 200 yards. That makes it a little bit more special. I hear your
tips.
I hear your point there.
I don't play from the tips. I don't see many 200-yard par 3s.
I've been playing golf for 15 years. I've never had a hole-in-one.
Really?
I'm still chasing my first.
I haven't either, but that's not a surprise.
I could be a little biased. If I made my first on a par 3 course, every hole over 100 yards, unfortunately, I think I'd count it.
Do you ever see these dudes on Barstool who aren't golfers, but they'll hit into the simulators and they won't stop until they make a hole-in-one?
I have.
Do you remember who that guy was, Brian?
Yeah, Jersey Jared.
Oh, you know who it is.
Okay.
Jersey Jared. It took him over a night, right?
Yeah, he did two. I guess he did. I remember he did 2 challenges. The first one he got it after 2 days. The second one he had to give up. That does not count. Simulator golf hole-in-ones do not count.
You know what we should do?
That was a dumb challenge. Lot of
we
internet
should do
golf.
this at East River 9. Will,
stay
myself,
there until you...
Brian, Joe. We get out there early one day. And then we
early?
We have to be early.
Yeah, we're early.
When the sun comes up, Brian.
Yeah, as soon as John.
We don't want to waste daylight.
No.
And we all go out there. It may be the shortest par 3. We don't want to be there for weeks. And we all have to make a hole-in-one before we stop.
That's an interesting idea. I've been trying to come up with creative kind of on-video challenges with the hosts.
Why don't we do that?
A hole-in-one challenge, that'd be good. We'd have to have someone on the green fixing divots because if we hit 50 balls trying to hit a hole-in-one, would we get one chance?
No. We just we rapid fire. Well, I guess we would have to go in order because we can't have 4 balls flying in the air. That's assuming Brian gets his in the air.
I'd like to modify what you proposed, though, Jeremy. If none of us can leave until everyone hits a hole-in-one, we're never leaving.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The point.
I think we got to go until one of us gets a hole-in-one.
No, that's not fair. Will and I be on one team, you and Joe on the other.
I like your odds a lot better than me and Joe.
That would be good content, I think.
We got to do an East River bracket among the hosts, maybe a 2 or 3 hole challenge, so it wouldn't take too long.
You would kill us.
I mean,
no.
Granado would be
we would handicap.
Granado would be the heavy favorite.
It'd be an even field. We'd handicap it.
Oh, okay. So you got. I don't even know what my handicap is. My handicap is a lot of things.
We'd probably give you 7-8 shots
Short
for the 9 holes.
I'd have to think about it.
Is that
par 3 is a little a wrinkle in it?
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to hit driver. Every hole is inside 140 yards. Yeah. We could think about it. We got to handicap.
That's the best club in the bag, though.
We got to handicap all the on air.
Well, I've won a long drive contest. I don't know if you know that or not.
I remember this. When was this?
Yeah, so taking the driver out of the bag, I think, is a neutralizer to me. No, I really did win. I won it
Long
at the
ball
Captain
Branham, as
Renaud,
they call 'em.
Captain Renaud charity event at Wildcat Golf Club.
Nice.
I can hit the ball a little bit. I stink at golf, but I can hit it. I can hit it a little bit.
Maybe I'm selling you short with 7-8 shots.
No,
Maybe.
probably not. Not against Granado. I mean, Granado is probably what, a 3 or a 4 handicap. You're probably a negative, aren't you?
Plus 1.6,
Yeah,
but it does
that's what I
even
meant
on
plus.
par 3 courses. It evens out. It evens out. You're taking the driver out of the bag, so that'd be a fun situation there at East River.
That would be fun.
I'll be
I
out
think.
there tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
You should have a challenge where you release B-Mac into the woods and then J-Bone and Joe Toddler hunt him for sport.
Was this the Running Man?
It's like the Hunger Games.
Is that what it is? I just saw the Running Man yesterday. It kind of sounds like that.
Triplet to start a football team, Will. You can pick any one of these triplets. There's 3 of them. Tom Brady, Calvin Johnson, Emmitt Smith, Peyton Manning, Jerry Rice, Adrian Peterson, Pat Mahomes, Randy Moss, Barry Sanders.
This is a 3-man football team.
I guess let's just go everything else is equal. The defenses are the same, the offensive line's the same, the tight end's the same. Everything is equal except for the only difference are these 3 players.
Who's on Adrian Peterson's team again?
He's so the 3 are Brady, Calvin Johnson, Emmitt Smith on team 1. Team 2's Peyton Manning. I assume he just said Manning. Let's go Peyton. Peyton Manning, Jerry Rice, Adrian Peterson. Third team's Mahomes, Randy Moss, and Barry Sanders.
Yeah, I'll take Adrian Peterson's team.
You can't go wrong with any of these. I'm going to take Mahomes. He has the pedigree. He's got the championships. I think all 3 of those receivers are in the same tier. And I think that Barry Sanders is the best running back talent there. But it's very close. That's a very good triplet. Very good triplet trio. Do you have an answer, Brian?
Who was with Brady again?
Brady, Calvin Johnson, and Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, give me that one.
Yeah, I can't
the
argue
most
any
talented
of
wide
these.
receiver, the best quarterback of all time, and the running back still the all-time leading rusher.
Is hitting a hole-in-one the hardest thing to do in sports?
No, there's so much luck to hitting a hole-in-one.
What's harder?
Hitting a baseball.
Is it?
Hitting a round ball with a round bat squarely.
I think that's easier than making a hole-in-one.
It goes being a quarterback in the NFL, hitting a baseball, and then golf.
See, I think you need to put a term of measurement to hitting the baseball, though. I think hitting a baseball is easier than making a hole-in-one, but I think hitting the baseball with any sort of authority is harder. So I think there needs to be a caveat for the hitting. Like I like my chances more of touching a baseball with a baseball bat than making a hole-in-one. But to hit it with any sort of authority or get it out of the infield or get it over the wall ain't no chance. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. I meet 20 handicaps with like 15 hole-in-ones, Jeremy.
Sheesh.
It's obviously you have to get the ball up in the air, get it on line. That ball going in from 150 out. There is so much luck involved with that. I don't put it up there with the tougher things to do in sports because it has so much to do with luck.
It's coming from a golfer, so I respect it. What's your fantasy quarterback matchup that never happened? Probably.
Wait, what? I don't.
Not
understand.
fantasy football. Like these are your headliners. Like this is like your dream match. Your dream quarterback versus quarterback matchup.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm with you.
You can pick the greatest Super Bowl of all time.
Right.
You get to pick any quarterback from any generation versus any quarterback from any generation. What would it be for you?
Brady, Montana.
Ooh.
Like the 2 biggest winners. Well, I guess Montana's tied with Bradshaw, but like the 2 biggest winners.
I would probably go Brady Mahomes. We've already seen that, Branham.
Yeah.
But peak Brady.
I mean, Brady won the Super Bowl that year, though.
I know, but still, peak Brady.
It's hard to say he was like
peak
that
Mahomes.
far out of his peak.
I think that's what I would want to see. Or Mike Vick versus Steve Young, 2 of the
That'd
best
be
left-handed mobile quarterbacks that have ever done it. Do you have one?
I would say Brady McNabb.
Okay. Yeah. We saw that one in the Super Bowl, but maybe different generations. Remember Terrell Owens was like throwing up? No, McNabb was throwing up.
I was about to say, if we get the fantasy matchup, maybe McNabb doesn't throw up on the field.
Mine is Case Keenum versus Tom Brady.
Okay.
Yeah, that's mine.
Go ahead and hit the drop for you.
What do you mean? He's the greatest quarterback statistically of all time. And I'm not the only one saying it. The Athletic is saying it.
Did he get passed up by Dylan Gabriel on one of those stats?
One of them. Not the big 3, though. There's still 2 of the 3 that belong to Case. Home run versus hole-in-one. I think a home run is more difficult than a hole-in-one. That was kind of my point, I think. Mahomes versus Favre, says somebody. Best steakhouse in Houston. There's so many good ones. Can't go wrong with a bunch of them.
Taste of Texas or Hillstone, right?
I've never had Hillstone. Taste of Texas is phenomenal.
I mean, Hillstone's it's a chain though, so maybe that doesn't count.
I've heard people talk up Papa's Steakhouse.
Oh, can't go wrong with that.
I haven't had it.
I've heard people also talk up Killen's Steakhouse.
I've had Killen's. Very, very good. I wouldn't put it in the elite class.
Okay.
You got a little Perry's. Morton's is good. I've always heard good things about the Houstonian. Have you had their steak? I haven't had their steak.
Did you say Papa's?
I did.
Yeah, the Papa's in downtown used to be the Strip House, which was for a long time the #1 steak in Houston. And Papa's is still good, but I just don't think it's as good as the Strip House.
I haven't had the Strip House, but I remember everybody talking it up. You know what the place I want to try?
There's one location left in New York if you're ever up there.
Okay.
You play at St. John's this year?
No, but we go to Newark to play Arkansas on a neutral court.
Nice.
I did what's the famous place in Indy? It's like the Ziggy and Iggy's or whatever. It's the one with
Ziggy and Iggy's is local here. It's a Jewish deli.
I know. It's the one with the famous shrimp cocktail.
Yeah, I forget what the name of it is. I know what you're talking about.
The shrimp cocktail is highly overrated, by the way.
Isn't it supposed to be like a spicy cocktail too?
It probably screwed up Mark Sanchez, I bet. People are like, Mark Sanchez was on drugs. Mark Sanchez was drunk. No, he had the shrimp cocktail at that one place, and it screwed them all up. That's what happened. I can't remember it, but the shrimp cocktail is highly overrated. But it's also one of those things you have to try because it kind of like knocks you on your butt a little bit because the horseradish is so strong.
Yeah. I like the spinach artichoke at Hillstone before the steak.
What?
Spinach artichoke dip. That or some calamari. Can't go wrong with. We're talking pre-steak.
You got to. I like
St.
calamari.
Elmo, by the way.
What's it? St. Elmo. Yeah. St. Elmo. It's pretty. I mean, St. Elmo's is good, but the shrimp cocktail is highly overrated. But you got to do it. Old English Steakhouse. Have you heard of this place over here in Midtown? It's called like Steak and Fritz, and they give you a steak. It's got like a little bit of brown gravy, fries, but then they give you a second course of it. Apparently, it's like unbelievable.
I haven't been.
It's really good. I've heard. I wanted to go for my birthday. My wife said she would take me. My birthday's in June. I still haven't went.
Got to go. Now's the time.
I've been waiting for her to take me. I think she forgot about it.
Go to Hillstone first.
Kirby Steakhouse, Woodlands. I think that's fake Tony Stark. Are y'all wearing George for John Cena's last match? Do you know who John Cena is?
Yeah.
Is this already his last match? I'm like 6 weeks behind.
His last match is coming up on, I think it's December 13th. It's a Saturday night's main event.
Somebody said B&B Butchers. I went there the night I got engaged. That place is phenomenal.
Heard great things.
Very good.
Also a chain.
Is it?
Yeah, they have one in Fort Worth too.
I didn't know that. Papa Steakhouse is the best. Top Thanksgiving sides. That's a good question.
I'd go sweet potato here.
Really?
Yeah. I'm a sweet
I like
potato
stuffing.
guy.
I'm not a huge sweet potato guy, but I do like some, like whenever they're sweet and stuff.
Yeah, the marshmallow.
Is that what you're talking about?
I like, yeah, that's
the cinnamon, the brown sugar,
that's
the
best way
marshmallow.
it's prepared.
I will eat it that way. You got to doctor it up for me to eat it.
You got to doctor it up? Was that intentional there?
No, it wasn't. I make corny jokes all the time, accidentally will. It's because I'm subconsciously, I'm just a funny person.
I completely agree.
You sold it very well there, Will.
Somebody said stuffing.
Yeah, I did.
Mine's mashed potatoes. Oh, you said stuffing?
Yeah.
Well, so did a junkie.
Are you a cranberry sauce guy?
I don't mind it. No, I don't mind cranberry sauce. I like cranberry sauce, actually.
Agreed.
I like
now from like real cranberry
both.
sauce or from the can.
Both.
Okay.
I don't discriminate, Brian.
I won't eat the one from the can. Maybe call me bougie, but
he's
Ocean Spray does a good cranberry sauce.
If it's got the ribbing of the can, I'm out. No.
That's what makes it so good. I just spit all over my computer because I'm salivating the idea. You know what?
You've had the Ocean
Spray today. I had some today on the drive to work.
You ate Ocean Spray from a can on the way to work?
I did. What?
Brian, have you had it? Have you had Oceans? Yeah.
Yes.
It's solid.
My wife, we did it. I told you about this the other day. We did a small Thanksgiving on Friday.
Yeah, last Friday.
My wife cooked up a little bit of a turkey, a little bit of a mashed potato, a little bit of a green bean casserole, a little bit of the stuffing, and we had leftovers. I was kind of on the fence if it was been too long. Would you eat Friday's leftovers today on a Wednesday?
I think today's the last day.
I think today was the last day.
Today's the last day.
So I actually had myself on the drive to work. I had the leftover turkey with some brown gravy, some green bean casserole, and I slammed that plate with some Ocean Spray cranberry.
See, Will, what you don't know is Branham is one of his claims to fame is he's literally eating anything you could possibly think of while also driving, including soup.
I eat everything while I drive.
I mean,
no limitations.
You're not picky.
I'm a gangster.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. This guy has a lot of jobs. Play-by-play, radio.
I don't have time to waste.
You don't have time to sit down.
I don't have time to sit down and enjoy a meal.
Will, would you
work?
ever eat soup while driving?
Yes.
It's easy to do.
Yes.
It's so simple.
I've got an hour drive to the Woodlands every day, so I'm in the same
I guess I'm the weirdo then.
It's not hard.
Yeah,
like
no.
these,
I didn't say it's hard.
These noobs don't know how to get it done.
I eat
but
breakfast
if you have to
every
slam
day
on
in
your
the car.
brakes, the whole thing is gone all over your lap.
Yeah, no, you have good hands. You don't have to worry about that. I've had some nasty spills with things. Thanksgiving is overrated. Get pizza or fajitas. That's a huge gap between like pizza fajitas. That's like a major gap.
You can have pizza fajitas the other 364 days.
Right? Yeah. Green bean casserole. I do love green bean casserole. I didn't like it as a kid. I love it now. My favorite, those mashed potatoes with gravy. That to me is a pillar
Brown
of a Thanksgiving
or cream
plate.
gravy?
I can go both ways, but I prefer the brown. Like that's a pillar of Thanksgiving. Like if you don't have mashed potatoes to dip your turkey in, good luck eating that and liking it.
I mean, you don't need it if you're eating dark meat.
I still dip it in the mashed potatoes with the gravy.
I mean, that could enhance it, but you don't need that if you're eating dark. Now, if you're eating white meat,
that's the best bite on Thanksgiving. Is whenever you get a turkey on the fork at first, you dip it into the mashed potatoes and brown gravy, and you get a little bit of the Ocean Spray cranberry, and then you got it all right. That's like Thanksgiving on a fork.
You lost me at Ocean Spray cranberry.
Yeah, you don't know ball. And you would think that you do. Au gratin potatoes, says somebody. That's not bad. Brussels sprouts with bacon. I love Brussels sprouts with bacon. You know who's got good Brussels sprouts with bacon?
I do not.
J Bar M. Phenomenal.
They have great everything. Their bird ends are phenomenal.
If you're looking for a place to eat on Thanksgiving that does like a good Thanksgiving meal, I mean they have it every day. It's on their it's Cleburne Cafeteria on Bissonnette.
Really?
Yeah, they do a phenomenal Thanksgiving Day lunch. I mean it's walk through the line type. I mean, it's traditional cafeteria, but it's all fresh. They're rotating that food out every 3 hours.
Brian, you got a place to go if you disappoint the wife when you don't kill the final boss in the video game you're playing.
No, we're all cooking. I don't have to go anywhere.
Somebody asked, is it okay to go to Golden Corral for Thanksgiving? They have turkey and mashed potatoes. It might be okay, but it might be very sad.
Yeah, I'd pass on that. Have you
thing to
guys ever had because all the family's out of town, like a really sad Thanksgiving or Christmas lunch or something?
Yeah, I was in Vegas last Thanksgiving with no one around. I think I had Popeyes.
Yeah, well,
from the strip.
The reason I asked is there was one year where literally all my family was out of town. It was just me and my wife on Christmas. Everything's closed. The only thing open was just down the street was a Jack in a Box. So we went to Jack in a Box and got lunch there. It felt very depressing, but whatever.
Last year I had a 3-piece chicken strip from Popeyes on the Las Vegas Strip on Thanksgiving. And then there was one year my wife and I went to some Chinese place in Norman, Oklahoma on Christmas.
That's actually kind of usual because the Chinese places are always open on Christmas. That's not that uncommon, but
pretty funny.
Popeyes and Jack in a Box on those days are a little different.
I'd have a golf tournament every year from freshman year of high school to my senior year of college during Thanksgiving week. So 8 years in a row, we just did not do traditional Thanksgiving. I mean, we would just eat at different places that were open.
Yeah, you got to mix it up whenever you're on the road. All right, 713-780-3776. How good would this Texans team be if they had a good offensive line? What would their record be if they had a good O-line? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe. No Dro. Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Will Doctor filling in. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, this is the season. You're going to be giving out some gifts here pretty soon. Thanksgiving's here. We love some Thanksgiving. We also love Christmas. Are you thinking of a great gift idea for your significant other? Probably for the kiddos. Well, you know what it is? It's a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. We're all jonesing for it, right? 'Tis the season. It's basketball season, and what better gift than a goal from Pro Dunk? They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They're fantastic. Their accessories are next level too. LED light kits for night play. It gets dark earlier. We get these LED light kits and you can play all the time. This Christmas, give your family the gift that keeps them active, keeps them together, and having fun for years. Pro Dunk goals are fantastic, better than anything you're going to find in the big box stores because they're built to last. Heavy-duty steel construction, rust-resistant powder coating. That's must-have in Houston because it's very humid here. Professional-grade tempered glass backboards that give you that true, authentic feel that you see in all the pro and college gyms. So give the gift that keeps on giving, a goal from Pro Dunk. Visit ProDunk.com today and score big this holiday season. That's ProDunk.com. Didn't realize I didn't have my football for the first 2 hours. Will Doctor in for Joe George. Where's Joe today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. You can catch Will Doctor every Saturday morning. The Will Doctor Golf Hour.
8 to 9 Saturday morning. If you miss it live, subscribe on Apple and Spotify.
And then also you're doing your, I forget the name of where your podcast lives with your golf previews, your betting previews each week.
Yeah, that's on pregame every Tuesday. I've been doing that for 4 years and hoping to bring that over to the show soon as well.
Yeah, he crushes it. He'll give you some plays a little bit later on. We're going to talk a little bit about that. A little bit about Tiger. Which tour should he go to? It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very intrigued by that, where Tiger plays next year. 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only. Where's Joe? Joe's putting on lipstick, getting pretty for his colonoscopy. I do have an idea, Brian. I think that I am getting close to that age, I think. Like, what age are you supposed to be to get a colonoscopy?
I think it's 50.
Okay, well, I like to be proactive.
I'm just going to do it for funsies?
It's recommended starting at the age of 45. No, I did. I mean, I've had.
See, I thought it was 45, but then I had my own doctor a few years ago told me 50. So I don't know. Maybe it differs in the medical community.
I've had a family member that had colon cancer and passed away. So I would like to do it early, just because like they say that's the most treatable cancer if they find it early. There was the lady on the Today Show back in the day. I forget her name. She did a colonoscopy live on TV.
No way.
Yeah.
Was it Katie Couric?
I think, yes, it was. It was Katie Couric. Because, like, the 25-year anniversary was, like, kind of recently, and they did a recap on it, and it was Katie Couric.
Couric's goated.
A live colonoscopy on the air?
Didn't Fred Fowler talk about doing this? But he never.
I don't know.
I know he at least talked about it. He might have done it.
Also live on the air?
Yeah. But I don't think he did it.
Just
I think he
throw the
talked about
crap out there to get clicks.
There is a place, a reputable place. It's got to be reputable.
That job has never worked better.
Has to be reputable. Has to be a reputable place. And also, they take our insurance that we use here at Cal Media. Shout out HRMP. I'm willing to do things.
What, you want to have one soon?
I mean,
are we talking in the new year?
If they wanted to be a sponsor of the show,
Jeremy Branham here for colonoscopies.
Why not?
How old are you?
I believe in preventative health care. Don't ask me that. Well, I'm 40.
He's 40.
I'm 40.
Did they just lower the age? It used to be 50, right? Now it's 40?
I guess so. It said, well, Google AI is wrong all the time, but it says no. It says for individuals at average risk of blah, 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 colonoscopy is recommended starting at the age of 45. However, your personal or family history of colon cancer, you may need to start screening earlier. So I wouldn't mind. I would do it now. If there is anybody listening who is a colonoscopist, is that what they call them?
Sure.
If there's anybody out there who's a colonoscopist and you have a reputable practice,
you don't want any back alley colonoscopies,
and you're looking for a place to spend your marketing dollars, we can do business.
Branham's open for business.
Well, I'm open to have a lunch and talk about it.
Is it the butthole doctor?
Yeah, that's a less classy way to say it, but yeah, it's not inaccurate.
That's not how Jeremy would have described it.
That's not how we're going to talk about our new partners.
You're not going to refer to them as that during the live reads?
No.
You have a tagline in mind for the end of the live reads?
I haven't really brainstormed it yet.
Come on, let's see what you can come on the top of your head.
I would do this if I don't know who does this kind of. I mean, I'm sure you.
I have no doubt that you would. That part I definitely believe.
Yeah, if you have a colonoscopist practice and you're looking for a place to spend your marketing dollars, and I'm looking to get screened because I want to be preventative with my health care. I think that's what we really screw up as Americans, though. Like, sincerely here for a second, I think that we're not preventative enough when we look at our health care. I think we're reactive and not proactive, and I think it's a problem. Hot take. I really believe that.
Got serious on the show all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that. Like, we spend all of our time reacting to when something major happens to us. Why aren't we proactive about it, you know? I think we could be more proactive about our healthcare. My wife bought me a book of, like, living, like, I forget what it's called. Like, it's Live to 80 or something. I think it's called Outlive.
Eat, Pray, Love, is that what it's called?
No, she buys me a lot of books, though. She's trying to change who I am. 713-780-3776.
Classic mistake.
Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Rick, maybe he's a colonoscopy doctor. Rick, what's up?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, love your show. I'm a physician. I just wanted to chime in on the colonoscopy recommendation. So It used to be age 50 for the general public, and then that got changed. The recommendations got changed to age 45 in 2018 by the American Cancer Society. For those who have a family history, like a first-degree relative, you can get I would encourage you to get a colonoscopy at as early as age 30. So that's just for screening. If you don't have symptoms, if you do have symptoms such as bleeding or abdominal pain, unexplained weight loss, then you should see your physicians and have them guide you accordingly. So I just wanted to chime in and give my 2 cents on that PSA.
Hey, Rick, can we do the screening on air? I mean, would that be possible?
We'll talk offline.
Maybe Zoom. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it, though, sincerely. I know we're having a little bit of levity with this conversation, but it is a serious thing.
I think that would be
firmly believe that.
I think that'd be perfect for Twitch.
Twitch would love it. Thank you. This is a weird conversation because we're half having a levity with it, and the other half we're being sincere. I do appreciate the call, Rick, and giving us a little bit of clarity on that. And I do firmly believe that we should be proactive with our healthcare. And I am willing to get a colonoscopy for a sponsor. 713-780-3776.
I did get a little nervous when he went into the symptoms for a second. I was like, oh no, there's going to be something here that...
Did you expect what he said?
No, I was expecting something more graphic that I was going to have to dump.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like what?
Poor choice of words there, by the way.
I ran through my healthcare benefits this year in 4 dentist appointments.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, so I agree with you on that front.
Hey, so what do you think about the Texans' offensive line?
They play like they... Anyway, there's a transition there.
780-3776. If the Texans had a good offensive line, Will, how good do you think their record would be?
Well, I don't understand why the Texans wasted their last 2 off seasons getting 2 used running backs. I mean, this is not Saquon and McCaffrey we're talking about. I mean, I think if you run through all the games, they're 9-1 if you have a decent internal O-line. I mean, week 1 at the Rams, lost by 5. Week 2 at the Bucs, lost by 1. Week 3 at Jacksonville, lost by a touchdown. Well, we lost to the Seahawks in a close one, too?
Sort of.
Yeah, it was it was a one-possession game, but it was probably bigger than a one-possession game.
I just don't understand if you're taking your roster construction seriously. I don't understand what the deal is with Mixon and Nick Chubb.
Yeah, the Mixon thing's probably why they signed Chubb, but I see you're spending a decent amount of money on 2 over-the-hill running backs that aren't giving you much. You're being outproduced by Woody Marks, which, I mean, credit to Nick Caserio for drafting Woody Marks. And also, where in the world is Joe Mixon? He's not playing again. He's not. I don't think he's going to be a Houston. I don't believe that Joe Mixon will ever wear the Houston Texans uniform ever again.
Hey, he got his operation done in Florida. Caserio had no update on him.
Yeah. Caserio was on with PP the other day, who do a great job interviewing Caserio. Caserio gives them more than he gives the media, which is normal. D'Amico gives John Harris and Vandermeer more than he gives the local media too, because they're just it's chummier, it's friendlier, which is good. I mean, you want that rapport.
And why get Chubb if you don't have an O-line? Why?
I think they wanted to.
Why focus on the running back?
He doesn't cost a ton. And you needed somebody else to fill out the room. I think they messed up by not getting Dobbins. Now, Dobbins now is hurt with the foot, ironically. But they do have, over $12 million tied up to Mixon and Chubb, which, maybe that's the price of an offensive lineman. That could have been an upgrade somewhere else. But if they had a quality offensive line, I mean, it's a playoff team. You're looking at probably at least a 7-win team, 7-3. Is that far-fetched? Is that fair? I think that's fair.
Yeah, the only loss they've had so far that I don't think anything changes the result is that Seattle game. Seattle, I know that it ended up being a 1-score game at the end, but it felt like Seattle thoroughly dominated that game.
We should have beat Denver too.
Yes. Yeah, I think you could flip the Denver game, the Rams game, certainly the Bucs game, and the first Jaguars game. The only tough part about that, if we're trying to place the blame on the offensive line for those games. Now, you could argue, they'd score more before these moments. But, I mean, Dare fumbled away the Rams game. Henry To'oTo'o missed tackle cost you the Bucs game. Nico Collins fumbled away the first Jaguars game. So, and then I believe Henry To'oTo'o was on the wrong side of a Bo Nix scramble that also led to their winning drive in that game. So it wasn't in the big moments, the offensive line, that cost them ultimately. I mean, you could argue, again, they would score more quarters 1 through 3 leading up to that moment, to where that moment doesn't matter, but those big moments weren't the offensive line.
Yeah, I see your point, though. Like, the need should have been more the offensive line. I think it's a tough challenge to build an offensive line through trade and free agency, though. You look at some of the better offensive lines, like they build through the draft. Now, you could question how much leeway or grace Nick Caserio gets for hitting. Are we considering it a hit yet on Tay Ursary? Like, I don't know if that's a hit
out.
Yet. Yeah, I do. Well, I feel good about it.
Bad, but
I feel good about it.
I feel
but
better
I'm not ready to call it a hit.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a better place than Blake Fisher was. He's in a way better place than Kenyon Green. Like, it's been his best draft pick so far. Drew Scruggs also. It's definitely his best draft pick. I just don't know if he's going to be a plus starter yet.
Yeah. So they call those doctors that do the colonoscopies proctologists.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should have known that from Seinfeld. The Ass Man.
Jake?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but no, that classic episode.
By the way, people in New York are like crushing Jake right now.
Oh, for what? His Jets
his hate
craziness?
of Aaron Glenn.
Oh.
He's being called a lot of things in New York right
Troy
now.
Aikman things?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, they're not liking Jake a whole lot right now in New York. He and Tannenbaum apparently got into it, which I'm not a big Tannenbaum
I'm about to say, I think I might side with Jake on that one.
Yeah.
Tannenbaum, remember, predicted the Titans to win the AFC South before the year started.
So Fred and AJ got a prostate exam live on the air.
Did they really?
Yeah. I knew there was something similar to that.
I don't remember that.
I remember vaguely, clearly. I don't know how clear it was. Someone said I got it done last year. My dad passed away from it, caught stage 1 in mine, and got it removed. See, look, this is the sincerity of it. Like, I do think you should be screened sooner rather than later. The sooner you catch it, the better. Another junkie, I'll get one too if you get a discount for 97.5 ESPN listeners. I'm telling you, proctologists that are out there that are listening, slide into my DMs. Jeremy Branham, before you slide into other things, slide into my DMs, and we can make something happen here. Let's do lunch.
Hopefully it's not promo code Killer B.
I don't know why that's funny. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, because some of your other live reads, unfortunately, were still promo code Killer B months after.
That's not even funny.
You're laughing.
I know, because it's so dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm just trying to think of what the promo code, and I hope it's not Killer B.
We could probably get creative with the promo code, too. Yeah.
Texans are 14-1 to win the AFC South right now. What do you think about that?
I think you'd be burning your money on fire. I actually have the Texans ticket to win the AFC South.
What part,
there's
what part
value.
of the season
I
did you
got
get it?
like week 5 or so. I got it at plus 600. I got it at plus 600 whenever I did it. I bet 3 futures actually at the time. I bet a Texans future for plus 600. I bet a Seahawks. These are all division championship futures. I bet a Seahawks division championship future at plus 300 and a Patriots division championship future at plus 300.
You'll definitely get one.
Yeah, if I get one, I'm even. So.
Yeah, I think you get the Pats.
YOLO.
Seahawks is 50-50. Well, maybe 30-70.
To win it?
Yeah.
No, they're minus money to win it now.
I mean, the Rams are ahead with the.
Oh,
I know they have
my
the
bad.
rematch.
I thought you said Patriots.
No. Yeah,
I thought you said Patriots.
Patriots are going to win. I think you'll catch that, no problem.
What? I don't know, man. They still play one more time.
Be in New England though. I mean, they got the win in Buffalo
I,
earlier.
The Texans could really help me out Thursday.
They really could.
Come on, swarm like you've never swarmed before. 713-780-3776. Let's talk about the coaching carousel a little bit. 713-780-3776. Lane Kiffin going where? He's disputing reports. Is there a dark horse candidate? Maybe let's go with that. Dark horse candidate for an SEC school. 713-780-3776. Will Doctor's in for Joe George. Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you haven't heard about Higgins Boat Rum, you need to. You need to get your hands on some Higgins Boat Rum. Sooner the better, too, by the way. You're about to be spending a lot of time with the family. And what do you like to do whenever you're spending a lot of time with the family? You like to have some booze. And if you're going to have some booze, it should be Higgins Boat Rum. It is rum anchored in time. It's so good, this Higgins Boat Rum. Texas bourbon drinkers rum. That's why I went to it like a fish to water. It is bold. It is smooth. It is steeped in history. Also honors the greatest generation. I like mine on a big rock. It's perfect to sip neat. It's perfect on the rocks. Higgins Boat Rum, excellent for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. I've been drinking my old-fashioned with it. I love it. Some people drink their Manhattan with it. That's gotten great reviews. It's got the classics, too. It's great for your classics, the Pina Colada, the Mai Tai. I like to say a Cuba Libre. It's perfect with all of them. Higgins Boat Rum also pays tribute to our military heritage. It's named, you might know this, after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope to support our veterans, so you're honoring heroes with every single pour. Higgins Boat Rum uses the Prosecco craft technology. We've grown to know that as over the time. Prosecco craft technology gets rid of all the harsh elements, all the bad stuff that makes you feel bad in the morning, but it also makes it smoother, enhances the natural flavors, enhances the aromas. You can follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their social media accounts. You're going to get wonderful cocktail ideas. You're going to get the behind-the-scenes stories and the live updates of your new favorite rum. It's a premium top-shelf rum at a great price. You can get yours at the Total Wine in Baybrook or online, HigginsBoatRum.com. You're looking for a gift to send to somebody. It ships to 48 states across the U.S. And would they like some Higgins Boat Rum? You're darn right they would. So order now at HigginsBoatRum.com. Bring home a bottle of courage.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm going to give away some U of H tickets in about, I'm not going to tell you when. We're going to do it in a little bit. 713-780-3776. Go Cougs. 8-2 Houston Cougars will. Number 23 team in the country, according to the College Football Committee. Well, who's your college football team?
For the Houston Cougars, for sure.
Let's go.
You know?
Let's go.
I just want odds on Lincoln Riley to Auburn. That is all I'm looking for.
Okay. So
where are they?
Whenever you put this out there, I was like, what in the world is he talking about? Because I haven't seen this at all. Like, you think there is value in Lincoln Riley to Auburn?
Yeah, no, I don't know much about college football, Jeremy. I have a source who is very close to Bob Demas, who is on Auburn's board. And my source is not convinced at all that Demas is going to hire Summerall, that he'd make Durkin the full-time head coach. With all these guys that they're still paying. I mean, Malzahn, Harsin.
They're still paying Malzahn?
Freeze.
Wow.
Why can't you just drop $15 million a year on Lincoln Riley?
All right. I think Lincoln Riley's a very good coach. What do you think this is why I wanted you on, Will, because I like your spicy takes. Because right now, you're either going to be brilliant, and this is going to be like no one saw this coming. You're putting it out there. Wow, we have it first right here on Jeremy and Joe. Or you might be on the Mount Rushmore of Bad Take Boulevard with this one. So that's what I like. I like hot takes. I like spiciness. I like the all in, all or nothing. I appreciate that. I don't like the fence riding. I don't like being on one side or the other, right down the middle. I don't like that stuff.
Don't you think Lincoln's going to come back to the South eventually?
I don't know, man. Like, L.A.'s like a nice place to live, I guess. Depends on who you ask.
I mean, I think you've said you never want to live there.
There's a lot of reasons it's pros and cons to L.A. L.A. is a beautiful place. There is a lot of beauty in and around L.A., Los Angeles. I love the beaches there. Laguna Beach, unbelievable. Love me some Laguna Beach.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
There are some other things that happen in L.A. that people wouldn't want to live there. I'm not going to dive into all of those reasons, but would I want to live on the beaches of California or in Auburn, Alabama?
Option A. Yeah, pretty clearly.
Option L.A. So what do you think the chances
Travel, recruiting, doesn't that get a lot easier in the South, Jeremy?
I'm not sure how many head coaches are traveling to recruit these days. I think it's okay. Well, maybe a little bit. But like, hey, I love you. Here's what we're going to give you in NIL. This is what we're going to give you in rev share. What do you think the chances of this happening are?
I think there's no odds on it right now. So I don't know. I think I'd give it like
put it on a percentage. Like, you're this confident that this would happen.
Yeah, I'm going to give it about an 11% chance of happening.
That's pretty high.
Because John Summerall, I mean, what has he done to coach? Who has he sent to the NFL?
He's
who
looking
he
like a
sent to the
playoff
NFL?
team. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really been in spots that make it conducive to have NFL players.
I just see the thing with Summerall that, his family his wife is from Auburn. Those are like the main reasons he's touted as being a candidate. Does that really matter post NIL era?
I'd rather have Lincoln Riley. Yeah. I mean, if you're giving me the option and, I can pick. I can handpick either one, and they're coming for sure. I mean, I'm taking Lincoln Riley 9 times out of 10. Now, I like Summerall, but I'm not taking him over Lincoln Riley.
Will USC ever have a defense?
I don't know. I'll have a Trojan defense, Will.
Where's Lincoln Riley to Auburn numbers?
I don't think they exist.
I don't
believe anybody thinks this is feasible.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it if I were Lincoln. I mean, not only for the quality of life in the town you're living in, but like if you're in LA, like UCLA football's basically been dead for how long? I mean, you own the city, whereas you go to Auburn, you're right next to the Crimson Tide. Like, having to go toe-to-toe with them for every recruit. I think it's a far easier path for USC.
What's Auburn going to do? Go full-time with DJ Durkin? I mean,
I think they'll hire one of the coaches that we've, discussed. I think Summerall would make sense there. I think Summerall would be a great hire there. Not as good as Lincoln. I just don't know if Lincoln's, actually on the table.
Fair.
You know what I mean? I think Summerall's underrated. I mean, he's got Tulane in the playoffs, baby. He's winning in a tough
for now
American conference.
So the James Madison Dukes take it over.
I think there's a lot of openings, though, to your point, Will. And I don't think that the cachet of candidate equals the amount of openings. That doesn't mean it's not a quality coach. I'm talking cachet. I'm talking clout. Because I think there's a lot of quality coaches that are going to do pretty good. Summerall being one of them. This junkie says Eric Morris from North Texas is about to get paid. I agree. I think Eric Morris would make sense at a lot of places. I think he'd be a home run at Arkansas. If TCU moves on from Sonny, I think he'd be a home run at TCU. I like Eric Morris quite a bit. I like what Eric Morris is doing. So, I mean, it's going to be an interesting carousel. Just tuned in. Will, love your golf show. He said, is Charlie okay? Notice you're rolling solo. He just retired, right?
Yeah, Charlie just retired. No, I appreciate, everything he's done. He had a great run, 40 years on air hosting the Golf Hour. And yeah, at 81, time to step away for him.
Yeah, he deserves it. He deserves it. What a career he's had. He left East Carolina, he being Lincoln Riley, and lived in Norman. Auburn will be fine. Don't you dare talk poorly about the fine people of Norman, Oklahoma. Norman, Oklahoma has the most beautiful people that I've ever seen. My wife's from Norman. 713-780-3776. Lincoln Riley is Cliff Kingsbury. He's had way more college success. Lincoln Riley has won way more at the college level than Cliff did at Texas.
Cliff Kingsbury had a losing record with Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback. Lincoln Riley's produced, 3 Heisman winners, 4 Heisman winners?
That's not a fair comparison.
No, that's a bad take.
Like, I see where you're coming from because they're both handsome offensive geniuses, but Lincoln Riley's career resume puts Cliff Kingsbury college resume to shame, at least as a coach.
Yeah, it's not even close.
As a football coach. There's other resumes where Cliff is probably better than Lincoln.
Jalen Hurts. Who are Lincoln's other Heisman winners?
Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, Caleb Williams. Is there a fourth one?
I think there's only 3.
Maybe there's only 3. Okay.
That's still pretty good.
Who does Cliff have?
I don't think Cliff has a Heisman.
Yeah.
No, he had Patrick Mahomes.
He had
and
Mahomes,
had a losing
but
record.
Mahomes didn't win a Heisman. He was good, though. He's throwing for like 500 yards a game. Mahomes
He put up big numbers for sure. Just didn't win.
Where do you think Lane ends up?
Florida.
Really? I think he stays at Ole Miss.
I think he stays at Ole Miss as well.
Yeah, I've been waffling on Lane. I'm not gonna lie, but I think he's gonna stay.
Just a gut feel?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the reports of him being given an ultimatum were false. I don't believe that was true.
I do agree with that part.
He went on back, not that what his words matter here, but it's just a feeling that I had anyways. And then he went on back because I think it's stupid. Why would you give your current head coach an ultimatum on when he has to make a decision? It's an empty threat. So I never really believed it anyways.
I feel like you can't lose at Florida, and Lane is chilling at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
He could have a couple losing records at Ole Miss and it'd all be fine, right?
I think so. Yeah, and
that's not the case at Florida.
Ole Miss, he has built Ole Miss already. What is he going to go do at Florida? Try to build it like Ole Miss? He's already rolling at Ole Miss. Now, LSU's a different story. I think LSU's a really good job.
I wouldn't want to stop. I don't know. I was turned off by how the governor got involved. Maybe that's been overblown.
I think so.
It probably is overblown, but that turned me off. I wouldn't want to get involved. That feels like a very messy structure in their organization.
Yeah, I think it's been overblown.
Maybe so.
Who do you think they get? Who are the odds-on favorites for LSU right now?
I think Summerall was the odds-on favorite, at least at one point. Those probably have changed, but
where does LSU rank in NIL spending in the SEC?
See, that's what makes these jobs tough to know how good they are. But I think it's pretty high.
Where do they?
They're probably behind Bama.
Didn't that hospital get into trouble for funneling money into LSU for a while? Back whenever NIL was not a thing.
But I don't know.
No, I think it was. I think there was they were funneling money into LSU. I think they almost got into trouble, but they didn't because they're LSU.
I would assume they're behind Texas A&M, probably Bama, Georgia,
Auburn.
No, I bet they outspend
I think
Auburn.
they have more than Auburn. But we're guessing, right?
I guess they're probably 5, but it's purely a guess.
So the odds that this is from yesterday,
so
2 days ago.
That is not as appealing of a job anymore.
LSU?
Yeah.
I disagree. If you're 5th in the SEC in NIL money, that's pretty good. They're going to get 5 teams into the playoffs. And I thought whenever Tom Herman joined us the other day, he brought up a good point, how LSU is the only university in their state, right? You got Louisiana and Tulane, but they're the only powerhouse university in their state. You look at Texas, you got A&M, you got University of Houston. LSU, you have LSU, in Louisiana. These odds have Kenny Dillingham 3-1 as the favorite. They have Nick Saban 4-1.
Throw out Nick Saban.
Throw out the top 2. I don't think Dillingham's going anywhere. Dillingham's been staunch on I'm staying.
No, I don't really take that much into account, but I hear what you're saying. But yeah, Saban's not coming back.
They have Summerall at 10-1, third favorite. Joe Brady, fourth favorite at 13-2, plus 650. They have Lane Kiffin and Dan Lanning tied at 7-1. Brady makes sense.
Wasn't Joe Brady the favorite at Penn State also?
I think that faded.
Faded?
He was at one point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is faded. He makes sense at LSU. He was the OC when they won the Natty.
Who did James Franklin sign with yesterday?
Va-Tech. Not Tech, Brian.
I didn't say Tech.
You said Tech yesterday.
Did I? Okay.
No, that was Joe. Joe called him Tech, and I said, you can't say that in Texas. There's only one Tech in Texas, and it's Texas Tech. They're out in the plains. Got it?
Franklin was in that Auburn conversation there for a minute.
He would have made sense at Auburn. Kind of this is going to be an interesting cycle. Interesting cycle. All right, 713-780-3776. Hall of Fame. You're going to see some Hall of Fame voting in a little bit coming up in Major League Baseball. Who are two former Astros that deserve to be in? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe. We'll doctor in for Joe. Where is Joe? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What do you think of the nickname they have for me? The boys gave to me, Brian and Joe. They call me the Huntington Bank Bad Boy.
Is that accurate?
You think they did a good job with that nickname?
We didn't give him that name, Will.
Was it the Veritex Bank?
Yeah, they
Bad
merged,
Boy before?
or they got bought out, something like that.
Branham's self-glossing.
What? I've never heard of that.
I thought you listened to Rome back in the day. That was a Rome.
He would say glossing?
Yeah, he didn't like it when people quote-unquote self-glossed, which is give yourself a nickname.
I thought gloss was like a new word.
No, this goes back to the 90s.
Man, I didn't know that. 713-780-ESPN. Wrong answers only. Where is Joe George today? He's not here. Joe's at the proctologist. Joe's currently pre-gaming for his colonoscopy at Taqueria de Jalisco. Joe is practicing as a proctologist today. That's a turn of events. He's the proctologist? That's terrible. Where is Joe? He wandered into the wrong studio and is now co-hosting a gardening podcast with full confidence.
What is he, hanging out with Tom Tynan?
Two-thumb Tynan, what they call him. I used to garden during COVID because I was bored. I enjoyed it. Whenever I stop working, I think I'm going to dabble in the gardening again.
40 years from now?
Yeah. Yeah, I did enjoy it. I think Cliff was the OC at A&M for Manziel. That is true. But are we giving him credit for that? Do we give him credit for that as being the OC?
Who was the coach? Head coach, was that Mike Sherman?
No, that was Sumlin.
Tom.
Oh, it was Sumlin? Yeah, no, I wouldn't necessarily give Kingsbury the credit.
Yeah, Cliff was the OC at U of H under Sumlin and took Cliff with him to College Station.
That's right.
Yep. Sumlin had Case, and then he had Manziel. Whew. Talk about a way to make a career, huh? Who honestly wants to live in Baton Rouge? They have a casino there, and it's the capital of Louisiana.
That's a selling point?
Do you know what Baton Rouge is a French word, or two words?
Rouge is red.
Okay.
I don't know what baton is.
It's kind of obvious.
Stick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's red stick.
That's why I brought up NIL, because what's the appeal to LSU in
that hospital?
2025?
That hospital. They funnel money. It's like a Ponzi. I don't know that to be true.
We got Bernie Madoff there.
I don't want to say that. Glaze is the new gloss. I was thinking glaze. Yeah, I confused the two. That's my bad. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Hall of Fame stuff. It's starting to ramp up again. The ballots out there and stuff. Are there any former Astros that you think should be in the Hall of Fame, Will?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Lance Berkman, number 1, and Carlos Beltran, number 2. Berkman, wouldn't you say Berkman's probably the third best switch hitter of all time behind Chipper
and Mantle?
And Mantle. And you could put Beltran in there, too.
Yeah,
there's an argument there that he's the third best. Yeah,
they did Berkman dirty by he's already off the ballot, which is so dumb.
Well, he was only on there for 1 year.
Yeah, he didn't get enough.
Robbed.
I think it's 10% of the vote that you need to get.
Yeah,
so he has to get in via the
veterans list, and I think it's not for a while.
Which how often does that happen?
It happens. I think that's how Fred McGriff got in, right?
I think so. Yeah,
no, it happens. Yeah.
What do you think about OPS?
I'm down for it. You know me, I'm down with OPS.
Oh God.
So, I mean, Berkman had a better career OPS.
Sorry, I couldn't let that joke go. I think Will's confused right now. Brandon just hit the ultimate dad joke. You down with OPS?
Yeah, you know me.
No, I think Will's just getting it.
No, I'm an OPS fan. I'm sorry.
Okay, anyway.
I'm wondering how you rank it as far as all-time greats are concerned. Like, when you see Berkman has a better career OPS than, Tony Gwynn, Dave Winfield, Paul Politar, all these guys who are in the Hall of Fame. I mean,
who's that?
What do you?
Sorry.
Plus, Berkman's been better in the postseason than all 4 of those guys. I mean,
no, I couldn't agree more. I think they did Berkman so dirty.
Is it a personal thing?
No, I don't think he's like Ty Cobb, I don't think he's who else was like Ted Williams? Like Ted Williams was famously like never given MVPs because they didn't want to vote for him and they liked Joe DiMaggio more. Like you go look at some of the years Joe DiMaggio won the MVP over Ted Williams and it's a joke. It is a laughing stock. But I don't think we look at, Lance Berkman as an unlikable guy. Maybe he didn't like market himself all that great, in the vote. Like that's something you have to politic a little bit. Like look at Billy Wagner's first few years with the vote. He was getting very few. Then you start politicking a little bit, and then he gets in the final year. I think maybe he struggled a little bit there. I think he gets knocked because he wasn't a great defender, which I think is kind of silly. I don't think he was a great defender. But he wasn't, like, known for his defense. Like, you brought up the offensive numbers. He's one of the greatest. He's one of the I have a hard time saying greatest. He's one of the best switch hitters offensively that we've seen in the history of the game. I think in this generation, the Lance Berkman generation, I think there are 2 switch hitters that stand out beyond anybody else. I think it's Chipper Jones and I think it's Lance Berkman. And the fact that Berkman is first ballot off and Chipper Jones is in, I think it was a crime.
Berkman could move around there in the outfield.
Yeah,
Puma could move around. He could
played all
climb
3
up that hill.
positions at one point.
He did, but he wasn't good.
No.
Not in terms of defensive metrics.
He did have some sneaky speed. He occasionally stole some bags.
But you brought up like the OPS.
He did.
He had a 86 in his career.
Yeah.
That's not zero.
That's not zero.
You brought up the OPS. I like to look at the OPS plus because it like neutralizes it a little bit. It makes it easier. Like because the average OPS plus is 100, neutralizes for the era, neutralizes for the ballpark, all that stuff. Chipper Jones' OPS plus was 141. Berkman was 144. Like you can make the in. Look, Chipper had the counting numbers, 468 home runs. Lance Berkman had 366. Chipper had over 1,600 RBIs. Berkman had 1,200. So, like, the longevity favors Chipper. The fact that he played a premium defensive position favors Chipper in terms of how they would argue it. But I'm with you. I think Lance Berkman was one of the better switch hitters, especially of his generation. I thought he got done dirty. I think he should be a Hall of Famer. The Beltran thing,
all-time center fielder, Jeremy.
really good Beltran. It depends on how you're looking at the whole sign stealing stuff. Personally, for me, what do you mean? Wow.
I didn't think about that.
He's kind of the godfather.
Yeah,
of it.
I think he is the godfather of it.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I don't care about it because I think everybody was stealing signs. I think that people they're making a mountain out of a molehill whenever they look at that. Every team in baseball had some form of electronically stealing signs. And you know what else? They all knew it. You know how I know they all knew it? Because they were all using multiple signs as a catcher when there was nobody on base. They were all aware of it. They all knew it. So I think all of that's stupid. But also, I think Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. I think Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame. So maybe my moral standard isn't as high as some of these pretentious baseball writers that vote for the Baseball Hall of Fame. But how are you telling the story of the game of baseball and you don't have Barry Bonds, who is the greatest baseball hitter ever, not in it? How do you not have Roger Clemens in it? Yeah, so that's I hate the Hall of Fame, quite frankly, Will. You brought up a sore subject.
Yeah, I see the Beltran and Berkman postseason numbers, and they're just up there, all time. I mean, and you look at, remember Beltran in the 2004 playoffs?
Eight home runs.
8 home runs in 12 games.
In 2 rounds, yeah.
I think at the time, that record might be broken, but I think at the time that was tied with the most postseason home runs with Barry Bonds.
Didn't Rosarena tie it?
Yeah, I think Beltran had the record.
He had it, and I think Rosarena tied it in the COVID year.
And I think it's been broken since. Because there's extra playoff rounds now.
Yeah, because Rosarena had an extra round in 2020 because they expanded the playoffs.
Yeah, he went nuts, too.
But, to Will's point, though, I think Rosarena had 4 rounds.
Rosarena broke it. He had 10.
Okay.
He had 10 that year.
He had 4 rounds. Beltran did it in 2.
Yep.
And one of those was, the 5 games. Well, I guess Rosarena had a short series, too. But it was, like you said, 12 total games?
Yeah.
So it has been done.
It's crazy.
So Bonds actually was the first one to hit 8. But Bonds did it in 2002. He had 8 home runs. Beltran tied Bonds. 3 other guys have since tied Beltran. Nelson Cruz, Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia. And then Rosarena has the record of 10. He did that in the COVID year.
I think Beltran probably has 5 times more appearances in the postseason than any of those guys. Wonder how many postseason games Beltran played. It's a lot.
I mean, think of the teams he played for: the Giants, the Cardinals, the Yankees. I mean, the Astros. All teams that are making the playoffs.
Yeah, and then won a World Series too.
Yeah.
With the Astros.
I don't think he made a playoffs with the Mets.
Probably not.
Kaz Matsui at second base.
Anal fissures.
Astros legend Kaz Matsui.
It's a fact.
Yeah, he had anal fissures.
Uncle Barney says Lance was never on steroids either. How could you tell? No, I agree. I'm just kidding. You could tell that Lance wasn't. Lance was on hot dogs.
He was they gave him the Big Puma nickname for a reason, right?
That Rice team that had him when he hit 40-something home runs. They had Damon Thames at shortstop. Shout out Humble High School. He was a stud too. That Rice, he had 46 home runs in a college season.
How is Berkman not the head coach at Rice?
That's a conversation we need to have over Higgins Boat Rum. Will, there's a lot.
Some politics.
There's a lot.
He's the best Rice baseball player of all time.
Yeah, a lot of times great baseball players, great players don't make great head coaches. Wayne Graham didn't think that he worked hard enough. I'll just put it out there. He was a volunteer assistant there, and then all of a sudden he wasn't a volunteer assistant. Why? Wayne Graham didn't think he worked hard enough. And then, Lance's record at HCU, not good.
There's some epic videos
not good.
of him coaching at HCU, getting into it with some umps.
He's back at Rice, though. I think he's an assistant for Pierce. No, he's back over there, though. I think that's the perfect role for him. He should be an assistant at Rice. I think that's the perfect spot for him. And I love him as a player. Love me some Lance Berkman. Speaking of universities in this city, the greatest university in the city, the University of Houston, the highest-ranked university in the city, 23rd ranked Houston Cougars, 8-2 on the season. Senior Day coming up on Saturday. It's going to be a beautiful day. Kickoff at 3 against the Horned Frogs of TCU. You're going to want to be there. You can get your tickets, 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougars.com. Tickets are just $25. Come early, be loud, wear red. Giving away a pair right now, 713-780-3776 to caller number 4. Caller number 4, 713-780-3776. You're headed to see Houston and the Horned Frogs of TCU Saturday at TDECU Stadium. That's a lot of TCU, TDECU. But TDECU Saturday at 3, final home game of the year. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie of the day. We'll get to some of the golf plays as well coming up on the PGA with Will because Will knows ball. He knows golf. We'll do that next. It's Jeremy and Joe with Will on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I wonder what the wife's making for dinner tonight. What sounds good? Anyways, we'll doctor in for Joe today. Joe will Joe be here by Friday? He's scheduled. He has a scheduled day off tomorrow.
Convenient.
Yeah. A little scheduled day off tomorrow. He's scheduled to work on Friday. Will he make it back by Friday? Guys, what a rhetorical question.
Yeah, he'll be back. Of course he will.
He's a dog?
I'm a dog.
Joe's a dog. Brian, do you think he'll be back?
50-50.
Sheesh.
50-50. I don't know. I mean, look, if it's legit, maybe he's got something that we don't want him back by Friday with.
Yeah, stuff usually runs its course in a short period of time.
Phrasing.
I'll take Joe's going to rally at 5-1.
What's higher?
I feel like the odds there are not proportional.
Better odds. I'm forgetting why am I forgetting the coach's name? Joe's back by Friday, or
Lincoln
Riley goes to Auburn.
Now
by
we're
the way,
talking.
Lincoln Riley, Kyler Murray, another Heisman.
Yeah, so it was 4. I was
Murray,
right
the
with 4.
only player actively playing that was drafted in the first round of two major pro sports. Greatest athlete walking planet Earth currently. Which tour? What's that?
Can you be the greatest athlete when people don't really want you to play either?
I'd like to see him in the diamond. I wonder what that would look like right now.
I am curious about that. Yeah,
I would like to see what that looks like. I saw I actually called the game where Pat Mahomes played baseball. Houston, Texas Tech. Pat Mahomes. I think it was at Minute Maid, actually. Anyways, I move on. Which tour do you think Tiger Woods plays on when he plays competitive golf the next time?
The next time we see him is probably going to be the Masters.
Okay.
The only reason that there's going to be a bit of a problem is when you think about, there's been a lot of players that have come out and said, Tiger, the PGA Tour is unsure what tour they're going to want Tiger to play in 2026. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He'll switch time between the PGA Tour and Champions Tour. He'll play the Masters and play Jack's tournament, and then he'll play the senior majors. But if Tiger, let's say the Insperity Invitational in the Woodlands and the Byron Nelson in Dallas are the same week. So the Byron Nelson is on CBS. Scotty Scheffler plays in it every year now. That's going to be that's primetime CBS. But every time that Tiger plays on the Champions Tour, the Champions Tour coverage will get bumped from Golf Channel to NBC.
Yeah.
So then you have Scotty contending at the Byron at the same time that Tiger's going down the stretch in the Woodlands at the Insperity Invitational, and I don't think the commissioner wants that.
So, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because a lot of players think that if Tiger's in contention at a Champions Tour event, all the viewers will go to that, and no one will be watching the PGA Tour.
I mean, it's kind of like wrestling, Brian. Like you want the legend to give the rub to the guy that's he's young, he's going to be around for a while. Mm-hmm. You don't want him to give the rub to the dude who's also walking out the door with him.
I mean, that's a conversation right now with John Cena.
No spoilers, Brian. No spoilers.
I'm not spoiling anything.
Do you think the commissioner would have sway here, or does Tiger ultimately has final decision? No.
That's what I thought. And then guys like Billy Andrade and some other Champions Tour guys are like, this is the tour's kind of directing him on where he should go. Because if you look at the schedule, PGA Championship on CBS, same time as the Regions Traditions. It's the first Champions Tour major of the season. There's a lot of crossover between schedules, Jay.
I had a take the other day that said Tiger on the Champions Tour would outrate any non-major PGA Tour. Cash or trash.
That's correct. Tiger's still the king. That's why the commissioner's worried about this.
All right, where can our people find your handicapping for golf?
Yeah, well, listen to the Golf Hour every Saturday morning here on ESPN 97.5, 8 to 9 a.m. Follow ESPN 975 on social. We got a lot of fun things planned for social on the golf course. You can find the pics on Twitter at drmedia59 every Tuesday. I appreciate it, Jeremy.
Very good. I enjoyed it as well. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Chancellor Johnson earlier. Brian for the hard work. He's Will Doctor. I'm Jeremy Branham. Coming up next, Destination 2026 with our guy Glenn Davis. We'll talk to you tomorrow from East River 9. Good night, Houston.
Ole, ole, ole. That's what they're probably saying in Curacao, Haiti, Scotland, all qualifying for the World Cup directly. Panama, Coco Carrasquilla, former Houston Dynamo. He's going to the World Cup. All right. I don't have a voice. So that means there's going to be a lot of callers tonight talking about yesterday's incredible day of agony and ecstasy around the world when it came to World Cup qualifying, both in UEFA and in CONCACAF. So tonight, what stood out to you mostly? And that includes Mexico and U.S. friendlies. Anything. I want to know what stood out to you at 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Brian McDonald graciously has decided to hang around with me for another hour. Thank you, Brian, as always.
Of course.
What were the guys talking about today? All Texans?
No, it wasn't all Texans. They talked actually quite a bit college football with the playoff rankings coming out last night. Talked some Cougs basketball. They're number 2 in the nation. So there's quite a Rockets basketball as well. So there was quite a bit besides Texans.
A lot going on. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Destination 2026. This is Houston's countdown to the Cup. It's brought to you by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Quanta, Energy, Visit Sugarland, and Aramco. And like I said, what a day yesterday in World Cup qualifying. We're going to get into it tonight. The emotion, goals late in matches. Curacao, Haiti, Panama get direct qualification out of CONCACAF. Now remember, because Mexico, the U.S., and Canada are hosting, this is a wonderful cycle and year for CONCACAF teams. Curacao, you'll remember, played in the Gold Cup here in Houston. Country with 155,000 people. Think about that in the context of Houston, Texas, okay? 155,000 people. They have benefited directly from dual nationals playing for them from the Netherlands. They also benefited from the soccer gods because Jamaica hit the post 3 times. Jamaica or crossbar, they will head into the safety net of playoffs now. So 42 of 48 teams are now officially in. 203 days away from the World Cup. So the open spots are the spots that will be contested, I believe, in March, and these are playoff games from against different confederations. U.S. men's national team, 5-1 over Uruguay. What a performance. Any American Outlaws out there? 713-780-3776. I got a lot of thoughts on that one. I think you might too. 4 goals in 25 minutes. Now, this is Uruguay, who ended 3rd in World Cup qualifying. And by the way, don't you dare call the U.S. national team a first or second team, because Mauricio Pochettino was fired up after this game at reporters. I love this. I think there was part of that was done on purpose. I'm going to play some of that sound for you tonight, and I'll tell you why I think it was, done on purpose. And I think it was great. Actually, I loved it. Pushing back on the reporters. 5-1 over Uruguay. You had Sebastian Berhalter, Alex Freeman, and Tanner Tessman all get their first ever goal for the United States. You saw an alive, you saw a sharp, you saw a committed and dominant team in all facets of the game. They scored 4 goals in the first half against Uruguay. And I see people trying to condition it. So-and-so wasn't there for Uruguay. Well, remember, and this is where it gets good, remember that the United States were without 4 bona fide starters from the last World Cup. Christian Pulisic, Tyler Adams, Weston McKennie, and Tim Weah. They were also without one of their most dominant center backs in Chris Richards, who's probably an incumbent at the back. More on that because the 3 center backs played wonderful last night. But for those guys to be on the outside watching this group of guys, which, by the way, had a lot of MLS players in it, destroy Uruguay is nothing but healthy. Nothing but healthy. Because you're broadening out now. Think about those guys. They're home watching the game. They're going, wow, I was never on a U.S. team that smashed Uruguay 5-1. Wow, is my position safe? Ooh, I've got competition. What's the coach thinking? These are all the things that happen. This is healthy. This is healthy. This is broadening out the depth of the team. And I'll tell you what, some players that are not going to make the team are going to be incredibly disappointed because there is intensity, and this is going to be a tough roster to pick when it comes to a lot of things because there's a lot of players who played well in this game. Nobody didn't play well in this game. Nobody. That's a sign of something good. And Pochettino has been pushing we are one team. We are not a first team and a second team. We are the badge. Boy, you really think that's something strange? He's Argentine. It's all about the shirt, baby. It's not about the individual. It's about the shirt, and that's what he wants. So let's get a little bit of conversation from Mauricio Pochettino. Here he is. This is him responding. And I think we have the question in here as well, Brian, to set the context up here. But right off the bat in the press conference, he is firing back at people, and he is destroying the notion of a first and a second team. Here it is.
Doug McIntyre from Fox Sports. What does a result like this do for your team heading into a long stretch where you're not going to see them, particularly given the guys that are on the field tonight, a lot of regulars rested? How's this going to help you guys going into the new year? Thank you.
Sorry, I don't want to be negative, no? But I hate that not regular players. What means? It's USA playing. It's the national team. Stop with that mindset. Every time that our decision is about to pick and start in 11, is the US men's national team playing. And after 1 year, I think you need to really know me that I hate to talk in this way. It's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful because I think we need to give credit to all the guys that today were involved, and again Paraguay too.
So there's Mauricio Pochettino. So he's now also trying to shape the thinking of those that are asking questions. And I think it's great. I don't think there was any there was no malcontent in it, but the way the question is asked is really, really important. My first thing would be, if I was interviewing Pochettino, and I do this when I interview players or coaches, that English is their secondary language. You have to make the question very simple. You don't need a lot of words. In this case, this could have been asked differently, and the problem for Pochettino is when he referenced the first and the second team, especially after these guys put in a performance where they scored 5 goals on Uruguay. So that would have been maybe the thing to think about. But, yeah, there were 8 changes to this U.S. team. Now, remember, this is the Uruguay of Marcelo Bielsa, El Loco. 2022 in Qatar, they were in the quarterfinals. The legendary Bielsa. And by the way, you saw Pochettino did not flaunt the result. Very respectful because he's been highly influenced by Bielsa. But this was a dominant performance from the United States. And they started like this. They only used 2 starters from the prior game, Serginho Dest and Freeze. McKenzie, Trusty, and Freeman at the back. Excellent by those 3. I think what you saw is a very athletic 3-set. This is when it really began to change for the U.S., is when Mauricio Pochettino went to the 3-back system. And what this does is it releases your wide players, but it also concentrates a lot of bodies along with a holding midfielder or 2 in front of your goal. It forces people to try and play around you. It also, with Destin Tolkien in this game, and we're anticipating the return of Anthony Robinson, those are 2 of your best players for building the game and getting out. Now, I'm sure that opponents are going to be very wary of that and try and stand people on those 2 and force the center backs and the 6 to play. But the three backs I thought were excellent. Freeman scored 2 goals, which, number one, when you're a defender and you have a good night defensively and you score goals, 1 or 2, it's a pretty great night. But he is also showing us he can play on the right side of a 3 in a 3-back system, but he can also play as an outside back in a 4-back system. So he is very versatile. This is going to be very good for him when it comes to roster selection. So there were 9 changes in this game. Sebastian Berhalter was excellent. Sebastian Berhalter proved he can do it off set pieces. Tremendous corner for a goal. And then the opening goal for the U.S., and we'll play this. This is soundbite number 1.
Berhalter this time goes short to Dest. Berhalter swings it in! The United States lead! Stunning from Sebastian Berhalter!
713-780-3776. Thoughts on the U.S. men's national team. Thoughts on the drama yesterday in World Cup qualifying. So that set piece was a great one. Here's what I liked about it. So the ball's at such an angle near the end line, it's not in a shooting area. Most people are anticipating there's going to be a cross. Dest comes across the field and kind of gets about 20 yards away from Berhalter, who's standing over it. He's looking in the box, and then goes short to the feet of Dest. But what he does is he follows his pass towards Dest. So by the time he gets it back very quickly from Dest, he has now moved and created a shooting angle. Okay, that's why you move the ball. Shooting angle. By going towards the ball and getting it back, he's now got an opportunity to shoot on goal. And this is an incredible goal. He bends it into the upper corner. Incredible goal. And then he gets a corner shortly thereafter and puts the perfect ball to the back post to Alex Freeman. This is goal number 2.
Berhalter across to take this. Heavily involved in the opening 20 minutes. It's been a great start for the United States. Berhalter swings this one in. Back post! Oh, it's headed in! It's another goal for the United States. It's Alex Freeman, and the lead is doubled inside 20 minutes in Tampa Bay.
So Berhalter and Freeman get their first ever goals for the national team. Big moment in their careers. And they're staking the U.S. out here. And then shortly thereafter, Alex Freeman puts on his dribbling boots and dribbles his way through 2 or 3 guys, change of direction, great tight control. His father's an ex-NFL player, and buries it.
Berhalter. Strong challenge there from Tillman, and here's Freeman in round the back. The leg opens up for Alex Freeman! Incredible! Alex Freeman dances through. He's got 2.
2 goals for Freeman. You got a 4th then from a trailing Diego Luna, who's picked out beautifully.
Down the line, kept in by Tolkien. Tolkien rolls it forward for Tillman. Tillman into the middle. It's Luna! It's 4! Diego Luna with the goal!
So the only little blip on the entire night was the end of the first half. 713-780-3776. Somebody's got to have a takeout there after yesterday. 713-780-3776. The only blip is the U.S. got a little loose at the end of the first half. Little bit slightly chaotic for a short time period. And actually, Mauricio Pochettino points this out in the press conference. We'll play that in a minute. But Arrasqueta, who we all know that name for Uruguay, he scores an overhead bicycle kick with his back to goal. It's an absolutely sick goal.
Unas down the left side towards the byline as he stands the cross back in. Flicks it further clear. Oh, what a goal! Uruguay pull one back. Arrasqueta in stoppage time at the end of the half.
So that made it 4-1 going into the locker room. I'm going to try to find this soundbite here. Yeah, here it is. I think it's soundbite 13. Let's play this. Mauricio Pochettino, what he said at halftime, and talked about belief.
course, that is still a lot of work to do, but I think it's about to keep believing, is to keep pushing, is like I told in the halftime to the player, for one, I was so disappointed in the way that we concede, and I said that we can put in danger, the game, only if we drop a little bit in our focus, in our concentration. And I said, if you accept my challenge, we need to win the second half. And I told we won 1-0 the second half. And that is in the way that I think we need to build. I said, don't think in the performance, think in the next action, and the next action, and the next, and try to be successful, and win the duels, and win in every single situation, communication, I think, and then trust in our way to play and your quality. I think that is why we feel really happy about in the way that we finish now the 2025.
That was a beautiful halftime talk. That is a manager and a great coach because he is pounding his team. When you're doing well, this is the time to push, push, push. He's pushing the media, and he's also at halftime challenging these guys again to win the second half, and he focuses on, at the end of the half, the lack of concentration. And this is managing at its best. All right, let's go to the phone lines and Bill.
How you doing, Glenn? Yeah, I had a couple of comments about the U.S. national team. I'll get right to them, I think, both around Gio Reyna. Certainly, good performances, I guess, great performances for the national team. But my two questions are, and I respect Pochettino and what he's doing, especially, the defense in his post-game remarks that you already kind of went through, and given the players a lot of respect, not being, delineated as first team or second team. But with Gio in particular, so he's increased his stance and his position and being added. The two things I'm concerned about are if he's not a starter, if he's not, in the team when he wants to be, what's his attitude? What's his reaction? Is it like it was before the last World Cup when he wasn't, was told he wasn't going to be in the team? And second of all, as a player on the field, he has his attributes, certainly. He's a talented player. If he gets to play for his club in prelude to this World Cup, I think he can be, a special player. But he doesn't. He doesn't defend. And, I would say in watching these two recent games, there were also times where his connection, his ability in generating the attack kind of ended in a ball given away and not the greatest thing. So I wouldn't, I know he was player of the game because he got a goal and an assist, but the assist wasn't a genuine, in my opinion, assist. It was a deflected pass that a guy put away. So I really question, and I know we got time, and I know we got one more window, but I question this whole Gio thing. I have said he's a great player, but I wonder where it's all going to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't label him great. I would label him unique because, to your point, he can make plays. But I think you bring up something very important. What if he isn't starting under Pochettino? Does he go into that crybaby act that we got at the last World Cup and, daddy talking to the manager? I have to believe he's gotten more mature, although I didn't like a quote he recently said about, not taking full responsibility or being accountable in some shape, form, or fashion with his action at the last World Cup. Now, I trust Pochettino here. I think he knows what he's doing with Gio Reyna. I think he also knows that he's a rare bird in that he can make plays. But I think it's fascinating because you got a lot of people emerging in midfield. Can you play a Pulisic and him on the field at the same time? I think after last night, there's a lot of ways to look at things. And there certainly are a bunch of young guys that are making a push here because, number one, they want to be on the roster. And last night proved that they can handle a very good Uruguay. Granted, it was what the word I hate most, friendly. But I think your point of, yes, I don't think anybody's stepping out of line, Bill, when it comes to Mauricio Pochettino, because if you step out of line and you don't join this crusade to be a team, play for the badge a la Argentina, you will get drop kicked out of this environment in a New York minute. So if you don't want to stick to the plan here, you'll be gone. So I'm not worried about that, actually, now that I think about it. But I think it's a great thing you bring up there to consider. There will be no pouting on this team around this manager. And that's why I think.
Can I add one more?
Yeah.
Can I add one more element?
Absolutely.
So now with the the last 2 games in this window, and even during the summer, with the elevation of a player like Berhalter, what goes on when Berhalter is maybe selected to play and Rania is not? Are we going to get version 2 of this soap opera?
Well, of course you will from the media, but I think Berhalter was already asked Sebastian if he talks. They've made amends on that. He said no. Listen, that was a pretty serious thing. To me, it was almost blackmail. I'm sorry. But what you have now is a neutral party in Pochettino. Pochettino wants to win, and he's going to do what it takes to win. And I will just repeat what I said. If you don't get along, you don't support each other, you don't join into this new regime of team, the jersey, you're drop kicked out of there in a New York minute. And I love it. And I think that's one of the benefits of bringing in a non-American coach who has no history with these guys. That, to me, is a big piece of it. Bill, thank you for the call. We're up on a hard break. Great stuff there. We appreciate that topic. Bill has opened the open space up in behind the opponent. So now it's up to you guys to call in. I want to hear about Gio Reyna, what you think about it. 713-780-3776. These cats, ZZ Top, heard it on the X. They're playing Baton Rouge on Saturday. Oh, that might be.
You going to head out?
There's a possibility. I could do that.
I learned what Baton Rouge means today.
Baton Rouge, what does it mean?
Red stick.
Oh, well, Rouge, yeah.
Yeah. The more you know.
Baton.
There's your useless fact of the day.
Yeah. If you really think about it, yeah. Heard it on the X. This is a great song. One of my favorites from the album Fandango.
Who plays bass for them now?
You know who plays bass? The guy who was Dusty's kind of backup guy.
Okay.
He was either Dusty's backup guy or Billy Gibbons' backup guy. But he puts on like the wig from the 80s, But he's a good bass player, but I miss Dusty. I mean, Dusty was the original, man. Heard it on the X. All right. You're going to hear it on ESPN 97.5 when we come back, not the X radio. Stick with us. We got more. Destination 2026. Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Lopez hooks it high into the sky, into the area. Obispo gets the header out. Curaçao have done it! A blue wave is heading to the World Cup! For the first time in their history, Curaçao are World Cup bounds. They will become the smallest nation ever to take part in a men's World Cup. It ends 0-0 in Kingston. A result that will resound in Curaçaoan history.
When it comes to Curaçao, it's all right. Oh, yeah. 155,000 people.
I mean, that's a nation the size of Pasadena, essentially.
Yeah. That's right.
It's crazy.
And prior to that, I think the smallest country was Iceland. So they bust the record. Haiti's another great story, too, because, boy, Haiti's a mess. And those soccer players in that team, and we all know through sport, you can rise and lift the spirits of people. Haiti did that by qualifying directly. Somebody said to me, where are the Haitian fans going to be? Well, there's a lot of Haitians in the United States, so Miami.
Yeah, they had to evacuate.
I played against a very good striker named Ernst Jean Baptiste, who was a Haitian player and played for their national team. And I think I had a teammate, Gerald Celestian, also. But, yeah, that's big for Haiti as well. And then, of course, Panama. And we have Coco Carrasquilla, the former Houston Dynamo, who's now going to go to the World Cup with Panama. So that's great. By the way, I did not play Tanner Tessman's goal. So to do the full 5 goals for the U.S., we need to play that right now. Here's Tanner Tessman after coming on, the assist to Gio Reyna.
It's 5 goals for the United States. Tanner Tessman just on the pitch.
Okay, so again, this was a really, really healthy night in so many ways. And you see Mauricio Pochettino wanting to change the way people look at the national team, move the needle to the collective, get away from this idea of a first and second team, and make it collective. And you notice the bench was getting up when people scored goals. There's a lot of visible signs that everybody's buying in. And by the way, you want to go to the World Cup, you better buy in. And that's why when Bill brought up a good thing about Gio Reyna, could he pull the same act as he did in the last World Cup? The answer is no, he can't, because he can't do it with this manager. It's not going to happen. He's fully aware of it. And this manager, if there's any dissenters, you're going to be thrown overboard. That's the bottom line, because it is now pretty clear it is overall team. And, of course, we're all going to break down players on the outside. But for him, to the public, this is the collective, and that is how the U.S. is going to do well. And that's, it's not really a novel idea. But to execute that and bring everybody together, we've seen U.S. World Cup teams that were fragmented and did not have good World Cups. We saw a women's World Cup team that got so into social platforms, they decided to stop playing the game. And it wasn't about soccer anymore. The focus and the concentration has to be incredibly intense because it's a short tournament. And it can be nothing but soccer, 100%. Okay, so here's Pochettino. So Pochettino does 2 things. At halftime, with a 4-1 lead, he's pushing his players, and he's zoning in, it sounds like, on a little bit of sloppiness and a little loss of concentration leading to an Uruguay goal. Then, in the post-game press conference, I continue on here with him pushing back, and I think this is soundbite 9 on this whole thing about regular first and second team players.
To your point that the idea of like the regulars.
The regular,
doesn't,
who are the regular players?
No, I'm saying there is none, is what you're saying.
My question is, maybe I think we need to stop the press conference and I need to go to the dressing room come back and start again the press conference because it's like we were the opposite, losing 5-0, no, 5-1, no.
No, I'm saying,
I am the USA coach, no the another.
right. No, I'm saying
No,
that
but
it
the
shows that
regular, tell me which regular player you are talking about, because I don't understand what means regular player.
More experienced players.
Which,
More, right? Like,
okay.
sí, pero yo estoy diciendo que no hay regulares, que este resultado dice que no hay regulares, que pueden jugar con
Yeah, but
algunos.
I think we need to talk about that to congratulate the player. I don't know if you now they are listen at that press conference and player feel that the non regular player they play and they did well. I don't know. If I am the player, I am very disappointed with that. If I am and then we are going to ask things that to be honest, maybe I am tired and I don't understand the English now or your English question because to be honest, very disappointed in the first two questions because I don't know what do you expect, what I'm going to say when you say no natural players playing today or the another day or in the World Cup or I don't know when. Very sad situation. Keep going.
Yeah, so he's really pushing back. Those were the first two questions, by the way. The very first one we heard when he pushed back, and then that one. So after a 5-1 win, that's not the question to ask. This has been one of the most magnificent performances. It is the most magnificent performance the U.S. has had under him. I think it should have been dialed a little bit more down on the game as opposed to the article somebody may be writing, because these are writers, I'm pretty sure. So got to read the room sometimes. And I think at this juncture, I think you focus a little bit on the game and maybe the performance before you get to this regular stuff. But I don't think people are going to be talking about a first and a second team anymore. That's for sure. It's one and one for all. So I think he got sarcastic here. Here's his response. This is soundbite number 10, Mauricio Pochettino on the free kick goal from Sebastian Berghalter.
On the first goal, Sebastian plays it short to Serginho. So in a situation like that, do the players have the freedom of thought to come up with that, or is that something that you work on as a set
No, we
play,
didn't work.
or?
It was all coincidence.
He calls the free kick a coincidence.
What's lost in the audio is his facial reaction that he throws his hands up. Like he rolls his eyes so hard.
It was awesome, right? It's awesome. The answer is probably both. We do give our freedom to players, and we do probably go over set pieces, but I thought that was brilliant. That's my good friend Goff, who's a great writer, by the way. But that was funny. I like that a lot. Okay, so Alex Freeman is jumping into the spotlight now. His father was an NFL player. You're going to get told that over and over if he makes the squad. But Alex Freeman had 2 goals in this game. Really, really good for him. 713-780-3776. Let's get some calls in here tonight. I want to get some people talking about not only the U.S. men's national team, but also everything in and around CONCACAF qualifying. Okay, so Alex Freeman was what I was talking about. Again, I mentioned in segment number 1, this is a guy that can play in the part of a 3-back system, 3 center backs, and he can also play wide and get forward. He is incredible athletically. American Soccer Now, Brian Charette has been on the show. He's always talked about Alex Freeman. You've heard MLS people talk about him. But if you're not following the Eastern Conference, well, you maybe don't know as much about him. But here is Pochettino, soundbite 12 on Freeman.
But I'm so happy because today I scored twice. But in the way, I think you need to analyze, in the way that he play. He can play like a third central back. He can play go forward on the side, on his side. In the time that he took the ball, how it's difficult for the opponent to stop him, go inside and play. When he has the ball, the team is like it's relief, no? It's how easy play and the capacity, no? He's so strong. You saw again Paraguay.
Incredible. This was something to focus on, the three backs without Tim Ream. These were three very athletic young men. Austin Trusty, Mark McKenzie, and Freeman. Three very athletic. Now, I would like to see them, and I have a feeling you will see these three against Spain or Portugal in the friendlies in March. I think that's going to be really, really interesting. That's something I'm honing in on. But this guy Freeman can go box to box. I mean, he's a machine. He comes from a pretty good athletic lineage, too, with his father. Do you know his father? His father was an NFL player.
Who's his father?
Yeah, I don't know the first name. I mean, I'm probably the only guy in America that doesn't know his first name. Because when you get a broadcast now, you will get his father was an NFL player, which is pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to take a break. We're going to come back. I am going to remind you, our Super Eagles of Nigeria didn't make it. The coach of Nigeria, you know what? I'm going to save this for tomorrow night. I'm going to save this one for tomorrow
His
night.
father's Antonio Freeman. I definitely have heard of him.
You know
yeah.
Antonio.
He played for the Packers.
I know him too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Antonio Freeman. See, I knew this is why. This is a great producer because this is like if I went into a tackle and missed it, he's providing the lateral cover. Great job, Brian. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. Victor Ariza, we're going to talk CONCACAF. He's a CONCACAF writer. I don't think he would have right off the bat asked about the regulars to Mauricio Pochettino, but I'll ask him. Take a break. Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. By the way, hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. Also, Facebook Soccer Matters, and over at YouTube Soccer Matters. Let's break. We'll come back. More soccer talk.
Hope you enjoyed that one. Great result. What's up, USMNT fans? Thank you guys for coming out. Hope you enjoyed that one. Great result. Doing a lot with the boys. Appreciate you guys for coming out. See you 2026, baby. Let's go.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was Brian's open pick. He went with the Ramones, and that's good soccer talk radio music right there. Very defining band.
Yeah, no, I've been in a punk rock mood lately, so I thought I'd go with the Godfathers of punk.
100% influenced everybody, the Ramones. This is I Want to Be Sedated. Great song. You heard Greg Berhalter's son, Sebastian Berhalter, after the great game, a goal and an assist. Not only that, really made good use of the ball. His stock rose in that game exceptionally. Before we get to Victor Ariza, real quick here, because this is CONCACAF related. After Jamaica didn't get it done and didn't get the direct ticket to the World Cup, they're in the playoffs now. Their head coach, the former Manchester United assistant to Sir Alex Ferguson, Steve McLaren. Here's a soundbite from him.
Really has been an honour, respect, and one love to you all. I have given everything I have to this job, to this role. I carried the weight and the pride of this job with the deepest respect. Leading this team really has been one of the greatest honours of my career. But football is a results business. And tonight we've fallen short of our goal, which was to qualify from this group. After deep reflection and an honest assessment of where we are and where we need to go, I have decided to step down as the head coach of the Jamaican national team. So I thank you, Jamaica. I will be forever grateful to have led the Reggae Boys. It really has been an honour. One love to you all.
All right, we welcome in Victor Ariza. Victor writes for CONCACAF, of course, has been on top of CONCACAF and has, in years past, done a lot of great work on the show, frequent guest. Victor, thanks for coming on. I'm going to get right into it there with Steve McLaren. Do you think he was removed, or do you really think he's stepping down because they are still alive via the playoff?
Yeah, that's it's certainly an interesting situation. I would think maybe there might have been a clause in his contract or something that if he didn't get the job done, that's the immediate thought that comes to my mind. But and it is a little bit weird because, like you said, they have the playoffs still. That's in March, and we're going to get to see who they face tomorrow in the FIFA draw. So, I mean, it might be an easy pathway depending on who they get. But look, Jamaica's had their troubles in the past couple of years, right? Whether it's been coaches, players, a lot of inconsistencies. One of the big ones that comes to my mind, Leon Bailey, I think a Gold Cup ago, one of these Gold Cups refusing to go to the tournament, right? So, it's just another one of these events for Jamaica that, hey, at least they got half a ticket, right? It's in their destiny's in their hands, and they can still do something about it, unlike some of these other countries.
Yeah, I think historically they've really had a lot of problems. I think that has been a lot of the problems for a lot of the countries in the Caribbean. Trinidad and Tobago, the Soca Warriors are out. I mean, all that World Cup money, where's it going? Does it get reinvested into soccer and better administration and organization? I don't know. That's always a question, but we're not going to go down that road. What about your thoughts on Curacao becoming the smallest country to make it to the World Cup?
It's a big story. And obviously, you spoke to the Curacao coach, Dick Advocat, and got some of his thoughts on your show. And, obviously there's a lot of these players that are based in the Netherlands and throughout Europe because of their Dutch passport. But it's still a tremendous story nonetheless. I was watching a video today about the players landing back in Curacao, and everybody's just joyful about the situation. First time ever go to the World Cup. And that's part of the effect of this expanded World Cup to 48 teams, right? We were going to get some stories like this because now that the U.S., Mexico, and Canada are automatically qualified, that open up a couple more spots, and one of those stories is Curacao.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And Haiti gets in as well. We're talking to Victor Ariza of CONCACAF. Now, if these teams go to the World Cup and then, we see some crazy score lines, if they're playing the Germanys of the world and the Netherlands of the world, people are going to come out and say, well, it's too many teams. But for the moment, yesterday was a dramatic day for a lot of smaller countries that, Cape Verde Islands. I saw a video of that when they won it, too. Incredible. I mean, most people can't even find them on a map. All right, I want to get to Mexico. Lost last night 2-1 in San Antonio to Paraguay. Raul Jimenez and Edson Alvarez, a few days earlier in Torreon, Mexico, complained about being booed in Torreon, and their response was that, well, the reason we play in the United States is because of the booing, which obviously they play in the United States because there's so much more money to be made. Well, they were booed again last night, Victor. So some thoughts on Mexico, and how do these guys not know the room better?
I think it tells you the frustration that's creeping in inside the walls of the national team. Pressure's too much for these guys. I think Jimenez particularly hasn't been able to score at the World Cup. And we saw the disaster